The Eternal Tower descends, and the Abyssal Plane opens. As the realms of the game merge with reality, the dilemma of survival or destruction presents itself as a profound choice for all. Logging into the game, Yibai awakens his SS-level talent, Insightful Eye, enabling him to perceive bizarre notifications. This Abyssal Dragon is in a state of extreme rage. A mere slide kick could satiate it. This fallen angel has just been born. She intends to capture you for a spicy hot pot. Trust me, the waters here are treacherous. You cannot navigate them alone. Let me handle it. Chapter 1. Awakening of the SSS-level talent in the year 2046. Blue Star, Longhua. Nanjing 3rd High School, Senior Year Class 2. During the intermission, the classroom buzzes with chatter, the sole topic of discussion being Eternal Tower. Jiang Yun, the Eternal Tower opens tonight. What profession do you plan to choose? A mage. I hope to draw a talent above B level. Dream on level talent is 1 in 10,000. The joys and sorrows of people are not shared, and Yibai finds their noise bothersome. Dabai, wake up, class is over. His close friend nudges him awake, saying earnestly, you can sleep after class. His words resonate with reason. After a tiring slumber, a stretch and a change of posture are indeed in order. It is well known that occasionally shifting positions enhances comfort in sleep. As Yibai awakens, his demeanor undergoes a dramatic transformation. In one moment, he appears as a sunbathing, languid farmer, harmless and amiable. In the next, he embodies a fierce tiger surveying its territory, his mere presence sufficient to frighten timid girls into tears. The fervor of the classroom discussion diminishes slightly upon his awakening. Is it really that excessive? Am I truly that frightening? Yibai is a loss. His classmates are overreacting. Having grown up in a nurturing environment with parents who supported him, he unexpectedly found himself transported to this world, becoming a senior student. This world shares a remarkable cultural and technological resemblance to the one Yibai previously inhabited. The sole anomaly is the Eternal Tower. A century ago, the Eternal Tower descended upon Blue Star, causing global uproar. Everyone speculated about the origins of this tower and its purpose for arriving on Blue Star. No answers were found. 90 years ago, the Eternal Tower opened, ensnaring all individuals aged 18 and above. Within the Eternal Tower, one could awaken talents, select professions, and grow stronger through combat, training, and study. Initially, people worldwide viewed this as an extraterrestrial game. After all, the powers and items acquired within the Eternal Tower could not be removed, existing solely within its confines. However, 60 years ago, the Abyssal Plane opened, and the demons invaded Blue Star. In a single night, everything changed. Professions, equipment, and items from the Eternal Tower fused entirely with reality. It was only through the powers obtained from the Eternal Tower that humanity could withstand the onslaught of the Abyssal Plane. On the battlefield, countless sacrifices were made, fighting fiercely against the demon army. These are the contents of history textbooks. After his arrival in this world, Yibai spent 3 full days digesting this information. The crux of everything lies with that mysterious tower, the Eternal Tower. Tonight, we can enter the Eternal Tower. Dabai, do you think it's better to awaken in a level talent or in S-level talent? The speaker is Yibai's close friend, Su Linda. I suggest you aim for an SS-level talent directly, my friend. Yibai ignored his friend, allowing him to continue dreaming. First-time players entering the Eternal Tower receive a chance to awaken their talents. Talents are ranked from highest to lowest. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. SSS is the strongest, with only 3 individuals in history having reached this level, each a pillar of humanity and a beacon of hope. Their prowess is said to be on par with the demons, undeniably the strongest among humanity. Under the leadership of these 3 paragons, Blue Star established the Planetary Defense Committee, aimed at coordinating all human forces to combat the demon army from the Abyssal Plane. Today's college entrance examination specifically seeks out potential warriors, sending them to specialized combat academies for training, ultimately deploying them to the front lines. Awakening a high-tier talent is exceedingly rare. Even level talents are genuinely 1 in 10,000. As for SS-level talents, among billions across the globe, in 90 years, only 3 have awakened such talents. A mere 3 out of 100 billion. Yibai does not believe such an extraordinarily low probability event could happen to him. Ding, 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 the school bell rings, and the discussions gradually subside. The final class begins. The homeroom teacher drones on, repeating a few key points. Students are encouraged to cherish the opportunity to enter the Eternal Tower tonight, awaken their talents, and choose the profession best suited to them. If you draw a talent below level, it is advisable to select support or lifestyle professions, as these require less combat prowess and are more suitable for your future development. Well, few of you seem inclined to listen to me. Your minds are likely already soaring toward the Eternal Tower, right? With a single remark, the teacher elicits a knowing smile from the entire class. For the adolescents, awakening talents, selecting professions, engaging in unrestrained battles, and experiencing passionate growth in one night, some may emerge as the stars of their class or even the entire federation, gracing the most brilliant stage. Others may descend into the abyss, awakening meager talents, leading to a life of stagnation and despair. Heaven and hell, a mere thought apart. This is an allure they cannot resist. The homeroom teacher, having walked this path himself, gazes at the youthful faces and sincerely wishes, "I hope everyone awakens their desired talents." Dismissed. Lying on a single bed, Yibai raises his right arm, revealing a small tower-shaped mark beneath his wrist, emanating a faint glow. Tonight, I can enter the Eternal Tower. The mark on his arm is referred to as the Tower Mark. At midnight, activating the Tower Mark allows entry into the world of the Eternal Tower. I shall treat this as a game. As for what talent he may draw, Yibai adopts a laid-back attitude, allowing things to unfold naturally. Having endured the tumult of crossing worlds, what scenario has he not encountered? The wall clock ticks, the minute hand completing its final circle, settling firmly on 12. Time. 12 o'clock. Tower Mark, activate. Yibai's vision darkens, and in the next instant, he finds himself in a pristine white space, a melodious notification resonating in his ears. First entry into the Eternal Tower detected. Commencing talent extraction. Talent extraction complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the SS level talent, Insightful Eye. What? Even with a heart as steadfast as Yibai's, his mind experiences a brief moment of blankness. SS level talent? He has drawn an SS level talent with a probability lower than 3 in 100 billion. Yibai has never witnessed such a scene. Chapter 2. Insightful Eye, awakening SS level talent, Insightful Eye. Insightful Eye. A pair of eyes that can perceive everything, capable of revealing hidden information attributes and occasionally providing peculiar hints. From the description alone, Insightful Eye appears unworthy of its SS level status. Without granting Yibai additional time for contemplation, his consciousness plunges into a realm of pure white. First entry into the Eternal Tower detected. Please create your Eternal ID. Shura. Yibai exhibited no hesitation as he registered the premeditated Eternal ID. Xioluo. Eternal ID created successfully. Please select a profession within the Eternal Tower. The primary combat professions include warrior, mage, thief, archer, knight, and priest. As for supportive and life professions, they were not within Yibai's considerations. Prior to his transmigration, Yibai was an adept mage, mastering lightning within the Summoner's Canyon. Now, having arrived at the Eternal Tower, he unhesitatingly chose the profession he was most familiar with, mage. Creation successful, detecting attributes, synchronizing. Before Yibai's eyes, a translucent panel of pale blue materialized, displaying fundamental information. Yibai scrutinized the details with utmost seriousness. Eternal ID. Xioluo talent. I have insight SSS level. 1 profession. Apprentice Mage HP. 180180 MP. 190190 Strength. 9 affects Physical Damage Intelligence. 9 affects Mana Cap. Magical Damage Agility. 7 affects Movement Speed. Evasion Rate. Constitution. 8 affects. Life Cap. Life Recovery Speed. Luck. 6 Equipment. None skills. None. When Yibai's gaze fell upon luck, a line of small text appeared. The fortunate one can trigger hidden levels in the novice dungeon. Yibai felt a surge of excitement. A luck score of 6? Hidden levels? He had perused numerous documents regarding the Eternal Tower and had never encountered any mention of hidden levels. This line of supplementary text was the effect of the Eye of Insight. The introduction of the Eye of Insight was rather vague. If it truly allowed one to perceive all, it would indeed be excessively overpowered. However, the enhancement it provided to actual combat power was rather limited. One could hardly expect to defeat enemies merely by glaring at them. Withdrawing the attribute panel, the fundamental five-dimensional attributes within the Eternal Tower, strength, intelligence, spirit, constitution, agility, typically range from 1 to 10. Yi-Bai's initial attributes were among the best available, embodying the quintessential pentagonal warrior. As for luck, as a special attribute, Yi-Bai had never heard of anyone starting with a luck score of 6. Generally, most individuals fell within the range of 0 to 2. Hidden levels. HMMAT this moment. Yi-Bai's thoughts were entirely captivated by the SS level talent and the hidden levels. The Novice Gift Pack for the Eternal Tower has been distributed. Would you like to open a Novice Gift Pack? Yes, a blinding light flashed, and 3 glowing orbs materialized before Yi-Bai, accompanied by another prompt. Please select one reward from the 3 as your Novice reward. Based on Yi-Bai's research, the rewards within the Novice Gift Pack were generally categorized into 4 types: gold coins, equipment, skill books, and special items. Among them, gold coins were the least valuable. Upon claiming the Novice Gift Pack, one would immediately enter the Novice Dungeon. In that realm, gold coins held no practical use. Possessing a suitable piece of equipment would significantly enhance the dungeon rating and yield exceptionally generous rewards. As for skill books, their value depended on the utility of the skills they conferred. Very few individuals ever received special items, hence the scan information available online. The guide indicates that the Novice Gift Pack is purely a matter of luck, devoid of any discernible pattern. Over the past century, countless individuals have studied the Eternal Tower, compiling, decrypting, and summarizing information, only to see their conclusions rendered obsolete at this moment. In Yi-Bai's view, the 3 glowing orbs held no secrets whatsoever. While others had to leave their choices to chance, Yi-Bai, empowered by the Eye of Insight, could perceive everything clearly. His gaze swept from left to right. The leftmost orb quietly cradled a staff, surrounded by crackling lightning. Equipment. Grip of Lightning LV.1 grade. Attributes. Intelligence 5 Lightning Arrow LV1. Inflicts 501 Intelligence Lightning damage, with a 100 chance to inflict a slowing effect and a 33 chance to induce paralysis. Affix. Thunderstrike attacking or casting has a 5 chance to inflict paralysis. Hidden affix. Destiny advance after casting lightning spells 100 times. And a great staff. Yi-Bai's brows furrowed slightly, feeling a tinge of temptation. This equipment was exceptionally suited to Yi-Bai's current needs. The grade of equipment, much like talents, range from SSS as the highest, descending thereafter. And a grade staff boasting dual affixes and the potential for advancement would easily fetch over $1 million in the market. It was precious yet scarce, sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Yi-Bai's neighborhood. Do not rush, remain calm. Yi-Bai refrained from making an immediate decision. The grip of lightning was undeniably formidable, and he would assess the other 2 rewards before determining his choice, ensuring no loss. The middle orb was a small mountain of gleaming coins, 5,000 gold coins. Upon seeing this figure, Yi-Bai's brows raised in surprise. The currency of the Eternal Tower could be exchanged with the real world of Blue Star. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1,000 yuan in the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, 5,000 gold coins equated to a staggering 5 million. In the trading market, 5,000 gold coins could even procure a high-grade A equipment. Is this the joy of having a luck score of 6? Yi-Bai had not anticipated that each offering from the Novice Gift Pack would surpass the last. Naturally, when comparing 5,000 gold coins to the grip of lightning, Yi-Bai still leaned towards the latter, seeking to arm himself as effectively as possible. Though it pained him somewhat, reason dictated that in the Novice Dungeon, money would serve no purpose. If he could achieve a rating of A or higher in the Novice Dungeon, the rewards he garnered would far exceed the value of 5,000 gold coins. Diverting his gaze from the shimmering pile of coins, Yi-Bai turned to the final orb. What is this? Yi-Bai inhaled sharply, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Special item. Lightning element effect. Upon use, gain 100 affinity for lightning elements, 100 mana recovery speed, and randomly learn 3 lightning-based skills. Without a moment's hesitation, Yibai pointed decisively at the final orb. Reward from the Novice Gift Pack acquired. Lightning Element. Chapter 3. You are stuck here, utilizing the Thunder Element successfully. The Novice reward was acquired, and Yibai wasted not a moment, immediately activating it. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire being, and he felt the surrounding thunder elements become increasingly vibrant, beckoning him incessantly. Thunder Element Affinity, 100. He learned the Thunder skills, Lightning Arrow, Thunder Blessing, and Prepare to Strike. Descriptions of the 3 skills appeared sequentially before Yibai. Lightning Arrow, 1. Inflicts 501 intelligence, thunder damage, with a 100 chance to impose a slow effect and a 33 chance to cause paralysis. Magic cost, 60 points. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Yibai's current intelligence attribute stood at 9 points, meaning a single lightning arrow could inflict 59 points of damage. Without considering defense, 3 lightning arrows would suffice to eliminate a novice player. The minor monsters in the novice dungeon posed no threat to Yibai, as they fell within the 50,100 range. Just the lightning arrow skill alone would earn Yibai a commendable reputation in the novice dungeon. Yibai continued to read further. Thunder Blessing, 1. Bestows a thunderous blessing upon oneself or an ally, augmenting normal attacks with an additional 20 points of thunder damage and magic attacks with an extra 25 points of thunder damage. Magic cost, 100 points. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Prepare to Strike. Doubles the effect of the next thunder skill used. Magic cost, 50 points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. To Yibai's astonishment, the 3 randomly acquired thunder skills could synergize with one another. If he employed Prepare to Strike, in conjunction with Lightning Arrow, the instantaneous burst would amount to 118 points, sufficient to obliterate a minor monster. Yibai rapidly calculated his mind. If he altered the sequence of his combo to Prepare to Strike, Thunder Blessing, Prepare to Strike, Lightning Arrow, it would yield double the Thunder Blessing, adding 50 points of extra magic damage, bringing the Lightning Arrow's base damage of 59 to a total of 236 points. The output would be effectively doubled. A damage output of 236 points would be enough to annihilate Yibai's current health. Drawing upon his years of gaming experience, he recognized Prepare to Strike as an unequivocal divine skill. Even in the later stages of the game, whilst Lightning Arrow and Thunder Blessing might be rendered obsolete, Prepare to Strike would undoubtedly remain his core skill. Suddenly, an audacious thought flickered through Yibai's mind. What would happen if he used Prepare to Strike, followed by another Prepare to Strike? Stuck here. Prepare to Strike consumes 50 points of magic each time, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This meant that if Yibai so desired, he could perpetually utilize Prepare to Strike until his final blow. This would result in exponential growth, doubling with each use. If successful, Yibai felt a surge of excitement, eager to test this theory. Aside from the Novice Gift Pack, the Eternal Tower also provided him with a gnarled wooden staff, a plain item lacking any attributes, its sole purpose being to cast skills. With the Novice Gift Pack distributed, would he enter the Novice Dungeon? Enter. Yibai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the pure white space blurred, his consciousness ebbing away like a receding tide. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor. His boots crunched against the granite, and Yibai surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress his admiration. The Eternal Tower truly deserved its reputation as a fully immersive simulation MMORPG. The realism was absolutely astounding. Yibai extended his fingers to touch the wall of the corridor. The rough texture, the uneven surface, and even the dust clinging to his fingertips confirmed its authenticity. Now, it was time to get down to business. Yibai raised his staff, gazing ahead. The novice dungeon he occupied was a narrow passageway, standing 5 meters tall and 5 meters wide, allowing 2 individuals to walk side by side. Along the walls, torches were positioned every 5 meters, casting a faint glow to illuminate the corridor. Before Yibai, a massive shadow loomed, accompanied by the prompt from Eye of Insight. Monster, Burrowing Wildman, 50-50. All you need to know about it is this. Use your lightning arrow to roast this filthy creature to a crisp. Here it comes. Yi lifted his staff, ready to unleash his skill. Prepare to strike. A light blue aura enveloped his entire being. He did not rush to engage the monster, but instead waited patiently for it to approach slowly. Roar. Hud, hud, hud. The roar, accompanied by the thunderous footsteps, cast a monster shadow over Yi Bai, making it hard for him to breathe. Under different circumstances, anyone else would have eagerly charged in a battle. Yi Bai silently counted the seconds, retreating to maintain a safe distance from the creature. 54. The burrowing wild man was now close enough. Its stench was reminiscent of a sewer rat. 3, 2, 1. Just as the cooldown concluded, Yi Bai immediately unleashed his skill once more. Prepare to strike. The light blue aura manifested again, this time with a deeper hue. Lightning arrow. Yi Bai wasted no time. Although it was his first battle, he executed each action with remarkable precision, leaving no room for error. Boom! A lightning arrow, as thick as a finger, coalesced before Yi Bai, then shot forth at incredible speed, striking the burrowing wild man with ease. Crackle. A series of electrical sounds accompanied by a burnt aroma. A bright red number floated above the burrowing wildman's head. 236. The lightning arrow inflicted 236 points of thunder elemental damage. The burrowing wildman's health bar plummeted to 0, and it collapsed, transforming into white light that gradually dissipated, leaving behind 3 copper coins. Yi Bai's spirits soared, his left fist clenched in excitement. It worked. The effect of prepare to strike could indeed stack. The first application yielded double, the second quadruple, the third octuple. This was not an arithmetic sequence, but a geometric one, exhibiting exponential growth. After 10 stacks, Yi Bai's output would be astonishing. What about after 100 or 1,000? Yi Bai's breath quickened, imagining the terrifying scene that would unfold. Perhaps a single lightning arrow would suffice to eliminate an enemy in an instant. Collecting the copper coins from the ground, Yi Bai gazed further down the corridor. Disturbed by the previous battle, many burrowing wild men had awakened from their slumber, now prowling the passage in search of prey. Pressing his lips together, Yi Bai endeavored to temper his excitement, striving to maintain focus for the battles to come. The hunt had only just begun. Chapter 004. Hellhound, Thunder Blessing. Yi Bai cast the spell upon himself, feeling a rush of energy as he dashed forward with remarkable speed. The duration of Thunder Blessing was 30 seconds, and, with its enhancement, his normal attacks would deal an additional 20 points of thunder elemental damage. The burrowing wildman's health stood at 50, with a strength of 9. His base physical attack was 9 points. Combined with Thunder Blessing, he could inflict 29 points of damage. Yi Bai sprinted towards a burrowing wildman, bringing his staff down with force. 29. 29. After 2 strikes, the burrowing wildman collapsed, just like the previous one, vanishing into light and leaving behind 3 copper coins. Time is of the essence. Yi Bai wasted no time. While battling, he continuously cast Prepare to Strike, ensuring its cooldown aligned perfectly. This meant that in the short term, Yi Bai could not use Thunder Blessing or Lightning Arrow, or all his efforts would be in vain. To stack more Prepare to Strike and deliver a decisive final blow, Yi Bai needed to eliminate as many burrowing wildmen as possible within the time frame of Thunder Blessing. 29. 29. A series of numbers erupted above the burrowing wildmen's heads, and within the dim corridor, they fell one after another. Meanwhile, the duration of Thunder Blessing dwindled as the countdown approached its final 10 seconds. The relentless battles had taken a considerable toll on Yi Bai's body. In the realm of Yongheng Goda, a game boasting 100 simulation accuracy, the sense of fatigue was undeniably authentic. Yi Bai exhaled deeply, casting his gaze down the corridor ahead, his stride unwavering, while the staff in his grasp flickered, striking out like an ethereal shadow. In these last fleeting moments, empowered by Thunder Blessing, Yi Bai swiftly dispatched 4 more creatures. Within the span of 1 minute since entering the novice dungeon, he had vanquished a total of 12 troglodytes. Such efficiency, once disclosed, would undoubtedly incite frenzy among many. At this moment, Yi Bai's focus was solely on the battle. There were still 8 foes remaining, and he was poised for action. While engaged in combat, he did not neglect to continue stacking, ready to strike. Another troglodyte charged forward, wielding a wooden club that sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Without Thunder Blessing and unable to unleash lightning-based skills, Yi Bai was compelled to rely on his basic combat abilities. In his field of vision, several red dots illuminated the troglodyte's body, accompanied by a note. This is the enemy's flaw. Striking here will inflict double damage. A mage resorting to melee? You should reconsider your career path. This talent was rather cheeky. With a thrust of his staff, Yi Bai struck one of the red dots. A critical hit. The attack on the troglodyte's weak point inflicted double damage, causing a brief blindness effect. Seizing the moment, Yi Bai swiftly followed up with 2 more strikes, both landing on the red dots, successfully dispatching his opponent. Only 7 remained. Thanks to Eye of Insight, even a mage could navigate this challenge with ease, relying solely on basic attacks. 5 minutes later, Yi Bai stood alone in the corridor, inhaling deeply as he wiped the sweat from his brow. All the troglodytes had transformed into experience points and copper coins for him. He finally had the leisure to review the relevant notifications. Each troglodyte slain granted him 5 experience points, totaling 20 notifications and awarding him 100 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to 12. He received 3 points in strength, 1 in intelligence, 1 in spirit, 2 in agility, and 3 in constitution, along with 1 free attribute point. As he leveled up, a radiant white light enveloped Yi Bai, infusing him with renewed vigor, dispelling the remnants of his fatigue. Yongheng, Shura talent, Eye of Insight, level 2 occupation, apprentice mage strength, 12 intelligence, 10 spirit, 9 agility, 9 constitution, 11 luck, 6 equipment, novice staff skills, lightning arrow, thunder blessing, ready to strike with significant enhancements across all 5 attributes. Yi Bai allocated his additional free point to intelligence. Allocation successful. Intelligence 11. According to the textbooks, attribute gains during leveling in Yongheng Gyoda are influenced by various factors, including race templates, occupation templates, and the leveling process itself. Throughout the earlier battles, Yi Bai had predominantly engaged in close combat with the troglodytes, thus minimizing his use of skills. Consequently, his boosts in strength, constitution, and agility surpassed those in intelligence and spirit. Contemplating this, Yi Bai felt a tinge of helplessness. A mage should not rely on melee combat to make a name for himself. Such a deviation was beneath his dignity. As he stowed away his attribute panel, Yi Bai continued to stack, ready to strike, while advancing along the passage. The dim corridor was eerily silent, occasionally punctuated by cold drafts from behind, enough to unnerve the faint of heart. Yet Yi Bai strode forward with purpose, undeterred by his surroundings. Before long, he arrived at a fork in the path. Should he go left or right? Yi Bai understood that this marked the second stage of the novice dungeon. The textbooks clearly stated that the left path would spawn a horde of monsters, leading to an ambush. The right path, however, would awaken a powerful elite monster, typically beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player. According to historical data analysis, choosing the left path yielded 457 greater rewards than the right. Yi Bai glanced at the left corridor, and sure enough, the note appeared before him. 10 foul-smelling bats are thirsting for your blood. In the dark corner, a mutated bat lies in wait. 11 bats indeed. Yi Bai recalled the monster data for the bats, noting their strength surpassed that of the troglodytes, with their speed posing a challenge. To the right, the note read, "A juvenile hellhound is sleeping. Please do not disturb it, lest you feed it." A hellhound? Yi Bai was taken aback to discover such a formidable elite monster on the right. In a monster compendium of the textbooks, the hellhound was unequivocally the most powerful elite monster in the novice dungeon. There was no competition. It was the nightmare of all novices, a terminator, an insurmountable wall. Over the past century, only one individual had ever defeated the hellhound nightmare in direct combat. The nightmare bore countless titles: a level talent possessor, the strongest human, a calamity of the demon god. How could such a vast disparity exist among those with level talents? Yi Bai rolled his eyes, feeling discontent with his own level talent. As he shifted his gaze, a note appeared on the wall directly ahead. "Lucky fellow, do not disturb the stone on the left, or you will unlock a hidden level." Yi Bai's spirit surged. A hidden level? Hidden level requires luck of 5 or higher to trigger. Observing the note, Yi Bai nodded slightly. Luck of 5 was quite a high threshold for a novice. Moreover, the methods to trigger a hidden level had not been publicly disclosed by the officials. Yi Bai had no prior information regarding it. What would the hidden level entail? Yi Bai concentrated, realizing that his focus increased the amount of information displayed in the notes. Upon entering the hidden level, all monsters in the novice dungeon will awaken and join the hunt for you. Yi Bai felt a twinge of apprehension. 10 blood-sucking bats and 1 mutated bat might not pose much trouble. The real challenge lay with the juvenile Hellhound. Monster, Hellhound Juvenile, Health, 20,000, Physical Defense, 150 Magical Defense, 200 Skills, 20,000 Health Points, equivalent to the combined strength of 100 eBays. With a staggering physical defense of 150, it was impossible to breach through basic attacks. Immune to magical damage below 500, it would mitigate 33 of magical damage exceeding 500. After reading the Hellhound's description, Yi Bai nearly succumbed to despair. How had the legendary nightmare managed to slay the Hellhound? It was utterly monstrous. Fortunately, he too possessed a level talent. Yi Bai calculated the time. Ready to strike, stacks once every 10 seconds, equating to 6 stacks per minute. Since entering the novice dungeon, 5 minutes had elapsed. This meant he had accumulated 30 layers of ready to strike. 30 layers? What concept? This was not merely a 30-fold increase, but rather 2 raised to the power of 30. Yi Bai's mind conjured a terrifying number: 1,073, 741, 824, 1,073,471,824 times. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Bai's eyelids involuntarily twitched in astonishment. 1 billion times. A lightning arrow unleashed could deal 60 billion damage. Wasn't it just a hellhound? Not even a juvenile one could withstand such power, let alone an adult. Yi Bai suddenly found himself invigorated. Why should he cower before the hellhound while confronting the troglodytes with unyielding ferocity? That is not the style of Yi Bai. Proceed with it. With a formidable enhancement of 30 layers of, Yi Bai possesses an astonishing output capability. Following the instructions, Yi Bai moved an inconspicuous stone and, in a certain pattern, inscribed an obscure and perplexing design upon the wall. As the final stroke was executed, the entire passage began to tremble, with stones and sand cascading down, while the central stone wall slowly fissured, revealing a hidden corridor. This enigmatic pattern, who could trigger the concealed level, truly perplexing. After a considerable effort, Yi Bai casually stuffed the stone into his backpack. One must not litter. Such items that can activate hidden levels, even an unremarkable stone, may possess unique value. As the stone wall cracked open, unusual occurrences transpired simultaneously in the passages to Yi Bai's left and right. In the darkness, nearly 10 phantoms swiftly glided past, swirling above the passage, their pairs of crimson eyes fixated hungrily on Yi Bai, thirsting for blood. These blood-sucking bats did not immediately attack, but instead engaged in a silent standoff with Yi Bai. A furious roar erupted from the right passage. Subsequently, there were violent crashing sounds, the clinking of broken chains, and the ground trembled incessantly. A terrifying monster broke free from its confinement. Its target was evidently Yi Bai. Tear apart, chew, devour. The instinct to hunt propelled it forward at breakneck speed, as if in the next moment its claws would rend flesh and its fangs would savor blood. Here it comes. Yi Bai focused intently, gripping his staff tightly, not daring to slacken for even a moment. He had but one chance to strike. Was evidently ineffective. Yi Bai's speed could not possibly rival that of the hellish three-headed dog. The beast was not the clumsy cave dweller. A mere slip could spell Yi Bai's demise, with no possibility of a comeback. He could not simply slide in and offer himself as a feast, could he? Was his sole option. The, augmented by 30 layers of, could unleash billions in damage. A single strike guaranteed to kill. Yi Bai held his breath, his gaze locked on the dark passage, as a countdown materialized before him. 54,321. Now is the moment. Yi Bai shouted fiercely, sweeping his staff forward. Lightning arrow. An enormous lightning arrow was unleashed instantaneously. its size filling the entire passage due to the 30 layers of buildup. The hellish three-headed dog had no room to evade. Just as it emerged from the shadows, eager to relish its hunt, it was overwhelmed by a deluge of lightning in an instant. With a crack, it was swift. Its eyes flashed with unwillingness, fury, confusion, and bewilderment. How could it, the enemy so feeble, be the one to fall? Before it could utter a cry, a terrifying astronomical figure materialized above the hellish three-headed dog, reducing it to ashes. Yi Bai, feeling as though his body had been hollowed out, had yet to savor the joy of slaying the hellish three-headed dog when a system notification appeared before him. Having achieved a level up by defeating the hellish three-headed dog, he was informed that due to not having completed his class transition, his level cap was set at level 10, and any excess experience would automatically convert into attribute points. Congratulations, level up to 210. Yi Bai's brow twitched in surprise and elation. Level 10. It is known that leveling up in the Eternal Tower is exceedingly difficult, with experience acquisition being more challenging than one could imagine. Yi Bai had toiled to slay 20 cave dwellers just to advance from level 1 to level 2. Yet, defeating the hellish three-headed dog had propelled him straight to level 10. He gained 50 strength, 50 intelligence, 50 spirit, 50 agility, 50 constitution, and a staggering 400 free attribute points. Given that this was a level up from a superior adversary, and a solo kill at that, during the level up process, the Eternal Tower granted substantial attribute rewards. According to Yi Bai's understanding during the novice phase, leveling up typically granted an increase of 1 to 3 in each attribute per level. Yi Bai effectively received an additional 2 points per level. The massive experience from defeating the hellish three-headed dog, combined with the free attribute points from leveling up, amounted to a staggering 400 points. Yi Bai could hardly contain his ecstasy. Even excluding the settlement rewards from the novice dungeon and the spoils dropped by the hellish three-headed dog, the quintuple attributes alone had yielded immense gains. And there were the spoils. Yi Bai gazed forward. The passage widened by the lightning arrow was shrouded in darkness, strewn with debris. The hellish three-headed dog, which had reveled in the kill and turned to ashes service, left behind a hazy wolf shape on the ground. Above the charred remains, a golden orb of light lay quietly on the ground, radiating a captivating glow. Let me see what treasures it has yielded. Chapter 6. Lift your skull cover. Let me see. The golden orb of light emitted an enticing shimmer. Hellish three-headed dog skull, crunchy, chicken-flavored. Yi Bai extended his hand. The golden light gradually dissipated, revealing a palm-sized skull floating in mid-air, as translucent as amber, albeit in 3 different hues of red, yellow, and blue. A special material? The skull settled in Yi Bai's palm, a warm sensation coursing through his body. Special material. Hellish three-headed dog skull, grade, effect, usable for equipment crafting, item crafting, etc. While carried, provides 100 strength, 100 constitution, and a magic recovery speed of 500. It is indeed a grade material. Yi Bai had not anticipated that merely carrying this material would bestow such significant attribute enhancements. If crafted into a staff, it would be at least a great equipment. Yi Bai placed the skull into his backpack. This should be the greatest harvest of this expedition. The supreme being, Nightmare, had once slain the hellish three-headed dog and achieved a grade rating in the novice dungeon, causing quite a stir. Contemplating this, a surge of pride welled within Yi Bai. He had accomplished what the supreme being had done, to stand alongside the strongest. These 4 words carry weight that is not mere talk. No, wait. Yi Bai turned, his gaze fixated on the opening in the central stone wall, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What he could achieve surpassed even that of the supreme being, the hidden level of a novice dungeon. Though uncertain of what lay ahead, he had come this far. However, there were still minor troubles to address first. In the air, bats continued to fall, struggling briefly upon impact before ultimately perishing. 10 blood-sucking bats, along with a mutated bat, appeared feeble as paper before the level 10 Yi Bai. Relying on basic attacks, Yi Bai swiftly dispatched them all. As Yi Bai had already reached level 10, and the blood-sucking bats were only level 2, they could not provide him experience. Thus, he only collected a heap of copper coins. The attribute panel opened. Eternal, Shura talent. Eye of Insight, grade, Level 10 Profession. Apprentice Mage HP. 1800 MP. 850 Strength. 62 100 Intelligence. 61 Spirit. 59 Agility. 59 Constitution. 61 100 Luck. 6 free attribute points. 400 Equipment. Novice Staff Skills. Lightning Arrow. Thunder Blessing. Build up compared to his initial entry into the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai's attributes had nearly multiplied sixfold. His health had surged to 1800. Of course, this was with the aid of the hellish three-headed dog's skull, which contributed an additional 100 Constitution, boosting his health by 1,000 points. It is worth noting that within the Eternal Tower, leveling up and enhancing attributes is exceedingly challenging. The attributes Yi Bai currently possessed might surpass those of players at levels 20 or 30. Moreover, any improvements made here would simultaneously reflect in reality. For Yi Bai, in just one night's time, his physical capabilities had increased 6 or 7-fold. This was an inconceivable event, yet it had undeniably occurred. How should one allocate these 400 free attribute points? Yi Bai had not contemplated for long when a line of notes appeared before his eyes. During the novice period, one can exchange 100 free attribute points for 1 point of luck. 100 free attribute points. You cannot lose or be deceived. Do not miss this opportunity. Is that even possible? Unlike foundational attributes such as strength and intelligence, the luck attribute is generally irreproachable. Only through the completion of special tasks or the use of exceedingly rare items can one attain the slightest enhancement. 100 points of free attributes for 1 point of luck? At an auction, a special equipment named Lucky 4-Leaf Clover appeared. When worn, it bestows the effect of Luck 1. The emergence of the Lucky 4-Leaf Clover sent the entire auction house into a frenzy, with countless individuals clamoring to place bids. Ultimately, a formidable warrior at the God of War level secured the Lucky 4-Leaf Clover for an astounding price of 56 billion dragon coins, coupled with a terrifying additional payment. This was merely for 1 point of luck. Yi Bai felt an immediate resolution in his heart, exchanging all 400 free attribute points for luck. Allocation successful. Luck 610. The ability to exchange 100 points of free attributes for 1 point of luck is a hidden benefit during the novice phase, though it is exceedingly trivial. A normal individual would find it nearly impossible to accumulate 100 free attribute points by level 10. Only Yi Bai, having defeated the Hellhound, could amass such a significant amount of free attribute points. With 400 free attributes expended, Yi Bai closed the attribute panel. Previously, he had slain 20 burrowing wild men, earning 60 copper coins and another 10 blood-sucking bats, yielding an additional 90 copper coins, along with 2 silver coins dropped by the mutated bats. Yi Bai now possessed a total of 3 silver coins and 50 copper coins. The currency in the Eternal Tower is divided into gold, silver, and copper, with an exchange rate of 1,100, 10,000. 10,000 copper coins equate to 100 silver coins, which is equivalent to 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin is further equal to 1,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. Hence, 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to 0. 1 yuan. Thus, after a grueling day battling monsters, Yi Bai had earned a mere 5 coins, barely enough for a meal of spicy hot pot. From the triumph over the Hellhound, the skill, ready to strike, is indeed remarkable. Once stacked to a sufficient degree, it becomes unstoppable. The passage to the hidden level was dark, obscuring all visibility. Yi Bai tore a torch from the wall of the previous corridor, illuminating the area before him. No danger detected ahead. Check complete. With the guidance of Eye of Insight, Yi Bai felt considerably reassured, yet he remained vigilant. Navigating cautiously through the dark corridor, Yi Bai sensed he was descending. He realized that the passage he was in led downward. The novice dungeon was situated on the first level of the Eternal Tower, the lowest tier. If he were to descend, could there possibly be a 0 level? This thought lingered in Yi Bai's mind. The origins of the Eternal Tower remained shrouded in mystery. And despite a century of human research, its secrets remain elusive. Suddenly, Yi Bai detected a pungent odor. Is that sulfur? Or have I ended up in an underground magma chamber? As if to validate Yi Bai's suspicions, a wave of heat surged toward him. The sudden gust extinguished the torch in his hand. With a snap, the sole source of light vanished, leaving only faint sparks emitting a weak glow, plunging Yi Bai into darkness. The corridor descended into an abyss of silence. This darkness lasted less than a second before light flooded Yi Bai's vision once more. How could a level talent lack night vision abilities? Do not underestimate talents. Yi Bai could not help but roll his eyes. Had he known about the night vision feature, he would not have been fumbling with a small wooden stick for so long. With Eye of Insight activated, Yi Bai's pace quickened significantly. Moreover, Eye of Insight conveniently indicated a distance, 5,601 meters. The passage is remarkably lengthy. Yi Bai had already traversed quite a distance, yet nearly 6 kilometers remained. He quickened his pace, resembling a cheetah, moving fluidly through the corridor. His physical prowess was already among the best for his age group, and after the attribute enhancement from the Eternal Tower, his speed became astonishing. Even more astonishing was the fact that, after running 5 kilometers, Yi Bai showed no signs of fatigue, not even breaking a sweat. Truly remarkable. Yi Bai's understanding of the Eternal Tower had been confined to textbooks. It was only at this moment, experiencing the transformation firsthand, that he truly grasped the mysteries of the Eternal Tower. Most crucially, all the enhancements Yi Bai was currently enjoying could be fully synchronized with reality. 200 meters ahead lies the true nature of the hidden level. Please avoid fatigue driving. With only 200 meters to go, Yi Bai halted, gripping his staff tightly, prepared for battle. 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, closer, ever closer. Yi Bai eventually came to a stop before an immense bronze door. Intricate patterns of indeterminate significance were engraved upon the door, shrouded in mystery, as if concealing some profound secret. Yi Bai scrutinized the design, committing the entire pattern to memory. This is evidence left behind by an unspeakable horror, proving its existence. If you continue to observe for 10 seconds, you will be mentally contaminated by an entity from deep space. 10, 9, 8. The countdown from Eye of Insight urged him on. Only when there was but 1 second remaining did Yi Bai divert his gaze, ensuring his safety. The surrounding sulfuric odor was overwhelming, and the temperature was alarmingly high, nearing the limits of human tolerance. Place your hand on the bronze door, and you will have completed the hidden level. It's an easy parkour challenge, is it not? So simple. Yi Bai frowned, sensing something amiss. Triggering the hidden level. A subterranean passage of approximately 7 kilometers seemed far too simplistic. Yi Bai quickly discerned where the problem lay. The Hellhound. The essence of the hidden level was to run 7 kilometers while being pursued by the Hellhound, culminating at the final bronze door. However, for Yi Bai, the most challenging task had been resolved first. The moment the Hellhound was unleashed, Yi Bai had mercilessly dispatched it, reducing it to a charred remains. Even its skull lay quietly in Yi Bai's backpack. For anyone else, even if they triggered the hidden level, surviving the Hellhound's pursuit would be a grim prospect. Upon understanding the true nature of the hidden level, Yi Bai followed the prompt and placed his palm against the bronze door. A surge of azure light emanated from Yi Bai's palm, gradually expanding. The hidden level of the novice dungeon was completed. The assessment of the pass was being calculated. Assessment complete. Before Yi Bai's eyes, a whirlwind of dazzling notifications materialized. Almost simultaneously, the ears of all players within the Eternal Tower rang with the same announcement. Congratulations to player Shiloh for achieving a Novice Dungeon level rating pass. Congratulations to player Shiloh for achieving a Novice Dungeon level rating pass. The public chat channel of the Eternal Tower exploded in excitement. Level rating, Novice Dungeon. I must be seeing things? The last time I heard of a level rating was ages ago. Who was it that accomplished this? Spare me the small talk. The last level rating belonged to the supreme being, Nightmare. The entire human populace within the Eternal Tower was instantly ablaze with fervor. Amidst the cacophony of SSS cheers, everyone was engaged in fervent discussions about this newly victorious player. Level rating, Novice Dungeon. Only 3 individuals in history have ever attained this. Moreover, all 3 possess level talents, becoming steadfast pillars for humanity. The recently emerged player known as Shiloh is very likely to possess exceptional talents. Is it possible that our human race is on the verge of giving birth to its 4th unparalleled champion? Upon hearing this news, An elderly man with silver hair blushed with excitement as he tore apart a giant ape the size of a mountain, his emotions surging uncontrollably, with the sound of his heart resonating throughout the heavens and the earth, akin to a divine being beating a drum. A warrior class powerhouse. In the face of the announcement regarding the Shilla level completion of the novice dungeon, he could not contain his emotions. The rise of humanity is upon us, and that moment is today. Countless strong individuals, regardless of their usually composed demeanor, were stirred by this news. This hint represents a tremendous boost to the morale of the entire human race. It is as if amidst the darkness of night, another torch has been lit. It will undoubtedly illuminate the path forward for humanity. Shilla, Shilla, the mountains and seas call out the name of Shilla. Before humanity could take any action to prepare for the birth of this new champion, an announcement from the Eternal Tower once again swept across the screens. Congratulations to player Shilla for achieving the hidden level completion in the novice dungeon. Congratulations to player Shilla for achieving the hidden level completion in the novice dungeon. This time, there was no uproar. The channel was filled with silence, with no one uttering a word. The entire Eternal Tower, indeed the entire world, fell into a profound silence. Did I read that correctly? A hidden level in the novice dungeon. How could there be a hidden level in the novice dungeon? I recognize each of these words, yet I cannot comprehend their meaning when combined. Countless individuals felt a surge of emotions within, deeply shocked by the message before them. A hidden level in the novice dungeon. Shilla actually completed it. The information contained within was so immense that many found their minds stalling, unable to process it. Over the past century, billions of individuals have completed the novice dungeon of the Eternal Tower, and countless experts have devoted long years to research. Even the strongest among us have attempted this endeavor. Yet the hidden level that humanity had never discovered was actually found by Shilla and completed as well. Who exactly is Shilla? Chapter 8, Class Change. Thunderwrath Mage. The two announcements from the Eternal Tower sent shockwaves throughout the entire human race, Blue Star, and even the Abyssal Plane. The strongest organization of human combatants, the Planetary Defense Council, established by the three strongest beings, swiftly released an official statement. Shilla has completed the novice dungeon of the Eternal Tower, according to the minutes from the first meeting of the Planetary Defense Council. The new Star of Champions cultivation program has been initiated. This program has but one goal: to cultivate the fourth unparalleled champion of humanity. All information related to Shilla will be classified at a high level. Anyone who leaks information about Shilla to the outside world or the Abyssal Plane shall be prosecuted for treason against humanity and dealt with mercilessly. Anyone attempting to harm or threaten Shilla will be dealt with mercilessly. From this day forth, any creatures crossing the ceasefire line from the Abyssal Plane shall be dealt with mercilessly. The three emphatic declarations serve to underscore the determination of the Planetary Defense Council. The human race has waited far too long for the fourth unparalleled champion. Now that a glimmer of hope shines before us, we cannot allow anyone to jeopardize Shilla's growth. In addition to deterring ill-intentioned individuals, the Planetary Defense Council also announced several orders. Blue Star is to enter a Level 2 Abyssal Invasion preparedness state. Starting this year, for the next 4 years, all university funding across Blue Star will be increased fivefold, and a temporary budget plan will be activated. Martial arts universities will rehire retired warriors and war kings as distinguished professors. All combat personnel who have stepped back will be on standby for summons. From these orders, it is evident how highly humanity values Shilla, an all-encompassing mobilization, with countless resources directed toward the cultivation of this newcomer, solely to ensure that Shilla can flourish and have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of strength. It can be said that Shilla has achieved merely a level completion of the novice dungeon, yet it has triggered a tempest akin to a butterfly's wings stirring a storm. Of course, all of this is temporarily unrelated to Yubai. He has just completed the novice dungeon. Following the announcement from the Eternal Tower, the bountiful rewards for his completion lay before him. Level completion of the novice dungeon grants the following rewards. All attributes 50, luck 1, 100, 000 gold coins, and a trading secret realm pass. Level completion of the novice dungeon grants the following reward. Hidden class change item. Level completion of the hidden level grants the following reward. Eternal blessing. Amidst the dazzling announcements, ye by discern the true benefits. 100,000 gold coins. That equals 1 billion dragon coins. Seeing such a substantial sum left ye by momentarily awestruck. 1 billion. What does that even mean? A house costing 5 million could buy 20 units. If one were to win 10,000 yuan in the lottery every day, it would take 27 years to claim 1 billion. This wealth is so immense that it surpasses the comprehension of an ordinary person. Even someone as composed as Yi Bai took a few seconds to regain his composure. Prior to today, his bank account held just over 10,000 yuan, with a 6-digit password guarding a 5-digit deposit. His wealth skyrocketing by 10,000 times, enough for an ordinary person to spend 10 lifetimes, felt surreal in every sense. However, the 100,000 gold coins are merely the least impressive item among these rewards. The reward of all attributes 50 and luck 1 for level completion is indeed generous. No wonder the 3 unparalleled champions rose so swiftly. Ye Bai Musit, the 3 current champions of humanity, all completed the novice dungeon at level completion. Their growth resembled the experience of playing a game with hacks, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. Now, having achieved level completion himself, Yi Bai began to understand the journey of his predecessors in light of the bountiful rewards. The substantial base attributes, the increase in luck, the 100,000 starting gold coins, and the hidden class change item. Their starting point is simply not on the same level as that of ordinary players. A golden light descended, and the hidden class change item floated before Yi Bai, a blue and white token flickering with bolts of lightning. Thunderwrath Mage, lightning type, class change item. Upon use, change class to the hidden profession Thunderwrath Mage. Automatically gain lightning specialization. All lightning spell effects 100 and consume 50 mana. Thunderwrath Mage profession template rating, level. Little brother, what are you still hesitating for? Choose it. With the inside of the Eye of Insight, the advantages of the Thunderwrath Mage were laid bare. Upon acquiring the token, Yi Bai promptly crushed it, and blue and white lightning flickered at his fingertips, dancing and swiftly spreading a tingling sensation throughout his body. Class change successful. Once again, the entire Eternal Tower reverberated with an announcement. Congratulations to player Shilua for class changing to the hidden profession Thunderwrath Mage, lightning type. Inevitably, Shilua once again became the focal point of discussion for all. Social media trends, headline news, 6 out of the top 10 topics were related to Shilua. Whether in the Eternal Tower, the online world, or real life, Shilua was the most mentioned term. Upon completing the class change, a new attribute panel emerged before Yi Bai. Eternal, Shilua talent, Eye of Insight, level, 10 profession, Thunderwrath Mage, lightning type, HP, 3600 MP, 1800 strength, 126, 100 intelligence, 145 spirit, 135 agility, 124 constitution, 131, 100 luck, 11 equipment, novice staff skills, lightning arrow, thunder blessing, charge, thunderstorm status, lightning affinity, lightning specialization. Due to the class change, Yi Bai's attributes experienced a slight increase, with each one rising by approximately 20 to 30. What left Yi Bai feeling somewhat helpless was that as a mage, his strength and constitution attributes exceeded both his intelligence and spirit. What kind of mage is this? A mage wielding a dual-headed red staff, swinging at foes in close combat. Invincible in melee? Yi Bai could only accept this reality. Upon transitioning to the role of Tian Nu Fa Sure, Thunder Mage, Yi Bai acquired a new skill, Tian Lei, and a state, Lei Shi Zhuan Jing. Tian Lei 1. Summons a bolt of heavenly thunder from the sky, striking the enemy and inflicting 2002 intelligence, thunder damage. When the enemy's health falls below 30, it converts to true damage. Each successful hit with Tian Lei on an enemy permanently increases the skills-based thunder damage by 5 points. Enemies struck by Tian Lei receive a 100 slowing effect and randomly suffer 1 negative status. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. Yi Bai's intelligence attribute stands at 145,200, 145,2490, And with the 100-point bonus from Lei Jing, a single bolt of heavenly thunder can inflict 980 points of thunder damage. Truly, it is a hidden class of exceptional caliber. After reading the description of Tian Lei, Yibai felt an irresistible urge to test it out. This skill boasts not only high damage, but also a short cooldown and significant growth potential. Each successful hit grants a permanent increase of 5 points in damage. Scanning his surroundings and finding no suitable target, Yibai felt an itch to summon a bolt of heavenly thunder upon himself. Calm down, calm down. The effects of Tian Lei and Lei Jing perfectly align with the caliber of this class template, truly remarkable. This also indicates that Yibai's growth rate and potential have ascended to a new level. What other rewards await? Dismissing the attribute panel, Yibai shifted his gaze to other rewards. Chapter 9. Creating friends from nothing in addition to the attributes and class transition items. He received an extra reward: Transaction Secret Realm Pass and Eternal Blessing. The Transaction Secret Realm Pass is a golden card, the size of a bank card, devoid of any patterns or markings. This pass grants entry to the Transaction Secret Realm. The Transaction Secret Realm? According to the writings, it is one of the special neutral zones of the Eternal Tower, accessible via a temporary pass or permanent pass. Upon entry, everyone's aura and appearance are concealed, represented only by a random number for identification. Within the Transaction Secret Realm, combat is prohibited, and all transactions must be mutually agreed upon, with no coercion involved. Looking again at the golden card, Yibai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a treasure. Even a temporary pass to the Transaction Secret Realm would fetch a price in the millions. This permanent pass, unrestricted in usage, holds immeasurable value. Even large families, despite having god-level warriors in their ranks, may not possess a pass of this caliber. Safeguarding the golden card, Yibai resolved to visit the Transaction Secret Realm soon. After successfully clearing the Novice Dungeon, Yibai ascended to level 10, indicating it was time to upgrade his equipment. Moreover, future explorations would require various materials and items, necessitating preparation on Yibai's part. He then turned his attention to the final reward: Eternal Blessing. As a child of the tower blessed by the Eternal Tower, every time you clear a dungeon or advance through the layers of the Eternal Tower, your score will increase by 1 tier. This blessing exceeded Yibai's expectations. To say it bluntly, all the rewards Yibai previously obtained combined do not match the value of Eternal Blessing. A permanent increase in score by 1 tier. What does this imply? If Yibai achieves a perfect clear, equating to a tier score, under the influence of Eternal Blessing, it would translate to a tier score. It could even surpass the inherent limits of the Eternal Tower itself. With this blessing, Yibai's growth rate will exceed all expectations. Truly a reward befitting the clearing of a hidden level. Yibai mused that the 3 ultimate beings who had previously risen among humanity had only cleared the Novice Dungeon, with no one triggering the hidden level. This implies that Eternal Blessing exists solely for him. In other words, Yibai's growth rate, potential, and even limits may surpass those of the ultimate beings. Of course, this remains a theoretical possibility. Yibai remained grounded. If his true identity were to be revealed, a mere thought from a demon lord in the abyss could spell his demise. A deceased genius is less than a living ant. Surviving, realizing his potential, and attaining the pinnacle of power is Yibai's utmost priority. Setting aside the introduction to the Eternal Blessing, Yibai composed himself. His first foray into the Eternal Tower would only allow him to traverse the Novice Dungeon. Other regions of the Eternal Tower remain unexplored for now. Gazing at the golden pass in his palm, he fell into contemplation. Should he venture to the Transaction Secret Realm today? Would there be a risk of exposing his identity? According to the textbook, there should not be. Furthermore, to grow stronger, an abundance of resources is essential, and the Transaction Secret Realm is indispensable. Yibai resolved firmly. It is better to go early than late. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. One cannot evade fate. Pressing his thumb against the pass, golden light enveloped Yibai, immersing him entirely. A long string of numeric identifiers, interspersed with letters, surfaced in his mind. This would be his identifier within the Transaction Secret Realm. In the next moment, the golden light receded, and Yibai found himself in a bustling market corner. The pathway, wide enough for 3, was crowded with people, flanked by stalls brimming with dazzling treasures, as vendors shouted animatedly, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Secrets! Secrets! The General Defense Command has issued the 26th Order, summoning all God-level warriors to report nearby. Today's bulletin brings you closer to the growth path of the Azura, recruiting God King level warriors, cultivating tier talent apprentices. This child will undoubtedly become the right hand of the Azura. Yibai. Has he been away from the internet for too long? Why are 9 out of 10 statements in the transaction secret realm related to the Azura? Caught off guard, Yibai was approached by a cheerful voice. Little brother, you look new here. Yibai turned to see a green-skinned goblin beside him, greeting him warmly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yibai curiously inquired, how do you know I'm new? I haven't seen your identifier before. I know everyone who frequents the transaction secret realm. Besides, you haven't even transformed your appearance. Most newcomers tend to do that. Transforming appearance? Yibai turned to see a mirror and discovered that he resembled a swirling gray cloud, intermittently crackling with lightning. Within the transaction secret realm, all identities are concealed. Voices, appearances, fingerprints, and even consciousness are obscured. The goblin enthusiastically explained, visualize a form in your mind, and your appearance will change accordingly. Following the goblin's advice, Yibai attempted to envision a shape, and soon the cloud began to swirl and solidify, transforming into a humanoid figure made of clouds. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am a trading broker of Wanwugu, a goblin. You may call me Xiao Di, the goblin said, handing over a business card featuring his transaction secret realm identifier. For any buying or selling needs, feel free to reach out to us at Wanwugu. Newcomers enjoy a 2 discount. Von Vu Yi. Yibai mentally noted the name and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, I'll just browse. Of course. In the transaction secret realm, you can leave messages by identifier. If you have any questions or uncertainties, feel free to ask me. The goblin's service was commendable, adding, some information may require a fee. Understood. Bidding farewell to the goblin, Yibai aimlessly wandered through the transaction secret realm, surrounded by lively vendors. Exploration team for the 76th layer of the Eternal Tower, led by seasoned God-level warriors. Hurry over. A God-level task in the Abyss, cleansing a space tainted by demon lords. Generous rewards await. Information on the demon cult is now 30 more lucrative. Bounties for high-tier demon cultists have doubled. The items within the transaction secret realm are of considerable value. Yibai could only observe the excitement. The mainstream goods being traded would start from millions of gold coins each. Yibai's total wealth barely exceeded 100,000 gold coins, insufficient even to purchase mere scraps. After wandering for a full hour, he finally paused, standing in a corner of the trading market. From the fragmented news he had overheard earlier, Yibai had pieced together a rough understanding of the current situation. The alarm was raised to level 2 by the Xing Fong Zone. Due to his completion of the hidden dungeon, Yibai was taken aback, astonished that such a commotion had arisen. A level 2 alert incurs astronomical costs in resource consumption. The Xing Fong Zone, short for the Planetary Defense Council, is an institution presided over by 3 supreme beings, akin to a vast federal organization. Yibai also learned that the council had always maintained records regarding the cultivation of the 4th supreme being. They were waiting, anticipating the emergence of a new supreme being from the human race. Thus, as soon as news of Yibai's dungeon completion spread, the monstrous war machine of the Xing Fong Zone sprang into action, all gears turning at once. The pre-established plans were being executed methodically. They increased educational resource investments, summoned all war god-level experts to station themselves, and eradicated the demonic cultists of Blue Star. This series of actions aimed solely at providing a healthy growth environment for the future Azura. The Xing Fong Zone refrained from making a grand effort to uncover his identity. They likely engaged in covert actions, but were extremely restrained on the surface. Yibai nodded to himself, comprehending the rationale behind their approach. The demon god would undoubtedly not allow the human race to give rise to another supreme being. With 3 supreme beings already, the balance of power between the human race and the abyssal dimension had reached a stalemate, and the humans could even organize small-scale counterattacks. Should the Azura also attain the status of a supreme being, it would herald the doom of the abyssal dimension. The only option was to eliminate him completely in his cradle before he matured. The response of the Xingfang Zone was to eliminate all potential dangers as much as possible. As for the Azura's own growth, given his prowess in overcoming the beginner dungeon, there was nothing to worry about. Having grasped all this, Yi Bai felt a significant sense of calm. His purpose in entering the trading secret realm was to exchange resources for faster growth. However, the items were exceedingly expensive, and even if he could afford them, he could not meet the level requirements. Yi Bai scanned the surroundings and took out the business card he had from before, sending a message to his subordinate. "I am delighted to be of service." The green-skinned goblin once again bounced before Yi Bai. Yi Bai asked unexpectedly how delighted. The subordinate was at a loss for words. "All right, Koff, I have a friend." Yi Bai used a familiar opening line, deflecting any inconvenient matters onto his friend, creating friends out of thin air. "A junior of a friend of mine just entered the Eternal Tower today and awakened his talent." The goblin subordinate quickly understood Yi Bai's intention and said, "You wish to procure some equipment and items for this junior, right? Let me find a commonly used recommendation list." The goblin subordinate handed over a prepared list. Yi Bai glanced at it, frowning. Why are they all level 1 equipment? The enhancements of these items seemed negligible, pathetically inadequate. Yi Bai would fare better unarmed than with this trash. The goblin subordinate patiently explained. Once your level increases, it's more cost-effective to consider high-quality equipment. The reasoning was indeed sound. Practicality must be considered. A level 10 staff without growth potential is less valuable than a level 50 plain staff. Yi Bai inwitted. Is there a staff with potential for growth? When he received the beginner gift pack, Yi Bai had the opportunity to choose a growth-capable level 1 staff, Grip of Thunder. However, he had encountered better rewards later and had to regretfully forego it. There is one. The goblin subordinate hesitated before producing another list. Staves with growth potential generally have hidden advancement conditions. Each time an advancement is completed, new conditions will refresh. Thus, such equipment can be somewhat of a burden. The goblin subordinate added, and they are quite expensive. Chapter 010, Gratitude to the Azura. Equipment that can be advanced is both costly and burdensome. The goblin subordinate spoke earnestly. At WNWG, they pride themselves on fairness. Those who can enter the trading secret realm are either rich or noble. Even a temporary pass costs over $1 million. How can an ordinary family bear such expenses? Therefore, the goblin subordinate preferred long-term business dealings rather than one-off transactions. Yi Bai, like a beginner, curiously asked, "Since the advancement conditions of the equipment are hidden, isn't there a way to check?" "There is a method," the goblin subordinate patiently explained. Master-level forging experts can pay a cost to view the current advancement conditions. But the cost of hiring a master-level forging expert is no less than 10 million. Once the equipment is advanced, the conditions will change again. One cannot keep hiring master-level experts for every advancement, can they? The goblin subordinate's reasoning was sound. However, advanced equipment has 2 characteristics. 1. Advancement conditions are hidden. 2. Upon completion of advancement, conditions refresh. In other words, advanced equipment is like a bottomless pit, requiring an enormous amount of resources to cultivate. The gamble is too great, often resulting in total loss. Yet before Yi Bai, these 2 characteristics were as good as non-existent. He could see through the advancement conditions at a glance. Even a maximum number of advancement attempts and future advancement paths could not elude Yi Bai's keen perception. The goblin subordinate remembered something and added, "By the way, there is another way to identify advancement conditions. There is a level 1 talent called Keen Eye that can identify the advancement conditions of equipment, with a 50 success rate, limited to 3 uses per day." The goblin subordinate did not elaborate on the level 1 talent, as it involved confidential matters. It requires additional payment. Yi Bai merely smiled upon hearing this. The disparity between level 1 talents was indeed vast. After this introduction, Yi Bai maintained his stance. "Please let me see the advanced equipment. Perhaps I might find something appealing." Here is the list. These are all at least capable of 3 advancements. Yi Bai's gaze swept over the equipment list, and notes appeared next to the names. Song of Shadows can advance 3 times, fully advanced at level 60, level quality. Wailer of Souls can advance 6 times, fully advanced at level 80, level quality. While reviewing the notes, Yibai did not neglect to compare the prices of these items. Song of Shadows costs 300,000 gold coins, while Wailer of Souls is 150,000 gold coins. Analyzing their potential, the latter was evidently stronger, yet its price was only half that of the former. This disparity arose because Song of Shadows had a solid basic panel and suited dark magic users, whereas Wailer of Souls leaned towards the soul category, making a less popular choice. Of course, they shared a commonality. Yibai could not afford either. With only 100,000 gold coins in his pocket, worth over 10 million in dragon coins, he could not acquire even a single advanced staff. Just as Yibai was browsing the staves, the goblin subordinate suddenly exclaimed, "Our W&WG has just announced a notice. All low-level equipment is on sale at a 20% discount." Such good fortune? Yibai felt somewhat skeptical, suspecting it might be a promotional ploy. "Brother, we must thank the Azura for this." The goblin's subordinate sighed. "These discounts are a broad outreach effort to provide resources to the new generation. The Azura is undoubtedly one of them, and will also benefit from these offers." Clearly, W&WG would not lower prices of its own accord. There was likely the influence of the Xing Fong zone behind it. The Wailer of Souls at 150,000 gold coins with a 20% discount would cost 120,000. Yibai thought of ways to acquire it. More news arrived. The goblin youth stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Nearly screaming, the mage gear is being sold at a 50% discount, but only for mages below level 30. And each person can only enjoy this once. 50% off. It's madness. This world has gone insane. Shaking his head, the goblin couldn't comprehend the chaos surrounding him. A figure known as Xiao Luo had stirred such a commotion. "By your account, I ought to express my gratitude to Xiao Luo, as he has saved me a fortune." Yibai chuckled. With a 50% discount, Yibai could consider any equipment below 200,000 gold coins. It was akin to being gifted a staggering 100,000 gold coins. 1 billion dragon coins. Indeed, one must be grateful to Xiao Luo. The goblin youth, having never witnessed such a scene, pondered. According to the previous class change announcement, Xiao Luo is a mage, which explains this astonishing 50% discount. Yibai agreed, saying if I ever meet Xiao Luo, I must treat him to a sumptuous meal. This was no mere jest. Yibai dined with Xiao Luo daily. With the discount in play, Yibai's options had widened considerably. Ultimately, from the hundreds of items available, he selected a staff crafted from Thunderstrike wood. Nature's power. At first glance, the attributes of nature's power appeared unremarkable. However, it was a rare dual-element staff of thunder and wood, significantly enhancing spells from both schools and possessing advancement properties. Listed at a staggering price of 180,000 gold coins. After the discount, it would cost only 90,000 gold coins. Yibai adeptly negotiated. "Come on, this staff isn't made of gold. It is worth more than gold." After a few minutes of back and forth, the goblin youth finally relented and offered Yibai a better deal. The transaction was complete, and Yibai was quite content with the price. Even without considering the complimentary gifts, the remaining 10,000 gold coins were worth millions. Surely, purchasing chicken legs with that would be delightful. Once the verbal agreement was reached, the goblin youth immediately messaged the Wanwu Pavilion to arrange the delivery of the items. An 80,000 gold coin transaction was not something he encountered every day. The most crucial aspect was that the equipment Yibai purchased was a rare, slow-moving item that most individuals would not waste their money on. It was quite disheartening for the Wanwu Pavilion to have a pile of unsold equipment sitting idle, unable to convert into liquid assets. This transaction was mutually beneficial. While waiting for the equipment to arrive, Yibai inquired about the secrets of the trading realm, and, as long as it did not involve confidential matters, the goblin youth answered every question. As you mentioned earlier, the Wanwu Pavilion allows purchases and also consignment? Yibai casually asked. Indeed, with no deception involved, and they charge no handling fees. The goblin youth explained. Even for anonymous consignments, there is no fee whatsoever. This was indeed rare. No handling fees at all. Yibai narrowed his eyes, realizing there must be formidable powers backing the Wanwu Pavilion. Perhaps even a shadow of Xing Fong Zone. Otherwise, such generous discounts would be unfathomable. With this thought in mind, Yibai spoke again. I have a friend. Cough, cough. The goblin youth rolled his eyes internally. Why do you always say I have a friend? Are you blessed with the talent of creating friends out of thin air? He has an item he wishes to consign anonymously. The goblin youth nodded. That's easily arranged. What is the item, and what price do you wish to set? A stone. Yibai retrieved a stone from his bag, which was the key item for unlocking the hidden level in the novice dungeon. With the help of Insightful Eye, a note floated above the stone. This is just an ordinary stone. Are you expecting to sell it for a fortune? Who would spend so much on a stone? Can this stone be sold? Seeing Yibai present a mere stone, the goblin youth was somewhat astonished. It could be, but does it possess any special significance? Yibai replied, it can be sold at an exorbitant price. The goblin youth asked, what selling method do you intend to use? Anonymous auction, with the highest bidder within a set time frame securing it. All right, what starting bid shall we set? 5,000 gold coins? 5,000 gold coins was already the limit of the goblin youth's imagination. Selling an ordinary stone for such a price would be boast-worthy for a lifetime, equivalent to selling a stone for the price of a house in the imperial capital. Yibai pondered, let's set the starting bid at 1 million gold coins. To an ordinary person, this stone appeared utterly unremarkable. Even under Insightful Eye's appraisal, it was merely an ordinary stone. However, Yibai knew that this was the trigger item for the hidden level in the novice dungeon, a testament to humanity's first successful completion of the novice stage. This additional significance was what made the stone valuable. Whether anyone would be willing to pay such a high price for a commemorative stone, Yibai was uncertain. It was a gamble, but consigning it would not cost him anything. If it didn't sell, he wouldn't incur any loss. If it did sell, it would be a windfall. All right, I will set that up for you. With a time limit of 1 month, is that acceptable? Finally, the nature's power that Yibai had reserved arrived. We need to create a transaction contract in the presence of the secret realm spirit, ensuring that the buyer of this staff is a mage below level 30, and that they enjoy the Wanwu Pavilion's 50% discount for the first time. After signing several contracts, the goblin youth summoned the secret realm spirit, and the transaction was ultimately completed. This slightly tedious process ensured that each transaction was as fair and just as possible. Once everything was done, nature's power was officially handed over to Yibai. Wishing you a pleasant life, and feel free to contact me anytime you require assistance. The goblin youth watched as Yibai departed from the trading realm. A familiar merchant called out, little brother, where did you find such a person willing to spend a fortune on advancement gear? Such equipment is a financial pitfall for all merchants. Who knows? The goblin youth shrugged, explaining, what if he can discern the advancement conditions? What if my future son-in-law is Xiao Luo? Don't be ridiculous. Such good fortune doesn't come easily. Little brother, you've made quite a profit today. Treat everyone to a drink. Yibai's transaction at the Wanwu Pavilion was akin to a pebble cast into a vast ocean. After all, the current focal point of all discussions among humanity revolved around Xiao Luo. Upon leaving the trading realm, Yibai finally took out nature's power, examining it closely. This staff, which had cost Yibai 80,000 gold coins, measured 1.2 meters in length, entirely black. Crafted from a piece of ancient wood struck by lightning, thereby earning its dual element enhancements in thunder and wood. Indeed, it was a top-tier staff capable of being advanced 12 times. Equipment, nature's power, 10 grade, level attributes, intelligence, 25. Spirit 15 affix, divine retribution, increases the holder's thunder damage by 5 and the thunder damage received by 10. Shield provided by wood skills restore 10 health, twinborn. When casting thunder skills, there is a 0.1 chance to simultaneously release wood skills and vice versa. Advancement affix. Death and rebirth advance after dealing a cumulative 1 million points of thunder damage or recovering 1 million points of wood healing. The choices made during the advancement process will influence the final outcome. Possible advancements. 12 already advanced. 0. The original price of nature's power was 180,000. Due to divine retribution being a rare percentage damage boost, the overall value of the equipment increased significantly. However, what Yibai valued most was its 12 advancement limit. With each advancement, the equipment's level and attributes would experience a qualitative leap, with a certain probability of adding affixes. Regarding the entry for Shuangxing, it appears somewhat superfluous. As for the advancement requirements of death and rebirth, inflicting 1,000,000 points of lightning damage is merely a trifling matter for Yi Bai. After accumulating power for several rounds, a single lightning arrow is sufficient. Unfortunately, on the very first day of entering the Eternal Tower, he can only venture through the novice dungeon. Under Yi Bai's consciousness, the tower's mark radiates a white glow, enveloping him once more. In the next moment, he raises the cup of water on the table and drinks it all in one go. Reflecting on his inaugural journey through the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai feels as though everything was a dream, surreal and fantastical. With an awakened level talent, slaying the Hellhound, clearing hidden levels, and purchasing the power of nature, Yi Bai's strength has experienced a qualitative leap in just a few hours. Now, even when facing slightly weaker warriors, he possesses the capability to engage in battle. Stretching his limbs, Yi Bai senses the transformations within his body. The attributes from the Eternal Tower will synchronize with reality. His 5-dimensional attributes have all surpassed 100, and his physical prowess has been amplified over 10-fold. Yi Bai conducts a simple test within his abode. Holding his breath in a basin for 10 minutes, he experiences no discomfort and even feels capable of enduring longer. Before the emergence of the Eternal Tower, the world record for breath holding was 24 minutes, a feat only achievable by a select few. With the enhancement from the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai can effortlessly shatter various records of the old world. He even managed to complete a 100-meter sprint test in under 10 seconds without any warm-up. Of course, the enhancements from the Eternal Tower are equitable. All individuals in the Blue Star begin from the same starting line, and the world records of the old world have long been relegated to obscurity, lacking any reference value. As he feels the immense changes in his body, Yi Bai, freshly departed from the Eternal Tower, finds himself eagerly anticipating his next journey within it. After completing various tests with excitement, he takes a cold shower, gradually calming himself. Only then does he take a moment to pay attention to the outside world. Upon opening his phone, he is greeted by a plethora of news headlines. This is quite exaggerated, is it not? Even with prior preparation, Yi Bai is momentarily taken aback. On Weibo's trending searches, out of the top 50 entries, 34 pertain to the topic of Shura. The top trending search reads, "Will Shura be the next Supreme Warrior?" The second reads, "The Defense Corps has dismantled the 4th Demon Sect stronghold, slaying 3 vice leaders." The third, Demon Sect? Observing the second trending topic, Yi Bai's finger moves, clicking on it. Chapter 012, Reporting with Ease. A shared responsibility. The Demon Sect is a collective term that refers to those traitorous humans who follow the demon god. They are also known as cults, betrayers, and followers of the demon god. The enhancement of power within the Eternal Tower is no simple feat. Many individuals find themselves stuck at a certain level for a lifetime, with increasing difficulty as one ascends. The demon god, however, can assist them in advancing further by projecting manifestations, displaying divine feats, and ensnaring the hearts of humans. They entice the corrupt among humanity to become their minions, to be manipulated at will. There are always those who succumb to temptation, ultimately falling into the embrace of the demon god. When these individuals gather, they form the Demon Sect. In the Blue Star, aside from gathering intelligence on humanity, the Demon Sect's primary function is to wreak havoc. Day or night, one must be vigilant, for the greatest threat often comes from within. They lurk in every corner of society, some even positioned in high ranks, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Over the past century of conflict, members of the Demon Sect have inflicted significant losses upon humanity, with many prodigies being secretly assassinated before they could fully develop. After Shura gained prominence, the Defense Corps intensified its efforts to combat the Demon Sect. By delving into the trending searches, Yi Bai encounters numerous reports. The 4th Demon Sect, which venerates the 4th demon god, the demon god of annihilation, has a totem that resembles a green torch. The news reports that the stronghold of the 4th Demon Sect was obliterated, and 3 vice leaders were slain on the spot. The sect leader, gravely injured, managed to escape at a great cost, his whereabouts unknown. A war god-level powerhouse, even when injured, should not be underestimated. Yibbai. Such matters feel too distant from him. The members of the demon sect will undoubtedly seek to find and slay Shura, even willing to offer exorbitant bounties for the task. Correspondingly, humanity's crackdown on the demon sect will only intensify. The conflict between the two factions will never cease. Even if Yibbai harbors intentions of vengeance, he lacks the strength to enact it. Currently, he has yet to pass the warrior test. So what right does he have to concern himself with matters pertaining to war gods? Regardless, the demon sect remains a thorn in humanity's side. These traitorous individuals who turn their blades against their kin are the most detestable. Should Yibbai's identity as Shura be exposed, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. Even if he does not reveal his identity as Shura, should he exhibit any extraordinary talents, he could still fall victim to malicious intent. With enemies lurking in the shadows while he remains in the light, this predicament is most challenging. However, there's not a complete lack of solutions. Yibbai gazes into the mirror, where a note appears above his head. An ordinary person with nothing but charm and awakened level talent. Excellent, quite discerning indeed. The Eye of Insight, as an awakened level talent, proves effective in real life as well. The subterranean rats of the demon sect have nowhere to hide before Yibbai. Regardless of their schemes, as long as they appear near him, he will effortlessly discern their identities. This awakened level talent is both Yibbai's greatest secret and his most formidable trump card. After completing all these tasks, dawn breaks, and, as the sun rises, Yibbai strides towards the direction of the school. As long as he focuses his attention, he can clearly see the annotations on individuals, gaining deeper insight into them. While waiting at a traffic light, Yibbai notices an exceptionally attractive young woman, her head adorned with a line of numbers. 23 years old, 332,232. Goodness, this talent is quite scandalous. On the morning streets, with scattered pedestrians, the city slowly awakens. Yibbai's gaze settles upon a young man in a tailored suit, holding a steaming cup of coffee. His sharp features are complemented by a calm smile, exuding an air of refined elegance. Clearly, he is a promising young man with a bright future ahead. Observing him, Yibbai's expression shifts to one of slight concern, a fleeting shadow crossing his features. Zhuotianan, a follower of the fourth demon god, received the demon god's blessing last night. He is in high spirits and even willing to give a beggar an extra 100 yuan. A follower of the demon god. Yibbai never anticipated encountering a follower on his way to school. Are such individuals as common as cabbages by the roadside? Remain calm. Yibbai quickly steadies his mind, contemplating his strategy. As he ponders, the annotation above Zhuotianan's head shifts. Do not entertain thoughts of confrontation. You could not overpower even a single finger of his with all 10 of yours combined. Subsequently, the annotation transforms into a lengthy stream of text, briefly summarizing Zhuotianan's life. Zhuotianan, an awakened level talent, Crimson Flame Zeal, possesses the status of a level 179 Flame Warrior, having entered the 6th-ranked Martial University in the nation 7 years ago. He graduated 3 years prior, boasting combat prowess equivalent to that of a quasi-general. After demonization, he wields strength rivaling that of a general. Upon reading Zhuotianan's information, Yibbai finds the situation increasingly dire. Combat prowess at the general level is truly worrisome. Relying on myself is certainly not an option. I am merely a level 10 Thunder Mage. Should I recruit allies? Yibbai has never been one to act recklessly. In a fight, he prefers to engage in group attacks rather than one-on-one confrontations. Since he has spotted a follower of the demon god, he cannot simply pretend he did not see. He must devise a plan that neither exposes his identity nor fails to report Zhuotianan. With this in mind, Yibbai pulls out a golden card, the Trading Secret Realm Pass. This pass serves as a key to enter the Trading Secret Realm and possesses a communication feature. Even without being physically present in the Trading Secret Realm, one can communicate through the pass, akin to chatting. Do not linger here. Find another place. Yibbai remained composed as he brushed past Zhuotianan, exhibiting no signs of unease. Upon arriving at school, Yibbai stealthily entered the restroom, locked the door, and retrieved the transaction Secret Realm Pass. Little brother, are you there? Does WNWG facilitate the buying and selling of anything? Yibai recalled that this was the slogan of WNWG. Everything is for trade. Indeed. Are you interested in information regarding a battle general-level demon cultist? The goblin little brother responded, what sort of operation is this? Shouldn't the demon cultist be reported directly to the authorities? If a battle general-level demon cultist is successfully reported, the official reward starts at 10,000 gold coins. The goblin quickly grasped the situation. He was a clever one, instantly understanding Yibai's true intention. Not wanting to reveal his identity while seeking to report the demon cultist, Yibai was cleverly using WNWG as his firewall. The goblin had never witnessed such a daring maneuver. It must be said that this method was indeed effective. By utilizing the transaction's secret realm to contact WNWG, Yibai could ultimately report the demon cultist to the authorities without any risk of his true identity being exposed through these leads. No problem. The price offered by WNWG will undoubtedly match or even exceed the official reporting reward. With the goblin's assurance, Yibai promptly sent the meticulously prepared information. It contained comprehensive details about Zhuo Tiannan, including his talents, equipment, profession, attributes, and more. Even the special items granted to Zhuo Tiannan by the demon god were described in detail, exposing all of Zhuo Tiannan's hidden cards. As he perused the information, the goblin little brother found himself questioning his existence. Was this information genuine? How could this person know so much about Zhuo Tiannan? Could it be that Zhuo Tiannan was suffering from split personality and was reporting himself? In the bustling classroom, the atmosphere was electric as students excitedly exchanged tales of their eternal tower journey, with discussions naturally veering towards the topic of Xiao Luo. Have you heard? Xiao Luo has become a disciple of the formidable Dream Nightmare. Your news is outdated. I heard Xiao Luo has already attained battle general level strength and is preparing for a formal expedition to the Abyssal Realm. What a joke. How could that happen in just one night? You don't understand the extraordinary nature of his talent. No one knows talent better than I do. Listening to his classmates' praises, Yibai felt a rare sense of bashfulness. Was he truly that remarkable? In the eyes of his peers, Xiao Luo had become an omnipotent figure, traversing the Abyssal Realm, tearing apart demon gods and defeating battle gods with a single punch. In stark contrast, the real Xiao Luo was cautious even when confronted with a battle general-level demon cultist, carefully opting for anonymous reporting to avoid revealing his identity and incurring unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, amidst the storm, Yibai found satisfaction in his current state. Upon returning to his seat, Zhao Lin approached him immediately. Yibai, have you heard? That rascal Jiang Yun has struck it rich. Oh. Yibai glanced towards Jiang Yun's empty seat, wondering where he had vanished to. Zhao Lin, with a hint of envy, continued. That guy has awakened a top-tier talent and cleared the novice dungeon level. He is currently in the principal's office. Yibai feigned amazement. Impressive, impressive. That scoundrel Jiang Yun has soared to great heights. I heard several battle generals want to take him as a disciple. Zhao Lin, accustomed to Yibai's nonchalant demeanor, rambled on. With a top-tier talent, battle generals are within reach, and even battle kings might fantasize about touching the threshold of battle gods. This is the allure of the Eternal Tower. In a single night, the fates of many had undergone drastic transformations, including Yibai. After expressing envy towards Jiang Yun, Zhao Lin turned his attention to Yibai, inquiring, Yibai, what level is your talent? Above top tier. Of course, who could possibly be lower than that? Zhao Lin rolled his eyes but didn't press his friend for details. Instead, he lowered his voice. It seems that our classmate Lu Sueki has awakened a low-tier talent, and she couldn't even clear the first stage of the novice dungeon. As he spoke, Zhao Lin's expression soured, clearly feeling disheartened. Failing to clear the first stage of the novice dungeon meant that she would face 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more difficulty right from the start. Even if her family was willing to invest resources, it would be exceedingly challenging for Lu Sueki to turn her fortunes around. A low-tier talent was akin to sentencing Lu Sueki's eternal tower journey to death. Lu Sueki? Hearing Zhao Lin's words, Yibai turned slightly to observe her. He saw Lu Sueki, her smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders, quietly reading at her desk. The commotion was for others. It had no bearing on her. Lu Sueki possessed an oval face, delicate features, and had always excelled in academics, serving as the class representative. It was unexpected that her talent awakening would result in such a dismal outcome. Just as Yi Bai was about to avert his gaze, a line of notes appeared above Lu Sueki's head. Talent's second awakening condition. Class change to otherworldly summoner. Second awakening. Yi Bai was taken aback. What did this mean? Lu Sueki's talent could undergo a second awakening. Generally speaking, a normal talent's first awakening was already the limit, with perhaps 1 in a million able to achieve a second awakening. Talents capable of second awakening would not be of lower quality than top tier. The gap between top tier and low tier was sufficient to alter Lu Sueki's destiny. More information flooded Yi Bai's vision, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Dabai. Zhao Lin waved his hand in front of Yi Bai's face. What has you so entranced? I was pondering what I would do if I awakened to top tier talent. You wishful thinker. Zhao Lin scoffed dismissively. You're daydreaming. The school bell rang, and the discussions in the classroom gradually subsided. Yi Bai lifted a mirror in his palm. Gazing at his reflection, he sought to discern whether, since Lu Sueki's top-tier talent could undergo a second awakening, his own top-tier talent might also possess that potential. This had become Yi Bai's primary focus. The mirror displayed a line of notes. Why are you staring at this handsome guy? All right. Top-tier talents can indeed undergo a second awakening. To be precise, each top-tier talent can undergo up to 9 awakenings. 9 times. Yi Bai's breath hitched slightly. If a second awakening was already a rarity, could he truly undergo 9 awakenings? The insightful eye could unveil all information, indeed a powerful ability. However, for Yi Bai, it still felt somewhat insufficient. Its direct assistance in combat was too minimal. If he could undergo a second awakening, the effectiveness of insightful eye would increase exponentially. After this revelation, Yi Bai felt considerably reassured. One of the conditions for the second awakening, level must be raised to 300. 300? For Yi Bai, that felt rather distant. Dabai, Zhao Lin murmured from beside him, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly self-absorbed. Not only do you stay awake in class, but now you're even looking in the mirror. How unproductive. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. How was this being unproductive? Was class merely a time for napping? Yi Bai, in all his dignity, never slept during class. As the bell rang for class dismissal, Yi Bai stretched lazily and headed straight towards Lu Sueki. Upon seeing him, his classmates parted ways, clearing a path. After all, he had severely injured a local thug, and the rumors still lingered. Yi Bai found the reactions of his peers rather amusing. When he had first arrived, he had encountered a petty thief outside the school, and a conflict ensued, resulting in a brawl. Yi Bai had decisively sent the thug to the hospital, and he had yet to be discharged. Given how these events had unfolded, it was only natural for his classmates to feel a tinge of fear towards him. Yi Bai was even referred to as the fierce one of Class 2. He paid little heed to such rumors, which Zhao Lin had shared with him. Approaching Lu Sueki's desk, he came to a halt. At that moment, Lu Sueki lifted her gaze, their eyes meeting, and her face turned pale. Am I really that frightening? Due to her exceptional talent, Lu Sueki was surrounded by an air of solitude, as her peers were wary of inadvertently provoking her during this sensitive period. Even kind words of consolation were met with her polite but distant smile. It was she who must have felt the most distress in her heart. Yi Bai abruptly broke the silence, inquiring, What profession did you choose? Lu Sueki, clearly taken aback by the fierce one approaching her, stammered, I have no money. Yi Bai responded with a look of confusion. Even if I were to rob someone, it wouldn't be for their wealth. His words caused Lu Sueki's already pale face to flush a deep crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. This girl has no composure at all. Yi Bai, not wishing to tease her further, reiterated his question, What profession did you choose? Lu Sueki shyly replied, Mage. For girls, the roles of mage and priest are undoubtedly the most desirable. Possessing exceptional talent, Lu Sueki also harbored a desire to fight. Thus, she chose to become a mage. However, her gamble ultimately led to a disastrous outcome. As someone with exceptional talent, she found herself woefully inadequate. Yi Bai continued, You know about the job change pool, right? It's a place where novices can change their profession. Lu Sueki nodded. She hailed from the Lu family, which boasted a formidable warlord among its ranks, indicating a significant background. Entering the job change pool costs hundreds of thousands of dragon coins, a sum ordinary families cannot afford, though the Lu family could manage it with some effort. If one were to enter the job change pool with special items, they could potentially change to a unique profession. For instance, an interdimensional summoner. Lu Sweki aspired to rise above her current predicament, realizing that mere exceptional talent would not suffice. She needed a second awakening of her abilities. The interdimensional summoner role was a prerequisite for unlocking this second awakening. I believe you would be well suited for the interdimensional summoner role. Consider changing your profession, Yibai stated before turning to leave. He had said what needed to be said. Whether Lu Sweki could alter her fate was entirely up to her. After all, in just a few moments, he had offered a helping hand to a classmate without any harm done. Only Lu Sweki remained at her desk, dazed. Her ears still flushed a vibrant red. An interdimensional summoner? Lu Sweki pondered Yi Bai's words, her brows knitting together in a display of vulnerability. Even if she were to change her profession, what difference would it make? She would still be at a novice level, unable to even clear the first stage of the beginner dungeon. Yet, the thought of giving up left her feeling restless. Should I give a try? She whispered to herself. Chapter 014, Job Change, Interdimensional Summoner. Lu Sweki, please step outside for a moment. At the entrance of Class 3-2. A middle-aged man leaned halfway out, his hair showing hints of gray, his expression stern yet commanding. What could the vice principal want with Lu Sweki? Zhao Lin glanced over and quickly lowered his head, whispering, I heard that the warlord from the Lu family has recently made significant gains in the Abyssal Realm and may be on the verge of becoming a war god. A family with a warlord is entirely different from one with a war god. Zhao Lin analyzed earnestly. Lu Sweki is said to be the warlord's granddaughter, who dotes on her greatly. He had prepared ample resources for her, enough to at least help her become a war general. Who would have thought she would awaken an exceptional talent instead? Yibai shot Zhao Lin a sidelong glance, slightly exasperated. Why do you concern yourself with so much gossip? You would understand, Dabai. You know my situation. I lack familial support and will likely face hardships ahead. Zhao Lin crossed his arms behind his head, his feet hooked beneath the desk, reclining slightly as he spoke with a hint of resignation. If I could get into a martial university, that would be ideal. As long as I can become a soldier, I won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. I'm not fond of fighting. If all else fails, I'll find a position at the Wangu Pavilion. Zhao Lin's talent was not particularly impressive, only at the novice level, and he had no opportunity for a second awakening. Yibai patted him on the shoulder, choosing not to say more. Outside the classroom, the vice principal's demeanor softened considerably, lacking the earlier frostiness, appearing rather amiable. Sweki, do not feel pressured. Talent is not everything. There have been precedents of individuals with novice-level talent achieving the status of war god among our people. Lu Sweki lowered her head, biting her lip until it nearly lost its color, silent and unresponsive. Indeed, there have been instances of individuals with novice-level talent making remarkable comebacks. However, Lu Sweki was acutely aware of the underlying truth. Those individuals had undergone a second awakening, transforming their novice-level talent into exceptional talent, ultimately soaring to the pinnacle. The notion that there are no useless talents, only useless users, is fundamentally flawed. Among talents of the same category, a novice-level talent has an effect of 1, while an exceptional level talent boasts an effect of 100, and an extraordinary level talent reaches 1,000. The immense disparity in capability cannot be bridged merely by effort. Lu Sweki refused to resign herself to fate, yet she could not avoid the harsh reality of her novice-level talent. The vice principal continued to speak gently. Sweki, your grandfather and I are old friends. Before he ventured into the Abyssal Realm, you were his greatest concern. At this point, we can only seek to mitigate the losses. I have discussed with your family and arranged for you to access the Eternal High Tower job change pool. The path of a mage may not be suitable for you. Upon hearing the words job change pool, Lu Sweki suddenly lifted her head, her previously dim eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. Job change? Interdimensional summoner? For reasons she could not fully comprehend, the profession Yibai had mentioned lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Sensing her moment of intrigue, the vice principal continued to persuade her. The job change pool prepared for you is quite special. It contains numerous unique professions, and there is even a chance to encounter hidden professions. This opportunity is exceedingly rare. You will not find another in your lifetime. Lu Sweki was well aware of the uniqueness of the job change pool, given that her Lu family had a warlord among them. Their resources were far beyond the reach of ordinary families. Typically, accessing a job change pool cost millions of dragon coins. However, the Lu family was willing to spend lavishly, with the special materials alone exceeding 10 million in value. All right, Uncle Zheng, I will heed your advice. Lu Sweki consented to pursue the job change. The vice principal visibly relaxed, relieved that Lu Sweki was not adamant about becoming a mage, which would have resulted in her missing this singular opportunity for a job change. Should that happen, when her grandfather returned to find his beloved granddaughter reduced to a complete failure, no one would want to confront the wrath of the warlord. Lu Sweki pressed on. Is there an option for interdimensional summoner in the job change pool? There should be, Vice Principal Zheng replied, retrieving his phone to check. Yes, but why do you ask? While the interdimensional summoner is a unique profession, it is rather weak. You only have one chance to change your profession. Don't waste it on such an option. As Vice Principal Zheng led the way, he reminded Lu Sweki, try to choose a supportive profession. Even a blacksmith would suffice. In the future, your family can help you find a master blacksmith as a mentor, and your achievements will not be insignificant. However, Zheng's words were like a passing breeze, entering through Lu Sweki's left ear and exiting through her right. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of the interdimensional summoner, and she felt an overwhelming urge to select that profession. Why didn't Te Bai clarify his words? It was infuriating. Lu Sweki understood that she needed to change her profession. Her novice-level talent did not align with that of mage, and continuing down this path would lead to inevitable failure. Yet, the interdimensional summoner, as an obscure and disadvantaged unique profession, hardly seemed advantageous either. If one were to follow the arrangements made by Vice Principal Zheng and her family, Lu Sweki's future path, while not entirely smooth, would certainly not be fraught with obstacles. The image of a life filled with seamlessly passing college entrance exams, apprenticing under esteemed mentors, toiling away in insignificant positions to gain experience, marrying, and bearing children flashed before Lu Sweki like a revolving lantern. Was this the life she truly desired? It felt all too predictable, to the point where she could even envision the inscription on her own tombstone. Lu Sweki imagined a lavish yet decaying gravestone, inscribed with the words, "Here lies a woman named Lu Sweki, who lived once, but died the day she awakened her talent at 18. No, this was not the outcome Lu Sweki wished for. Sweki, Vice Principal Zheng halted, noticing Lu Sweki's momentary daze, and gently called out to her, "We have arrived." "Oh, enter, activate the tower mark, and you will be able to access the transmutation pool." Vice Principal Zheng reiterated, "Remember what I advised you earlier. Choose the hidden special profession in the support category." Understood. Lu Sweki pushed open the door, her fingers trembling slightly as they made contact with the wooden surface. Would this be the moment that altered her destiny? Lu Sweki was uncertain. Even the option of becoming an otherworldly summoner was merely a profession suggested casually by a classmate. To place her hopes on such trivialities felt utterly foolish. Lu Sweki scoffed at herself, yet she questioned if she had any other choices. As she activated the tower mark and entered the transmutation pool, a plethora of valuable hidden professions materialized before her. However, Lu Sweki's gaze pierced through these options, fixated on an inconspicuous profession nestled in the corner. Otherworldly summoner. This was it. Life or death, just this once. With a deep breath to bolster her resolve, Lu Sweki stepped forward and made her final decision. Transmute into an otherworldly summoner. A soft golden light enveloped Lu Sweki, leaving her no time to react, as a melodious notification chimed in her ears. Transmutation successful. Otherworldly summoner. Triggering the conditions for the second awakening of talent. Second awakening of talent. Second awakening talent. Level, as if guided by a divine hand. Lu Sweki's expression turned blank, her beautiful face resembling a sculpted figure, her cherry lips slightly parted, frozen in disbelief. Her vision blurred, tears of joy silently streamed down her cheeks, and waves of ecstatic elation washed over her soul. Second awakening. Level talent. She had actually undergone a second awakening. The joy at this moment was beyond words. Her legs buckled, and Lu Sweki collapsed to the ground, weeping openly. At that instant, an overwhelming tide of emotions surged within her. The pressure of the level talent, the pointed fingers of those around her, the whispered rumors behind her back, her mother's compassionate gaze, and the tears she had secretly wiped away, all of it no longer mattered. Level talent. With a second awakening becoming a level talent. Who would believe such an experience if she shared it? Time passed, and Lu Sweki struggled to lift herself from the ground, taking deep breaths to calm her emotions as she began to adjust her uniform. Stay calm, remain composed, Lu Sweki reminded herself, refusing to let pride cloud her judgment. Everyone currently believed she possessed a level talent, unaware of her second awakening. This was her greatest secret. Lu Sweki was astute, exhibiting a maturity far beyond her peers. A classmate who had also awakened a level talent had taken a day off, reportedly having broken down at home, crying and throwing a fit. Lu Sweki understood well that the innocent were often punished for their treasures. Look at Xiao Luo, suspected to possess a level talent, whose identity remained highly confidential. No one knew the true identity of Xiao Luo. Level talent would attract the attention of many nefarious individuals. It was better to remain hidden. Lu Sweki resolved never to disclose her second awakening. She would toil in secrecy and astonish everyone. The legendary Xiao Luo was her idol and the target she aspired to pursue. Having made up her mind, Lu Sweki suddenly realized something. Why had Yi Bai suddenly brought up the subject of otherworldly summoners? Without Yi Bai, she would never have considered it. Lu Sweki, sharp as a tack, immediately deduced that perhaps Yi Bai knew the conditions for her second awakening. The mere thought sent a jolt through her heart. If this were true, it would be terrifying. She needed to clarify this matter with Yi Bai. Pushing open the door, she found Vice Principal Zheng waiting outside, who promptly inquired, "So, what profession did you choose?" This time, the special transmutation pool had cost the Lu family over 30 million on the surface. In reality, with various materials and social obligations calculated in, it totaled at least 100 million. Even for a war general, it would take years to earn that sum, certainly not a trifling amount. If Lu Sweki had chosen a mundane profession, it would have been a tremendous loss. Lu Sweki tilted her head slightly and confidently declared, "Otherworldly summoner." What? Vice Principal Zheng nearly choked, almost exclaiming a curse. What a waste. Yet, considering she was the beloved granddaughter of a close friend, he couldn't rebuke her harshly and simply waved his hand in resignation. Well, you young people have your own ideas. Do as you wish. Watching Lu Sweki's departing figure, Vice Principal Zheng felt a twinge of curiosity. This young girl had initially appeared dejected and downcast, yet after her transmutation, she seemed revitalized. Was there more to this than met the eye? He filed this thought away, choosing not to probe further. Everyone has their own secrets. Lu Sweki's path was hers alone to tread. Zhao Lin straightened up in surprise, exclaiming, "By, she seems genuinely happy." As the rebellious figure of class 3-2, Zhao Lin sat at the back of the classroom alongside Yi Bai. Under Zhao Lin's astonished gaze, Lu Sweki indeed walked straight towards them. More specifically, she approached Yi Bai. Many classmates noticed this unusual interaction and turned their attention towards them. "Look, Lu Sweki is heading towards the Fierce One. What does Sweki want? I heard the Fierce One broke someone's legs last time. Who has 3 legs? Wait, are you implying?" Many students gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines, deciding it best to keep their distance from Yi Bai for the sake of their future offspring. Lu Sweki stood before Yi Bai's desk, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Yi Bai noticed her approach and sarcastically asked, "What do you want? Planning to rob me?" "You." Lu Sweki was momentarily speechless, forgetting what she wanted to say, frustration nearly causing her to stomp her foot. Yi Bai had a knack for killing conversations with a single remark. "Gatering karbidet, liu wu repliet, Yi Bai. May I ask you a question?" Lu Sweki thought, this conversation is going nowhere. Remaining patient, she refrained from turning away. This question was imperative, and considering it might involve Yi Bai's secrets, she steeled herself and continued, "Can we step outside to talk?" "Sure." With that, Yi Bai rose and confidently strode toward the window, opening it and leaping out. The classroom was on the first floor. His confidence was unshakable. Of course, given Yi Bai's current physical prowess, even a leap from 3 or 5 stories wouldn't harm him in the slightest. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you want to come out and chat? Lu Sueki gritted her teeth, and in a moment of desperation, she mimicked Yi Bai and jumped out of the classroom. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. What did I just see? Quick, go get the principal. Someone just jumped out to elope. Eager to stir up trouble, the students erupted into a frenzy, turning the classroom into a sea of merriment. Lu Sueki was too preoccupied to care about the commotion. Her sole focus was on posing a question to Yi Bai, standing outside the window, ensuring that the conversation between the two would remain unheard. Lu Sueki cautiously inquired, Yi Bai, why did you previously mention the profession of an otherworld summoner? Why the mystery surrounding such a trivial matter? Yi Bai rolled his eyes and replied dismissively, I searched on Jihu, and it stated that the most suitable profession for a level talent is the otherworld summoner. As he spoke, Yi Bai even took out his phone, opened Jihu, and demonstrated to Lu Sueki. Look at this question, the most suitable profession for level talent. Lu Sueki was perplexed. This was entirely different from her anticipated script. Yi Bai was certainly not following the usual narrative. Wait, Lu Sueki instinctively exclaimed, her mind in disarray, unable to discern any clarity. Could it truly be a coincidence that she was simply fortunate? This seemed far too coincidental. Is there anything else? Yi Bai posed it. But Lu Sueki found herself at a loss for words. Logically, Yi Bai had rendered her immense favor, a life-saving grace, whether due to luck or Yi Bai's genuine intentions. Lu Sueki's second awakening of talent was undoubtedly a result of Yi Bai's kindness. However, she could not openly disclose this matter. She needed to keep it a secret, ensuring that the outside world remained unaware of her second awakening, which had transcended from a level talent to an even higher potential. In her moment of distress, Lu Sueki was unable to articulate her thoughts to Yi Bai. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered. The school doesn't allow phones. You should hide it better next time, so the teachers won't find out. Upon returning, Zhao Lin cast an admiring glance at Yi Bai. Dabai, impressive. When did you and Lu Sueki become close? Gossip, a natural inclination for many, especially regarding the charming contrast between the studious good girl and the fearsome individual, captivated numerous adolescent girls. What are you thinking? Yi Bai responded candidly. Lu Sueki simply asked me for help with her studies. Don't misinterpret it. The entire class collectively rolled their eyes. Even Zhao Lin could not help but express disbelief at his friend's audacity. Lu Sueki, ranking among the top 3 in the entire school, seeks tutoring from you. A struggling student? That is quite the fabrication. They might not be human, but Yi Bai was indeed clever. Regardless, with just a few words, Yi Bai managed to dismiss the entire class's curiosity. The focus remained on the legendary Shura. The bell rang, signaling the beginning of the last class, and the homeroom teacher re-entered the classroom. Before we begin, please distribute these ribbons and pass them along. The homeroom teacher produced a substantial amount of gray ribbons, dividing them into 8 portions to be handed to the students in the front row, who then passed them backward. By the time the ribbon reached Yi Bai, only one remained. The gray ribbon was approximately 40 centimeters long and smooth in texture. Can conceal the eternal one-time item, automatically hides the eternal after use. Until level 100 expiration. Observing the note, Yi Bai's expression remained unchanged. He had already surmised its significance. What is this? It looks quite sturdy. Zhao Lin tugged at the ribbon, but it remained unyielding. The homeroom teacher spoke up. Everyone, pay attention. This ribbon has been allocated by the higher authorities and must be used by all students. The method is as follows. Wrap the ribbon around your right arm. Under the teacher's guidance, all students wrapped the ribbons around their arms, and for a brief moment, a flash of light enveloped them, causing the ribbons to vanish. All right, now your eternal has been concealed until you reach level 100. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonishment. What is the purpose of concealing the eternal? They were puzzled, questioning why such significant resources were expended merely for concealment. However, some quickly connected the dots. It was for the Shura. The best way to hide the Shura was to blend them within the crowd. A single drop of water is safest when concealed within the ocean. The ribbons distributed by the higher authorities could hide the eternal. Thus, the eternal of all students was concealed, including that of the Shura. What extravagance! Zhao Lin calculated. One of these ribbons must cost at least 1 million, right? With millions of candidates across the Blue Star, this expenditure. Even Yi Bai felt a twinge of pain at this moment. He wished he could declare, I am the Shura. Stop wasting money and give it to me. Unfortunately, he could not voice it. Silence. The homeroom teacher rapped the blackboard and continued. This ribbon has been crafted by the strongest nightmare, and when the strongest intervenes, it is no longer about cost, but rather a statement of intent. The human race, regardless of the price, will ensure the birth of the fourth strongest. In other words, we, the human race, protect the Shura. At this point, the teacher's voice softened somewhat. In truth, this is not only an opportunity for the Shura, but also for all of you. This year, funding has significantly increased, and the benefits for college entrance examinations have even made many warriors envious. Students, you are in the best of times. An era on the brink of the rise of a new strongest, where the sun reigns above. How could the stars not accompany it? Protecting the Shura is also safeguarding your futures. The rise of the Shura signifies your rise. His words ignited fervor among the students, who could hardly contain their eagerness to charge into the eternal tower and conquer all. Yi Bai was somewhat taken aback. These declarations did not seem to align with the teacher's usual demeanor. Squinting slightly, Yi Bai noticed the teacher glanced down at a phone before continuing with his impassioned speech. How astonishing! Cheating during a lecture. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the teacher spoke a profound truth. With the sun shining brightly above, how could the stars not accompany it? Reflecting on the history of humanity, 3 mighty figures had risen successively. Each emergence heralded an era of brilliance, producing a plethora of prodigious individuals, with war gods and kings emerging in abundance. The strongest appeared to possess a mystical ability to propel an entire era forward. It is precisely for this reason that the Shura's completion of the novice dungeon triggered such a cascade of reactions. The human race has waited far too long for the fourth strongest. With this thought, Yi Bai looked at Lu Sueki, observing the new note above her head. Second awakening. Level talent. As if blessed by the gods, summoned entities automatically gain divine favor, with a certain probability of summoning powerful beings from other realms. Yi Bai had long noticed that Lu Sueki's second awakening had transformed into a level talent. This was not merely a transformation from an ugly duckling to a swan. It was akin to an ant metamorphosing into a dragon. With a level talent, if Lu Sueki could muster sufficient ambition, becoming a war king would be within reach. And she even had a 50% chance of becoming a war god. Yi Bai seemed to grasp something elusive, realizing that due to his presence, a level talent had undergone a qualitative change into a level talent, potentially leading to the emergence of a female war god in the future for humanity. Could this be the secret of the age of the strongest? A rise of one individual can indeed elevate an entire era. Yi Bai set aside thoughts of the strongest, as they felt too distant for him at this moment. Currently, he was not even a battle soldier. He had no right to contemplate such matters. The hierarchy of strength was classified as follows: battle soldier, battle general, war king, war god. As for whether those above the war god were truly the strongest, there was no definitive answer. A war god was already the pinnacle of strength accessible to ordinary individuals. This hierarchy was not delineated by the levels of the Eternal Tower, but rather defined through battle power testing. Generally, reaching level 30 in the Eternal Tower offered the opportunity to pass the battle soldier test and become a first-tier battle soldier, thus enjoying certain subsidies and preferential policies. Some individuals, with comparatively weaker combat power at the same level, might have to wait until levels 40 or 50 to attain the status of a first-tier battle soldier. Judging by common logic, those below level 200 would be considered battle soldiers, ranging from first tier to 9th tier. The monthly stipend for a first-tier soldier amounts to 15,000 yuan, allowing for the application of a rent-free residence with an area of 89 square meters. After 3 years of residency, one may also apply to purchase it at half the market value. Yi Bai casually perused the benefits and welfare of the soldiers. It must be said that the Xingfang Zone offers generous treatment in this regard. In society, Even becoming the weakest soldier significantly elevates one's status and alters their fate, granting entry into a new realm. This is precisely why countless individuals strive to ascend the ranks of the Eternal Tower, seeking advancement through soldier evaluations. Although the benefits for soldiers are substantial, the path to becoming one is fraught with difficulties. Yibai reflected on the previous year's college entrance examination. Any candidate achieving level 30 in the Eternal Tower could secure admission to a reputable martial arts university. Level 30 is both the threshold for first-tier soldiers and a critical requirement for many martial arts universities, which boast an acceptance rate of less than 10. Out of millions of candidates, at most 100,000 can become soldiers. This only pertains to the weakest first-tier soldiers. As one ascends, the difficulty of enhancement increases and the number of those eliminated grows ever larger. At this moment, the homeroom teacher happened to mention that in the upcoming 100 days, everyone should strive to elevate their levels as much as possible, aiming to reach level 30 before the college entrance examination in order to gain admission to a martial arts university. If one fails to reach level 30 by then, the likelihood of breaking through in the future diminishes to a mere 0. 2. Students, this is an opportunity you must seize. Upon reaching this point, the homeroom teacher's expression inevitably darkened. He himself had only achieved level 29 in the Eternal Tower and had been unable to break through to level 30, having failed the college entrance examination years ago. For so many years, he had been stuck here, making no progress. Clearing his throat, he said, "Class dismissed. Jiang Yun, Lu Sueki, please stay behind." The classroom erupted in a flurry of movement, students eagerly rushing out, yearning to re-enter the Eternal Tower and embark on a new journey. Seizing the chance to alter their destinies, the two left behind experienced a starkly different treatment. Most classmates looked at Jiang Yun with envious eyes, tinged with a hint of jealousy. With his level talent and the ease with which he could conquer novice dungeons, reaching level 30 was as simple as eating and drinking for him, with a future filled with immeasurable potential. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, he would soon find a vast expanse of opportunity. Jiang Yun remained unfazed by their gazes, bearing a slightly defiant expression devoid of any reaction. They were no longer individuals from the same world. There was nothing left to say. When classmates turned their attention to Lu Sueki, their expressions shifted to reveal pity and derision, mingled with mockery and schadenfreude. Such attitudes are common. Admiration for the strong and disdain for the weak permeate society. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Yun, Lu Sueki maintained an air of calmness, a tranquility rooted in absolute confidence. With her level talent and a profession that perfectly matched her abilities, Lu Sueki's potential surpassed all expectations. The ceiling that Jiang Yun could only hope to touch was merely Lu Sueki's starting point. After the two remained behind, the homeroom teacher first turned to Jiang Yun, offering words of encouragement and advising him to remain humble and grounded. Jiang Yun appeared to nod seriously, but internally he was yawning and dismissive. He aspired to become a powerful warlord in the future. What qualifications did someone who wasn't even a soldier have to lecture him? The homeroom teacher, having lived a few decades longer than Jiang Yun, saw through this facade but chose not to expose it. He then turned to Lu Sueki, offering her some comforting words, suggesting she focus on auxiliary and livelihood professions. Level talent was not the end of the world, and life must go on. At this juncture, the homeroom teacher revealed genuine emotion, reminiscing, "I fear you may laugh, but when I awakened my level talent, it felt as though the sky had fallen. I refused to accept my fate, recklessly traversing the Eternal Tower, even contemplating venturing into the abyss to fight, thinking that dying for my country would be better than living a life of mediocrity." He sighed, self-deprecatingly adding, "It all passes in time. Look at me now, teaching and nurturing students, having even cultivated several warriors. Everyone has their own path to walk. Under the bright sun with stars as companions, we too can be grounded, yet aspire to reach for the stars." Such heartfelt revelations can easily resonate with others. Lu Sueki was deeply grateful for the homeroom teacher's insights. Had she not experienced a second awakening of her talent, his words would have greatly aided her. "Thank you, teacher." With that, the homeroom teacher was the first to leave the classroom. Just as Lu Sueki was about to follow, Jiang Yun called out to her, Jiang Yun, standing at a modest height of 172 meters, appeared particularly slender, with thin lips pressed against his face, giving him a somewhat sharp-featured look. Lu Sueki, would you like to team up to explore the Eternal Tower together? Jiang Yun unexpectedly extended an invitation, claiming that even with her level talent, she could easily reach level 10 alongside him. Lu Sueki coldly declined. No, there's nothing else. I'll be on my way. Jiang Yun's offer, regardless of his intentions, was perceived by Lu Sueki as condescending, a mere display of charity that she could not tolerate. If you change your mind, feel free to come find me. Jiang Yun confidently called after her. In the entire Sanzhong, even throughout the entirety of Nanjiang City, my talent is unparalleled, perhaps even unrivaled. Teaming up with me will significantly enhance your leveling efficiency, and you might even have the chance to break through to level 30. Think it over. Watching Lu Sueki depart, Jiang Yun shook his head. She will surely regret this. Jiang Yun was not exaggerating. With his level talent, he was already formidable in Nanjiang City. Last year's top student had merely level talent. In terms of talent alone, Jiang Yun surpassed last year's top scholar. According to his teacher's estimations, he had a good chance of becoming a third-tier soldier before the college entrance examination. Once Lu Sueki had walked far enough away, the smile on Jiang Yun's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, menacing expression. I currently possess top-tier talent, yet I lack resources. Though Lu Sueki herself was deemed worthless, the Lu family was a renowned warlord lineage, and he needed to devise a strategy. Jiang Yun's scheming went unnoticed by Lu Sueki. After leaving the classroom, she sprinted down the hall, skipping the driver who usually picked her up, and instead sought out Yi Bai. Yi Bai wait. Outside the school, under the setting sun, the shadows of Yi Bai and Zhao Lin stretched long and straight. Lu Sueki rushed over, breathless, calling out to Yi Bai. What's going on? Zhao Lin glanced at Yi Bai in surprise, tactfully stepping aside to avoid being a third wheel, granting the stage to Yi Bai and Lu Sueki. What? Do you have another question you can't solve? Yi Bai asked nonchalantly. No, it's not that. Lu Sueki leaned on her knees, slightly panting, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, clinging to her hair before splattering on the ground. I want to ask if you'd like to team up to explore the Eternal Tower? Zhao Lin. Did I hear that correctly? Lu Sueki, the goddess of our class, even the school beauty, is actively inviting Yi Bai to team up. Chapter 018. Double 11 promotions belonging to teaming up? Yi Bai frowned slightly, intending to decline. Having awakened level talent, he had already stirred up quite a commotion simply by clearing the novice dungeon, causing waves in every direction. The identity of Shura must not be revealed before Yi Bai fully matured. Thus, he aimed to avoid contact with others, particularly with someone like Lu Sueki, who drew the spotlight. No, I prefer to go solo. Lu Sueki was not surprised by Yi Bai's rejection. She was well aware that in others' eyes, she was merely a level waste. In other words, teaming up with Lu Sueki would only hinder progress, making her a mere spectator. Zhao Lin, fearing Lu Sueki might misunderstand, quickly interjected, Yi Bai won't even take me along. He said he plans to challenge the second level of the Eternal Tower today. The entire class was aware of Zhao Lin and Yi Bai's relationship. If even Zhao Lin could not team up with Yi Bai, it indicated that Yi Bai was indeed speaking the truth. In truth, Yi Bai had no need to lie. Regardless of whether Lu Sueki possessed a top-tier talent or not, teaming up with Yi Bai ensured an effortless victory for her, rendering any effort on her part utterly unnecessary. Thank you, she said, bowing slightly and expressing her gratitude once more to Yi Bai before producing a scroll. This is the map of the Eternal Tower collected by my grandfather. It contains information from the 1st to the 10th floor, detailing monster spawn locations, monster information, and even recording numerous hidden quests. Before Lu Sueki could finish her sentence, Zhao Lin's eyes were fixed intently on the scroll, nearly drooling with excitement. What a treasure, he exclaimed. He had always been fond of collecting various information, especially understanding the importance of maps. Such items were priceless and unattainable for the average person. To put it bluntly, the small scroll in Lu Sueki's hands was worth over 10 million. Zhao Lin gestured to Yi Bai, urging him to accept it. Yi Bai, feeling a bit helpless, realized that while this item held immense value for others, it was of little worth to him. You must take it, Lu Sueki insisted, her small face flushed with determination. Seeing her resolve, Yibai knew that if he refused today, she would not relent. All right, I'll return it once I'm finished using it, he conceded, accepting the scroll and waving his hand to indicate he had no other matters to attend to before leaving. As he walked away under the setting sun, Lu Sueki bowed once more in silent gratitude, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Sueki, Sueki. A noblewoman hurried over to Lu Sueki's side. What are you doing here? I was frantic looking for you. The noblewoman exuded an air of elegance, having taken good care of herself, her complexion rosy, and she bore a resemblance to Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki forced a smile. Mom, I'm fine. Fine? Your eyes are red. My poor child, the noblewoman exclaimed, pulling Lu Sueki into her embrace, a hint of worry shadowing her features, though it quickly dissipated as she regained composure. Who was ML classmate just now? Aren't you going to introduce him to your mother? Oh, it's nothing, just a classmate, Lu Sueki quickly clarified. I saw you give him the map. Tell me the truth, do you like him? Lu Sueki hurriedly defended herself. Mom, no. Yibai is just a classmate from our class. All right. Let us get in the car. Once seated in the passenger seat, the noblewoman took out her phone, tapping a few times to send a text. Find out about Yibai from class 3, 2, in his background. Glancing at her seemingly nonchalant daughter in the rearview mirror, the noblewoman's expression turned cold. Every mother's heart aches when their child awakens a top-tier talent. If anyone intended to take advantage of her daughter, seeking to exploit the Lu family, she would not allow it. There was indeed a wealth of information, but it was of no use to me. Through the effect of inside eye, Yibai discerned that there were no secrets to uncover. The Eternal Tower required continuous ascent, breaking through levels, and he was currently on the first floor. Yibai examined the first floor map. The leveling points from 1 to 10 were already of no use to him. As for hidden quests and special areas, their rewards were too meager, and he dismissed them outright. Yibai noticed a number marked beside the first floor map. Exploration degree, 0. There was actually an exploration degree. What would happen if it reached 100? The higher the exploration degree, the richer the rewards upon breaking through the levels of the Eternal Tower. Historical completion of the first floor, 2 individuals with 100 exploration degree, 19 individuals with above 90 exploration degree. As he contemplated the displayed information, Yibai felt a surge of excitement. 100 exploration degree, 2 individuals? This means even among the 3 strongest from back then, one of them had not reached a 100 exploration degree. Ways to increase exploration degree. Slay monsters, defeat specials. Explore the map. Strategy for reaching 100 exploration degree. First head to Wind Thunder Valley. After reading all the information, Yibai made a swift decision. To achieve a 100 exploration degree on the first floor, it would be best to break through today. The levels of the Eternal Tower were linked to its tiers. On the first floor, Yibai could never surpass level 10. He had to break through the first floor to continue leveling up. After analyzing the strategy for reaching 100 exploration degree, Yibai identified a challenging issue. While combat was not difficult, traversing such a vast distance within 6 hours was somewhat strenuous. The Eternal Tower was only open for 6 hours a day. If he missed a day, he would have to return tomorrow. He resolved to visit the Trading Secret Realm to seek any displacement skills. With that thought, Yibai activated the Tower mark and entered the Trading Secret Realm ahead of time. The Trading Secret Realm was open 24/7, free from time constraints. Upon logging in, Yibai was bombarded with messages from his goblin subordinate. Big brother, are you there? Contact me as soon as you see this. However, this time, the goblin looked at Yibai with a peculiar expression. Big brother, who exactly are you? What is the matter? The left Tion Nen you reported today, cough. That guy's been apprehended. What good news? Yibai market, pidasit. The capture of a cultist from the demon sect was a cause for celebration. Fewer such individuals meant fewer hidden dangers for humanity. You might not know this, but after he was caught, he quickly turned on his associates, exposing several high-profile figures. Thanks to the clues he provided, 3 battle general-level cultists were captured today alone. The goblin subordinate said excitedly. Yibai was genuinely taken aback by this news. What a bargain. Buy 1, get 3 free. It's like a double 11 sale. Let us get back to business. After communication between the General Headquarters and the Defense Department, the confirmed reward for your report is 30,000 gold coins. From now on, your purchases at the Wanwu Pavilion will be at a 10 discount. Chapter 19, Eternal Core City. The reward for reporting left Tian Nan amounted to 30,000 gold coins, equivalent to 30 million dragon coins. As for the 10 discount, that privilege was reserved for battle generals. Here's your anonymous gold coin card with 30,000, along with this VIP card granting battle general level privileges. Big brother, please keep it safe. The goblin subordinate explained that the VIP card could be used both online and offline, remaining anonymous, as long as it was presented at any auction or trading market hosted by the Wanwu Pavilion. It would confer battle general level benefits. Understood. Accepting both cards. Yi Bai stated his purpose for this visit. Do you have any displacement skills or equipment suitable for low-level mages? Yes. The goblin subordinate, displaying professionalism, immediately presented several items. Gale Step, Skill Book. Upon use, it increases movement speed, and when leveled up, it allows for a brief period of invisibility, with the first normal attack dealing critical damage. Price, 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. That is about 500,000 dragon coins. That is quite expensive. Next one. Yi Bai promptly ignored Gale Step. He had no intention of becoming a sword saint or traversing the other world. Why would he learn Gale Step? The goblin continued to introduce various items. Wind Spirit Boots, which included a movement skill allowing for short-term flight after sustained running. Fire Jump, which teleports 2 meters in a designated direction, causing fire damage to surrounding enemies. Listening to the goblin's explanations, Yi Bai frowned slightly. These items did not align with his needs. The goblin had no other options, as low-level mage equipment was scarce, further depleted by various families, leaving behind only these meager offerings. There's one more, a skill book for all professions, but typically only warriors learn it. Wind Slash, dash to the enemy's side at high speed, delivering a normal attack that deals 65 damage, with no cost and a cooldown of 0.5 seconds. The goblin subordinate hesitated at this point, unable to continue. While Wind Slash was indeed a displacement skill, it was designed for close combat. What was most crucial for a mage in battle? Maintaining distance. The goal was to maximize the distance from the enemy while continuously wearing them down. This is a collection of battle techniques meticulously compiled by countless predecessors, yet the characteristic of Tafing Zhan stands in stark contrast to them. A mage charging right beside the enemy in a single bound? What kind of devilish maneuver is this? The enemy. Have you eaten? If not, let me give you a taste of my big move before you leave. Who would have thought that Yi Bai would take an interest in it? How much is this? 8,000 gold coins, but after discount, it's 7,000 gold coins. You're not actually considering buying this, are you? The goblin's little brother furrowed his brow, realizing the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Yi Bai calmly produced 7,000 gold coins and stated, "I'll take it." The goblin little brother replied, "Cash on delivery." The transaction was successfully completed. Skill acquisition successful. Learn Tafing Zhan. Yi Bai looked at the newly learned displacement skill and nodded in satisfaction. For other mages, Tafing Zhan might be utterly useless. However, for Yi Bai, with the stacking of Shusher Daifa and Ladian Jufu, whether through basic attacks or skills, he could inflict tremendous damage. With Tafing Zhan in hand, Yi Bai could ensure both mobility and damage. As still as a mountain, yet as swift as thunder, with a single strike to kill and the ability to retreat thousands of miles. Indeed, this is the true combat style of a mage. And Yi Bai felt there was nothing wrong with his avant-garde understanding. Big brother, how should I address you? After the transaction, the goblin little brother inquired. The constant calling of Big Brother made both feel somewhat awkward. Yi Bai pondered briefly and replied, "You can call me Siga." "All right, CG." After exiting the trading secret realm, the clock struck midnight, and Yi Bai set off once more on his journey to the Eternal Tower. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. The melodious prompt echoed in his ears, ethereal and seemingly untouched by worldly affairs. The Eternal Core City serves as a transit point and resting place for those embarking on the Eternal Tower adventure. To challenge the Eternal Tower, one simply needs to input the corresponding level on the core to teleport. The Eternal Tower opens for 6 hours each day, so please manage your time in the Eternal Core City wisely. We wish you success in conquering the Eternal Tower soon. When Yi Bai opened his eyes again, he found himself within a grand city bustling with activity. This is the Eternal Core City. Regardless of strength, whether a level 1 novice or a mighty warrior. All must pass through the Eternal Core City to enter the Eternal Tower. For the general populace, the Eternal Core City is their trading secret realm. Without the supervision of secret realm spirits, deceit and trickery are more prevalent. As Ibai entered the city, he heard many vendors calling out, "Special map of the first layer, only 50 copper coins. Don't miss it. 3 silver coins will guide you through the first layer, guaranteed to teach you. But no refunds. Silver scale armor, 5 gold coins each." Over the past century, the Eternal Core City has been continually developed and divided into different areas: Trading Zone, Profession Zone, Combat Power Testing Zone, and Team Formation Zone. The Trading Zone handles transactions, needless to say. The Profession Zone hosts corresponding professional associations, allowing practitioners of the same profession to share resources and enhance their strength more swiftly. The Combat Power Testing Zone is an area established specifically for testing the combat prowess of warriors, generals, kings, and gods. After all, injuries sustained within the Eternal Tower do not affect reality. During combat power testing, even if one suffers severe injuries or death, there are no repercussions. However, starting from general, the assessment of combat power requires evaluating achievements in the Abyss plane rather than merely looking at superficial strength. The 3 supreme beings established combat power grades to cultivate true warriors capable of slaying enemies on the battlefield, extraordinary blades, and awe-inspiring weapons. They are not merely fools who know how to mindlessly cast skills. With time limited, Yi Bai's plan was clear. First venture into the Eternal Tower, then head to the Combat Power Testing Zone to attempt the warrior test. With that, he placed his palm on a crystal situated by the roadside. And with a flash of light, he officially entered the first layer of the Eternal Tower. Shortly after Yi Bai disappeared, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki entered the Eternal Core City, not far from each other. Zhao Lin, Lu Sueki raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a hint of anticipation. "Are you with Yi Bai?" "No, but Yi Bai sent me something." Zhao Lin was currently checking his mailbox, discovering several scrolls and puppets of unclear rank. Yi Bai left a message for Zhao Lin, advising him not to use these items unless absolutely necessary. Using high-tier items for upgrades would instead diminish his upgrade rating, subtly weakening his strength and potential. Yi Bai provided Zhao Lin with these items merely as a precautionary measure. Upon learning that Yi Bai was not present, Lu Sueki appeared quite disappointed, and she recalled, "By the way, make sure to tell Yi Bai not to go to Fonglei Valley today." Why? Lu Sueki's expression turned grave as she earnestly stated, "The prophecy-type war god has predicted the monster spawn situation on the first layer of the Eternal Tower today. A special and exceptionally strong monster will spawn deep within Fonglei Valley. Anyone who rashly enters will meet a certain demise." Wow, is it really that terrifying? Zhao Lin, not daring to delay, immediately sent out the message. His expression then changed. "Oh no, did Bai 1T receive the message? He has already entered the Eternal Tower. Once inside the Eternal Tower, the communication function is temporarily disabled, and Zhao Lin could no longer reach Yi Bai." Lu Sueki gritted her teeth and pressed her hand against the crystal, silently invoking, "Yi Bai, please don't go to Fonglei Valley. Eternal Tower. First layer." Yi Bai stretched lazily, preparing to embark on his journey of 100 exploration points. First stop, Fonglei Valley. Here I come. Chapter 020. Departure to Fonglei Valley. Toffingjan. Yi Bai's figure moved like the wind, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he appeared behind a minotaur, tapping his staff lightly against the creature's nape. 264. The minotaur fell, transforming into specks of white light and dropping a small pile of copper coins. The monsters on the first layer are generally level 110. Far too weak for me, and defeating them does not yield experience. As he spoke, Yi Bai gazed into the depths of Fonglei Valley, where ominous sounds of wind and thunder echoed, instilling fear in those who listened. Deep within Fonglei Valley, it seemed something terrifying was being born. As monsters fled from their territory, Yi Bai's gaze grew fervent, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. That creature inside should serve as a good warm-up. When the talent, insightful eye was active, no secret could escape Yi Bai's perception. The information about the Minotaur General unfolded before him. Minotaur General, a monster that absolutely should not appear on the first layer, summoned by the 6th demon god of the Abyss Plane. Monster, injured Minotaur General. Introduction. Due to forcibly crossing into the Eternal Tower, it has sustained injuries, resulting in a significant decline in level and attributes. Level 20. Health 65,000. Mana 21,000. Physical defense 300. Magical defense 9999. Skills. Note: this creature carries a special item, and its sole purpose for being summoned is to obstruct the growth of Ashura. Special item: Magic Restraining Disc. Level increases the holder's magical defense to 9,999, granting immunity to magical damage below 10 million and reducing damage from magical attacks exceeding 10 million by 9,099. Observing the introduction of the Minotaur General, Yibai couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this creature was specifically sent to target me, due to the global announcement. Everyone in the world knows that Shura has transitioned to the Thunderwrath Mage, the demon god, aiming to hinder Shura's path of growth. Naturally sent a monster focused on magical defense. In fact, the Magic Restraining Disc, being a level item, is already formidable enough. Immunity to magical damage under 10 million, exceeding 10 million, with a minimum of 90 damage reduction. The Bull Demon General, possessing the Forbidden Magic token, is a nightmare for mages, an adversary of the Ashura, and an absolute bane for spellcasters. For a mage to successfully vanquish the Bull Demon General, they must inflict no less than 10 million magic damage in a single strike. In other words, this creature is beyond the capability of solitary mage to confront. It necessitates the gathering of numerous physical damage dealers, relying on sheer numbers to gradually exhaust the foe. This battle is destined to be arduous, compelling the less skilled to avoid confrontation and navigate cautiously, fearful of attracting danger. Meanwhile, those with formidable talent rush to the scene, eager and ready to engage. Naturally, they too must band together to have any hope of challenging the Bull Demon General. To act alone would be tantamount to courting death. Yibai, however, is unconcerned with such considerations. He walks his own path, with a swift strike of the wind slash. A gust of wind carries him 100 meters away, dispatching another bull-headed monster. With a cooldown of only 5 seconds, his maximum single charge distance can reach up to 150 meters. Yibai feels invigorated, thoroughly satisfied with the wind slash. When converted to speed, the upper limit of the wind slash is an astounding 300 meters per second, equivalent to 1,080 kilometers per hour. It is precisely due to this impressive limit that Yibai opts for the wind slash, which does not disappoint him. As he accelerates forward with the wind slash, he diligently stacks the ready-to-strike ability, his key tactic against the Bull Demon General. 10 million magic damage immunity? Do not underestimate me. The Hellhound, which was swiftly vanquished yesterday, endured a staggering 10 billion magic damage. A mere 10 million is hardly worth mentioning. Yibai charges ahead like a tempest, making quite the commotion. Nearby, on 2 elevated grounds surrounding Wind Thunder Valley, observers spot a fleeting shadow darting into the valley and promptly relay the message. Attention, attention. A warrior has ventured alone into Wind Thunder Valley. The skill Yibai employs is easily recognizable. The wind slash is a technique exclusively learned by warriors. Upon receiving the message, the members of the team remain unfazed, some even displaying a hint of schadenfreude. Another fool seeking their doom. After all, these monsters are summoned by the demon god. To think one could confront them alone is sheer folly. Outside Wind Thunder Valley, a clearing is scattered with 100 individuals, casually chatting while jesting about the warrior who just rushed into the valley. This assembly, known as Wind Thunder Valley Team, comprises prodigies from various locales, with the weakest talent being, at level 10, Jiang Yun stands in an inconspicuous corner, surveying the crowd. In Nanjiang City, he is a brilliant talent, the darling of his school, showered with countless resources. However, when viewed on a national or even global scale, a mere level 10 talent is insignificant. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Others possess superior talents, better equipment, and more resources. What can Jiang Yun possibly use to compete with these paragons? Jiang Yun clenches his fists, a flicker of frustration crossing his gaze. He yearns to grow stronger. Everyone, pay attention. We're preparing to set off. Indeed. Let's hope that the previous warrior does not claim the kill first. This jest elicits laughter from the group, the air filled with a jovial atmosphere. 100 prodigies, under the command of a level 10 talent, gradually delve deeper into Wind Thunder Valley. Outside Wind Thunder Valley, two figures emerge in succession. Lu Sweki, did you not say you had not come to Wind Thunder Valley? Zhao Lin, trailing behind Lu Sweki, inquires perplexedly. I fear Yi Bai may have already entered. Lu Sweki frowns, troubled. The map I provided him. If he has entered Wind Thunder Valley, have I not led him a peril? This is not gratitude. It is a betrayal. Lu Sweki must venture into Wind Thunder Valley. Even if she cannot locate Yi Bai, she must at least make the effort. What are you saying? Da Bai is your classmate. He is not merely my buddy, Zhao Lin remarks lightly, though the reality is that the period of weakness following death is prolonged. If one falls, it represents a day wasted. Lu Sweki offers no further persuasion, gesturing to a small beast perched on her shoulder. This little creature can avert calamity. It will guide us, choosing the safest paths to minimize encounters with monsters. The monsters within Wind Thunder Valley are of a high level, aside from the aforementioned. Others are not easily managed by the two of them alone. With the summoned beast to lead the way, Lu Sweki finally feels confident enough to explore deeper. Stay close to me. Do not wander off. She instructs. Understood. Zhao Lin nods eagerly, urging their departure. The two figures gradually make their way into the depths of Wind Thunder Valley. Chapter 21. That man. A duelist, the exhilaration of the wind slash is something mages cannot fathom. Yi Bai, propelled by the wind slash, leaves behind a trail of monster corpses. These remains could serve as valuable resources, yet Yi Bai has no time to meticulously dissect them. The bull demon general awaits. How many layers of ready to strike have I accumulated? Yi Bai glances at his status bar. 30 layers? I must have been in the Eternal Tower for nearly 10 minutes now. Previously, while battling the Hellhound, he had overlooked the stacking limit of ready to strike, which is indeed 30 layers. 30 layers, 2 to the power of 30, is more than sufficient for Yi Bai. Relying solely on one skill is unrealistic. The demon gods are aware that Azura is a mage, thus they equip their generals with the forbidden magic token to counter the Azura. Only by being well-rounded can one evade being targeted by foes. Overdependence on a singular skill may yield success against lesser foes. Yet in battles at the level of warriors and generals, Yi Bai could easily dominate. However, once confronted with adversaries of a higher caliber, he would swiftly become vulnerable, countered, or even meet his demise. 30 layers are adequate for now. Yi Bai gazes at the Nature Power staff in his hand. The Nature Power can be upgraded 12 times, with a remarkably high upper limit. The condition for the first upgrade is to inflict 1 million lightning damage. First, he must defeat the Bull Demon General. Battling the Bull Demon General, upgrading the Nature Power, and exploring the first layer of the Eternal Tower are all intricately connected. With a swift motion, a fierce wind sweeps through, uprooting countless plants and sending them soaring into the sky, obscuring Yi Bai's figure. He presses onward into the depths of Wind Thunder Valley. Just behind Yi Bai, at a distance of 10 miles, two individuals are trudging through the valley, their bodies adorned with branches and leaves, appearing quite disheveled. It is Zhao Lin and Lu Sweki. They are concerned that Yi Bai has ventured into Wind Thunder Valley and are intent on locating him. Zhao Lin, panting heavily and grasping a tree for support, remarks, Lu Sweki, your summoned beast is truly remarkable. The small creature on Lu Sweki's shoulder has chosen a path that successfully evades all living beings, although they encounter numerous monster corpses along the way. The environment within Wind Thunder Valley is far more treacherous than the two had anticipated. Even without engaging in battle, each step they take feels like an uphill struggle. Lu Sweki crouches beside a monster corpse, inspecting it closely. Strange. What is strange? Zhao Lin's heart races, fearing they may encounter something sinister. They are here to rescue Yi Bai, not to become casualties themselves. These monsters, judging by their wounds, must have fallen to the wind slash, Lu Sweki deduces. This means there is a talented warrior not far ahead of us. That is splendid. Let's catch up and inquire if he has seen Yi Bai, Zhao Lin exclaims. His spirits lifted. If he hasn't seen Yi Bai, it suggests Yi Bai is not in Wind Thunder Valley. With his strength alone, He surely could not have ventured this far. It's hard to say, Lu Sweki replies, still frowning, as if something weighs heavily on her mind. Lu Sweki pondered silently, realizing that each monster bore but a single wound, indicating that the assailant was capable of instantaneous kills. To be able to slay monsters from Fonlay Valley under level 10, including elite creatures, signifies an extraordinary talent. What level could this individual possibly be? Lu Sweki was startled by her own conjecture, repeatedly reminding herself that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals beyond her perception. The warrior preceding them, who had casually showcased his prowess with Ta Fingzhan, far surpassed Jiang Yun, and even Lu Sweki, endowed with a talent of this caliber, might not stand a chance. Let us proceed with caution along the way. Battling the fierce winds, Lu Sweki and Zhao Lin pressed onward, eager to catch up with the enigmatic warrior ahead. Deep within Fonlay Valley, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. The entire valley trembled as a terrifying fissure split the earth, engulfing countless rocks and soil, as if the apocalypse had descended. The members of the Fonlay team, who had been advancing slowly, abruptly halted, vigilant of their surroundings. Each bore wounds, appearing even more disheveled than Lu Sweki and her companions. After all, Lu Sweki had avoided conflict, while the talents of Fonlay team had to battle a relentless onslaught of monsters with every step they took. Upon noticing the disturbance in the depths of Fonlay Valley, someone immediately inquired loudly, "Tianyin, what is happening?" The young man known as Tunyin clutched his left eye in pain, wailing in agony as black blood oozed through his fingers, creating a chilling sight. "My eye!" His cries sent shivers down their spines, indicating a severe injury to his eye. "Where are the doctors? Where are the trained healers?" A priest rushed forward, his staff emanating a gentle white light, swiftly binding Tianyin's head with bandages, momentarily stabilizing his condition and barely saving his life. "Tianyin, what did you see?" The crowd surrounded him, anxiously awaiting his response. The sudden upheaval in Fonlay Valley posed a significant threat. If they advanced recklessly without understanding the situation, they risked annihilation. Tianyin gasped for breath, still trembling from his fright, and stammered, I saw something awakening." "What? Is there someone faster than us? Is it the second team?" "Damn it, they got a head start." The morale of Team 1 suffered a considerable blow. Clearly, the summoned talents were not limited to just them. Other teams were advancing from different directions. If their opponents had awakened first, it indicated that their overall strength surpassed theirs, increasing the likelihood of their success. At this moment, Jiang Yun stepped forward, resolutely stating, "Do not be disheartened. The first to awaken will undoubtedly face greater pressure. The one who ultimately delivers the final blow will reap the greatest rewards." His concise words instantly lifted the spirits of Team 1's talents. Indeed, winning prematurely means nothing. What if we end up annihilated? Furthermore, those who have played the game know that the 9,999 health points ahead are merely a setup. The true kill is determined by the final strike. Seizing the opportunity is still within reach. Well said. Let us accelerate our advance and seize the chance. Tianyin, is your injury severe? Can you keep up? Tianyin, with blood seeping through the bandages on his head, felt his health continuing to dwindle. Merely having glimpsed the scene from a distance had left him gravely injured. No, wait. Before he could finish his sentence, Tianyin transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Life extinguished, death. Yet, Team 1 did not succumb to despair at Tianyin's demise. Rather, their morale surged as they pressed deeper into the valley. In the eternal core city, a flash of white light appeared as the pale Tianyin emerged onto the street, still shaken. He uttered the unfinished words, "No, it was not just one team awakening. That man awakened alone. He intends to challenge us." Regrettably, Tianyin could not reach his teammates and relay this crucial information. Chapter 022. Slay. The bull demon war general deep within Fonlay Valley, Yi Bai, wielding the power of nature, gazed up at the colossal figure before him. The bull demon war general, ensnared by chains and radiating an overwhelming demonic flame. During the transport, the bull demon war general had sustained severe injuries, causing a significant drop in both level and strength. However, the demon sealing plate he possessed remained well protected. This artifact was essential for countering Shura, and constituted the Bull Demon War General's greatest reliance for this endeavor. Upon entering the first layer, he immediately fell into a deep slumber, attempting to recover his strength for the impending battle. Yi Bai's arrival startled the Bull Demon War General. "Fool! You disturb me and shall pay with blood." With a furious roar, the Bull Demon War General began to thrash violently. As he struggled, chains fell away, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Speaking so eloquently, Yi Bai stood at a safe distance, observing. Some of the chains binding the Bull Demon War General were manifestations of the Eternal Tower's rules. If Yi Bai were to strike now, most of the damage would be absorbed by the chains, inadvertently aiding the Bull Demon War General in breaking free from his confinement. Braised dragon, neck meat, spoon handle. 5 flower toes, 3 flower toes, spoon meat. I'm craving it. Perhaps I'll have hot pot for breakfast tomorrow. Yi Bai's musings were evidently overheard by the Bull Demon War General, reigniting his fury. "Aunt, what do you take me for?" "Spicy hot pot. Extra spicy, hold the goji berries." The Bull Demon War General let out a roar, his arms straining outward as the chains on his wrists snapped with a resounding crack, his overwhelming aura startling flocks of birds into flight. "I am the 2nd Deputy Commander of the Bloodstained Legion under the 6th Demon God, a formidable being exceeding level 200, and I have even slain your human generals." "What? Are you so frightened by my words that you can't even speak?" The Bull Demon War General's gaze brimmed with mockery as he looked down upon Yi Bai. The first layer of the Eternal Tower could only accommodate human players of level 10, posing no threat to him. Under the Bull Demon War General's scrutiny, Yi Bai unexpectedly spoke, breaking his silence. "I had intended to leave you intact. A whole roasted bull sounds delightful. However, now I shall claim your head." "Oh, arrogant fool." Upon hearing Yi Bai's words, the Bull Demon War General was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a cacophony of derisive laughter, his tone dripping with disdain. "If a human legion were present, I might have taken caution, but you? Are you Shura?" The mention of Shura caused a flicker of apprehension to cross the Bull Demon War General's previously arrogant gaze. The notion of attempting to stop a Shura was akin to dreaming. Humans cannot produce a 4th supreme being. In response to the Bull Demon War General's provocation, Yi Bai slowly replied, "Whether I am Shura or not is irrelevant." Yi Bai lifted his staff and pointed forward. "You only need to know that today marks your day of demise. Annihilation." As their conversation unfolded, the chains binding the Bull Demon War General continued to fall away. Now, little more than mere decor. Yi Bai had been engaging in conversation merely to buy time. "I am waiting for the eternal rules to lapse." "What are you waiting for? Death?" Lightning arrow. With 30 layers of buildup and an unfathomable enhancement, an immense lightning arrow formed in the sky. The Bull Demon War General exclaimed in disbelief. "You call this mountain-sized thing a lightning arrow? Do you misunderstand what an arrow is?" In an instant, the colossal lightning arrow engulfed the Bull Demon War General's form, the terrifying impact resonating through his entire being, obliterating everything it touched. "No!" His desperate roar barely escaped his throat. Time around the Bull Demon War General seemed to slow to a crawl, leaving him acutely aware and agonizingly tormented, feeling each moment of his impending demise. "This is impossible. It cannot be." Countless questions swirled within the heart of the Neo-Mo Zhanjiang, leaving him utterly bereft of answers. His gaze upon Yi Bai was laden with a multitude of complex emotions: resentment, fury, confusion, bewilderment, and fear. His eyes widened as if a thought had struck him, but alas, it was too late. He was already dead, in the fleeting moments before his demise. Neo-Mo Zhanjiang contemplated a possibility, the only explanation for the events unfolding before him. The terrifying damage had obliterated not just his body, but also his soul, preventing him from conveying any message. Yi Bai had honored his promise, restraining the damage of the lightning arrow, which shattered most of Neo-Mo Zhanjiang's form, leaving behind only a remnant of his torso and a severed head. The fearsome lightning arrow, after vanquishing Neo-Mo Zhanjiang, crashed into the valley floor, creating a massive crater accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. A wave of heat surged skyward, mingled with the acrid scent of sulfur. As molten lava erupted from the depths below, This surely cannot be considered damage to public property, could it? Yi Bai had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of power displayed by the lightning arrow striking the ground. This place was no longer safe. He dashed towards the remains of Niu Mo Zhanjiang, first stowing away the colossal head into his spatial backpack. The sheer size of Niu Mo Zhanjiang was staggering. Even his pupils towered over Yi Bai. The head lay flat upon the ground, exuding an aura greater than that of a 3-story building. After securing the head, Yi Bai rummaged through the debris and grasped a glowing blue disc in his hand. The Jin Mo Tong Di. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not expected this item to have survived. It appeared to be largely intact, a special-grade item worthy of immediate retrieval. As he surveyed the battlefield, he discerned that the remaining items held little value, with lava continuously bubbling forth from the ground. The earlier tumultuous battle had surely drawn the attention of many. Time was of the essence. After dispatching Niu Mo Zhanjiang, he had achieved remarkably high damage, and his natural powers had ascended, fulfilling the primary objective of his journey. There was no need to linger in such a perilous locale. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best course of action. A bird soared across the sky. As Yi Bai sought to flee the Feng Lei Gu, with a swift step, he appeared upon the bird's back, lightly pressing his toes to take flight. The bird mused, "I may not be human, but you truly are." Yi Bai awakened Niu Mo Zhanjiang, engaged in dialogue, and ultimately vanquished him. While the process appeared intricate, it had taken less than a minute. Upon Yi Bai's departure from the battlefield, the lava surged upward, consuming the traces of their battle. 10 minutes later, 2 disheveled figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield, surveying the scene in shock. Zhao Lin covered his mouth and nose, his face pale. Coughing as he inquired, "Lu Sueki, have you led us to a volcano? Were we not in Feng Lei Gu?" The oppressive heat and suffocating air rendered Lu Sueki equally uncomfortable. Her face flushed as if intoxicated. After coughing twice, she expressed her bewilderment. "Wait, let me check my location." Lu Sueki unfurled a scroll, revealing a coordinate before them. Her complexion drained of color, turning ghostly pale, akin to a freshly painted wall. Zhao Lin rubbed his eyes, struggling to discern the coordinates. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lu Sueki's voice trembled with disbelief as she disclosed, "We are at the deepest part of Feng Lei Gu, the very place where a general-level demon materializes." "What?" Chapter 023. Alas, Zhao Lin lacked education. This was indeed the site of the materialization. Lu Sueki's face was devoid of color, despairing as she gazed around. She had not anticipated their venture would lead them so deep. Arriving at the innermost sanctum of Feng Lei Gu, Zhao Lin murmured, scanning the surroundings, eager to gather as much information as possible before their impending doom. If circumstances allowed, he might even wish to pull out his phone for a commemorative selfie. "What are you doing?" Lu Sueki inquired, noticing Zhao Lin scribbling in the dirt with a twig. Curiosity piqued. "I'm leaving a note that says Zhao Lin was here for posterity," he replied with pride. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, I found something." The twig had struck something solid. Beneath the soft earth lay a hidden secret. Zhao Lin began to unearth the soil, revealing a dark object. "What is this?" He held a lump of char material in his palm. Lu Sueki was drawn to the find. Analyzing, it appears to be struck by lightning, soft and not resembling wood. "Is it beef?" Zhao Lin peeled away the charred exterior, discovering that inside was perfectly cooked beef, exclaiming in astonishment, "It smells divine." The golden brown meat emitted an irresistible aroma, prompting Zhao Lin to swallow hard. Lu Sueki frowned, slightly disgusted. "You're not actually going to eat that, are you?" "I chose the culinary path as my profession. Let me tell you, high-tier monsters are treasure troves. Even a mere piece of meat could enhance attributes," Zhao Lin asserted as he deftly produced silver cutlery. Slicing a small piece of meat, with resolute determination, he closed his eyes and bit down, chewing voraciously. Delicious. The melt-in-your-mouth beef, perfectly cooked, tantalized his senses. Zhao Lin opened his eyes wide, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Alas, Zhao Lin lacked education and could only express himself with exclamations. "What's wrong?" Lu Sueki inquired. "My strength attribute increased by 2 points," Zhao Lin declared, brimming with exhilaration, gazing at the beef with fervent intensity. This had to be meat from a general-level monster, hence its astounding effect. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "That's the meat. Whatever. Let us see if we can find more of this beef." Zhao Lin began to scour the area, and soon he discovered 2 more steaks, akin in size to ordinary ribs. Lu Sueki assisted, and with the help of summoned beasts, they uncovered 6 more pieces of beef, each succulent and juicy beneath the completely charred crust, an abundant harvest for the pair. After scouring the battlefield, Zhao Lin divided the beef into 3 portions and looked at Lu Sueki. "This is your share." Lu Sueki, slightly disdainful, declined. "I'll pass. Just give my portion to Yi Bai. That would be quite embarrassing." He felt reluctant to scavenge for food, yet the allure of the beef was undeniable. Consuming it could genuinely enhance attributes. Once they had finished gathering their spoils, Zhao Lin pondered the most crucial question. Where is the meat now? Dead. Lu Sueki's complexion regained some color. After all, she was the granddaughter of the War King, having grown up beside him and absorbing much knowledge, far surpassing Zhao Lin's understanding. "Look, there are many broken chains in the middle of the battlefield. I suspect they are manifestations of the eternal rules." "Oh." Zhao Lin nodded slightly, adopting a facade of comprehension. In truth, he hadn't understood a thing. "Notice the lightning strike marks here. They are clearly not caused by spells. To create such terrifying power, one must be at least a War King-level warrior." Lu Sueki asserted confidently, the original intention was forced materialization. The demon god incurred enormous costs, but was still suppressed by the eternal rules, resulting in a failed descent and subsequent annihilation. The thunderbolt symbolized divine retribution at times. The battle traces left by a War King were beyond the capabilities of novices, even those as formidable as Xiao Luo. Lu Sueki's analysis was thorough, logical, and compelling. "That makes sense. What should we do now?" Zhao Lin shrugged his shoulders. Having been annihilated by the eternal rules, Feng Lei Gu was now rendered safe. Yet they had not located Yi Bai. Only at this moment did Lu Sueki relax. Since he was dead, it meant Yi Bai would be safe. "Do not disclose your bounty of beef to anyone. Its value is hard to assess. Just consume it yourself." "Understood." As the 2 individuals arrived, they encountered no battles. The creatures of Feng Lei Gu, in light of the recent calamity, frantically fled their native territory. As they made their way outward, the path remained unobstructed. Approximately 15 minutes after their departure, a group resembling wild men shattered the tranquility deep within Feng Lei Gu once more. The prodigies from Feng Lei Gu arrived belatedly, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Where did all this magma come from? "Look, the chains of the eternal rule." Could it be that the talents here are not lacking in descendants of war kings and war gods, rivaling Lu Sueki in vision? From the various signs on the battlefield, they quickly reached the same conclusion as Lu Sueki. How detestable to have fallen victim to the eternal rule. Arriving late is such a pity. Everyone began searching for remnants, hoping to find even a scrap of flesh, as it would be worth its weight in gold. The talented individuals of Feng Lei Gu, filled with hope, ultimately found nothing. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of disappointment, they scoured the battlefield in despair. Suddenly, Jiang Yun lowered his gaze and discovered a crooked line of words etched into the ground. Upon deciphering the message, his expression shifted dramatically. It read, "Zhao Lin visited here." How could Zhao Lin be here? Could it be a coincidence of names? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Jiang Yun's mind, leaving him particularly unsettled. As a prodigy, he had exerted immense effort, traversing mountains and rivers, breaching numerous barriers, only to find that a classmate he had disregarded had arrived at the destination ahead of him, even taking the time to leave a written note. In stark contrast, the true fool was Jiang Yun himself, his face flushed between crimson and pallid, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. "Jiang Yun, what have you discovered?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." With that, Jiang Yun swiftly erased Zhao Lin's inscription from the ground. Yet, in the depths of his heart, he repeatedly murmured a name, Zhao Lin. "What secrets are you hiding?" Chapter 024. Bountiful rewards from the kill. With a swift motion, a figure descended from the heavens, startling the birds in the silent forest. Yi Bai landed gracefully, treading upon the thick carpet of leaves, relishing the soft sensation beneath his feet. This place should be safe now. Stretching languidly, Yi Bai began to organize the spoils of his recent endeavor. Following the defeat of the Bull Demon General, no creature posed a threat to him on the first level of the Eternal Tower. Even without employing skills, relying solely on basic attacks, Yi Bai could effortlessly dispatch the monsters. In his palm appeared a blue disk of light, the most significant reward from his encounter with the Bull Demon General, the Forbidden Magic Disc. Special item, Forbidden Magic Disc grade, class completeness, 748 requirements, level 20. Bull Demon Bloodline effect. The holder is immune to magical damage below 10 million. For magical damage above 10 million, they enjoy significant damage reduction. Note, the Forbidden Magic Disc can be shattered to completely negate the next instance of magical damage endured below War God tier. Upon comprehending the effects of the Forbidden Magic Disc, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, remarking, "I knew those fiends from the Demon God wouldn't be transporting professionals. Why would they kindly provide me with items?" Even the special item designated for the Bull Demon General comes with holding requirements that I cannot meet. However, it is not entirely unusable, if treated as a one-time consumable. Its effect is indeed formidable. It could entirely shield against magical damage below the War God tier, effectively granting Yi Bai an extra life in a critical moment. Yet, to Yi Bai, treating a class item as a mere consumable feels excessively extravagant. Alas, the two conditions for utilizing the Forbidden Magic Disc firmly bind him: level 20 and the Bull Demon Bloodline. Currently, Yi Bai is only at level 10 and cannot utilize it for the time being. This predicament is not overly concerning, as he will soon surpass level 20. It is not a challenge for him. The true dilemma lies in the bloodline requirement. Yi Bai is unequivocally human and shares no connection with the Bull Demon Bloodline, rendering him incapable of possessing the Forbidden Magic Disc and reaping its magical immunity benefits, leaving it to languish in his inventory. Yi Bai consoled himself. Having is better than not. After all, it is a class special item with a completeness nearing 75. If he were to sell it at the WNW Pavilion, he could fetch at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Yet, once he offers the Forbidden Magic Disc, this rare item would inevitably draw connections to the Bull Demon General that appeared today. It wouldn't be difficult for others to deduce that the Bull Demon General met its end at the hands of the seller. At that point, there would surely be individuals investigating down this line, and should Yi Bai find himself in the spotlight, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Cautiously developing, avoiding reckless acts, Yi Bai well understood that the fallen prodigies were worth nothing. Only by realizing the potential of his class talents could he earn the right to stand at the center of the stage and fight. Until then, diligently enhancing his strength is the proper path. Stowing away the Forbidden Magic Disc, Yi Bai gazed at the massive bull's head occupying the majority of his backpack space. The unblinking eyes of the bull seemed to silently accuse him of brutality. Regrettably, the levels within the Eternal Tower correlate to breakthrough counts. Even if he had defeated the Bull Demon General, he could not gain experience or level up. However, there were still benefits to be had. Yi Bai would not engage in a losing venture. First, the rewards from defeating the Bull Demon General translated entirely into attributes. The Eternal Tower rewarded Yi Bai with a total attribute increase of 100 and a luck boost of 1. Yi Bai was pleasantly surprised to find that even defeating the Bull Demon General could enhance his luck attribute. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yi Bai analyzed. His arrival disrupted the rules of the Eternal Tower, and thus he was severely injured and bound by the Eternal Rule. My defeat of the Bull Demon General can be viewed as a restoration of order, justifying these attribute rewards. The rules of the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai could only wish for more. He has always been fair and just, never one to hinder others. In addition to the attribute rewards, following the defeat of the Bull Demon General, the exploration level of the first floor of the Eternal Tower surged to 65. This rate of progress far exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. It seemed he would have ample time today to participate in the warrior test. Yi Bai did not forget his plans. After tallying his gains, he should focus on enhancing his exploration level. The advancement of natural force had been completed, and he hoped it would not disappoint. Yi Bai lifted natural force, his gaze descending. The 100 billion damage inflicted upon the Bull Demon General satisfied the hidden advancement conditions for natural force, prompting an automatic upgrade. The staff, originally measuring 2 meters, felt somewhat heavier after the upgrade, weighing nearly 20 pounds, with Yi Bai's strength attribute reaching 300. This weight posed no issue for him. For other mages, merely wielding natural force would likely prove challenging, not to mention casting spells or engaging in fast-paced combat. As Yi Bai's gaze settled, the information regarding natural force became clear. Equipment: Natural Force, 10 grade, Class Attributes, Intelligence 40, Spirit 30 traits, Heaven's Wrath. The holder's lightning damage is increased by 15. Damage taken from lightning is reduced by 5. Shield healing from with skills is 15. Twinborn: When releasing lightning skills, there's a 1 chance to simultaneously release with skills, and vice versa. Thunderstorm: When releasing lightning skills, there is a 0.01 chance to inflict double damage. Advancement trait: Path to Annihilation. Using lightning damage to kill 1,000 units above the holder's level, 0-1,000. Available advancement attempts: 11 advancement attempts completed. 1 natural force originally possessed 3 traits. Upon the completion of the prior advancement, the status was refreshed to the endpoint of annihilation. The requirement to vanquish 1,000 units does not pose much of a challenge. Indeed, it is rather simple. The effects of the 2 enhancements, Divine Retribution and Duality, have both seen slight improvements. Particularly, Divine Retribution not only inflicts greater damage, but also has diminished side effects. However, the newly introduced enhancement, Thunderstorm, is the most valuable. With a probability of 1 in 10,000 to deal double damage, the more Leaf Bai gazed upon Thunderstorm, the more enamored he became, feeling an exhilarating rush akin to a heart attack. Statistically speaking, the returns from Thunderstorm are not significant. Casting at 10,000 times yields merely a single instance of double damage. Nevertheless, the power of nature still possesses 11 opportunities for advancement, which will enhance all enhancements once completed. This indicates that as time progresses, both the probability and damage of Thunderstorm will see significant increases. Its potential is worthy of Leaf Bai's trust. The expenditure of 80,000 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Leaf Bai beamed with joy, feeling this investment was exceedingly beneficial. Should he place Nature's power within the 10,000 Things Pavilion now? Even without revealing the advancement conditions, it could easily fetch a price exceeding 300,000 gold coins. Stowing away Nature's power, Leaf Bai casually opened his attribute panel. Eternal, Azure Talent, Eye of Insight, level 10 Profession, Thunder Fury Mage, Lightning, Health, 4,600 mana, 3,100 Strength, 226, 100 Intelligence, 245, 40 Spirit, 235, 30 Agility, 224 Constitution, 231, 100 Luck, 12 Equipment. Nature's Power, 1 Skills, Lightning Arrow, Thunder Blessing, Build Up, Heavenly Thunder Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Specialization with all 5 attributes exceeding 200. Leaf Bai could effortlessly pass the first-tier soldier test, even with his eyes closed. As his attribute panel gradually faded, Leaf Bai stretched lazily, casting his gaze towards the dense forest, filled with vigor. First, he must raise the exploration degree of the first layer to 100. Charge forth. In Chapter 025, Level Completion, 100 Exploration, the Wind Slash. A glimmer of cold light flashed as Leaf Bai swiftly eliminated a ghost monkey, effortlessly retracting his hand. The exploration degree had already reached 80. Thanks to the assistance of the Bull Demon General, the initial exploration degree of the first layer began at 65, significantly hastening Leaf Bai's exploration speed. Once the exploration degree reaches 100, summoning the Eternal Core Crystal will allow for the completion of the level. With this thought, Leaf Bai slightly raised his head, gazing at the sky. The Eternal Tower is a realm unto itself on every floor. Just how tall is the Eternal Tower? 1,000 layers? 10,000 layers? No one knows the answer. For a century, even the mightiest of the human race have failed to conquer the Eternal Tower. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances. The path lies beneath our feet. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and even the tallest mountains rise from dust. The wind slash. Once again, Leaf by sliced through with cold light, unwavering in his advance. Tonight, he is the most dazzling figure of the first layer. Zhao Lin will soon part ways for leveling up, and there are a few matters I must discuss with you. Two individuals, covered in dust, emerge from the wind and thunder valley. Despite their dusty appearances, one could still vaguely discern Lu Sueki's exquisite features as she earnestly spoke about the exploration degree of the Eternal Tower. Exploration degree? Zhao Lin blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Yes, after you listen, remember to cough and inform Leaf Bai as well. Upon mentioning Leaf Bai, Lu Sueki's expression turned slightly awkward, but the dust on her face obscured it. Got it. I'll jot it down. Zhao Lin produced paper and pen, ready to highlight the key points. Lu Sueki took 5 minutes to explain the function and significance of exploration degree to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin attempted to summarize. So you mean the higher this number, the better? Exactly. You possess a level talent, and I recall Leaf Bai registered as a level talent as well, correct? Indeed, Zhao Lin nodded, confirming the facts. After the awakening of talents, a designated teacher is responsible for registration and reporting. Low-tier talents are not confidential and are of a semi-public nature. Based on past experiences, achieving a level talent with an exploration degree of 30 is already quite a feat. Completing these tasks will allow you to challenge the next layer. Lu Sueki handed over a list of tasks, which required traveling to numerous locations and slaying hundreds of monsters, leaving Zhao Lin feeling overwhelmed. If 30 is this troublesome, then what 100? As a well-known underachiever, Zhao Lin harbored the heart of a scholar, curious to glimpse what a perfect score looked like. I have no idea. Lu Sueki shook her head, candidly admitting, you know well that although my grandfather is a war king, he keeps overly classified matters from me. Besides, achieving 100 in exploration degree is exceedingly difficult. Even the legendary Azura might not attain it. Surely not. I read online that Azura is a supreme seed. Isn't it? Zhao Lin was taken aback, realizing the challenge of achieving a perfect score was daunting. Rumor has it that a certain supreme being failed to achieve a 100 exploration degree. This matter has been ridiculed in a small circle for an extended period. However, rumors remain just that, rumors, lacking official verification and should not be indiscriminately spread. By the way, my grandfather mentioned that if someone manages to conquer the level with a 100 exploration degree, unexpected good fortune will occur. Oh, what kind of good fortune? He spoke ambiguously, suggesting that once someone achieves a 100 exploration degree, all dormant existences will awaken, and ancient beings long unseen will emerge, ushering in a true era of great strife and contention. It sounds incredibly formidable. Could it truly be so? Zhao Lin found himself captivated by the War King's words, hesitant to question the validity of his claims, and could only join in applause. All right, it's getting late. You should hurry and level up. The two bid farewell. A delicate golden finch perched on Lu Sueki's shoulder, appearing pitiful and harmless. Once Zhao Lin's figure disappeared from sight, Lu Sueki shook her shoulder, and the finch expanded into a magnificent golden rock. With a roar, the golden rock unleashed its might, toppling monsters one after another, offering no resistance whatsoever. Wherever the golden light touched, nothing remained, only desolation. Lu Sueki's level surged rapidly. She must become stronger quickly. That mysterious warrior wielding the wind slash left a profound impression on her. Even an unexpected powerful being surpassed her abilities, let alone the legendary Azura. Clenching her staff with one hand, Lu Sueki's gaze hardened. To grow stronger, and once more to grow stronger, to catch up to her contemporaries, to pursue the legendary Azura, and to repay Leaf Bai's kindness. Upon recalling Leaf Bai, a hint of warmth thawed the frost on Lu Sueki's countenance. No matter the circumstances, becoming stronger is the right course. With my level talent, I shall attempt to challenge a 70 exploration degree, something my grandfather never accomplished. Lu Sueki's gaze was resolute, filled with determination. At last, the exploration degree reached 100. Planting nature S power diagonally into the ground. Leafbite scooped up some clean water, washing his face and shaking off leaves and feathers. 2 hours and 40 minutes, much shorter than I had anticipated. Well then, it is time to advance to the next layer. Pulling nature's power from the earth, Leafbite summoned the eternal core crystal, pressing his palm against it. Golden liquid surged from the base of the diamond-shaped crystal, soon filling entirely. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the Eternal Tower. Calculating exploration degree, 100, completion rating, level. Eternal blessing activated. Completion rating automatically increased by 1. After a brief silence, a melodic notification once again resonated in Leafbite's ears. Congratulations on conquering the first layer of the Eternal Tower. Final rating, level. Meanwhile, all players within the Yongheng Gaotai, including the formidable beings within the Yongheng Hashin City, were simultaneously graced with an announcement. Congratulations to the player, Shiluo, for achieving the first tier evaluation completion. The public channel initially buzzed with discussions. Soon, some astute individuals discerned a crucial detail. Shiluo achieved a tier completion, not just a mere level completion. My heavens, there is an additional tier. Could it be that Yongheng Gaotai made an error? Quickly summoned the supreme being, Meng Yan. The entire world erupted in fervor at that moment, ignited by a single announcement. A momentous event in the annals of human history. The first tier completion was born. Chapter 026, bestowing you the resurrection armor with 100 exploration points. Tier completion. As this extraordinary event unfolded, Shiluo danced within the blind spots of everyone's knowledge. Even the seasoned elders who had once followed supreme beings had never witnessed such a spectacle. Tier, where did the extra 1 come from? Before they could recover from their astonishment, a new server-wide announcement echoed. Player Shiluo achieved tier completion for the first level, rewarding the entire Yongheng Gaodai human race with Guardian Angel. Limited time, comprehensive enhancement, granting the Yongheng Gaodai human race a 15 boost to all attributes, lasting for 3 hours. Limited time, focused defense, reducing damage taken by the Yongheng Gaodai human race by 20, lasting for 3 hours. Guardian Angel. Upon death within Yongheng Gaotai, players will receive 1 opportunity for full health and mana resurrection at the original location, clearing all negative effects while retaining half of their resources, lasting indefinitely, but disappearing after resurrection. This time, the public channel of Yongheng Gaotai exploded, with countless messages scrolling across the screen, rallying support for Shiluo. Unbelievable. With this resurrection opportunity, I can push higher. Level 29 has held me back for 30 years. Today, I shall show you what a fist the size of a cooking pot looks like. Madness. The capital has given birth to a war god. Comprehensive enhancement and focused defense hold profound significance for many warriors and generals who have been stuck at the threshold for years. Sometimes, a single step can lead to a qualitative leap. For the war kings and war gods, they place greater importance on Guardian Angel. Everything else seems mundane, having experienced it during the rise of supreme beings. Only this Guardian Angel is an absolute weapon for them, the optimal choice for breaking through Yongheng Gaodai. For them, the chance for a full health resurrection is immensely precious. The event of Shiluo's tier completion and the consequent extraordinary rewards from Yongheng Gaodai stirred up a tempest akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the capital, a middle-aged man clad in black robes with golden trims, exuding an air of authority and distinction, had just received the latest news regarding Shiluo. He hastily approached a grand artificial mountain, a renowned landmark in the capital. It is said to house a legendary war god who battled against a demon god to a standstill and followed supreme beings to conquer countless mid-level realms. The black-clad man lit incense and recited a few words, bowing repeatedly before placing the incense into the ground. A minute later, the entire artificial mountain began to tremble violently, splitting open to reveal a fissure. A black coffin, radiating an ominous aura, slowly floated from the ground, from which emerged a hoarse and aged voice. "Is what you say true? I dare not deceive my ancestor." The black coffin began to shake, and bloodstains seeped from its surface. "This is blood and sweat. Tears of anguish. The raspy voice, akin to two pieces of sandpaper grinding together, was painfully grating but now erupted in laughter, carefree and utterly unrestrained. Ha ha ha! My human race. Great prosperity is within reach. It lies in Shiloh. Kill! Kill! Annihilate those scoundrels. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Demon thieves, return my brothers' lives. Death! The figure within the black coffin seemed not entirely coherent, rambling for a moment before gradually calming down. He spoke slowly. The guardian angel is indeed powerful. Even an ordinary war god could advance a step with it, but it is ineffective against me. The remarks of the significant figure within the black coffin hinted at astonishing secrets. He traversed Yongheng Gaotai to the extent that he could have supreme beings safeguard him. Ordinary war gods could never receive such treatment. The once illustrious war god was merely pretending to be dead. He still clings to life. Sighing, he acknowledged that even fervent blood eventually cools. The voice from within the black coffin carried a hint of weariness. Each time I am awakened, I draw closer to death. Should I perish, the fragile balance of power between the human race and the abyssal realms would be shattered. What happened then? Do I need to remind you? The black-clad man bowed deeply in deference, understanding. The black coffin descended, blood and tears slowly trickling down. One drop fell to the soil. Trees burgeoned forth, branches unfurling. Iron trees blossoming, a riot of colors competing for attention, a scene brimming with life and vitality. In an instant, the world transformed. Not only that, this terrifying power radiated outward from the capital. That night, the capital bloomed in celebration for Shiloh, and the source of it all was merely a single tear from a certain being. Such commotion in the capital resonated across the nation and even globally. The long-dormant war kings and war gods emerged from their slumber. With the guardian angel, they had the opportunity to strive for a higher echelon. Even in failure, they would not feel disheartened. They understood that with Shiloh's rise, a new era of supreme beings was on the horizon. This era would not only witness the emergence of countless newcomers and prodigies, but also represent a golden opportunity for those like them, who have long been overlooked. Missing out on Shiloh, no one could predict when the next seed of a supreme being would be born. In an instant, the winds of change swept through, and dragons and tigers emerged. Even the defense ministry had not anticipated the magnitude of the commotion caused by Shiloh. They convened an emergency meeting to discuss relevant matters. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of this storm, Shiloh himself, Yi Bai, was leisurely strolling through Yongheng Hashin City. Why is there no one on the streets? Yi Bai curiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the once bustling trading district was now desolate. Numerous shops and stalls had opted to close their doors. Master, why aren't you at work? Yi Bai inquired of an employee who was locking up. Work? What nonsense? The employee secured the door and enthusiastically replied. Haven't you heard the server-wide announcement? Tonight, attributes and defenses are comprehensively enhanced, plus the guardian angel. If you don't seize the opportunity to climb the Yongheng Gaotai, are you just going to work? What future does working 996 hold? He makes a compelling point. Yi Bai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Young man, heed my advice. Hurry and attempt to climb. This opportunity must be seized. Be sure to express your gratitude to Shiloh. The young man dashed off, not forgetting to encourage Yi Bai to strive as well. Tonight is undoubtedly the best time for leveling up. Yi Bai chuckled softly. While these enhancements are indeed formidable, their significance for me is minimal. After completing the tier, the rewards bestowed upon me are not solely for myself, but rather for the entire server's human race. In other words, it is akin to me, through my own efforts, donning the resurrection armor upon everyone in the server. Thinking of it this way, I suppose I'm also a benefactor. Strolling along the empty street, humming a tune, Yi Bai made his way towards the combat power testing zone. Let us see what tier of warrior I now embody. Chapter 027, Warrior Testing Yongheng Hashin City, Combat Power Testing Zone. Yi Bai entered the hall and surveyed his surroundings. The usually crowded hall appeared exceptionally spacious. Of course, with the recent developments, everyone was preoccupied with scaling the Yongheng Gaotai. Testing combat power could be done at any time. Yi Bai noticed that even the staff were no exception. Many service windows were illuminated with red lights, indicating Service suspended. Staff members had taken leave to venture to Yongheng Gaotai, seeking to advance further. Please check in at the self-service machine and obtain a queue number. Following the prompt, Yi Bai located a machine. The required information was quite simple: level, profession, and the number of layers in the Yongheng Tower. Even when combined, this information could not pinpoint Yi Bai's identity. Clearly, in order to conceal the identity of Shura, the authorities had implemented comprehensive measures. Moreover, this was the core city of Yongheng, where it was virtually impossible to trace Yi Bai's whereabouts when hidden. Have you ever participated in a combat power test? No. Your test will commence from Combatant Level 1, with serial number 319. Please queue at window number 3. A blank sheet of paper printed with the serial number was ejected from the machine and collected by Yi Bai. Upon reaching window number 3, he was taken aback by the number of people present. In the entire hall, only 23 windows were operational, naturally gathering all participants of the combat power test together. Yi Bai was astonished to see that there were actually dozens of people ahead of him. At this rate, even if each person took 5 minutes, he would have to wait several hours. Yi Bai furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why they weren't training in the Yongheng Tower, but rather queuing for a combat power test. Among the crowd, Yi Bai spotted a familiar face, Jiang Yun. Above Jiang Yun's head hovered a note: the unfortunate soul drowned by a magma eruption. As for the culprit, well, cough cough. Yi Bai could hardly contain his laughter. How can anyone be drowned by magma? Couldn't he? They moved faster. At that moment, upon seeing Yi Bai, Jiang Yun also noticed him. Yi Bai, what are you doing here? Jiang Yun inquired with a hint of confusion. Did you also venture to Fenglei Valley? Well, sort of. I did go to Fenglei Valley. Yi Bai replied sincerely. Jiang Yun clearly misunderstood, thinking Yi Bai had also met his demise at the hands of magma or monsters, and sighed. Alas, poor luck. If I had died a bit later, there would have been no period of weakness. The rules of the Yongheng Tower were quite stringent. After clearing the Shura level, the entire Yongheng Tower would grant powerful benefits to the human race. However, prior to that, deceased players would still suffer from a weakness penalty. Yi Bai nodded in understanding, realizing why Jiang Yun and others were there. After dying in Fenglei Valley, they had fallen into a prolonged period of weakness. Originally, Jiang Yun and his companions had been wandering in the trading area, hoping to snatch some opportunities. Who could have predicted that, after accumulating misfortune, they would all be left behind, aimlessly wandering in Yongheng core city? In the end, someone suggested they participate in the combat power testing area and take part in the combatant test. Of course, they were merely there to broaden their horizons, not truly expecting to pass the combatant test. The difficulty of the combatant test was immense, with many level 30 seniors unable to pass. Only those of higher levels could aspire to become a level 1 combatant. Even those with exceptional talents typically needed to be at least level 20 to succeed. Anyone who could pass the combatant test now would be formidable enough to rival Shura. While queuing, the group engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing Yi Bai, Jiang Yun merely greeted him without further discussion, purposefully maintaining a semblance of distance as if an invisible barrier existed between them, indicating they were now inhabitants of two different worlds. After waiting a few minutes and noticing the line had not moved, Yi Bai remarked, "I'll check ahead." He possessed a VIP card, granting him combat general level privileges, which, if applicable, would save him considerable waiting time. Moreover, this privilege was a reward for Yi Bai's contributions to the human race. Why not take advantage of it? Jiang Yun glanced at Yi Bai's retreating figure but refrained from saying anything further. Today, it seemed that Lu Sueki had some involvement with this guy, and he couldn't allow Yi Bai to ruin his own good fortune. Although Yi Bai was handsome, he was merely a level 1 talent, and Jiang Yun did not perceive him as a threat. The rogue known as Tian Yin suddenly spoke up. "Jiang Yun, what profession is your classmate?" "Yi Bai, I'm not sure," Jiang Yun emphasized. "He has only a level 1 talent, and we're not particularly familiar. Let me check the database." Nanjiao number 3 High School. "Yi Bai mage?" Tian Yin asked. "Why do you care?" A few talented individuals were curious. The weakest among them had level 2 talents. Why bother concerning themselves with someone of level 1 talent? That fellow would be fortunate to become a combat general in his lifetime. A combat general was merely the starting point for their group of geniuses. The summer insect cannot speak of ice. How can an ant discuss the stars? He is a mage, not a warrior, Tian Yin murmured, "It's nothing. I mistook him for someone else." Previously, Tian Yin had used his talent to probe the depths of Fenglei Valley, catching a fleeting glimpse of a warrior preparing for a solo challenge. That fleeting glance cost Tian Yin his life. In his haste, he had focused solely on the bull demon combat general and hadn't paid attention to the warrior. The warrior's appearance was somewhat hazy. Upon seeing Yi Bai, Tian Yin felt a sense of familiarity but could only console himself, thinking that perhaps handsome individuals all bore a resemblance. Amidst the crowd's gaze, Yi Bai strode directly toward the foremost work robot, presented a card, and was astonishingly granted passage. Why was he allowed to bypass the queue? I don't know. The privilege to skip the queue must at least be a treatment reserved for combat generals, right? I think I saw him take out a card. It's a WNW G VIP card. A few exchanges left Jiang Yun's already gloomy expression even darker. A WNW G VIP card, with combat general level privileges. How could someone of Yi Bai's strength and background possibly possess such a thing? It had to be given to him by Lu Sueki. Infuriating. As a prodigy, he was meant to ascend effortlessly, soaring through the clouds. Who would have thought that he would recently encounter so many setbacks, even being overshadowed by a level 1 talent brat? This fueled Jiang Yun's inner fury, and he coldly scoffed, "It's fine. Let him go ahead and test." I dare say, Yi Bai probably won last even 10 seconds in the level 1 combatant test. The surrounding individuals nodded frequently, although Jiang Yun's words were harsh. The logic behind them was undeniable. A level 1 mage with level 1 talent, attempting to endure for 10 seconds was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Inside the combat power testing room, Yi Bai was stretching his body. He anticipated that the WNW G VIP card would actually work. A series of red lights flashed, and the emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the sealed space. Level 1 combatant test, first stage. Nerve reaction test. Are you prepared? Prepared. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. Chapter 028. Cattle and sheep gather in herds, while fierce beasts walk alone. The nerve reaction test begins. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a gunshot rang out. A bullet with a diameter of 6 inches shot through the air at an astonishing speed, and Yi Bai slightly tilted his body, easily evading it. The bullet struck the wall with a loud bang, creating a small dent and sparking a shower of sparks. Indeed, it was a live ammunition test. Yi Bai concentrated his mind, focusing on the front. Since he was in Yongheng Core City, part of the Yongheng Tower, death would not incur any substantial penalties. The combatant test was as genuine as it could be. Bullets, fireballs, lightning, flying knives. In this stage of the nerve reaction test, participants needed to avoid these attacks as much as possible. As long as they could survive, they would pass. In other words, there were 2 potential strategies. 1. Increase one's agility attribute as much as possible, learning more displacement skills to enhance mobility. This was the essence of the nerve reaction test. 2. Maximize one's shields, health, and other forms of defense. If one could not evade, then endure all damage and break through by sheer force. As long as one could survive, it would count as passing. The combatant test aimed to select warriors capable of fighting in the abyssal plane. Absolute versatility was not a requirement. Based on past experience, reaching an agility attribute of 200 or sustaining a total damage capacity exceeding 4,000 would suffice to pass the first stage. Many individuals find themselves ensnared at this juncture, lamenting their plight. Yet for Yi Bai, these challenges present no difficulty whatsoever. The insightful eye enables him to forecast the trajectory of all impending attacks, granting him a fleeting glimpse into the future. Simultaneously, it helps devise the optimal evasion strategy tailored for him. All Yi Bai needs to do is select a plan and execute it. Methodically and effortlessly, he deftly sidesteps every assault. Amidst a hail of bullets, Yi Bai strolls as if wandering through his own garden. Projectiles frequently whiz past him at a mere inch's distance, yet he remains unfazed, displaying not a hint of trepidation. In fact, to avoid standing out too much, Yi Bai occasionally allows himself to be grazed by a couple of attacks, feigning a lack of evasiveness. A seasoned actor indeed. Seconds tick by 10, 20, 30, and the frequency of the attacks escalates, narrowing the choices available to Yi Bai and intensifying the challenge of achieving flawless evasion. His health remains remarkably robust, though the barrage of firepower is somewhat excessive. How peculiar that the first-tier soldier test is so arduous. Yibai quips while dodging. With an agility attribute of 224, I could surely conquer this stage even without the insightful eye. Yet, this difficulty is utterly exaggerated. Even agility of 300 or 400 would struggle against this. He feels engulfed in a maelstrom of flames, aware that a moment's carelessness could spell his demise and lead to failure. Clenching his teeth, he resolutely follows the directives of the insightful eye, striving to execute each movement to evade the imminent assaults. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Yibai's forehead glistens with perspiration. A fireball grazes his left shoulder, singeing him. Merely brushing against the fireball inflicts over 300 points of damage. Something is amiss. This cannot possibly be a first-tier soldier's test. Yibai is certain, yet at this moment, confined within the testing chamber, he can only grit his teeth and endure, awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. Congratulations! You have completed the first-tier soldier neural reaction test. Please proceed to the next stage. As all attacks subside, Yibai stands in a corner, inhaling fresh air to recuperate. He focuses intently on the motion capture device ahead. This is merely a motion capture device. What do you expect to discern? If you wish to see something extraordinary, take the pen and write for yourself. Look again. It is nothing more than a motion capture device. Congratulations on successfully passing the neural reaction test for the third-tier soldier. The revelation that it is a third-tier test is quite disheartening. Yibai rolls his eyes, feeling rather exasperated. This implies that my current capabilities are akin to the neural reaction speed of a third-tier soldier. From another perspective, Yibai's self-awareness of his strength is now clearer. Onward to the next challenge. Stamina tests, damage assessments, and defense evaluations. Surprisingly, the subsequent testing phases proceed smoothly without any hiccups. The first-tier soldier test poses no challenge for Yibai. Indeed, to avoid drawing too much attention, he deliberately holds back to varying degrees. As the first-tier soldier test concludes, results are generated on a large screen, showcasing a plethora of data that compiles Yibai's test report. Neural reaction test, 98 evasion rate, grade rating. Stamina test, 86 completion. Grade rating. Considering all results, your first-tier soldier test rating is, congratulations, you have passed the first-tier soldier test. Please select your affiliation. Before Yibai appear 3 options: Planetary Defense Corps, Mercenary Corps, Lone Wolf. Soldiers exist solely for the purpose of combat. Upon passing the soldier test, Yibai may choose to join one of the various legions under the Planetary Defense Council, applying for membership. Once his application is approved, he will be required to report to a designated location and integrate into the legion. This is the most common choice. Officially sanctioned legions boast unparalleled strength and benefits. However, the cost is a significant reduction in autonomy. One must adhere to superior orders with little room for independent action. This path is evidently unsuitable for Yibai at present. He harbors too many secrets and requires time to grow. Thus, he momentarily dismisses the idea of joining a legion. The Mercenary Corps, by contrast, is a loosely organized entity with transparent pricing, embodying the essence of mercenary work. They form temporary teams to accept assignments from various factions, complete tasks, and receive compensation. Analyzing the available information, Yibai muses, the Mercenary Corps sounds appealing and suits my needs, but it requires real name registration. My school records indicate a supreme talent. After merely 2 days in the Eternal Tower, I've cleared the first-tier soldier test. That's rather conspicuous. Yibai's gaze shifts to the final option, Lone Wolf. Of course, the authorities have special methods to prevent individuals from repeatedly claiming benefits or exploiting loopholes. This path is the most solitary and devoid of support. Without an organization, teammates, or safety net, the Lone Wolf path necessitates one relying solely on oneself. Taking a deep breath, Yibai's resolve solidifies as he points to the next option. I choose the Lone Wolf. This path is indeed reserved for those with the spirit of a predator. Only the strong walk alone, while the meek gather in herds. When the path of soldiers was initially established, the strongest declared, "Every genius is a lone wolf on the road to progress." After making his choice, the large screen dims. It features a carved, roaring wolf's head vividly depicted with glistening fangs that project an aura of menace. Excellent, I like this. Thus begins the ascent of Yi Bai, the lone wolf soldier. Chapter 029, Arrogance and Cunning. After registering anonymously as a lone wolf, a document materializes on the screen, detailing the benefits Yi Bai is entitled to receive. A monthly stipend of 30,000 dragon coins, equivalent to 30 gold coins, to be collected every second Thursday in the combat testing zone. This sum, representing the expenses for a family of 3 over approximately 3 months, is no trivial amount. However, in comparison to the speed at which Yi Bai acquires resources, 30 gold coins seem rather insignificant. Since yesterday, after completing the novice dungeon, he was rewarded with 100,000 gold coins. Purchasing Nature's Power cost 80,000, leaving him with a balance of 20,000. Reportings with Tion Nan netted him a bounty of 30,000 gold coins. And acquiring Wind Slash cost him 7,000 gold coins. Yi Bai now possesses 43,000 gold coins, translating to 43 million dragon coins. The official stipend for first-tier soldiers is 15,000 dragon coins, along with other benefits. Due to the anonymity associated with being a lone wolf, he cannot enjoy additional benefits, making the monthly stipend of 30,000 quite reasonable. Earning 30,000 coins monthly without any obligations would amount to 360,000 over the course of a year. In 2 to 3 years, he could purchase a house outright. Soldier tests require reevaluation every 5 years. If he advances within that period, the assessment cycle resets. Skimming through the terms outlined in the document, Yi Bai finds little that warrants his attention. The inherent leniency of the lone wolf status means there are not many restrictions imposed upon him. Lone wolves can accept missions in the combat testing zone and receive corresponding rewards upon completion. Any attempt to glimpse the visage beneath the lone wolf mask is deemed a provocation. It can withstand scrutiny from those below level 200, he notes. Level 200 marks the threshold for warrior-level power. As a first-tier soldier, as long as Yi Bai does not act too ostentatiously, it is unlikely he will attract the attention of warriors. For now, that suffices. He encounters Jiang Yun and others just ahead. They seem to have just completed their tests. Jiang Yun's expression is grim, resembling a pair of moldy socks. I lasted less than 3 seconds on the neural reaction test. A true man can endure 3 seconds. Jiang Yun was oblivious to Yi Bai as a group of individuals angrily sought out the staff to voice their grievances. One particularly scruffy thief exclaimed, "Indeed, I was eliminated after just 1 minute. How is that even possible?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bai cast a surprised glance in his direction. 1 minute? A mere 1 minute at the level of a third-rank warrior? That was quite astonishing. Unfortunately, Yi Bai was soon disappointed. A line of text appeared above the thief's head. Survived for 6 seconds. Impressive, indeed. Transforming a mere 6 seconds into a minute showcased his remarkable ability to boast. Yi Bai nodded inwardly, reflecting on the situation. High emotional intelligence. Time flies when one is with someone they cherish. Low emotional intelligence. One is simply not in good form today. Clearly, everyone was experiencing issues with their combat power tests. What should have been a test for first-rank warriors had been inexplicably escalated to third-rank difficulty. Yi Bai, however, managed to grit his teeth and endure, even evading 98 attacks and receiving a high score. Jiang Yun and the others, on the other hand, struggled immensely. These proud children of heaven had initially believed that even if they could not pass the first stage, they could at least maintain some semblance of dignity. Who could have anticipated that they would be met with such a humiliating setback, leaving them utterly disheveled? The stark contrast between their expectations and reality was intolerable, and they clamored for an explanation. Before long, a balding, slightly overweight, middle-aged man rushed in from the hall, sweat beading on his forehead and a look of urgency etched across his face. "I apologize, everyone. I truly am sorry." Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his group, he realized the gravity of the situation. Among them were several descendants of the War Kings. Most individuals had taken leave to attend the Eternal Tower today, and as you can see, the circumstances here are unfortunate. A new employee inadvertently misconfigured the settings, resulting in the third-rank warrior test. I genuinely apologize for this mishap. After a few explanations from the balding man, Jiang Yun and the others softened their expressions. They merely sought an explanation. Even for the second-generation heirs, there was no need to engage in conflict with such a minor figure. A mistake had been made. Such a significant matter as a warrior test should not be treated lightly. A young man, deliberately assuming a stern demeanor, admonished, "Indeed, you have a point." The balding man nodded vigorously, showering them with flattery. Jiang Yun and his group, having vented some of their frustration, observed his slippery demeanor. Even if they were to land a few punches, they would garner no satisfaction. This soft, cotton-like figure held no appeal for them as a target for bullying. Very well. Let us consider this matter as though it never occurred. I shall not report your mistake this time. The leading young man spoke with an air of defiance. However, the balding man quickly grasped the implications. This group of proud individuals, initially enthusiastic about participating in the warrior test, had ended up in utter disgrace. If the footage were to circulate, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished, and they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of their social circle. Jiang Yun and his companions were not merely causing a ruckus. Their true intent was to erase the footage and obliterate the evidence of their humiliation. The balding man immediately understood and continued, "I sincerely apologize. We are understaffed today, and it has been quite hectic. We forgot to activate the cameras." As he spoke, the balding man pulled out a tablet and quickly deleted the footage of the warrior test. "Well done for your cleverness." Jiang Yun's group finally relented and agreed to leave. Yi Bai, having observed this farce, chose not to comment. He found the arrogance of these so-called geniuses distasteful, yet he did not disdain the manager's cunning. Ultimately, the arrogance of the talented stemmed from their belief in their own superiority, background, talent, connections. They all surpassed their peers, making it difficult not to develop a sense of entitlement. Conversely, the manager's smoothness was a reflection of the hardships and challenges of life. The mistake at work had been resolved, allowing him to avert disaster. None of this concerned Yi Bai, nor did anyone pay him any mind. He departed the testing room like a shadow, heading towards the lone wolf mission area to see if there were any tasks worthy of his attention. Once Jiang Yun and the others had departed, the balding manager let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "That little rascal nearly gave me a heart attack." As previously mentioned, a problem with the warrior test would constitute a serious work error. At best, fines, at worst, being sent to the Abyssal Plane to mine stones. Thankfully, it had been a false alarm. The balding manager picked up the tablet and glanced at the earlier testing data. A total of 126 participants tested, 125 failed, 1 succeeded. Rating E. Indeed, they had all failed. The manager set down the tablet, suddenly pausing, as if a lightning bolt had flashed through his mind. Had he overlooked something? He abruptly lifted the tablet, his eyes widening in disbelief, even rubbing them to ensure he was not mistaken. Could it be? For the third-rank warrior's neural reaction test, someone actually passed, and with an E rating. Who is this formidable individual? Quickly, let me check the footage. The balding manager stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The footage he had just deleted. Chapter 030, Wolf's Nest. The mask was a deep green base, with a character inscribed in the lower left corner, denoting Yi Bai's strength, first-rank warrior. Once adorned with the mask, Yi Bai's attire transformed dramatically, shifting to a loose-fitting, dark combat uniform. This change rendered it exceedingly difficult for acquaintances to recognize him based solely on appearance. As Yi Bai approached the mission acquisition area, numerous gazes were cast in his direction. "Look, it's a lone wolf. Impressive. He seems quite young. Perhaps he just recently passed the warrior test? To choose the path of a lone wolf takes courage. I aspire to become a lone wolf someday." These individuals whispered amongst themselves, wary of drawing Yi Bai's attention. The lone wolves represented the most formidable faction among all warriors. No one dared to offend a lone wolf, even if they were merely a first-rank warrior at present. This must be it, the wolf's nest? Yi Bai mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, finding the name intriguing. Upon entering the wolf's nest, the ambience contrasted starkly with the outside world. The establishment resembled a desolate bar, boasting a European classical decor style, dim lighting, and mellow music, with tables and chairs haphazardly arranged. Guests clustered in small groups, each forming their own tight-knit circles. The bar counter occupied the center of the wolf's nest, where 4 large screens hung above, cycling through the currently available missions. As soon as Yibai stepped inside, someone from a corner suddenly shouted, "A newcomer has arrived." Instantly, Yibai became the focal point of attention in the wolf's nest. A handsome young man raised a bottle of liquor, declaring, "This round is on me. This round's expenses are covered by young Master Zhao." Soon, a robotic bartender served everyone a small bottle of beer, Yibai included. Lifting his bottle, Yibai offered a slight nod to young Master Zhao, then tilted his head back and downed the beverage in one go. The icy beer coursed down his throat, reaching the depths of his soul, eliciting an involuntary sigh of satisfaction. "How generous! You lad, I like you. Come to the imperial capital and drink with me." After a few lively exchanges, the bar returned to its previous tranquility. The wolf's nest served as a sanctuary for the lone wolves, a self-formed circle of camaraderie. Those who chose the path of a lone wolf tended to recognize their own kind more readily. Among the 3 paths of warriors, the lone wolf route consistently boasted the highest casualty rate. After all, both the military and mercenary groups had official backing, ensuring ample medical support and greater safety. Naturally, those who chose the lone wolf path faced the highest risk, yet they also experienced the most terrifying success rates. Individuals opting for the lone wolf path saw their strength progress at a pace far surpassing their peers. This was one of the many charms of being a lone wolf. Setting the empty beer bottle on the table, Yibai gazed up at the large screen, which displayed numerous missions. The highest priority pinned at the top. Read, "Capture the 4th sect master of the demon cult." The provision of valuable clues rewards a staggering 101,000 gold coins. Capture the 4th leader of the demon sect alive and receive a weapon of the same rank as a reward, along with 10 points of martial merit. Provide the corpse of the 4th leader of the demon sect and confirm their demise for a reward of a piece of equipment of the same rank and 2 points of martial merit. In addition to the leader of the 4th demon sect, there are also relevant wanted tasks concerning the deputy leader and core personnel. However, most of these tasks exceed Yibai's current capabilities, with the weakest being at the level of a battle king. Should he encounter the enemy on the battlefield, a mere glare could spell his doom. He began to search for tasks suitable for himself, lowering his gaze to sift through those available for first-tier warriors. In the corridor outside the director's office of the Battle Power Testing Hall, the bald manager faced a dilemma, whether to speak up or remain silent. If he continued to conceal the matter, and it were to come to light, he could not bear the consequences of having once let slip a mysterious genius from his grasp. Eventually, summoning his courage, the bald manager raised his trembling hand and knocked on the director's office door. "Come in," came a response. Like a student caught in wrongdoing, the bald manager lowered his head and hesitantly recounted everything that had transpired, from the new employee setting the wrong difficulty mode, leading to the fury of the geniuses gathering in protest, to the deletion of the recordings in an attempt to conceal the incident. He dared not withhold a single detail in front of the director, who was a former battle king with extensive connections among various army leaders, an existence he could only look up to. To entertain any thoughts of trickery in front of the director was akin to courting death. Upon hearing the bald manager's report, the director surprisingly did not explode with rage as expected. Instead, he gestured toward the sofa, saying, "Why are you standing? Sit down and speak." The bald manager quickly nodded. Cautiously perching on the edge of the sofa, straightening his back, his somewhat rotund figure resembling a round ball, which appeared rather comical. The director poured himself a cup of tea and spoke slowly. "Your decision to report to me at least shows you possess some intelligence. If you dare to hide such matters, you would truly deserve to dig stones in the abyss. It was a moment of folly on my part to delete the recordings. I should be punished." The bald manager lamented, filled with regret. "Director, we should go to the technical department to recover the footage. It may not be too late." "Recover footage? Who said anything about recovering footage?" The director's words left the bald manager utterly bewildered. How could they investigate the identity of that mysterious genius without the recordings? A person with the overall quality of a first-tier warrior had managed to pass the nerve reaction test designed for third-tier warriors. What else could he be but a prodigy? The bald manager sat there in a daze, his mind racing. "You have only seen the first layer. You have not perceived the third." The director set down the teapot. "The footage you deleted was well done, but not just the testing footage needs to be erased. Every recording from the moment they enter the testing hall should be kept as a backup to report to the higher-ups. The rest should be deleted. What? The bald manager was utterly lost, feeling his intellect was insufficient to comprehend. But why? My dear subordinate, do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Chapter 031. As I said, Director's Insight. These recordings must be deleted. The director rose, flicking a cigarette from the pack and tossing it before the bald manager. As he caught the cigarette and prepared to light it, he was reminded, no smoking in my office. The bald manager quickly tucked the cigarette behind his ear. The director lit his own cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and confidently inquired, Shall you? Do we lack third-tier warriors among our human race? Not at all. Exactly. Whether this mysterious genius is a third-tier warrior or a third-tier general, even if he were a ninth-tier battle king, it would not suffice to turn the tide of battle. We require even stronger beings. At this point, the director's expression dimmed slightly. In his prime, he had once possessed the strength of a battle king, charging into the fray and slaughtering foes. Yet after sustaining grave injuries, he could no longer exhibit that former valiance and had to retreat to a secondary role, overseeing logistical operations. It was precisely due to having once stood so high that the director gained a broader perspective, allowing him to view issues with greater clarity. To the point and incisive, he continued, this mysterious genius is still quite weak in terms of battle prowess and has a long way to go. If we focus on him too early, it could backfire and lead to disaster. All we need to know is that he is a genius of our human race. How far he can go depends on him alone. But, the bald manager instinctively countered. If we could find him and provide him with more resources, wouldn't that accelerate his growth? Normally, yes, but you've overlooked a critical point. The director's face broke into a knowing smile as he said meaningfully, Isn't it true that they gathered to protest, forcing you to delete the recordings? Yes. The bald manager nodded vigorously. By deleting the recordings, and with that genius choosing the lone wolf faction, you are left unable to gather any information, correct? Absolutely. The bald manager kept nodding, as if a light had dawned upon him. Could it be that everything is merely coincidence? Have you never thought that the mysterious genius might be hidden among these young individuals? A chill ran down the bald manager's spine as he gasped. Could it truly be so? Under the director's reasoning, the truth was perfectly unveiled. This is a grand game. The bald manager couldn't help but exclaim, What a meticulous and strategic genius. The talents concealed within the forest, the stones hidden within the mountains. This meant that the genius had no desire to reveal his strength and true identity. The director confidently asserted, He certainly hails from a battle king or even a battle god lineage, possessing sufficient resources to meet his developmental needs. Furthermore, if he were to display overly strong talents and abilities, it would only plunge him into greater danger. The bald manager was utterly convinced. The director's analysis was flawless, leaving no room for rebuttal. Since he himself did not wish to reveal his identity, there must be a reason behind it. Finally, the director concluded, We shall keep a backup of the other recordings on the hard drive, delete them from the cloud, and submit the hard drive along with a report on this matter. The rest will be handled by the higher departments. Director, your insight is commendable. The bald manager nodded in appreciation, yet still inquired, which department typically oversees such matters? Do not ask what you should not, the director replied as he stood by the window, extinguishing his cigarette, but his lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering that name. The warriors of humanity, having chosen the lone wolf faction, could grow alone in the shadows. Yet how could they be completely abandoned, left to traverse their paths unaided? Even the loneliest wolf casts a shadow. Just the thought of the word shadow sent a shiver down the director's spine. The clandestine organization Shadow, established by the strongest, silently safeguarded the lone wolves, waiting for the emergence of a new wolf king. Would Xiao Luo become the new wolf king, the next supreme being? This question lingered unanswered, with only time capable of revealing the truth. Achoo! Yibai sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Rubbing his eyes, he realized that the tasks available for first-tier warriors were overwhelming, leaving him nearly cross-eyed from the sheer volume. Ultimately, he had no choice but to narrow down the scope of his search. First-tier warrior, Nanjiang City today. After setting the filtering criteria, dozens of tasks lay before Yibai, awaiting his selection. Assisting the city defense department with routine patrols for half a day rewards 3,000 Longbi. Supporting the emergency response team of the city defense department for 1 day grants 5,000 Longbi, with additional compensation based on the difficulty of the task. Guiding senior students in combat at Nanjing Sanzhong for 3 hours earns 6,000 Longbi, with an extra 2,500 Longbi for each additional hour. Yibai eliminated tasks that required excessive time, as he still had to attend school and could not afford to spend an entire day on missions. One must not forget one's primary responsibilities. He dismissed all auxiliary and daily life tasks. Ultimately, only 3 tasks remained for Yibai to choose from. Assisting the city defense department in pursuing the 4th demon cult's followers responsible for defense in a designated area, with an undetermined duration and a reward of 30,000 Longbi, plus 200,000 Longbi for eliminating the target. Among the 3 tasks, Yibai quickly ruled out the first. Their operation would likely occur during the day when Yibai would be occupied with school. Moreover, collaborating with the city defense department while concealing his identity was not ideal news. Yibai's gaze fell upon the name Lian Zheng. This is quite a catch. He has revealed himself as the son of the 4th demon cult's leader. The realization struck him. He was the leader's son? This was a formidable adversary. Yibai decided to bypass this option. He had undergone the baptism of the demon god, now severely injured, suffering from magic backlash, paralyzed on one side, and possessing only the strength of a 2nd-tier warrior, with no bodyguards nearby. Yibai's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling intrigued. A 2nd-tier warrior was indeed within Yibai's capacity to confront, and the mere status of being the leader's son was priceless. The 4th demon cult's leader was gravely wounded and currently fleeing. The once mighty 4th demon cult was now in disarray, lacking even strong bodyguards beside the leader's son. Just as Yibai hesitated, a new prompt appeared. Lian Zheng possesses clues about the leader's whereabouts. The 4th demon cult's leader. Yibai's eyes brightened. He had previously seen the bounty notice. Just providing a clue could yield a staggering reward of at least 100,000 gold coins. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, in this battle, the enemy was visible while Yibai remained concealed. If the situation turned unfavorable, he could always make a swift escape. Low risk, high reward. Yibai walked directly to the bar and addressed the masked lady. Hello, I would like to accept task number 154941. Task accepted successfully. To be completed within 7 days for the corresponding reward. Failure to complete on time will be recorded in the files. The lady's voice was sweet as she slightly bowed to Yibai, wishing you a swift completion of your task and a triumphant return. After receiving the task, Yibai lingered in the wolf's nest for a while longer until the eternal tower closed for the day, compelling him to exit. Back at home, Yibai gazed at the dimly illuminated sky outside his window, contemplating the gains from this excursion. His initial objectives had been achieved, and he had passed the 1st-tier warrior assessment. The most significant gain was undoubtedly the magic restraining disc, though the bloodline restrictions were rather stringent. With this thought, Yibai took out the transaction passage permit and proactively contacted his goblin ally. 4th brother, you wish to lift the bloodline restrictions on a special item. This is somewhat tricky. We usually recommend submitting it to the city defense headquarters for corresponding rewards. Fearing Yibai might misunderstand, the goblin quickly clarified. Most situations like yours arise from spoils acquired in abyssal planes, which is quite common. The abyssal creatures are not foolish. Any special items used in battle come with bloodline restrictions. Thus, even if we seize such items, they become rather useless in our hands. Listening to the goblin's explanation, Yibai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the magic restraining disc was precisely the same scenario. The goblin continued, of course, over the years, we have developed methods to break these restrictions. We can enlist the help of high-tier warriors, and I will send you the corresponding price list. Soon, Yibai received a price list. For items below a certain tier, a single unlocking would cost 100,000 gold coins. For special items of a higher tier, unlocking them would require 2 million gold coins. What a ludicrous amount. This exorbitant figure extinguished Yibai's hopes of lifting the restrictions. Even if he sold everything he had, he could not amass 2 million gold coins. This price was indeed excessive, but it was already an internal discount. The goblin anticipated Yibai's reaction and added, if fourth brother has acquaintances in the Lone Wolf. You can post a job there. The expenses would be lower. The Lone Wolf? Yibai calculated that the Universal Pavilion required 2 million gold coins, while he only had 50,000 on hand. A staggering discrepancy. Even if the Lone Wolf offered a discounted rate, it would not fall below 1 million gold coins. Where would Yibai find 1 million gold coins? Must he truly surrender the magic restraining disc to the city defense headquarters? Yibai understood that the city defense headquarters was always fair. Submitting the magic restraining disc would yield a reward of no less than 1 million gold coins. However, the effectiveness of the magic restraining disc far exceeded that value. If there were any feasible methods, Yibai would never choose to submit it. There was another approach, albeit with some risks and side effects. One could use a special potion to temporarily transform into a creature with demonic blood, thus enabling the use of special items. However, these potions were regulated, and their use was strictly controlled. Even the Universal Pavilion required real name registration for purchase. Furthermore, one must promptly cleanse the bloodline after use to prevent the human bloodline from being tainted, leading to complete demonic transformation. Reading through the lengthy explanation, Yibai frowned. The side effects were indeed too severe. To use the magic restraining disc, one would have to forcibly transform into a minotaur. The thought was too vivid for Yibai to contemplate. No minotaur, no minotaur. The innocent Yibai rejected this final option. Moreover, the need for real name registration was something Yibai would never consider. What a conundrum. Possessing a fine item, yet being unable to utilize it was quite the predicament. Alas, Yibai had no choice but to tidy up and head out for school. The matter of the magic restraining disc lingered in Yibai's mind. 1 million gold coins was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Could Lian Zheng, the son of the fourth demon cult leader, bring him 1 million gold coins? With this thought in mind, Yibai wrote down Lian Zheng on a piece of paper, hoping to glean some information about him through the name. He was still within Nanjing City, and there were no bodyguards in sight. Yibai planned to observe Lian Zheng's hiding place closely after school that afternoon. If an opportunity arose, Yibai would act without hesitation. If things became too precarious, he could gather enough information and report Lian Zheng, delivering a fatal blow with a well-timed tip-off. This endeavor was somewhat perilous, necessitating thorough preparation. Yibai was acutely aware that one must plan before acting. The more thoroughly one considers, the more likely the plan would succeed, ensuring personal safety as much as possible. With this in mind, Yibai sent a list of items through the transaction passage permit to his goblin ally. Healing potions, healing scrolls, several combat potions, defensive scrolls, and level 10 defensive gear comprised the list, each item essential for survival. Due to the low level requirement of just 10, these items were not expensive, totaling only 300 gold coins. Quite a bargain. While reflecting on this, Yibai transferred 300 gold coins to the goblin via the transaction passage permit. Consequently, this afternoon's operation provided Yibai with a bit more confidence. Nonetheless, the issue of the magic restraining disc nagged at him like a persistent thorn. As the son of the demon cult leader, Lian Zheng undoubtedly had special items and scrolls at his disposal, even without bodyguards nearby. If a confrontation were to arise between the two parties, the presence of the forbidden magic disc would significantly enhance Yibai's safety. It is essential to remember that this is reality, not the eternal tower. Should one perish here, it would mean a direct restart, a rebirth at the same spot. Yibai cannot afford to be careless. Is there any method to assist me in lifting the bloodline restrictions of the forbidden magic disc? In class, Yibai's mind was elsewhere, consumed by this thought. Just before class ended, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. I could offer equipment identification services. The Eye of Insight can unveil hidden attributes of equipment without any cost. I can charge a fee for the identification of equipment, or even propose a direct exchange, requesting assistance in lifting the restrictions of the forbidden magic disc. The phone call was quickly connected, and a melodious female voice greeted him. Hello, how may I assist you? I would like to post a task, perhaps a bounty. Please describe the details, and we will categorize it for you. I require a substantial amount of gold, or assistance in lifting the bloodline restrictions of a special item. I understand your needs. What do you offer in exchange? I can provide equipment identification services. After a moment's thought, Yibai added, including hidden attributes. On the other end, the customer service representative maintained a pleasant demeanor, responding calmly. All right, I have registered your request. A post has been made in the barter section. If anyone shows interest, we will forward the messages to your voicemail box. Please check it regularly. Is there anything else I can assist you with? No, thank you. As Ebai hung up, he rubbed his temples, pondering whether he could seize this opportunity. Time was of the essence. In the Wolf's Nest forum, a new post emerged in the barter section. Paid equipment identification, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. The moment this post was published, it garnered over 1,000 clicks. Identifying hidden attributes of equipment is a task only a master blacksmith can accomplish. How much gold and goodwill would it require to enlist a master's help? Naturally, many were drawn to the prospect of paid identification. However, upon delving into the details, most were left disappointed. What nonsense is this? A first-tier warrior dares to post such nonsense. It must be a scam. Even if I were starving, I wouldn't trust a first-tier warrior with my equipment. The Wolf's Nest forum truly seems to have declined over the years. Such characters abound. The flood of ridicule was relentless, with no one willing to believe that a first-tier warrior could identify hidden attributes of equipment. Could he possess the rare talent keen eye? At the Imperial Capital University, in the female dormitory, a disheveled beauty sat before her computer with a furrowed brow. With her impending internship in the Abyssal Plane, she still hadn't sorted out her equipment. What was she to do? As usual, she browsed the posts on the Wolf's Nest forum, hoping for a stroke of luck. Paid equipment identification, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. A post from a first-tier warrior. What a waste of time. The beauty was tempted to close the post when her teeth bit down on her lower lip, her expression wavering. What if he spoke the truth? It wouldn't hurt to reach out. If he was genuine, it could be worthwhile. With this thought, a glimmer of hope illuminated her previously despondent demeanor. She began typing, expressing her interest in a meeting. After completing this, she fell back on her bed, covering her face with her hands, mockingly lamenting, "Oh my, look at how desperate I've become, relying on a first-tier warrior for hope. Well, let us treat this dead horse as a live one." Any updates? Yabai, maintaining a calm demeanor, raised his hand and said, "Teacher, may I use the restroom?" "Of course, thank you." The teacher replied, "You wish to identify equipment?" "Certainly. We can discuss it in the Trading Secret Realm." Chapter 033. Li Xiaoping's moment of social mortification in the Eternal Tower's Trading Secret Realm. Two graceful figures logged in, one of whom looked around curiously. "So, this is the Trading Secret Realm. Old Zhao, I'm already in my 3rd year, and this is my first visit." The two women were of similar height, both slightly over 1.7 meters. One was slender and exuded youthful energy, while the one referred to as Old Zhao had a curvaceous figure that belied her maturity. Clearly displeased with the nickname, she admonished, "Xiaoping, your Zhao Jie secretly took the family pass to bring you here. Don't push your luck." Yes, Zhao Jie is the best to me." The slender girl, named Li Xiaoping, embodied her name, much to Zhao Jie's amusement. According to the curriculum at Imperial Capital University, 3rd-year students must embark on an exploration internship in the Abyssal Plane at the end of the semester, which lasts 3 days and requires them to slay a magical beast of 5th tier or higher. Li Xiaoping wished to acquire a more suitable staff before departure, but found herself at a loss when choosing between 2 weapons, both holding hidden attributes, and her funds only allowed for one. She stumbled upon a post on the Wolf's Nest forum offering paid identification and, on a whim, contacted the poster, ultimately deciding to meet in the Trading Secret Realm. To this end, she brought along her close friend, Zhao Ming, from the prestigious Zhao family. "Zhao Jie, please help me assess the situation and negotiate the price." "Negotiate?" "Xiaoping, are you being foolish or just pretending? A first-tier warrior can only identify equipment if they possess the rare talent, keen eye. Such talent is exceedingly precious once discovered. Even a war king would treat them as an honored guest. How could you hope to benefit from this? I suspect it's a scam. Just someone amusing themselves at your expense." Li Xiaoping, growing anxious, retorted, "But I have no choice. Besides, if he proposed meeting in the Trading Secret Realm, it indicates he possesses some strength and background. The cost to enter the Trading Secret Realm is not insignificant, and even Li Xiaoping felt the pinch. Thus, she had to rely on Zhao Ming to accompany her into the Trading Secret Realm. After hearing Li Xiaoping's reasoning, Zhao Meng conceded, indeed. That's why I said it's likely a scam. There is still a 2% chance. No, it's probably a mere 2 in 10,000. I must mock this girl for at least half a month. A first-tier warrior S-post, and she dares to believe it. The two were truly a perfect match, one daring to post, the other daring to believe. Upon arrival at the designated meeting spot, they halted and awaited the other party. Within half a minute, a figure of lightning elements approached and inquired, "Is this da-da-da-da-da-da?" Li Xiaoping's face instantly darkened, while Zhao Meng struggled to suppress a laugh. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Ha ha ha. Li Xiaoping's moment of social mortification struck her unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that her hastily chosen username on the Wolf's Nest forum would lead to such embarrassment in front of her close friend. In her impulsiveness, she had registered the name without the option to modify it. She blamed Zhao Meng for teasing her about her youthfulness, leading her to select such a name in a fit of anger. Ignoring Zhao Meng's infectious laughter, Li Xiaoping stiffened her resolve and declared, "That's me. Shall we discuss the price first, or proceed with the identification?" After the lightning element, it was indeed Yi by himself. He and T expected the other party to reveal their true identity in the trading secret realm. Not bad-looking, he thought, slightly less appealing than Lu Sueki. Li Xiaoping, caught off guard by the swift turn of events, found herself at a loss for words and turned to her friend for assistance. Zhao Meng, having laughed enough at Li Xiaoping's expense, adopted a serious expression and slowly began. "Let us first confirm your identification capabilities before we discuss the price, shall we?" Yi Bai had yet to speak when Zhao Meng interjected, assuring him that his efforts would not go unrewarded. If the test proved accurate, they were prepared to pay a testing fee of 10,000 gold coins. Yi Bai nodded in agreement, inquiring about the method of testing. Li Xiaoping leaned closer to Zhao Meng, whispering, "Sister Zhao, I only have 150,000 gold coins in savings, so please spend wisely." Zhao Meng confidently replied, "No worries. I have it all under control. I will cover this 10,000 gold coins." Li Xiaoping, with her naive disposition, was oblivious to the intricacies of their dealings, often found either in the library or the battle room, rarely engaging with others. Otherwise, she would not have suggested such an unusual task as finding a first-tier warrior to appraise equipment. Zhao Meng, however, was different, being from the Zhao family. She had been exposed to the world of commerce from a young age and possessed a rudimentary understanding of business dealings. She was acutely aware of how coveted the skill of sharp eyes could be for identifying hidden attributes. If the individual could indeed identify hidden attributes, Zhao Meng would willingly part with not just 10,000 gold coins, but even 100,000 to cultivate such a friendship. The testing procedure was simple. Zhao Meng produced 3 small balls of varying colors, explaining, "These are the most commonly used identification balls, with their hidden attributes being numerical. Using them for identification won't incur a significant cost. You need to identify the hidden attributes of just 2 of these balls." Before Zhao Meng could finish her explanation, Yi Bai interrupted, stating, "The hidden attribute numbers of these 3 balls are 456. Li Xiaoping looked puzzled, unsure of what was being discussed. Zhao Meng stood frozen, her mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Yi Bai repeated, "I said, the hidden attribute numbers of these 3 balls are 456. Li Xiaoping quickly turned to her friend, seeking confirmation of the answer. The moment she saw Zhao Meng's expression, she realized the truth. Yi Bai was indeed correct. A surge of joy filled her heart. But before she could speak, Zhao Meng exclaimed, "That is indeed 456. Here is a 10,000 gold coin anonymous card for you." She handed over a black card, which Yi Bai accepted with composure. Zhao Meng forced a slightly stiff smile and inquired, "May I discuss this with my friend in private?" "Of course. I still have 14 minutes, Yi Bai replied, glancing at the time. With only 14 minutes remaining until class, he knew that consecutive absences would prompt a conversation with the teacher afterward, which would be troublesome. Zhao Meng buyed, Li Xiaoping asida. Her excitement barely contained despite her lowered voice. "Xiaoping, you struck it rich this time." "What?" "Zhao, please calm down. I haven't even had my equipment appraised yet. You don't understand, do you? Just establishing a friendship with this master is worth a fortune. Appraising equipment is trivial in comparison. Zhao Meng took several deep breaths to steady her emotions, striving for calmness as she advised, "We must not leave a poor impression on the master. It's about cultivating a long-term relationship, not a one-off transaction. Do you understand?" Li Xiaoping, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "But I just want to praise my weapon." Zhao Meng, exasperated, retorted, "You, with your simple-mindedness, if I gave you a golden hoe, you'd use it to plow the fields. What else would a hoe be for if not for plowing? Still, you're stubborn." Zhao Meng declared decisively, "From now on, I will handle all negotiations. We need to understand exactly what this master requires. We must be attentive to their needs. Do you grasp that?" Li Xiaoping timidly responded, "If I understood, why would I need you? Come on. All right, master. Let's discuss the appraisal fee." Chapter 034. Could the King of War be myself? Master, forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Zhao Meng, but you may call me Xiao Zhao. Zhao Meng unabashedly revealed her true identity. Coming from the Zhao family, she had a keen interest in commerce. Understanding that a merchant's pursuit of fame and fortune is intertwined, one must be remembered to reap the benefits. Zhao Meng. Yi Bai committed this name to memory. In truth, with the ability of insightful eye, Yi Bai could effortlessly discern the true identities of Zhao Meng and Li Xiaoping. Master, my friend wishes to select one of two staffs, but is uncertain and seeks your advice to make a decision. Zhao Meng briefly explained. If you were to fully appraise both pieces of equipment, we may not be able to afford the appraisal fee. The cost for appraising two pieces is more than double that of a single piece. From Zhao Meng's understanding, the talent Sharp Eyes could only appraise 3 pieces of equipment in a day, and the success rate was not guaranteed. "That is negotiable," Yi Bai replied. As this was his first experience in collecting appraisal fees, he needed to gather funds swiftly to resolve the limitations of the forbidden magic transmitter. Moreover, Yi Bai was engaging in a no-risk venture, as he would not need to spend a single coin to merely take a look. If he appraised Li Xiaoping's equipment first, it would serve as a successful start, thereby alleviating concerns about future clientele. Considering this, Yi Bai was reluctant to overreach and jeopardize the business opportunity. After listening to Yi Bai, Zhao Meng pondered briefly before cautiously suggesting, "How about 150,000 gold coins?" This was the maximum Li Xiaoping could offer. Any more would require her to borrow from Zhao Meng, who knew Li Xiaoping's pride would prevent her from wanting to owe money. On the other hand, Zhao Meng felt this offer was indeed low, perhaps even too low. To her surprise, Yi Bai readily agreed. "No problem. 150,000 gold coins, along with the previous 10,000 gold coins Zhao Meng provided, and the 43,000 gold coins I currently possess." Yi Bai now had a total of 200,000 gold coins, bringing him one step closer to the goal of 1,000,000 gold coins. With 800,000 gold coins remaining, Yi Bai could potentially gather enough through a few more transactions. "Have you brought the equipment?" Upon hearing Yi Bai's inquiry, Li Xiaoping quickly retrieved 2 staffs and presented them before him. "Level 200 equipment. You are already a war general?" Yi Bai's tone reflected surprise, as if he were just learning of this fact. In reality, Li Xiaoping's information was plainly visible to him. Li Xiaoping, Level 209, Mage of Magic Flame. 2nd Tier War, General Combat Power. Zhao Meng, Level 199, Colorful Priest, 9th Tier Warrior Combat Power. Zhao Meng nodded, somewhat proudly stating, "Indeed, Xiaoping is the most powerful mage in our class." "Zhao, stop exaggerating." Li Xiaoping quickly waved her hands in denial. "That's not true, master. Many classmates are much stronger than I am." This young lady seemed not to excel in social interactions. She fidgeted nervously, holding her breath as she awaited the master's final verdict. This crucial information had cost her entire savings of 150,000 gold coins. This staff has already been upgraded twice and can still be upgraded 3 more times. The hidden upgrade requirement is to infuse it with 49 drops of Phoenix's blood. As for the attributes after upgrading, let me write them down for you. With that, Yi Bai produced paper and pen, swiftly jotting down several lines of information. Li Xiaoping received the paper, her eyes brightening as her breath quickened. If the attributes after the upgrade were accurate, this staff was perfect for her. "I want this one." She didn't even ask for information on the second staff. If I were you, I would make the same choice, Yi Bai affirmed, supporting Li Xiaoping's decision. The other staff could only be upgraded once, and even its attributes were inferior to the first. Thank you so much, Li Xiaoping exclaimed, reaching to pay Yi Bai the 150,000 gold coins. Wait, almost simultaneously, both Yi Bai and Zhao Meng halted her actions. What? We have reached a transaction in the witness of the Secret Realm spirit. This is the rule of the trading Secret Realm, Zhao Meng explained. Since the other party chose to conduct the transaction in the Secret Realm, they likely valued this aspect as well. Indeed, as he spoke, Yi Bai summoned the Secret Realm spirit, appearing quite adept. Of course, this was all an act. In reality, this was only his second experience with the Secret Realm spirit, and he was not much different from Li Xiaoping, the novice. After forming the contract, 150,000 gold coins flowed into Yi Bai's possession, signifying that the Secret Realm spirit acknowledged his appraisal. This was promising. The hope of hunting a war general was now within reach. Li Xiaoping, clutching her staff, was enchanted, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The reason she valued this expedition into the Abyssal Plain so highly was to hunt war-level monsters. Otherwise, with Li Xiaoping's strength as a second-tier war general, she need not worry about her internship. The usually aloof appraiser suddenly spoke up, inquiring whether they could assist him with a small favor. Please go ahead. Zhao Meng responded eagerly, understanding that a request from an appraiser was no trivial matter. This mysterious appraiser had already proven his worth through his abilities. Could you deliver this item to the cemetery in the northern snowfields, specifically to the third row, fourth column, in front of the nameless tombstone? As he spoke, Yi Bai retrieved a bull's head, the size of a 3-story building, roasted to perfection and still emitting a tantalizing aroma. This should not pose a problem, right? Zhao Meng found it curious that he would not deliver such an item himself, especially with the presence of teleportation arrays and aircraft, which would make the round trip to the northern snowfields only take a matter of minutes. Such a trivial task. Why would the master not handle it personally? Regardless, she decided to agree. It could not hurt. Li Xiaoping gazed at the bull's head, her expression serious. This injury is a single fatal blow. The damage was controlled deliberately to preserve the bull's head. Even Yi Bai could not help but marvel at Li Xiaoping's keen insight. Otherwise, she would not have been able to attend the Imperial Capital University, nor would she have become a war general by her 3rd year. Her perspective far exceeded that of her peers. Upon hearing Li Xiaoping's analysis, Zhao Meng grew increasingly anxious. She cautiously asked Xiaoping, "What do you think about the strength of the attacker?" Strength? It's hard to say, but that strike must have caused at least 10 million in damage. Even if he isn't a war king, he can't be far off. Zhao Meng gasped in shock, her gaze towards Yi Bai shifting once again, filled with astonishment and an unspoken reverence. This was indeed a concealed, war king-level powerhouse. A war king-level expert and an appraiser. Each identity held immense prestige. I must cultivate a good relationship with him, at any cost. Zhao Meng's heart screamed internally, yet her exterior remained as gentle as a spring breeze as she softly said, "We will certainly ensure it reaches you, but I have a question that I hope is not inappropriate. Feel free to ask." Since the other party was willing to assist her, Yi Bai did not mind engaging in further conversation. After all, he was well aware of what should and should not be said. "You only charged this small amount for appraising our equipment, and it was in gold coins. Are you in need of funds for something urgent?" Zhao Meng phrased her inquiry cautiously. For high-ranking experts, gold coins were certainly not the primary currency of concern. For instance, students could use credits to exchange for items within their institution. Li Xiaoping's weapon was acquired through credits. If items of the same grade were placed in the Wanwu Pavilion, Li Xiaoping could not possibly afford them. The value of credits was unparalleled. Gold coins could not buy them. Within a military corps, there were merits. In universities, there were points. The Wanwu Pavilion had VIP points. Even within the Wolf's Nest, there existed a unique exchange system. Gold coins were almost the least favorable option. But why would this hidden powerhouse, the appraiser, insist on receiving gold coins? Yi Bai smiled slightly and replied, "It's nothing major. I possess a special item that requires the removal of a bloodline restriction, and I thought using gold coins would be more convenient and less likely to expose my identity." The explanation was reasonable, and Zhao Meng nodded in understanding, realizing she had spoken out of turn. However, strong individuals possess their own dignity. Zhao Meng's actions could be construed as an insult. Thus, that was not an option. If Yi Bai were aware of Zhao Meng's internal thoughts, he might have exclaimed, "Feel free to insult me more. It matters not." After all, that was 1,000,000 gold coins. Dignity, what was that? Could it be exchanged for money? Could it be used to eat? Zhao Meng discerned that the funds available to him were likely insufficient to lift the restrictions, even with the previous 160,000. Since he was eager to remove the limitations, she needed to find a way to assist him. Zhao Meng understood that she must demonstrate her worth, otherwise she would miss the opportunity to engage with this mysterious powerhouse. There was only one chance, and she had to seize it. By the way, Zhao Meng's eyes lit up with excitement. I know a master blacksmith. His talent is somewhat unique. The enhancements he provides to equipment are time-sensitive, including the removal of bloodline restrictions. Zhao Meng's suggestion was akin to a timely boon for Yi Bai. He had been troubled by insufficient funds, and today's endeavor would ideally employ the Jin Ma Tong die. Otherwise, the risks would significantly increase. All right, let's meet and discuss. This special item is of the highest tier. The mention of a top-tier special item caused Zhao Meng to catch her breath. The caliber of what he offered was extraordinary, far beyond what she had ever imagined. Having received Yi Bai's affirmation, Zhao Meng hurriedly contacted the master blacksmith, ensuring to negotiate the price and conditions thoroughly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing with exhilaration. She had seized this opportunity. "Master, he is asking for 200,000 gold coins, which includes one equipment appraisal. The removal of the special item S bloodline restriction will last for 7 days. After that, he will offer another removal free of charge. The sum of 200,000 gold coins would entirely deplete Yi Bai's savings, granting him a mere 14 days of usage for the Jin Ma Tong die." At first glance, this transaction seemed somewhat unfavorable. Yet for Yi Bai, it represented a purchase of insurance for his life. With the Jin Ma Tong die, his chances of survival in battle would greatly increase, as most magic would pose no threat to him. Moreover, a significant portion of this money had been earned through his equipment appraisals. It was as if he had not expended much of his own resources to effortlessly secure 14 days of lifted bloodline restrictions. This deal was indeed worthwhile. "No problem. Let us expedite this, preferably within 8 minutes." Yi Bai glanced at the clock, noting there were only 8 minutes until class began. "Understood." Zhao Meng, in a state of urgency, contacted the other party while hastily drafting the transaction contract, ensuring that all matters would be settled within 8 minutes. The master blacksmith happened to be available and arrived at the transaction's secret realm. He relieved Yi Bai of the bloodline restrictions imposed by the anti-magic disc, while Yi Bai assisted him in identifying equipment. Simultaneously, both parties established a contract, pledging to keep all matters concerning this transaction confidential, without divulging any related information to outsiders. 7 minutes later, the contract was finalized and the dust settled. "I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Yi Bai remarked, logging off. The master blacksmith gazed at the detailed equipment information, lamenting, "The prowess and identification possessed by this individual far surpasses my own. It is noteworthy that I, too, am considered a master in forging, yet could not achieve a successful identification. Zhao Meng, where did you find this master?" "A secret, Uncle Qian. You need not pry." Zhao Meng flashed a radiant smile, pulling Li Xiaoping's arm as they headed outside. "Xiaoping, you are my lucky star. The prosperity of my sister's later life depends on you. Let us proceed to the extreme north snowfield and deliver the bull-headed beast to the elder." At last, they caught up. "Dabai, have you eaten something bad?" Zhao Lin whispered. "You took 26 minutes and 17 seconds in the restroom, and you are counting the time for me." Yi Bai replied, equally speechless, pondering the absurdity of the situation. "By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Did you go to Feng Lei Valley yesterday?" "I did, and then?" "Nothing much. I was just inquiring." "Here, a treasure for you." Zhao Lin secretly slipped a paper-wrapped item to him, speaking in a mysterious tone. "What is this?" Yi Bai unwrapped the paper, and an enticing aroma wafted towards him, revealing uniformly sized roasted beef jerky before his eyes. 10 mature beef, warrior-grade quality. Guess who this unfortunate soul is? There was no need for guessing. Yi Bai already knew the answer. Neo Mo, the warlord. Zhao Lin briefly recounted the events of the previous night, expressing his admiration for the power of the mysterious warrior, lamenting that he had perished at their hands. Yi Bai remarked, "Have I become a warrior? And was I killed? Not by my hand, but by the eternal rule? How chaotic is this situation?" Regardless, it was undoubtedly advantageous for Yi Bai that no one had discovered his involvement in the slaying. As for the beef in his possession, Yi Bai hesitated to consume it. After securing the beef, he continued to strategize for the afternoon's endeavors. "I will take a look. If danger truly arises, I can flee in time." The school bell rang, and Yi Bai was the first to exit the classroom. Lack of enthusiasm after school indicates a problematic mindset. With fluid motions, Yi Bai's figure appeared in the suburban alley, his gaze fixed on an abandoned factory beside the road. This secluded location, devoid of human presence, indeed served as an excellent hiding spot. Lian Zheng, the son of the fourth demon sex leader, a severely injured second-tier warrior, was concealed within. Excellent. No guards, no special arrangements. Yi Bai surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of danger. Approach cautiously, then determine the next course of action. Chapter 036, Filial Piety and the Arrival of Demonic Beasts. The factory had been abandoned for several years. The iron door rusted and battered, the corners overgrown with weeds, and even wild rabbits scurrying about. Yi Bai concealed himself 800 meters away from the factory, meticulously observing the environment. No electronic surveillance systems, no defensive arrays, no traps. It appeared that many were searching for Lian Zheng. He dared not act recklessly. Yi Bai musit. If Lian Zheng were to set up an array nearby, it would be akin to alerting the city defense department that something unusual was afoot. The fourth demon sect's headquarters had been razed, its leader gravely injured, and its upper echelons decimated, both in strength and morale. In such circumstances, the semi-paralyzed Lian Zheng resembled a startled bird, hiding like a rat in the sewers, fearful of revealing even the slightest clue. In truth, Lian Zheng's choice was quite prudent. This abandoned factory in the suburbs was already sparsely populated, making it unlikely to be a focal point for searches. Without Yi Bai's presence, Lian Zheng might have indeed evaded disaster, approach slowly, and flee at the first sign of trouble. Yi Bai retrieved 2 items, anti-magic disc and Cerberus skull. The former, once liberated from bloodline restrictions, could withstand a vast amount of magical damage, providing Yi Bai with the utmost confidence for this endeavor. The latter would grant him an additional 100 points in strength and constitution, drastically enhancing his health. These 2 exceptional items were carried by Yi Bai, ready to activate their effects. Prior to this, Yi Bai had stacked 30 layers of charge, ensuring his output capacity was maximized. Subsequently, he produced nearly 10 scrolls, tearing them open one by one. Lightness technique, brise conseillable technique, focus enhancement. A radiant glow enveloped Yi Bai, layering upon him, gradually elevating his state to its peak. This mage, undeniably powerful, yet excessively cautious. Disguise technique. After utilizing the final scroll, Yi Bai glanced at the time. 182,846. The longest could last for 30 minutes. The shortest 15. Regardless of what transpired once he entered the factory, he must retreat within 15 minutes. Yi Bai understood, well, that fortune favors the bold. Yet one must have the means to enjoy that fortune. 15 minutes. Regardless of how much I gain, I must retreat to ensure my safety. Onward. The countdown on his watch commenced, and Yi Bai crouched low, darting forward like the wind, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Wind slash. Earlier, Yi Bai had strategically placed several decoy puppets for high-speed movement. When he needed to withdraw, these decoys would serve as his best means of escape. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Bai easily infiltrated the abandoned factory, now only 500 meters away from Lian Zheng. This fellow is on the 3rd floor. Through the concrete wall, Yi Bai could clearly see the scene within. What is he doing? Previously, at a distance, Yi Bai had been unable to glean additional information. Inside a lavishly decorated abandoned office on the 3rd floor, the entire space was surrounded by special materials, resembling a bank vault. In the center of the office lay a bed. A pale-faced man leaned on the mattress with his elbow, propping himself up slightly. Lian Zheng, the target of Yi Bai's mission. At that moment, a display screen in front of Lian Zheng revealed a sinister, aged face, bearing some resemblance to him. The leader of the fourth demon sect. Upon seeing the figure, Yi Bai's pupils constricted, his breath momentarily halted. This was a formidable warrior of godlike prowess. Indeed, there were clues regarding the leader's whereabouts with Lien Zheng. The exchange between them was inaudible to Yi Bai, the words drowned out by the special materials. Generating subtitles. The Eye of Insight once again provided Yi Bai with an unexpected boon. Although he couldn't hear, he could see. Lien Zheng. Father, save me. Yi Bai thought, what a distinctive translation style. Clearly, the content spoken by Lien Zheng would have been longer and more nuanced. Yet the Eye of Insight distilled it into a clear message. Lien Zheng wished to survive. The subtitles continued to refresh. Leader, stay calm. Don't panic. I'll flee first. Lien Zheng. If you don't save me, I will report you. Leader, you little brat, if you dare report me, I'll have you killed. Filial piety and familial bonds. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel at the situation. This family, no wonder they allied with the demon god. Morality held no value for them, akin to used toilet paper. In their flight, they displayed a most unflattering spectacle, akin to drowning individuals desperately trying to escape by stepping on one another's shoulders. A minute and a half had passed, as Yi Bai observed this melodrama of familial piety. He calculated the time. The exchange of insults between Lien Zheng and the leader did not last long. Eventually, the leader made a concession. I shall assist you in activating the portal to the Abyssal Realm, sending your soul forth, and upon my arrival, I will aid in reconstructing your corporeal form. What say you? Lien Zheng fell into silence, hesitating to respond. Abandoning his physical body would significantly impact his future strength. Nonetheless, in his current semi-paralyzed state, recovery would demand an immense amount of resources, and the prospect of reconstructing his body appeared to be a viable path. Hurry, the pursuers are closing in on me. If you delay, I shall be unable to assist you. We all face death. Ultimately, Lien Zheng made his decision and nodded in agreement to the plan. However, he harbored his own concerns. Lien Zheng. The portal to the abyss takes considerable time to activate and creates a substantial commotion. What if the city defense department notices? Although Lien Zheng was incapacitated and possessed only the strength of a second-tier warrior, his mind was sharp and he was meticulous in his planning. If the city defense department became aware of the disturbance and interrupted the portal, Lien Zheng would effectively be delivering himself to his enemies. Fear not. The safe house you occupy can withstand damage of up to 1 trillion and conceal the portal's activation, providing little time for the enemy to react. With this reassurances, Lien Zheng felt considerably more at ease. Lien Zheng. Father, what are we waiting for? Let's act swiftly. Just a minute before, Lien Zheng had been boasting about reporting the other party, and now he was affectionately calling him father. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Yi Bai, who had been observing in the shadows, now wore a grave expression. Should he retreat? Yi Bai had not anticipated encountering Lien Zheng in flight. What a coincidence. Even if he reported Lien Zheng now, it would be too late. Once the portal was activated and Lien Zheng entered the Abyssal Realm, there would be no chance left. Just as Yi Bai hesitated, the formation beside Lien Zheng illuminated with a note. Abyssal Sacrifice Formation. Upon establishing communication with the Abyssal Realm, a significant offering of treasures and the soul of a blood relative is required to summon powerful demonic entities. A chill coursed through Yi Bai's body, and his countenance grew increasingly solemn. This was not a portal. It was a sacrificial formation that had no intention of saving his own son. He intended to sacrifice Lien Zheng. Truly, a father with profound love for his son, a harmonious family. Yi Bai, acting decisively, dashed out, racing up to the 3rd floor in an instant. He must interrupt the sacrifice. Lien Zheng's fate was of little consequence. The sacrifice must be thwarted. This was the outskirts, sparsely populated, yet many resided nearby, only a few dozen kilometers from the bustling city center. The consequences of a terrifying demonic entity's arrival were unimaginable, and the only one capable of preventing this calamity was Yi Bai. Chapter 037. The conclusion of a sinful life must be swift. Yi Bai reached the 3rd floor. Like an arrow, arriving at the office where Lien Zheng was located. There was only 1 minute left before the sacrificial formation would activate. The entire office had been fortified. resembling a stronghold, impenetrable as a fortress. Lian Zheng's father, the of the fourth demon sect, had clearly been prepared. His plan was not difficult to decipher: to use the sacrifice to open a passage to the abyss, summoning terrifying demonic entities to curry favor with the malevolent deity he served. Simultaneously, the chaos wrought by the arrival of the demons would allow them to escape amidst the turmoil. A multifaceted gain. The only price to pay was the life of his semi-paralyzed son. This was a trap long laid, activated only on the day that was in distress. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. This was not merely devoid of humanity, but was less than a beast. As Ibai looked down upon them with disdain, he turned his gaze to the office before him, where a pale blue defensive barrier stood in his way. Can withstand damage of up to 120 billion. Ibai had stacked 30 layers of preparation, achieving nearly an 11 billion-fold enhancement. With an intelligence attribute of 285, his lightning arrow could inflict 501 intelligence in lightning damage, augmented by an additional 15 damage from nature's force. In total, a single lightning arrow would deal 386 points of lightning damage. When considering the 11 billion-fold enhancement, the damage soared to an astonishing 400 billion. Ibai could easily shatter this defensive barrier. Remaining composed, he knew that even after breaking through the barrier, other foes awaited him, including Lian Zheng himself, who possessed the combat strength of a second-tier warrior. Ibai was acutely aware that he was racing against time, with life hanging in the balance. Once he chose to step forward, there would be no retreat. Since he could only press onward, Ibai was determined to survive. Using the lightning arrow would deplete his stored energy, leaving him vulnerable in subsequent battles. So he opted for a different skill. Thunder Blessing. Thunder Blessing, 1. Bestows a blessing of lightning upon oneself or an ally, augmenting ordinary attacks with an additional 20 points of lightning damage and magical attacks with an additional 25 points. With the 15 damage boost from nature's force and the 11 billion-fold enhancement, ordinary attacks would gain an additional 253 billion damage. Magical attacks would receive an additional 316 billion damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Within these 30 seconds, he must resolve all conflicts. Pressing his lips together, Ibai raised his staff and began to conceal himself. Thunder Blessing. An infinite power of lightning surged within him, and Ibai felt as though every move he made possessed a terrifying force beyond the mortal realm, capable of easily obliterating the world. Wasting not a moment, Ibai's staff struck the barrier. 253 billion. Not a mere hammer blow, but 253 billion. The barrier trembled violently, tiny fissures appearing upon its surface. As the barrier quaked, Lian Zheng within the office clearly noticed the disturbance outside. Damn it, has the city defense department arrived? How could they be so swift? He glared furiously at his father, bellowing, "Old man, did you not say you could conceal the commotion? Why the urgency?" On the screen, this face was like a thundercloud as he reprimanded. "You possess no composure whatsoever. This safe house was constructed by my own hand and can withstand over 100 billion damage. Even if a war king were to come, it could hold for over a minute, by which time the formation would have been completed." These words acted as a calming balm, easing Lian Zheng's anxiety. However, the violent tremors did not cease. In fact, they intensified. Bang, bang. It was as though a divine being were drumming, and countless spiderweb-like cracks began to spread across the barrier, resembling fragile porcelain that would shatter at the slightest touch. Could this truly hold for a minute? Lian Zheng shouted in terror, his hands flailing in a panicked frenzy. Boom! In a final cataclysmic strike, the barrier shattered into dust, a defense capable of withstanding a trillion damage crumbling like paper within mere seconds. "He is coming in," Lian Zheng howled, akin to a cornered beast, devoid of any hope for survival. Amidst the smoke, a figure emerged. Only one person. Lian Zheng raised his hands high, exerting all his strength to shout, "I surrender. Spare my life. I am willing to divulge everything. It was he who compelled me. I never intended to betray humanity. That damned old man forced my hand." In less than 15 minutes, Lian Zheng capitulated upon meeting Ibai. Ibai cast a disdainful glance at him, the contempt in his eyes needing no further elaboration. An information prompt appeared above Lian Zheng's head. "Did you know? Yi of the fourth demon sect was once a celebrated war king of humanity, until his son led him to corruption. The phrase fatherly love was vividly embodied in his family. A son betraying his father, a father betraying his son, turning against each other in a tragic and horrific manner. Yi wasted no time and raised his staff. Lightning arrow, bolstered by thunder blessing, the lightning arrow, imbued with destructive might, flashed forward, striking towards Lianzhong. Boom! The lightning arrow collided with a blue ripple, mutually annihilating each other. Hurry, save me. Everything he had previously uttered, whether surrendering or cursing his own father, was merely a tactic to buy time, allowing himself to be teleported away. Yet, the adversary was entirely unyielding. The onslaught commenced immediately, each strike a fatal blow. If it had not been for the special items he carried, which absorbed a lethal attack, he would have already met his demise. The countdown was nearing its end. Just hold on for another 45 seconds. On the television screen, the figure of the demonic cult leader flickered briefly, accompanied by the sound of a terrifying explosion. Clearly, a battle raged on his end as well, and his own situation was far from favorable. Why had the passage not yet opened? The next assault was already being chanted. Lianzhong lacked the courage to confront Yi directly. The shattering of barriers at a trillion level and a single lightning arrow obliterating his defensive items filled Lianzhong with dread. In his heart, he recognized that Yi possessed at least the strength of a war king. Such power was beyond what Lianzhong could contend with, let alone face in direct combat. In truth, Yi was merely a level 10, a first-tier warrior. Even if Lianzhong had mustered the courage to charge at Yi, it would have made little difference. With the enhancement of an 11 billion-fold lightning blessing, Yi-Bai's output was comparable to the most elite of war kings. Though it was a mere 30 seconds, it was sufficient. Lightning arrow. Lightning arrow. 2 consecutive strikes shattered Lianzhang's remaining life-saving artifacts. And for the first time, despair truly filled his eyes. Lianzhang screamed in utter desperation, cursing, "I condemn you. Whether your soul resides in heaven or hell, I curse you. I am willing to wager my own soul." Yi did not grant him the chance to finish his words. Lightning arrow. The fourth lightning arrow, imbued with destructive power, surged forth and struck Lianzhang, ending his nefarious existence. Boom! Lianzhang was obliterated, leaving behind only a vague, charred silhouette on the ground. As a sacrificial offering for the ritual, Lianzhang's death triggered a chain reaction, causing the formation to terminate abruptly, and the sacrifice was forcibly interrupted. With the crisis averted, Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. On the other side of the large screen, a sigh echoed in response to the commotion. Regardless of the circumstances, they were still father and son. The death of kin inevitably evoked a tinge of sorrow. Soon after, a malicious, raspy voice emanated from the screen, proclaiming, "No matter who you are, for slaying my kin, I vow to take your life. Even if I descend into the depths of the abyss, I will drag you down with me. Remember, this is a vow made by a war god with my life at stake." The hoarse voice enunciated each word. "I vow to kill you." Chapter 038. Qingyan War King. Demon, gaze upon me, then perish. "I vow to kill you." The declaration was resolute and unequivocal. The palpable murderous intent nearly seeped through the screen, capable of causing children to weep in the night and flowers to wither in despair. Suddenly, the television screen flickered and turned black. Yi, holding the power core of the screen, scoffed, "I thought the war god was formidable. Why not come at me through the network cable?" Having severed the connection to the demonic cult leader, Yi had no time for further banter. The Eye of Insight alerted Yi that maintaining eye contact with the adversary for more than 10 seconds would incur an unnamed danger. In truth, the war god could indeed kill from afar. Even the sacrificial formation here had been activated from a distance. The commotion was significant. The city defense department would surely take notice. After gathering his belongings, he hurried to retreat. Yi surveyed the office, which served as the lair of the demonic cult leader, once housing numerous valuable items for emergencies. Regrettably, the previous battle had been too intense, and the aftermath had destroyed most possessions, leaving only a few dust-covered remnants amidst the ruins. Yi swiftly rummaged through the debris, salvaging several valuable items. stowing them away without a moment's pause. Time was of the essence. Before departing, Yibai did not overlook one crucial matter. A wolf's journey leaves its trace. Retreat. Yibai leaped from the third floor, landing lightly on the concrete ground like a dragonfly touching the water surface. The wind slash. His figure flickered, mastering the wind slash with increasing finesse and fervor. Yibai's silhouette vanished into the horizon of the city's night. 5 minutes post-battle, for minutes after Yibai's departure, the piercing wail of sirens shattered the tranquil night sky. Dozens of vehicles sped into the abandoned factory, encircling the office building. Hundreds of elite warriors disembarked, seizing advantageous positions, their weapons trained on the office. A man wielding a loudspeaker boomed. Those inside, listen. Silence. A furious roar erupted as an elder enveloped in azure flames soared above, commanding the crowd. Everyone retreat. This area harbors the aura of the Abyssal Plane, something for warriors like you to meddle in. Many recognize the elder as the renowned war king of Nanjing, the pillar of the Liu family, Liu Qingyan. Upon hearing Liu Qingyan's command, the city defense personnel immediately withdrew, simultaneously organizing the evacuation of nearby residents. Liu Qingyan, sensing the gravity of the situation, bellowed, "Warriors below the rank of war king, retreat 50 miles. Those below the rank of war general, fall back 30 miles. Nanjing City has entered a state of level 1 emergency, detecting the aura of an abyssal plane teleportation array." Messages swiftly emanated from his hands, disseminating rapidly. On board the radar vehicle, a communicator, donned with a headset, worked frantically. By order of the Qingyan War King, Nanjing City is now in a state of level 1 emergency. All cities within a 3,000-mile radius of Nanjing are under level 2 emergency. All War Kings report to the nearest teleportation array. Delays in military action will result in a 3-year assignment to the Abyssal Plane. Non-compliance will result in execution. As the final words escaped the communicator's lips, his voice trembled slightly. A level 1 emergency signified a potential invasion of abyssal monsters in a blue star, posing a grave threat to the homeland, with the human race facing significant risks to life and property. In such circumstances, any act of defiance against the Planetary Defense Council's mobilization would be deemed treasonous. When the strongest established this ironclad decree, even the war god had not complied, relying on his prominence to delay matters momentarily. The consequence was immediate dismissal from all positions and assignment to the Abyssal Plane's death row. Only under the rule of iron can peace be maintained. The present tranquility of Blue Star, where people live in serenity, is forged from countless sacrifices of blood and sweat. The orders were executed with remarkable speed, as if etched into the very bones of the populace. None dared resist. Within a minute, the air over Nanjing City resonated with piercing alarm bells. A series of formidable energies, rivaling that of the Qingyan War King, surged upward, occupying strategic points, standing ready. Simultaneously, 2 War Kings advanced rapidly towards Liu Qingyan. One, with a frosty demeanor, furrowed brows, and an expression of utmost seriousness, urged, "Speak quickly. I need to report to higher authorities." At the moment of the incident, Liu Qingyan was the closest and the first to arrive, taking charge of the situation. His expression was equally grave as he slowly replied, "There is the aura of an abyssal sacrificial array present. Look." As he spoke, Liu Qingyan lashed out with a fiery whip, striking the air, seemingly hitting something that released a wisp of foul-smelling black smoke. Indeed, the 2 men immediately sensed a grave threat. The abyssal sacrificial array opened a passage between realms, summoning abyssal monsters. Judging by the intensity, the array was of considerable rank, likely summoning at least a war king-level monster, perhaps even stronger. The thought sent a chill down their spines. War god-level monsters had not graced Blue Star for nearly 50 years. Should a war god-level monster truly descend, the 3 War Kings present would scarcely suffice to contend with it. Regardless, we are in closest proximity and must take the lead, Liu Qingyan slowly declared. According to the Emergency Response Manual, I hold the highest rank and possess command authority on site. You 2 shall comply with my orders. Before the 2 could voice their dissent, Liu Qingyan continued, "In a moment, I will enter the office building to assess the situation of the Abyssal Sacrifice Array and gather intelligence. Should I encounter any magical entities, I will engage them in combat to acquire further information. You are not permitted to intervene in the battle without my explicit command. Should I fall, Lier will assume command and organize the evacuation. Do you understand? No way, Lao Lu, exclaimed the middle-aged man, known as Lier, his face a mask of fury, clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement. As a battle king himself, why should Lu Qingyan be the only one to charge into danger? In the office building, even the weakest magical entities were of battle king level, and engaging them would be a perilous endeavor. Lu Qingyan's plan evidently placed him in an extraordinarily precarious situation. Any objections can be addressed once we have dealt with this emergency. Lu Qingyan disregarded the opposition, taking a deep breath as the azure flames atop his head flickered in the wind. If the opportunity presents itself, this battle may well be my chance to achieve the status of a war god. Ah, I like the sound of azure flame war god. With that, he strode forward, his aura soaring to its peak, overwhelming those around him, and charged into the office building, the very site where the abyssal creatures awaited in concealment. Reveal yourselves and face your doom. Lu Qingyan's roar echoed from within the office building, brimming with indomitable martial spirit. As the alarms blared incessantly, Yi Bai quickened his pace, choosing not to glance back at the unfolding chaos. After eliminating Lian Zheng, the Abyssal Sacrifice Array had been disrupted, and the danger had subsided. How could a level 1 emergency be declared? Have I overlooked something? With the eye of insight at his disposal, there was no way anything could elude Yi Bai's perception. He muttered to himself as he walked briskly, "This is none of my concern, none of my concern." Chapter 039, Lao Lu, say something. In the outskirts, at an abandoned factory, the lingering aura of the Abyssal Sacrifice Array triggered a level 1 emergency state in Nanjing City. 3 battle kings arrived outside the factory, with the formidable Azure Flame War God leading the charge into the office building. He entered with ferocity, undaunted by any foe. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed after the Azure Flame War God entered the office building, yet no battle erupted within. The waiting battle kings grew restless, but recalling the Azure Flame War God's earlier instructions, they dared not advance. Lao Lu, what's the situation inside? Lier called out, his tone laced with urgency. Soon, Lu Qingyan emerged from the office building, his expression grim and eyes icy. Follow me inside. The rest of you, remain on standby. The other 2 battle kings, filled with a multitude of questions, could only follow Lu Qingyan's lead. Lao Lu, say something. Lia Wugit. What happened? See for yourselves, Lu Qingyan replied, leading them to an office where a scene of utter devastation awaited them. What is this? The battle kings, with their extraordinary perceptions, quickly reconstructed the chaos of battle they beheld. Elemental damage from lightning, indicative of a battle king's output. The sign suggests they breached a barrier before dispatching the victim. Lao Lu, do we have any information on the deceased? Lier inquired, understanding that in such abyssal sacrifice arrays, the souls of blood relatives were the most critical offerings, likely implicating high-ranking members of the evil cult. The identity has been confirmed, Lu Qingyan stated gravely. It is likely the son of the 4th evil cult's leader, known as Lian Zheng. His father is... Lu Qingyan trailed off for the name of a war god, even one who had betrayed humanity to ally with dark forces, was not to be uttered lightly. Lian Zheng. Does that mean his father is the leader of the 4th evil cult? Lier's face was filled with shock. That individual was rumored to have the potential to become a transcendent war god, having achieved countless feats, only to retreat from the world after a great battle. To think he had already betrayed humanity. Matters of a higher order are beyond our current concern and capabilities. The fact that Lian Zheng was slain by lightning magic indicates the assailant was at least a battle king. Indeed, I've analyzed the barrier here. Based on its materials, it should withstand damage on the scale of billions. In unison, the 3 men fell silent. Lier turned to Lu Qingyan, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Lao Lu, how long would it take you to inflict billions in damage? In peak condition, 5 seconds. Under ordinary circumstances, 10 to 20 seconds. If a battle king unleashed their full power, the city's defense monitoring array would have already picked up the signal. Lier spoke slowly. This means the attacker concealed their strength, while still maintaining peak Battle King output. Though reluctant to accept, the reality is undeniable. Lu Qingyan had already formed a judgment in his heart. He had been shocked for quite a while upon first discovering the signs of battle here. When did Nanjing City have such a powerful presence? The capacity for peak Battle King output disrupted Lian Zheng's hiding place and interrupted the Abyssal Sacrifice Array. Lier exhaled, his tension easing slightly. Regardless, he had saved Nanjing City. Had the Abyssal Sacrifice Array successfully activated, it would have summoned Battle King-level creatures. Liu Qingyan, Lier, and their companions would have been embroiled in a cataclysmic battle. The full might of the Battle Kings could hardly contain such a scale. Nanjing City would inevitably face ruin. This matter is likely far more complex than we imagine. Lu Qingyan rummaged through the ashes for a moment, pointing to a small mark. Look here. This is the mark of the lone wolf. What do they intend to do? Quiet, quiet. Let me think. The appearance of the lone wolf mark tensed their previously relaxed nerves once more. The situation seemed to grow increasingly intricate. Could it be, Lu Qingyan spoke slowly, that the lone wolf members tracked Lian Zheng, intending to use him as bait to draw out the leader of the fourth evil cult? During this process, they stumbled upon the activation of the Abyssal Sacrifice Array, forced to strike, killing Lian Zheng, thereby disrupting the array. To conceal their identity, they swiftly departed the scene. Lu Qingyan's analysis was sound, and the two Battle Kings nodded in agreement. To dare bait a war god-level powerhouse implies that this mysterious individual's strength may surpass our expectations. Regardless, we must compile the information gathered here and report upward. As Lier spoke, he produced a tablet, preparing to take action. Suddenly, the shadows of the three Battle Kings twisted ominously. Be cautious. From within the shadows, a wisp of black mist began to rise. Hold your fire, it's a comrade. Lu Qingyan halted Lier and the others, his expression one of confusion. Which esteemed member of the shadows has arrived? The shadows. To their astonishment, the visitor was a prominent figure from the shadows, renowned for their elusive nature, ever safeguarding the lone wolf. From the depths of the black mist came a raspy voice. I am Ingjiao, little Lu. It has been 30 years since we last met, and you have nearly become a war god. The black mist seemed to recognize Lu Qingyan, conveying a hint of admiration in its tone. Ingjiao, war god. Lier's face was one of shock. Could this black mist truly be a war god? Lu Qingyan maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, devoid of arrogance, and inquired, Lord Ingjiao, what transpired here? Nothing much, just a young man acting valiantly, stepping forth to confront danger. A young man? The very words left the three Battle Kings momentarily stunned. They had previously speculated that a hidden expert of Battle King level was responsible. Where had this young man emerged from? At such a young age, possessing the output capacity of a Battle King, there exists only one individual in the world capable of such a feat. The name that simultaneously surfaced in the hearts of the Battle Kings was Xiao Luo. Lier was taken aback by his own conjecture. This matter was unexpectedly related to Xiao Luo, the strongest seed of the human race, the hope of the fourth strongest warrior. According to previous orders, all information regarding Xiao Luo was to be kept strictly confidential. Why did Ingjiao speak so casually? Lia cautiously inquired, Lot Yingyu. Is it truly wise to disclose such matters to us? Of course not, came the gravelly laughter as the black mist billowed ominously. That is precisely why I am here to clean up the mess. Isn't it? Youngsters these days are so reckless. They leave the aftermath to an old bone like me. With that, the black mist surged forth, enveloping the entire office building, sweeping up the three Battle Kings along with it. Moments later, as the mist receded, the three Battle Kings emerged from the building, their expressions unchanged. The leader, the Qing Yin Battle King, proclaimed loudly, This Level 1 emergency drill has come to a close. Subsequently, higher authorities will assess the performances of all units. Dismissed. With that, the three Battle Kings transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. In their hearts, they deemed this exercise a resounding success. As for matters beyond the drill, they lay buried deep within their memories. Prior to this, all recollections of today were merely a rehearsal. Beneath the night sky, A wisp of black mist drifted leisurely into the distance. The sirens ceased. Yibai halted his steps, gazing at the large screen beside the street, which displayed the latest news. It turned out to be merely a drill or a false alarm. Just before entering the community, Yibai was intercepted by someone. "Excuse me, are you Yibai?" A modestly dressed, yet elegantly refined mature woman asked with a gentle smile in her eyes. "Yes, and you are?" "I am Lu Sueki's mother." "Lu Sueki, your classmate. May I have a moment to chat?" "It's not very convenient." With that, Yibai sidestepped the woman and continued walking into the community. The woman thought to herself. She was merely being polite, yet this young man truly said it was inconvenient. What a day. How could her daughter possibly be attracted to such an unconventional individual? Chapter 040, Yibai. My heart is only set on studying Yibai. The woman gritted her teeth and hurried after him. "I won't take up much of your time. Just a few words." Yibai halted and frowned at her. What could Lu Sueki's mother want with him? Was she seeking a son-in-law? "Auntie, I believe you may have misunderstood. We are high school seniors, and I think it's prudent to focus on our studies. I currently have no intention of dating," Yibai stated earnestly. This time, the woman was taken aback. She hadn't even said anything yet Yibai launched a preemptive strike, turning the tables on her. "I never said you should date Sueki." In a moment of her surprise, Yibai had already walked several meters away. The woman took a deep breath and caught up again, speaking quickly. "Yibai, I need to tell you something. Sueki has exceptional talent and has chosen the profession of an otherworld summoner. It might be challenging for her to become a battle warrior in the future. Sueki's choices are her own, since she has feelings for you. I want to say much. I only hope you can be slightly stronger than her. At least then your future together will be a little easier." The woman struggled with her choice of words, finding herself in a difficult position. Sueki had exceptional talent, while this Yibai was also of remarkable caliber, both situated at the lower end of the talent hierarchy. "I believe you're mistaken, Annie. Yibai patiently. My relationship with Lu Sueki is purely platonic. She occasionally asks me for help with some questions, and that is all." The woman's face broke into a smile, clearly unconvinced by Yibai's assertion. A pure student relationship? Would Lu Sueki gift such a precious map to an ordinary classmate? Enough of this nonsense. Such tales might deceive others, but not me. I merely wish to convey that regardless of whom Sueki chooses, I will support her. However, the Lu family is not solely my decision. If you wish to be with Sueki, there will surely be other elders opposed to it. Yibai could scarcely suppress an eye roll. What kind of absurd script was this? A crooked-mouthed dragon king, a battle god's son-in-law? I apologize for the interruption, but I must take my leave. Fearing Yibai would escape again, the woman hurriedly added, "In the next couple of days, there will be an internal selection at Nanjing No. 3 High School. Those with excellent results will have the opportunity to participate in a summer camp at a prestigious university and even gain early admission." Yibai. "If you wish to be with Sueki," Yibai interjected, "Annie, I must reiterate, I do not wish to, I only want to study right now." The woman acquiesced. "All right. If you wish to study diligently, you must seize this opportunity. If you can place in the top 20 of the internal selection, the Lu family." The woman did not finish her thought. Those in the know understood. With the Lu family's influence in Nanjing City, if Yibai merely placed within the top 20, he would be propelled into the prestigious university summer camp, and further, early admission would not be impossible. The prerequisite was that Yibai must strive for excellence. The woman had come solely to inform Yibai of this matter. Afterward, she nodded at him and turned to leave. Sigh, it feels like she has misunderstood greatly. After Lu Sueki's second awakening of her talent, she chose to conceal her exceptional abilities. Lu Sueki's mother is quite an intriguing person. It is evident she cares deeply for her daughter. Once she left the community, a sleek black luxury vehicle came to a halt at the roadside, its door opening automatically. "Oh, dear, weren't you supposed to respond to the level 1 emergency drill?" The woman entered the car and discovered her husband was also inside. "It was merely a drill, and it has concluded. However, I find it somewhat peculiar." In the back seat sat a middle-aged man, his hair slightly graying, with a stern countenance and sharply defined features, as if he had been chiseled from stone. "Let us not discuss that. Did you see Yibai?" "I did. He is even more handsome in person than in the photographs. It is no wonder Sueki has taken a liking to him." "You're jumping the gun. They haven't even made it official yet." Yet I see you've already envisioned names for their children. Do not speak nonsense. The woman admonished playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lu Sweki was a stunning beauty, clearly having inherited much of her mother's charm. My poor daughter, as the woman's request slipped from her lips, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. Father values this granddaughter above all. Even without my prompting, he is already anxious. Had it not been for the level 1 emergency drill, he would have been home early. By now, he has likely already met with Sweki. As he spoke, the middle-aged man gazed out of the car window, his furrowed brow deepening. With exceptional talent and a chosen path as an otherworld summoner, Lu Sweki had effectively blocked all pathways for herself. To reverse Lu Sweki's fate would require the intervention of a battle god or even a supreme being. Otherwise, they could only hope for a second awakening of her talent. How difficult it is to achieve a second awakening of talent. Thousands of words ultimately condensed into a single sigh. Sweki's path must ultimately be walked by her own feet. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit stood before the window, his face filled with disbelief. Upon learning of his granddaughter's awakening of exceptional talent, he had immediately ceased his explorations in the Abyssal Realm, not pausing for a moment. The other party had privately informed him that the second awakening of talent had occurred, and it had become exceptional talent. The Qing Yin Battle King was astonished beyond belief. Lu Sweki could only patiently recount everything that had transpired over the past few days. So, you owe your second awakening entirely to Yi Bai? The Qing Yin Battle King stroked his beard, calmly analyzing the situation. Not necessarily. I can't be certain. There's no uncertainty. It must be Yi Bai. The Qing Yin Battle King's discerning gaze was sharp, having firmly established this truth. You have done well to conceal your secrets, simultaneously sparing Yi Bai considerable trouble, which benefits both of you. Xueqi, listen to your grandfather. You must swiftly pass the Zhanbing test and choose the Dulang faction. And then? Lu Xueqi blinked her lively eyes, awaiting further elaboration. Once you become a Dulang, there will be, you'll be much safer. Even in the absence of your grandfather, there will be someone to protect you. Regarding the matter of Yingzi, the Qing Yin Zhan Wang did not elaborate further. As for your classmate, I will arrange for someone to make contact. We cannot forget this favor. With that, Qing Yin Zhan Wang strode outside, advising her to rest well and prepare for tonight's Eternal Tower, aiming for a higher exploration level on the first floor before advancing. Upon exiting the villa, Lu Qing Yin strolled through the garden, where a stooped butler quietly approached from behind, respectfully stating, "Master, the young masters have visited Yi Bai. What is your opinion?" An intriguing individual. The butler hesitated before adding, "Shall I send someone to gather more information?" The affairs of the Lu family, in the absence of Qing Yin Zhan Wang, were managed by this elderly butler. Having followed Lu Qing Yin for many years, they shared a bond akin to brothers, viewing each other as family. "No need," Lu Qing Yin replied, his butler's expression slightly astonished. "What will you do then?" "I will go personally," Lu Qing Yin casually remarked. "This lad has done much for Xueqi, and I have been experiencing some issues myself, rendering me unfit to return to the Abyssal Plane or to explore the Eternal Tower. It is a perfect opportunity to observe the younger generation." Standing before a willow tree, Lu Qing Yin stood tall and straight, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Yi Bai, do not let this old man down." Achoo! Yi Bai rubbed his nose, wondering why so many people seemed to think of him lately. Returning home, he finally relaxed. This journey, it can be said, was fraught with danger, yet ended without mishap. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Bai exhaled deeply. He began to unpack several items from his backpack onto the table, examining them one by one to tally the spoils of his expedition. Chapter 041. A walking 100,000 gold coins before Yi Bai lay the spoils. All treasures of the 4th Demon Sect's leader. Remarkably, they had survived his earlier battle with Lian Zheng, demonstrating their exceptional quality. On the far left rested an irregular, fist-sized sphere, its black surface adorned with golden speckles, extraordinarily heavy. This small piece alone weighed a staggering 1,000 jin. Yi Bai's strength attribute exceeded 300, allowing him to barely move it. Currently, it rested on the floor, which could not withstand its weight, reduced to dust. "Are you polite?" Chen Jin Yin Tai, 512. A specialty of the Abyssal Plane, exceptionally sharp after special refinement, with outstanding armor-piercing effects, commonly used for crafting weapons of the Zhanwang level. What a treasure! Yi Bai felt a surge of excitement. This was the primary material for weapons of the Zhanwang level. Following his encounter with the Neo Mo Zhanjiang, he was certain that enemies would target the Shura relentlessly. The first floor already carried the Jin Mo Tong Dai, a special item designed to counter mage damage. The path ahead would only grow more challenging. While they targeted mages, he would secretly hone his melee skills, dazzling everyone in battle. Yi Bai understood that to advance further, he needed to develop comprehensively. However, human energy is finite. Rapidly improving his melee skills seemed unrealistic. A suitable weapon would provide the most expedient path, significantly enhancing his close combat capabilities and survival. Placing the Chun Jin Yun Tai on the floor, Yi Bai recognized its immense value, yet fully utilizing it would require substantial resources. His gaze shifted to the next item, a slightly tattered scroll. Forbidden Spell Scroll, capable of inscribing and releasing forbidden spells, maintaining 80 power, consuming 5 durability points per use. Durability, 55-100. Stored forbidden spells, 0. Maximum storage, 2. Hiss. It can store forbidden spells, skills that only Zhanwang level could barely release. Rumored to alter landscapes with their residual power, Yi Bai couldn't help but gasp in amazement. His luck was truly exceptional. He had found this item next to Lian Zhang, who clearly understood the value of the Forbidden Spell Scroll and kept it close. Unfortunately, during their earlier escape, the stored forbidden spells had already been expended. Had they not been, Yi Bai would have been met with a devastating forbidden spell upon his arrival. This meant he could store the full power of a Zhanwang level attack twice. If utilized wisely, it would not only serve as a trump card for survival, but also as a formidable weapon in battle. Durability consumption? Money can fix that. Lacking the ability to inscribe forbidden spells? Hire a Zhanwang level expert to do it. When it comes to matters of life and death, spending money is inconsequential. The value of this item far surpassed that of the Chunjin Yun Tai. It might very well be the greatest reward of his journey. Yi Bai held the forbidden spell scroll in his hand, growing increasingly fond of it. Suddenly, he recalled his current financial situation with a pang of regret. I nearly forgot. I only have 2,700 gold coins left. 2,700 gold coins, which translates to 7 million dragon coins. In just 2 days, Yi Bai found himself lamenting the meager sum of 7 million. It was a case of inflation, indeed. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. 2,700 gold coins would hardly attract a glance from a Zhanwang. The real challenge lay in how to persuade a Zhanwang to assist him in inscribing forbidden spells. Yi Bai felt a headache approaching. Lacking money, still lacking money. His gaze swept over the last 2 items. One was a damaged staff, originally a weapon of the Zhanshan level. Its repair cost now far exceeded its intrinsic value. It had been a treasured possession of the 4th demon sect's leader, accompanying him through many battles until it was severely damaged in a life-threatening encounter, resulting in the demise of its staff spirit. This item resembled a memento of the 4th demon sect's leader, holding little intrinsic value. After a brief glance, Yi Bai disregarded the staff. Its origin was too unique. Should he attempt to sell it in the trading secret realm, it would undoubtedly cause a stir and attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, its value was not significant enough to warrant a profitable sale. Yi Bai could only store it in his warehouse for later use when the opportunity arises. The final item was a black square box. The method of opening it was exceedingly complex. Even a Zhanshan level warrior could not force it open. Should the box be damaged, the documents within would automatically be destroyed. It could be said that the black box served as an excellent document protector. Even in the hands of Qing, Yanzhan Wang, and others, they could not access its contents. Alas, it had come into the possession of Yi Bai. As the owner of the exceptional talent, insightful, he did not need to open the box to discern the contents inside. It was a list. Yi Bai's pupils constricted, and a flash of insight struck him. He immediately recognized the significance of this list. Indeed, you have not guessed wrong. This is a list of high-ranking officials within the 4th demon sect. It truly was a list of the demon sect. Yi Bai grabbed paper and pen, diligently transcribing each name from the document. He had previously reported a Zhangjiang and earned 30,000 gold coins. The individuals on this list were all at least 5th tier Zhangjiang, with bounties reaching 100,000 gold coins. These were all walking treasures worth 100,000 gold coins. If he reported everyone on this list, he could potentially acquire 10 million gold coins. Yibai gazed at the list of dozens of names, reflecting on the morning when he had fretted over 1 million gold coins. Now, he merely needs to compose a few dozen reports and submit them to effortlessly acquire 10 million gold coins. This money is earned with ease and comfort. Reporting the followers of the evil cult imposes no psychological burden on Yibai. Each of these individuals is drenched in blood, their very beings tainted with filth. Setting the list aside, it represents a treasure of immense value. Upon review, the gains from this endeavor are certainly substantial, even exceeding expectations. Yibai surveyed his surroundings. The Qinjin Yantai and the Forbidden Spell Axis are all resources he can retain for personal use. The damaged staff is temporarily held in hand, serving as a collectible. The list of evil cult followers, however, is akin to a check worth millions. Tidying up, he realized he had yet to dine. You have 19,827 unread messages. Buzz buzz. You have 20,193 unread messages. What is happening? Yibai was astonished to find his voicemail nearly overflowing. He clicked on the first voice message. Greetings, Master. I, Old Wong, have an item that requires appraisal. What is your price? This. Yibai glanced at the messages. They were all similar requests for item appraisals. Chapter 042. The Frenzied Forum. Over 20,000 unread messages lay dormant in Yibai's voicemail. Furthermore, this number continued to surge, showing no signs of abating. Upon entering the forum, Yibai immediately spotted a bold, fiery title. Paid equipment appraisal, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. How strange. Hadn't this post been published earlier in the morning? Yibai distinctly recalled attempting to exchange equipment appraisals for money to lift the bloodline restrictions of the Forbidden Magic Disc. After posting, the response had been lukewarm, with only Li Xiaoping expressing interest. Yibai scrolled through the posts rapidly. Initially, the matter seemed to fade away, and his post gradually sank into obscurity. In the afternoon, a user named reposted, claiming to have completed an appraisal and expressing gratitude, almost eager to bestow a 50-star rating. This sparked a new wave of excitement. Some wavered, others questioned whether was merely a shill, suggesting they were performing a duet to fish for attention. We conducted the transaction in the secret trading realm. Here is a copy of the transaction contract. When the contract was revealed, most fell silent. Such a document cannot be forged. Nevertheless, skepticism remained regarding the appraisal ability of a first-tier warrior, until another user, Zhizheng Zhao Shi, posted. Zhizheng Zhao Shi. The appraisal skills of the original poster are at least at the master level. I have personally tested it. This brief statement ignited a firestorm across the Wolf's Den forum, sparking endless discussions. Did I read that correctly? Zhizheng Zhao Shi actually posted. He is a master blacksmith. Even if his crafted items have a time limit, he is undeniably a genuine master. How astonishing that the original poster is indeed a master-level appraiser. This is not merely fishing. This is dynamiting the fish pond. Oh, original poster, may you live a long and prosperous life. Please appraise an item for me. Get out of the way. I was here first. Original poster, I have a weapon of the king of war grade. From that moment on, the chaos spiraled out of control. After observing the entire farce, Yibai felt a tinge of helplessness. The intentions behind posting were to resolve his financial woes. Now, with a report list in hand, he possessed a fortune of 100,000 gold coins, soon to be his. Money was no longer a pressing concern. Nonetheless, charging for appraisals could provide a steady stream of income. Yibai mused that reporting is ultimately a one-time transaction. An individual cannot be reported more than once. As his strength grows, so too will his consumption of various resources. If converted to gold, the figures would be astronomical. One cannot thrive without night grazing. Stability and income is a foolproof venture for Yibai. After considering this, Yibai dialed the Wolf's Den hotline once more. Hello, how may I assist you? I would like to cancel or modify the commission I submitted this morning. Certainly. What would you like to change it to? I can appraise equipment for others. And my fees are as follows. Imprinting a forbidden spell on a special item for a King of War level warrior. Crafting a melee weapon with a potential limit of King of War grade. Or restoring the durability of a special item. One may choose any of these three options. Yibai articulated his needs, realizing these services cannot be quantified in gold. They are better suited for barter on the forum. Additionally, please note, I can appraise 5 items daily, and I have 2 opportunities remaining for today. Understood. We are registering your request. Please hold. Yibai had long prepared this script in his mind. He understood that if he could offer unlimited appraisals, it would attract undue attention and unnecessary trouble. Hence, Yibai devised a means of disguise. The sharp eye talent, which Insightful Eye had always scorned, was a tiered ability. Originally, Sharp Eye could only be used thrice daily, but Yibai discovered it could be trained and enhanced to be utilized up to 9 times. Stating he could appraise 5 items daily fell within a reasonable realm. In the eyes of these lone wolves, Yibai's 99.99 probability was attributed to the tiered talent, Sharp Eye. How disgraceful that a tiered talent must masquerade as a lower tier. The world has fallen, and humanity has lost its integrity. Clearly, Insightful Eye was displeased with Yibai's actions and lodged a protest. The protest proved futile. Your modifications have been completed. Any related messages will be forwarded to your voicemail. Thank you. Upon hanging up, Yibai cleared the previous 20,000 messages. His newly established criteria would filter out the vast majority of inquiries. Each requirement grew more stringent, with the simplest necessitating a King of War level warrior. Even so, Yibai promptly received nearly 10 new messages, which he perused one by one. I can summon a King of War level priest to imprint a priestly forbidden spell. I can restore an item's durability by 30 points. I hope to exchange it for 2 equipment appraisals. I can craft a melee weapon with King of War level potential. Materials provided, price negotiable. Yibai sifted through these messages, ranking them by urgency. Crafting equipment would be placed at the end. He only possessed 1 main material and lacked ideas for what to forge. The durability of the forbidden spell axis still had 55 points. It could wait. What Yibai needed most was to imprint the forbidden spell. From the messages, he selected 2 individuals and sent invitations to meet. No problem, old man. I will await you in the secret trading realm. Yibai, without further thought, activated the tower mark and entered the trading realm. A figure surrounded by azure flames awaited at their predetermined location. Upon their first glance, Yibai noticed a note above the figure's head. Lu Qingyan, Lu Sueki's grandfather. King of War level warrior, fiery battle king. This. Yibai did not expect to encounter Lu Sueki's grandfather here. No matter, he is unaware of my true identity. I merely need to imprint a warrior's forbidden spell. Worst case, I shall refrain from future transactions with this elder. With resolve, Yibai approached. This marked his first direct interaction with a King of War level warrior. The legendary warriors possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality, and the most exceptional among them can even pierce through lower tier planes. As Yibai stepped forward, the fiery battle king discerned his identity and respectfully said, "Greetings, master. Yibai Similit Kunujin. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Speak more if you can." Chapter 043. The Flames of Desolation Across the Seas. Eternal Fire Greetings, master. Even a warlord, and especially a peak warlord, must respectfully address Yibai as master. Yibai is not one to be swayed by vanity. He merely smiles gently and nods in acknowledgement. Having encountered the elder warlords before, this title of elder resonates deeply with Qing Yanzhan Wang, who finds a young man increasingly pleasing to the eye. Indeed, this young individual is quite remarkable, since he is registered as a first-tier warrior. His strength is likely not too formidable, and he is still young. Qing Yanzhan Wang is well aware that the potential and value of this person far exceed those of ordinary warlords, which is precisely why he is willing to address him as master. As peers interact, they treat each other with respect. Qing Yanzhan Wang conjured 2 fiery hands and clasped them, saying, "I am Lu Qingyan, honored to meet you, master. I have long heard of the name Qingyan from Nanjiang, and seeing you today, it is gratifying to know that the elder has the prospect of further advancement. Yi Bai casually remarked, causing Lu Qingyan to shudder in surprise, instantly viewing him with new respect. This fellow can discern my realm even from within the trading secret realm. Even if he is not a warlord-level powerhouse, he must be close. Amidst his astonishment, Lu Qingyan felt a tinge of confusion. Such an extraordinary figure should not be obscure. The emergence of Ashura has stirred changes among the strongest seeds, prompting many hidden, influential figures to step into the light. This individual before him is likely of the same ilk. Lu Qingyan could not help but regard this mysterious powerhouse with deeper admiration. He laughed heartily and inquired, "Let us dispense with formalities. How shall I address you?" "Rank 4th, if it pleases you, call me CD," Yi Bai replied. Lu Qingyan, being a person of considerable stature, knows that attaining the rank of warlord requires far more than mere brute force. He promptly stated, "4th brother, I have a rather delicate matter to discuss, and hope you can pledge to keep it confidential." "Certainly," Yi Bai responded, albeit curious about what could be so shrouded in secrecy. Under the witness of the secret realm spirit, Yi Bai swore an oath of confidentiality, promising not to divulge Lu Qingyan's secrets. "4th brother, the matter is as follows." Lu Qingyan briefly explained the situation concerning his granddaughter. However, he omitted any mention of Yi Bai, only stating that his granddaughter had unintentionally undergone a second awakening of her talent, which is now classified as level A. Yi Bai feigned surprise, casually commenting, "What splendid fortune." Lu Qingyan, filled with a sense of pride and boasting modestly, replied, "It is also thanks to the assistance of a noble benefactor." Of course, Yi Bai knew full well that the benefactor in question was none other than himself. Thus, when Qingyan Zhan Wang sought Yi Bai's assistance, was it related to his granddaughter? Engaging in conversation with Lu Qingyan, Yi Bai had to maintain an air of aloofness, presenting himself as a hermit of sorts. He referred to Lu Qingyan as elder, while Lu Qingyan called him 4th brother, leading to a rather convoluted hierarchy. "Indeed, 4th brother, my granddaughter has the ability to summon otherworldly beings to aid in battle by sacrificing special items. I wonder if you could assist in identifying them?" Lu Qingyan earnestly asked. He had no shortage of equipment, weapons, or items, having long since prepared everything for Lu Sweki. To take a step back, there was no need to trouble a master like 4th brother for low-tier equipment. Yi Bai humbly replied, "We can certainly give it a try. However, I cannot guarantee success at this moment." "Too modest, brother. It is undoubtedly a 100 success," Lu Qingyan exclaimed, his joy evident as he repeated good thrice, his smile reaching ear to ear. "Tonight, my granddaughter will reach level 10 and participate in her job transfer. After her transfer, I will bring her to the trading secret realm to trouble you, 4th brother. As for compensation, it will surely satisfy you." After discussing Lu Sweki's matter, Lu Qingyan produced a warlord-level weapon and requested Yi Bai's assistance in identifying the conditions for its advancement. The advancement conditions required burning the 6th demon god's fingerbone to ash, applying it to the hilt, and repeating the application every 12 hours for a total of 6 times before the weapon could advance. After the identification, Yi Bai could not help but internally scoff at the stringent advancement conditions. Who would have thought such rigorous requirements existed? Why did Yi Bai's post on the Wolf's Nest forum resonate so widely, stirring up such fervor? Many possess equipment for advancement, but are unable to identify the conditions. Moreover, identification masters are even rarer than forging masters. Not every forging master is also an identification master. Even though he himself is a forging master, he must entrust Yi Bai with identification, highlighting the scarcity and prestige of identification masters. After securing the weapon, Lu Qingyan felt invigorated, as fortune seemed to favor him recently. 4th brother, let us discuss the matter of compensation. His nature is always generous, and he spoke openly. "I saw on the forum that you wish to imprint forbidden spells. How many times would that take?" 2 times, Yi Bai replied. "Leave it to me," Lu Qingyan declared. Even as a warlord, using forbidden spells incurs a significant cost. Otherwise, they would not be called forbidden spells. Naturally, with sufficient resources and various healing potions and scrolls, one can recover swiftly. Thus, Imprinting forbidden spells is essentially a money-intensive endeavor. Lu Qing Yin candidly stated, I have no need to partake in frontline battles or venture into the Eternal Tower lately, making this the perfect opportunity for imprinting. His generosity prompted Yi Bai to reciprocate. Then I must trouble you, Elder Qing Yin, to assist me in imprinting the forbidden spells, the flames of desolation across the seas, and eternal fire. Good eye, Lu Qing Yin remarked, unable to contain his admiration. These two forbidden spells are his signature skills, known for their outstanding effects. Though they may not be his most powerful forbidden spells, they are the most convenient to use. The Flames of Desolation across the seas is a wide-ranging spell that inflicts massive fire damage to the surroundings, incinerating all and dealing special damage to water-based beings. Those below the warlord rank stand no chance of survival. Even a warlord caught off guard would suffer greatly from the Flames of Desolation across the seas. Eternal Fire is a life-preserving skill. Upon activation, it ignites up to 18 heart lamps on the caster's body. As long as the flames remain lit, the caster cannot perish. Of course, after sustaining massive damage, one can still die. In the face of absolute power, everything is but a fleeting illusion. However, Eternal Fire stands out as an exceptionally effective, life-preserving forbidden spell. Receiving the forbidden spell scroll, Lu Qing Yin immediately began the imprinting process. It took 2 attempts to successfully imprint the Flames of Desolation across the seas and 4 attempts for Eternal Fire. Lu Qing Yin returned the scroll to Yi Bai, wiping the sweat from his brow as he explained, the Flames of Desolation across the seas should deal around 10 billion levels of fire magic damage, akin to a casual strike from a warlord. I successfully imprinted Eternal Fire on my first attempt, though I was not entirely satisfied with the effect. So I re-imprinted it 3 more times. It should now illuminate 16 heart lamps. Unless a warlord strikes, there should be no danger of death. Thank you, Elder Qing Yin. Yi Bai took note of Lu Qing Yan's goodwill, remembering it well. Lu Qing Yan's actions not only served to compensate for Yi Bai's identification service, but also aimed to pave the way for his granddaughter. Elder, I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Safe travels, 4th brother. Lu Qing Yin watched Yi Bai depart, nodding slightly. This 4th brother is likely cultivating a successor. These 2 forbidden spells, in light of 4th brother's true strength, are rather inconsequential. They are far more suitable for protecting a junior. Lu Qing Yan's keen insight allowed him to immediately discern that a warlord has no need for such spells. As for the identity of the junior 4th brother is nurturing, Lu Qing Yin found himself increasingly curious. Regardless, they could not possibly be stronger than my granddaughter, Sweki. A second awakening, level A talent. Ha ha ha, my old war comrades must be green with envy. At present, he lacked neither money nor forbidden spells, and he had nearly exhausted today's 5 identification attempts. Lu Qing Yin spent considerable time on the forbidden seal of the inked flower, and as the clock approached midnight, Yi Bai was also preparing for the impending journey to the Eternal Tower. The steady ticking of the seconds, minutes, and hours traversed countless mountains and rivers, converging once more. 12 o'clock. Yi Bai activated the tower's imprint. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Chapter 044. 9th Rank War God. Xingxin Julong. The familiar prompt echoed once more. Yi Bai did not immediately delve into the exploration of the Eternal Tower, but instead made his way to the Wolf's Nest. Hello, I am here to submit a task. The sweet voice of the attendant warmly welcomed Yi Bai. All right, scanning the Julong ID. Please hold on. Task: investigate Lian Zheng. Please select a completion method. Provide clues. Capture alive, eliminate. Eliminate, as there are Julong imprints left at the scene. Verification in progress. Yi Bai was unconcerned about the possibility of a failed verification. According to the introduction of the Julong faction, as long as one leaves a Julong imprint upon completing the task, recognition would surely follow. The Wolf's Nest had a special method for verification. Verification complete, issuing your task reward. Task rating, level completion, 100, earned Julong points, 2,000 Julong rank upgrade. Gold. Aside from the combat power classification, the Julong faction also has its own ranking system: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star. As for whether higher ranks exist, Yi Bai was currently uncertain. After completing this task, Yi Bai directly advanced from bronze to gold, a significant leap in rank. This is your task reward 100,000 gold coins. Please accept. The attendant noticed that it was Yi Bai's first promotion and couldn't help but elaborate. The internal ranking of the Dulong is highly prestigious. As a gold Dulong, even if you are merely a first-rank soldier, you will still enjoy the treatment of a general at the official level. Your allowance will increase from 30,000 dragon coins per month to 90,000 dragon coins. You will also receive a 2 discount at the internal marketplace of the Wolf's Nest, and you currently have 2,000 points available. If you advance your combat power rank in the future, your Dulong rank will automatically decrease by 1 tier. This means that when Yi Bai is a soldier, he is classified as gold, but if he advances to a general, his rank will automatically reduce to silver. Listening to the attendant's introduction, Yi Bai nodded slowly, as this was the first time he had heard such information. Typically, regular tasks do not reward Dulong points. Clearly, Lian Zheng's special status had played a role, and the higher-ups of the Wolf's Nest likely already knew that Lian Zheng was the son of the 4th demon sect's leader. Calculating it this way, Yi Bai had profited immensely from this task. 100,000 gold coins equate to 1 billion dragon coins. For Yi Bai at this moment, it could not be considered trivial. It was more of moderate significance. The most valuable aspect, however, was the 2,000 points, with purchasing power comparable to 200,000 gold coins. Moreover, being promoted to a gold Dulong would grant Yi Bai numerous conveniences in the future. By the way, you have entered the Gold Soldier rankings, Global Ranking 9812. Global Ranking 9812? Yi Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. He then inquired, I have information regarding a traitor of the demon sect that I need to report, involving Lian Zheng's father. Could you assist me in forwarding this up the chain? Yi Bai had not forgotten that he possessed a list of high-ranking members from the 4th demon sect. This list needed to be submitted promptly. For those who were effectively walking 100,000 gold coins must face justice. Yi Bai was not greedy. These individuals remaining within the human race would always pose a threat, and early reporting was essential. If they continued to hide, who knows what consequences might ensue. Treating a disease early is wise, and eliminating evildoers promptly is prudent, allowing them to be reborn as better beings in their next lives. Even if they cannot become humans, being reincarnated as a pig, dog, or pest would still count as accumulating virtue. Such is the reasoning. Reports can be registered here without troubling the higher-ups. Corresponding rewards will be issued accordingly. Unless it involves a high-ranking member of the demon sect. Even if it is a war king, you can report it here. It was evident that she was unaware of Lian Zheng's father's true identity. After all, he was the leader of the 4th demon sect and a former war god of humanity. Otherwise, she would certainly have acted on Yi Bai's words. Yi Bai reiterated his stance, saying, Please help me escalate this information as it should be addressed by someone. All right, please hold on. The front desk attendant submitted this information into the system to be handled by a higher-ranking war king. Time passed minute by minute. The clock adorning the wall moved slowly. 1 minute had elapsed since the message was submitted. The front desk attendant spoke again, Sir. The information you provided may not be sufficient to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Could you possibly disclose more details? A loud crash interrupted her words. The door of the Wolf's Nest was violently kicked open, and a gust of wind surged in, demolishing nearby tables and chairs, leaving chaos in its wake. Many guests were also thrown to the ground, rolling several times before looking up in fury. Who dares to be so reckless? The sentence hung in the air, stuck in the throat, unable to be uttered. The culprit, a formidable figure who had kicked open the door to the Wolf's Nest, was a robust individual, towering in stature, striding confidently into the establishment. A gasp of recognition spread through the crowd. War God rank, Xingxin Dulong. The 9-star Dulong, ranked first on the star rankings, Xuanmeng. As someone recognized his identity, the atmosphere shifted, drawing everyone's attention. Xuanmeng, true to his name, was indeed fierce. He strode to the bar, ignoring all gazes, and fixed his eyes on Yi Bai, his voice booming like thunder. Kid, was it you who reported the information? The front desk attendant trembled slightly. Unable to articulate a complete sentence, merely nodding, it was him. She never anticipated that the information Yi Bai had her report would attract Xuanming. The attendant superior was merely a war king, while Xuanming was the superior of her superior. How had she managed to provoke such a formidable figure? It was not surprising that the front desk attendant was flustered. Xuanming bore an overwhelming array of titles. War God rank star rankings, number 1, 9th rank War God. Level talent, son of the mightiest. Each of these titles, when considered individually, felt like a mountain pressing down. Yet, Xuanming had amassed all these terrifying labels. Kid, false reporting is a grave offense. You must think carefully before you speak. Xuanming frowned slightly. He did not believe that this first-rank soldier could provide any useful information. However, since the person had eliminated Lianzheng, perhaps there was indeed some valuable intelligence. It was for this reason that Xuanming had deigned to make this trip. Should I reveal it now? Facing Xuanming, Yi Bai did not flinch like others but remained remarkably composed. Xuanming was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this kid to take the initiative. Then, he broke into a hearty laugh. Good lad, you almost had me fooled. This is certainly not the place for a discussion. Come, follow me into the room. With that, Xuanming led Yi Bai further inside. How does this sound so inviting? Yi Bai internally scoffed, but obediently followed Xuanming forward. They arrived deep within the wolf's nest, entering a private office. See, the content of our discussion here will be beyond the prying eyes of anyone but the mightiest. Xuanming flopped onto the sofa, occupying its entirety, and turned his gaze toward Yi Bai. Now we can discuss matters concerning Lianzheng's father. Or would you prefer to refer to him as the leader of the fourth demon sect? Chapter 045. Eat as much as you like. The leader of the fourth demon sect, a war god-level powerhouse, who, even when surrounded by formidable war gods amidst the siege of the fourth demon sect stronghold, managed to escape. His threat to humanity is even greater than that posed by the demon gods. The demon gods are distant, while the leader is close at hand. The sooner he is captured, the sooner the threat can be eliminated. Before we discuss him, here's a list you should take a look at. As he spoke, Yi Bai handed over a list inscribed with dozens of names. Xuanming casually accepted the document, casting only a fleeting glance. Yet his body jolted as if struck by lightning, two beams of brilliance bursting forth from his eyes. He stood up abruptly, his countenance grave. What is this list? His tone was inquisitive, but the expression on his face suggested he had already surmised the answer and merely sought confirmation. Yi Bai nodded, affirming Xuanming's suspicions. Indeed, this list comprised the names of the high-ranking officials within the fourth demonic sect. With a sudden burst of fury, Xuanming's face contorted, veins bulging on his arms as he clenched his fists, the list crumbling to dust in his grip. A growl akin to that of a wild beast erupted from his throat. Thieves, they shall pay. Yi Bai interjected, cough, cough, you've destroyed the list. And it's the only copy I have. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xuanming rolled his eyes, raising his hands. Within 3 seconds, the powdered remnants of the list swirled in his palms, reassembling into its original form. See, is there an error? With Xuanming's prowess, even a cursory glance would imprint the contents of the list in his mind. Once he confirmed its accuracy, Yi Bai returned it to him, having weathered his initial wrath. Xuanming's demeanor calmed. Where did you acquire this list? He pondered, recognizing the gravity of the situation required prudence. You must know, many on this list still hold significant positions and wield power. Accusing them of being followers of the demonic sect is no trivial matter. It is imperative to present evidence. Yi Bai produced a premeditated explanation. After Lianzheng's demise, I discovered a small box among his belongings, which contained this list. I glanced at it, and the box automatically sealed itself. With that, Yi Bai placed the jet black box before Xuanming. Have you opened this box since then? No. How does one even open it? Xuanming inquired, one hand gripping the box while the other scratched his head. He felt an urge to smash it, yet feared ruining the contents within. Yi Bai remarked unexpectedly, I believe you should be able to open it with ease, correct? Xuanming paused, his expression shifting slightly. Couldn't he possibly admit he couldn't manage it? That would be too humiliating. Of course, he declared, forcing confidence into his voice. Yi Bai seized the moment to add, once you open it, you'll ascertain the authenticity of the list. In truth, Xuanming already believed 7 or 8 parts of the list. A third of the individuals listed were already deceased after the assault on the 4th Demonic Sect's headquarters. Their fates had become public knowledge, either dead or captured. However, the remaining 2/3 were still deeply concealed. These individuals posed a significant threat. If allowed to remain hidden, the defeated 4th Demonic Sect would soon revive. Only by uprooting them entirely could the poison be excised. In other words, the list presented by the other party was invaluable. We shall employ various methods to verify the authenticity of this list. We will not wrong the innocent nor let the wicked escape. As Xuemeng's emotions settled, he contemplated. Regarding your reward for reporting, it will be distributed after the list is thoroughly verified. Is that acceptable? Before Yi Bai could respond, Xuemeng added, there will be a substantial sum. If you wish to draw in advance, feel free to request up to 100 million gold coins. As expected of a 9th-tier battle god. Speaking of 100 million gold coins. However, Yi Bai was not in urgent need of money. What belonged to him would not disappear. An advance is unnecessary. My reporting is not solely for financial gain. Righteousness still exists in the world. Yi Bai's emphasis prompted a peculiar look from Xuemeng. Could it be that this lad reported solely for the bounty? Regardless, Yi Bai's delivery of the list was a monumental service to humanity. You mentioned earlier that you have news regarding Lian Zhang's father. Is it true? The list was undoubtedly important, yet capturing the leader of the demonic sect was paramount. Grasping the demonic sect's leader outweighed capturing 10 or even 100 battle kings. It is true. I am aware of his next movements. Under Xuemeng's anticipative gaze, Yi Bai spoke calmly and deliberately. He will come to Nanjing City. Nanjing City? What does he intend to do there? Right, his son died there. Xuemeng's expression abruptly froze as he raised his head to look at Yi Bai. A bold thought surfaced in his mind. Surely not. Yi Bai nodded, reaffirming Xuemeng's conjecture. Indeed, he comes to kill me. The vengeance for a slain son is unending. The leader of the 4th Demonic Sect swore, by his life, to slay Yi Bai. He must come to Nanjing City. Perhaps even return to the scene to trace Yi Bai's whereabouts. Without a doubt, Yi Bai found himself in a perilous situation. Being targeted by a battle god was no trivial matter. Xuemeng, at a loss for words, approached Yi Bai and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying gravely, "Eat well while you can. Yi Bai, why does this sound like you're implying I'm about to die? Use your 9th-tier battle god strength, brother. It's just the leader of the demonic sect. Deal with him." Xuemeng forced a stiff smile, advising, "Conceal your identity well. I will dispatch someone to monitor the scene and ambush the leader of the demonic sect. Perhaps we can capture him directly." Regardless, when targeted by a battle god, there was little one could do but resign to fate. With that, Xuemeng escorted Yi Bai outside, urging him to swiftly enhance his strength at the Eternal Tower. The opponent might not personally intervene, yet even sending a few lackeys would be formidable enough. Xuemeng had to admit that even he, at the level of a battle soldier, would find survival in such circumstances nearly impossible. Yi Bai's ability to maintain composure was already remarkable. By the way, the compensation for lone wolves is quite generous. Yi Bai, you've really let the cat out of the bag, brother. Is that really an appropriate thing to say? Yi Bai profoundly understood the phrase. Some are still alive, yet they have already perished. Xuemeng brought Yi Bai to the entrance of the wolf's nest, solemnly stating, "Take care. This cursed luck is best avoided from a distance." Yi Bai had no desire to linger a second longer with Xuemeng and hurried towards the Eternal Tower. Once Yi Bai departed, Xuemeng revealed a smile. "That brat dared to play tricks with a box. I want to scare him a bit. I don't share the surname Meng." Previously, Yi Bai had used the box to elevate Xuemeng's status, leaving him at a loss. Xuemeng retaliated with a scare, deeming it a fair exchange. However, the reality was that being targeted by a battle god was no light matter. Survival was not something one could achieve alone. He submitted a request to Shadow, hoping to deploy in Shadow level powerhouse for protection. If he could secure temporary protection from a top 40 Shadow level being, his life would be guaranteed. Of course, Xuemeng held no expectations. The Shadow level warriors were the pinnacle within Shadow, allocated based on the potential of lone wolves. Back then, Xuemeng had Shadow 23 by his side, indicating he ranked 23rd among his contemporaries in potential. Securing a top 40 Shadow level protector, even temporarily, was exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, it was prudent to enhance security for this lad. At the very least, dispatching a battle god for protection was never a mistake. Just 3 seconds after submitting the request, he received a response. Upon reading the feedback, Shuimeng fell into a stupor, frozen like a statue. He was a 9th-tier battle god, ranked first on the star list. Yet he lacked the authority to even submit a request. Just who is this lad? Chapter 046, 100 Exploration Degree. Second layer of the Eternal Tower. After leaving the Wolf's Nest, Yi Bai proceeded directly to the Eternal Tower. Summon the Eternal Core Crystal, place your palm upon it, and be enveloped by a radiant white light. The transmission is underway, current level 2, wishing you a swift passage through the Eternal Tower. Upon opening his eyes again, Yi Bai finds himself on a desolate expanse, where his gaze encounters a landscape marred by devastation and chaos. The sky is shrouded in thick, pitch-black clouds, weighing heavily upon him, creating an atmosphere that feels almost suffocating. This is the second level of the Eternal Tower's class Transition Secret Realm. As Yi Bai surveys the scene before him, corresponding information begins to surface in his mind. The first level of the Eternal Tower serves primarily as a leveling ground for players from levels 1 to 10. Achieving level 10 marks the first class transition for players. Consequently, the second level of the Eternal Tower, as a personal instance, is dedicated solely to this class transition. Players must defeat monsters to obtain transition items, selecting the most suitable one to complete their class change. However, Yi Bai finds himself in a rather awkward position. He has already undergone his class transition. He is currently a level 10 Tiannu Mage, Lightning Element, the most fitting choice for him. The class transition Secret Realm is utterly redundant for him. Before entering the second level of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai held this belief. Yet, once he is truly immersed in it, new information unfolds before him. Upon reaching 100 exploration points, additional rewards will be granted. Tiannu Mage will enhance 1 element. Such fortuitous news. The Tiannu Mage profession template he acquired belongs to the Lightning Element, boasting maximum output capabilities. As a level 10 profession template, all attributes are at their pinnacle. If he can elevate himself further, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture for Yi Bai. There are no strategies to consider at this level. He can simply charge forward. Yi Bai gazes at the monsters surrounding him, eager to engage. Since his inception, his approach has always been to build momentum and then unleash a single lightning arrow to resolve all matters. Even when facing a boss, his method remains the same. In reality, among the damage-dealing skills Yi Bai possesses, Tianlei inflicts higher damage than Lightning Arrow, and when the target's health is below 30, Tianlei deals true damage. Nonetheless, Yi Bai would never casually employ Tianlei in the open. The reason is straightforward. Tianlei is a signature skill of the Tiannu Mage, easily identifiable. Once used, the traces left behind could easily lead to associations with Xiao Luo. After all, the world knows that Xiao Luo transitioned to become a Tiannu Mage. Conversely, Lightning Arrow is a common skill that any mage can learn, making it impossible to trace back to Yi Bai. Perfectly, he can seize the opportunity of battle to practice Tianlei. As a class-exclusive skill, using it sufficiently will enhance its proficiency, and there is a chance for it to upgrade. With a firm resolution, Yi Bai scans his surroundings, his objectives crystal clear. Goal 1. Achieve 100 exploration points, enhancing 1 element. Goal 2. Utilize Tianlei as much as possible to strive for advancement. Yi Bai opens the skill description for Tianlei. Tianlei 1. Summons a bolt of heavenly lightning from the sky, striking enemies and inflicting 285 x 2,770 points of lightning damage. When the enemy's health drops below 30, it converts to true damage. Each time Tianlei successfully hits an enemy, it permanently increases the skill's base lightning damage by 5 points. Enemies struck by Tianlei receive a 100 slow effect and randomly gain 1 negative status. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. With Yi Bai's intelligence stat of 285 points, this equates to 285,2770 points of damage. The Tiannu Mage can amplify lightning skill damage by 100, and the natural force adds an additional 15, resulting in 770-215-1655 points of damage. Without stacking any bonuses, Yibai can deal 1655 points of lightning damage to a target with 0 magic resistance. If the target's health is below 30, it directly converts to 1655 points of true damage. The most formidable aspect lies in the growth potential of Tianlei. Each use increases its base damage by 5 points. Closing the skill description, Yibai turns his attention to a nearby two-headed ogre. Two-headed ogre, health 2500-2500, an excellent target. Oh, it has noticed you and decided to make you a meal. The two-headed ogre looks at Yibai and clumsily charges forward. Tianlei, 1364. A vivid red number appears above the ogre's head, its body momentarily slowing as if caught in slow motion. The slow effect from Tianlei lasts for 2 seconds, and the Tian New Mage reduces cooldown time by 50, leaving just 1 second. Tianlei. After 1 second, another bolt of azure lightning descends. 1665. The ogre's health falls below 30, completely bypassing magic resistance and dealing true damage. Boom! The ogre crashes to the ground, emanating a charred aroma. Experience 200. Expiration points 0-1. In less than 2 seconds, Yibai dispatches the ogre, raising the base damage of Tianlei by 10 points. Quite effective. Yibai is satisfied, his gaze shifting to the monsters further afield. These creatures are, in his eyes, walking sources of experience, the perfect growth apparatus for Tianlei. Stay still and receive my Tianlei. Thunder rumbles across the desolate expanse. As monsters fall one after another, Yibai revels in the thrill. Wind slash. Tianlei. Monkey steals peach. Joy can sometimes be this simple. Is this truly the second level of the Eternal Tower? Lu Sueki surveys her surroundings with curiosity, her golden canary perched on her shoulder, exuding disdain. Yesterday, she battled for 6 hours on the first level, relying on her powerful pet and the limited time assistance provided by Xiao Luo, swiftly reaching level 10. Today, she even completed it with an exploration score of 83. Before entering the Eternal Tower, her grandfather, Lu Qingyan, had specifically advised her to complete her class transition today. A significant opportunity awaits her, and missing it would lead to lifelong regret. Lu Sueki dares not slacken her pace, hastening to the second level, prepared for her class transition. She aims to defeat as many monsters as possible to obtain high-tier transition items and increase her exploration points. The golden canary on her shoulder transforms into a golden-winged roc, its fiery flames sweeping across the land, incinerating countless monsters. Thankfully, the second level is a solo instance, allowing her to unleash her full potential. Lu Sueki muses to herself that she must keep her second awakening talent a secret. Even Lu Qingyan supports Lu Sueki's approach. These are extraordinary times, and the path to success lies in cautious development and silent accumulation of wealth. Based on her previous experiences, she believes that achieving an exploration score of 80 in the second level, ultimately obtaining a level 10 profession template, would be an exceptional accomplishment. Higher levels would prove challenging and likely result in failure. Lu Sueki possesses a sharp sense of self-awareness. With a target of 80 in mind, she embarks on her quest. An exploration score of 80 is already regarded as an outstanding achievement for a level 10 talent. Resolute in her decision, Lu Sueki follows the golden-winged roc, embarking on the path of battle. Exploration score 90. In the vast wasteland, he stands as the sole survivor, as if death itself has descended upon the land, leaving no one alive in its wake. According to the strategy, after defeating all monsters and reaching 90 exploration points, the ultimate challenge will manifest. Inflicting damage can elevate exploration points, and upon successfully defeating enemies, the score will reach 100. Yibai's eyes gleam with determination as he gazes skyward. As the last monster breathes its last, the heavy clouds begin to shift, rumbling thunderously, casting a colossal shadow over Yibai, as if some indescribable horror is about to descend. Yibai remains focused, bracing himself for the impending arrival. Something tremendous is coming. Chapter 047. I am waiting. What are you waiting for? The oppressive, inky clouds slowly descend, creating an atmosphere so stifling that it feels as though one cannot breathe. Yibai stands atop a small hill, slightly tilting his head upwards, discreetly stacking, ready to strike. The cooldown for the potential buildup is 10 seconds, while the TNNFSH possesses a cooldown of 50 seconds, meaning it can stack every 5 seconds. To reach a full 30 stacks, it would take 150 seconds or 2.5 minutes. After the cloud cover, it was evident that I did not have to wait long. The true form soon revealed itself. Before him stood a humanoid figure towering at 3 meters, its body a mass of bulging muscles radiating strength, delivering a staggering visual impact. The dual wings on its back flapped in the air, sharp and elongated, each movement stirring up a whirlwind that was truly formidable. Before I appeared a birdman. This birdman, known as the Shuangyi Dulu Tinu Jizi, was indeed corrupted by the power of the demon god. He has lines to deliver. Let us indulge in his Clich opening remarks. Mortals, worship me, kneel, and you shall gain immense power. As expected, an exceedingly trite introduction. YBI continued to accumulate his potential buildup, casually deflecting the birdman's words. And what is the cost? The cost. True power requires no cost at all, merely a heart that yearns to grow stronger. The birdman crossed his robust arms, gazing down at YBI with arrogance. I serve the 5th demon god, the former sovereign of the Eternal Tower. Could you at least be a bit more professional? How could you let that slip? YBI rolled his eyes, realizing that the birdman had revealed his hand. He was merely a lackey of the 5th demon god. His rhetoric seemed better suited to deceive a 3-year-old. It was ineffective against YBI, a beacon of positive energy in this new era. He would not fall for such tricks. YBI grew curious about another matter. The 2nd layer of the Eternal Tower, designed as a solo dungeon, presents each individual with unique adversaries upon entry. How had the birdman accurately located him? Yet, the birdman's attitude towards YBI suggested he was unaware that YBI was Shura. This implied they had collectively tainted the entire layer of the dungeon. Anyone entering the 2nd layer during this time would encounter the corrupted foes. This was the only plausible explanation. A method to purify the 2nd layer was imperative. YBI's gaze towards the birdman gradually grew lethal. Such filth would be best turned to ash swiftly, a seamless service from entrance to burial. Glancing at his potential buildup, he noted it had reached 20 layers, still 10 layers shy. 50 seconds remained. The birdman, noticing YBI's lack of interest, understood that mere promises would not sway him. Those who had ventured to the 2nd layer at this time were undoubtedly the finest of the human race, possessing either high intelligence or emotional acumen. Mortals, kneel before me, and you shall attain what you seek, the birdman declared, extending his right arm, a sphere of radiance forming in his palm. This was a class transfer item for a hidden profession. Even if you defeat me, the most you could hope for is such a paltry reward. This item might hold considerable allure for others, yet for YBI, it barely registered. He possessed the class template of TNNFSH. Was he not proud? Indeed, he was immensely proud. YBI continued to feign interest, offering sparse applause. The birdman scoffed, sensing YBI's indifference. With a sneer, he retorted, "There's a saying among humans. You cannot drink to the toast. You must drink to the punishment." YBI interjected, "I am not yet 18. I cannot drink." The birdman exclaimed, "Is this about alcohol? This is a metaphor. Do you understand what a metaphor is?" With feathers bristling in anger, he was on the verge of giving YBI an impromptu lesson in literature. "I am telling you, if you refuse to follow my master, there will be no good fortune for you. I will tear you apart, crush you, and even chew on each of your bones." The birdman's expression turned menacing as he continued, "Do you know what is truly exquisite? In that process, you will not only remain alive, but also fully conscious of every ounce of pain, every cell's lament." How delightful! YBI feigned fearlessness, his potential buildup nearing completion. He was ready to reveal his cards. Both parties had reached a point where confrontation was inevitable. The birdman's eyes blazed with fury, vowing that YBI was the most infuriating opponent he had ever encountered. This individual should not be a mage, but rather a warrior. His innate taunting skills were at full throttle, almost provoking a desire for raw consumption. Clearly, mere words would not suffice. Some pain was necessary. The birdman snorted, flapping his wings, diving straight towards YBI. Wait, YBI suddenly interrupted the birdman. Actually, I deceived you about one thing. The birdman halted his charge, believing there was a vast disparity of power between them, akin to an ant against a dragon. Hearing the dying struggles of his foe would be a source of amusement. He clearly did not grasp the maxim that villains perish from excessive verbosity, holding YBI in contempt. What did you deceive me about? In truth, I am over 18. The delay had served its purpose. The potential buildup had reached 30 layers. A new note appeared before YBI. His health is only 120,000, with an 80 resistance to lightning magic. This means you can easily eliminate him. While you wait for your potential buildup, what is he waiting for? YBI smiled softly and added for the inside eye, he is waiting for death. The birdman's ears perked up, his eyes glaring with rage as he shouted, arrogant. Watch as I end you, you insect. YBI pointed his staff forward and bellowed, Tian Lei. A colossal crimson lightning bolt shattered the clouds, seemingly intent on piercing the heavens, descending with the force of a supreme member to strike down upon the fallen angel, obliterating everything in its path. It did not grant the foe a moment's reprieve. The fallen angel's eyes reflected shock, disintegrating into ashes, becoming nourishment for the barren earth beneath. In his final moments, he grasped one truth. Tian Lei was the exclusive skill of the TNNFSH. You are Shura. Alas, this secret perished with him, forever entombed in the embrace of death. As the truth of fate's revelation surfaced, what awaited him was only an eternal and genuine demise. At the moment YBI vanquished the birdman, the ominous clouds above dissipated, and the earth trembled beneath all who stood within the second layer of the eternal tower. Li Su Q, atop the back of the JNCHD Ping, looked down in shock, her heart racing. Just moments ago, the ground had fissured, swallowing numerous monsters into its depths. She nearly fell in herself. Such occurrences had never been heard of. What was transpiring? Just as Li Su Q pondered, a melodious voice rang out, emanating from the Eternal Tower's server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shura for completing the second layer of the Eternal Tower. Detection indicates the second layer has been tainted. Purification is underway. Purification complete. Player Shura. Rewards for completion will be calculated shortly. Li Su Q's wide eyes brimmed with astonishment. Shura, once more Shura. He had once again completed the level. Oddly, why did she feel compelled to say again? Chapter 048. The Eternal Tower cannot exist without level completion. Shura had once more completed the level. This marked the third time within 3 days that Shura had been announced throughout the Eternal Tower. The human champions were somewhat numb, compared to their earlier excitement. The public channel was now filled with various self-aggrandizing remarks. The last level completion announcement felt as though it had occurred just yesterday. Oh, indeed, it was yesterday. So everything is fine now. The Eternal Tower cannot exist without level completions, just as humanity cannot thrive without Shura. This wave represents the review of the Eternal Tower. If there are no level completions, a full refund will be issued. The Eternal Tower's designated level completion service. Shura? A small service? A celestial service? Certainly, their calm demeanor is not without reason. The second layer of YNGHNGOT has been tainted by the demon gods, necessitating a period of purification, which has delayed the distribution of the rewards for the Shura's completion. Everyone gathered, eagerly awaiting the server-wide rewards while casually praising Shura. The evaluations from yesterday granted several powerful limited-time rewards, including the extraordinary Guardian Angel. Everyone's anticipation was piqued, filled with expectations for what today's Shura would unveil. Meanwhile, YBI faced a choice. Standing atop the desolate expanse, the notification sound of YNGHNGOT echoed in his ears. The calculation of completion scores and rewards was underway. Eternal Blessing activated, automatic grade 1 achieved, and rewards granted. Thunder Mage, Elemental Mastery Sphere. He was to select the corresponding elemental affinity, limited to 2 choices. Before him appeared several options: wood, water, fire, wind. Based on the previous hints from Insightful Eye, With a 100 exploration degree and a completed grade score, I could enhance the Thunder Mage's mastery by one additional element. However, the assignment was automated by YNGH distributed randomly without regard for YBI's preferences. Achieving a grade completion undoubtedly resulted in a significant enhancement in quality. Yet, the choices presented were somewhat limited, consisting only of the fundamental elemental types. YBI took out a mirror to admire his handsome visage. You wish to admire your own handsome face again? All right, I concede you are indeed quite dashing. Enough already, the elemental affinity test is in progress. Since he needed to select an additional elemental type, YBI naturally desired to ascertain which elements he was most compatible with. Only with a higher elemental affinity could he better leverage his profession's advantages, maximizing strengths while minimizing weaknesses. The top 5 elemental affinities are as follows: Lightning, 200 Soul, 110 Fire, 95 Wind, 90 Water, 70. According to the guidance from Insightful Eye, YBI's optimal choices should be Soul and Fire. Unfortunately, the options provided by YNGH did not include Soul, forcing him to relinquish that preference. YBI mused internally that his affinity for the Soul element, reaching 110, might be attributed to his past life experiences. Excluding Soul, he was left with 3 options: Wind, Fire, and Water. While Water offered superior healing, shielding, and sustainability, its affinity was only 70, significantly lower than that of Fire. YBI reasoned that Wind, Lightning, and Fire elements complemented each other harmoniously. Regardless of how they were arranged, Wind and Lightning, Lightning and Fire, or Fire and Wind, these 3 elements were compatible. Should YBI opt for Water, the combination with Lightning would be manageable, but pairing Water with Fire could prove challenging. After deliberation, YBI made his decision. Confirm receipt of Thunder Mage Elemental Mastery Sphere. Wind and Thunder Mage Elemental Mastery Sphere. Fire? Confirm. The 2 elemental spheres fell into YBI's hands, which he promptly utilized. The evolution of his profession template was successful. Thunder Mage, Wind, Fire, Lightning. The effects of spells from all 3 elements were at 100, with a cooldown time of 50. He acquired the professional skills, Wind Fury, and Ignite. Wind Fury, 1. Enhances the next skill or attack, allowing for 2 consecutive releases within 6 seconds. During the duration of Wind Fury, it cannot be used again. Mana cost, 300 points, cooldown, 6. Unlike Charging Up, which doubles effects, Wind Fury enables consecutive releases. The same lightning arrow would deal double damage if using Charging Up, whereas stacking Wind Fury would result in both damages being mitigated by magic resistance, ultimately leading to a lower total damage output. Furthermore, akin to a patch, Wind Fury could not be stacked, thwarting YBI's aspirations of chaining abilities. This annotation seemed to belittle him. Was YBI merely someone who could be easily thwarted? YBI sensed the targeted nature of YNGH. Of course, Wind Fury could, in certain circumstances, surpass Charging Up. For instance, when casting Heavenly Thunder with Wind Fury's enhancement, the first strike could reduce an enemy's health below 30, allowing the second strike to inflict true damage. In such exceptional circumstances, Wind Fury and Charging Up could be utilized effectively. However, Charging Up would only activate for lightning skills. Ignite, 1. Unleashes flames to scorch a designated target, inflicting 215 intelligence, fire damage over 5 seconds, while also applying a grievous wound effect that reduces the target's healing by 40 and grants true vision of the target. For every 10 enemies slain, the grievous wound effect increases by 1. For every 100 enemies slain, the duration extends by 1, with damage increasing proportionally. Mana cost, 200 points, cooldown, 20. Thus far, YBI had mastered 3 professional skills: Heavenly Thunder, Wind Fury, and Ignite, each exhibiting exceptional power. Heavenly Thunder provided explosive damage. Wind Fury shortened the accumulation time for Charging Up, while also offering remarkable burst and melee capabilities. Ignite supplemented the shortfall of sustained damage and added a grievous wound effect. Each skill had its merits, showcasing formidable strengths. After all, These were the professional skills of the Thunder Mage's elite template. If even the elite skills were weak, how could ordinary players hope to compete? Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resounded once more. Congratulations to player Shura for advancing to Thunder Mage, Fire, and Lightning. YBI noted that the server announcement only mentioned Fire and Lightning, omitting Wind, as this was an exceptional reward from the grade completion. Perhaps that was why it was not announced? A spark of realization ignited within YBI as he recognized the significant advantages this bestowed upon him. Now, the entire human race, and indeed the world, including the Abyssal Dimension, received the news instantly. Shura was now a dual practitioner of Fire and Lightning. YBI had secretly trained in Wind as a trump card. This was no longer a matter of mere astonishment. It was a matter of vital importance. Moreover, the concealment of the Wind profession added an extra layer of disguise to YBI's true identity. He could confidently assert that he was primarily a Wind Mage, leaving no room for suspicion that he was indeed Shura, as the professions would not align. This afforded YBI considerable maneuverability, allowing him to operate freely without constraint. YNGH had rendered a great service. Amid great anticipation, YNGH revealed the server-wide rewards for this great advancement. Player Shura's completion of the second layer of YNGH rewarded the entire human race with Pursuit of Excellence. Limited time, comprehensive enhancement. All attributes of YNGH human race increased by 20 for a duration of 6 hours. Limited time, lightning speed. Movement speed increased by 30. Attack speed by 15 for a duration of 6 hours. Pursuit of Excellence. Upon entering the class transition Secret Realm next time, automatically gain 20 exploration points, with a greater probability of obtaining hidden and special professions at the conclusion. The above durations apply only to time spent within YNGH. When the server rewards were announced, the public, faction, and family channels fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the announcement, fixated on the screen, even forgetting to breathe, until the first person began to cheer. Shura. Such a powerful reward was beyond monetary valuation for the human race. Each individual stood to gain immensely, their abilities enhanced to varying degrees. Their faces radiated with joyful smiles, firmly believing in a bright future for all. In various channels, countless expressions converged into a singular exclamation. Shura. Chapter 049. The harvest to the class transition Secret Realm after the transition was completed. A white light engulfed YBI once more. The atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Every street and alley was abuzz with discussions surrounding the topic of Shura. This time, the limited time effects would only commence for those within the confines of YNGH. Thus, unlike last time when everyone rushed into the Yonghung Goda en masse, the crowd now strolled leisurely, gathering supplies and familiarizing themselves with skills and preparation for ascending to greater heights. YBI wandered aimlessly along the bustling streets, soaking in the vibrant atmosphere and seamlessly integrating into the throng. In moments of high spirits, he would join the crowd in their cheers. Shiloh. Thankfully, their cries were not for refunds. YBI did not squander time. His mind was solely focused on organizing the gains from this journey. Summoning his attribute panel, a dense array of text materialized before him. Yonghung, Shiloh talent. Level, 26 profession. Tianru Fa Sure, Wind, Fire. Thunder 70 170 100. 8,600 strength. 386 100 intelligence. 565 40 spirit. 515 30 agility. 364 constitution. 231 100 luck. 12 equipment. Natural power 1 skills. Lightning arrow. Thunder blessing. Ready to strike. Heavenly thunder. Gale slash. Wind fury. Ignite status. Thunder affinity. Thunder specialization. Fire specialization. Wind specialization. Free attribute points. 160 points. During his time on the second level, the experience gained from slaying monsters propelled YBI to level 26, significantly enhancing his fundamental attributes. Each level also granted an additional 10 free attribute points. YBI, mindful of his identity as a mage, evenly distributed the free attribute points between intelligence and spirit. As a level-based profession template, Yi Bai's enhancement of attributes was markedly swifter than that of others. His current level 26 attribute panel surpassed that of many geniuses at levels 50 and 60. This also implied that Yi Bai could achieve superior results in the warrior test, thereby elevating his warrior rank. The enhancement of his warrior rank would yield immense benefits for Yi Bai, not only increasing his monthly stipend, but also unlocking more privileges and granting access to higher-level tasks. Most importantly, it would aid Yi Bai in recognizing his own strength. The indeed provided Yi Bai with a superficial assessment. In terms of destructive power, Yi Bai, fully charged with ready to strike, boasted an output capability comparable to that of a war king, which was his greatest reliance, even in prolonged combat. Disregarding the fully charged ready to strike, Yi Bai's strength was not inferior to that of a level 6 or 7 warrior. However, knowledge gained from mere paper is shallow. Only through actual combat, summarization, reflection, and further verification in battle can Yi Bai fully unearth his potential and exhibit greater strength in combat. Aside from his level advancement and the progression of the Tianru SSS-tier profession template, the most significant gain from this expedition was the enhancement of Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder, as a damage skill capable of growth, increased its base damage by 5 points with each release. Throughout this dungeon journey, Yi Bai made every effort to utilize Heavenly Thunder, employing it 120 times in total. Currently, Heavenly Thunder had a base damage of 600 points, with an additional twofold intelligence damage, equating to Yi Bai's intelligence attribute of 695 points. Thus, 695 to 1990 points, with the Tianru SSS-tier's 100 enhancement and the natural power's 15 enhancement. Even without utilizing Ready to Strike, he could inflict nearly 4,300 points of damage. When Yi Bai unleashed a single Heavenly Thunder, he could instantly obliterate a typical level 3 warrior, while level 4 and 5 warriors would find themselves halved in vitality. Observing the damage figures calculated by the Yi Bai nodded in satisfaction. If Wind Fury and Heavenly Thunder could deliver nearly 10,000 points of output in an instant, it would suffice to vanquish a level 6 warrior. Concealing his attribute panel, Yi Bai casually selected a skill bookshop and entered. If all skill books and equipment were to be procured from the trading secret realm through the goblin subordinates, it would be easy to expose his identity over time. Yi Bai's current demands were substantial, requiring proficiency in 3 systems: wind, thunder, and fire. He planned to anonymously purchase some transitional skill books for study in the Yongheng Central City. The truly valuable items were those Yi Bai required. Skill books and equipment related to wind could all be acquired from the goblin subordinates. Although the goblin subordinates were backed by the WNWG, which had official backing, it was by no means entirely secure. All items related to the wind system posed the least risk of exposing Yi Bai's identity as Shil, allowing him to confidently obtain them through such channels. As for the fire system, Yi Bai had just encountered a formidable fire wielder, the Qingyan War King. Establishing a friendly cooperative relationship with him would be of great benefit to Yi Bai. The Qingyan War King was not only renowned for his martial achievements, but also exhibited unwavering loyalty to humanity, always leading the charge in battle without retreat. Most importantly, materials related to the Thunder system posed the greatest risk of exposing Yi Bai's identity as Shil. Yi Bai resolved to exclusively procure supplies through the Wolf's Nest in the future to ensure his absolute safety. Though such arrangements may appear cumbersome, they were indeed necessary. Outside, the crowd was clamoring for Shil. Why? Because in just 2 days, Shilua had achieved level completions twice, significantly enhancing the strength and potential of humanity. The more critical Shilua became to humanity, the greater the threat he posed in the eyes of the demon gods. As the saying goes, the tree that stands out invites the wind. To survive, Yi Bai understood that apart from rapidly enhancing his strength, he must also act discreetly, striving to conceal his identity and buy time for his development. He was no longer lacking in resources. What he lacked was time to transform those resources into strength. After organizing his thoughts, Yi Bai's strategy became increasingly clear. First, purchase a batch of wind system skill books for study. then utilize the newly learned wind skills to participate in the warrior test. Help me get a copy of the low-level wind shield skill book along with Windblade, lightness technique, and windbind. Yibai consecutively purchased several skill books of average quality, spending a total of 80 gold coins. Young man, you're a wind system mage, right? I have an excellent wind system staff here. Would you care to take a look? The skill book shop owner was quite enthusiastic. Having just completed the largest transaction of the day, his smile almost crooked. Spending 80 gold coins, this young man, wearing a lone wolf mask, didn't even blink. After all, the prices were evident. A single skill book could be worth thousands or even tens of thousands of dragon coins. How many chicken legs could that buy? Wealthy individuals, in contrast, prefer to learn more effective skills and turn their noses up at such trinkets. Who would buy low-level skill books like Yibai? As if shopping a market? I don't need the staff. Do you have other weapons? Yibai inquired, perhaps some gauntlets? Gauntlets? The owner frowned, wondering why this young man would want gauntlets. Did he intend to learn close combat as a mage? Was the competition that fierce now? Despite his doubts, the owner still borrowed 2 gauntlets from a nearby weapon shop. In the end, Yibai purchased a universally usable blade gauntlet for 15 gold coins, which possessed a slight armor-piercing effect. This served as a temporary remedy to enhance Yibai's close combat output. Donning the gauntlets, Yibai departed under the astonished gaze of the shop owner. Having learned all the wind system skill books, he now possessed output capability solely through wind skills. Yibai had participated in the warrior test before, and he recalled that the testing room was equipped with surveillance. Jiang Yun and the others had once caused a ruckus, pressuring the bald manager to delete the footage. If Yibai wished to continue participating in the warrior test without exposing his identity, he needed to minimize the use of thunder and fire skills while maximizing the use of wind skills. After making meticulous preparations, Yibai once again entered the warrior testing hall. Old you, there's a level 1 warrior wishing to undergo the warrior test again, the lone wolf. The security guard monitoring the surveillance called out. For reasons unknown, the hall manager had instructed them that any level 1 warrior wishing to test must notify him in advance. What? The bald manager jolted upright, rushing to the monitor, his gaze fixed intently on Yibai's silhouette. Is it him? It's hard to tell. There are no distinguishing marks. Is he the genius from yesterday? The bald manager hesitated, unable to make a decision. The vigilant security guard beside him noticed the extraordinary nature of Yibai's mask and exclaimed in surprise. His words drew considerable attention, and many gathered around, eager to witness this spectacle. As he mentioned, it was indeed rare for a first-tier warrior to become a golden lone wolf. Make way, everyone! In stark contrast to the crowd's excitement, the bald manager turned pale, having recognized the identity of the individual. He hurriedly pushed through the throng, struggling to extricate himself from the masses. It must be that genius from yesterday. In just a day, he had transformed into a golden lone wolf. He needed to report this to the director immediately. With urgency to rectify his previous shortcomings, the bald manager rushed towards the director's office, wishing he had 4 legs to hasten his pace. He was so flustered he didn't even knock, bursting into the office. Director, the bald manager gasped, his face devoid of color, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What has got you in such a tizzy? The director, who was in the midst of a meeting, reprimanded him for the interruption. Xiaoyu, how many times have I told you to remain calm in the face of events? Do not lose your composure over trivial matters. After chastising him, the director offered a polite smile to the guests as an apology. He then turned his gaze towards the bald manager, lifting his teacup casually and inquiring, Now what is it? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the bald manager cautiously replied, He has become a golden lone wolf and is here for the combat strength test. The director spat out his tea in disbelief, exclaiming, No way, is that true? The bald manager thought, What happened to remaining calm and composed? Show some restraint. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, for uttering them could lead him to an abyss of trouble. The bald manager nodded emphatically. Indeed, it's absolutely true. What are you waiting for? The director abruptly stood up and strode out. The monitoring of the Golden Lone Wolf as combat strength test is highly confidential and cannot be viewed on mobile devices. It is inaccessible below the rank of Battle King. Let us head to the monitoring room. Excitement sparkled in the director's eyes as he placed great emphasis on this mysterious genius. How far can you go? 2nd-tier warrior? third-tier warrior? I am very much looking forward to it. Upon entering the monitoring room, the director maintained a calm demeanor as he stated, "To support everyone's breakthroughs at the Eternal Tower, today we will have a half-day paid leave." Some were caught off guard, wondering why such good fortune was raining down upon them. Those with quick wits and ample experience exchanged knowing glances, likely deducing the cause. It must be that a genius has emerged again. The test monitoring must remain strictly confidential. Indeed, the last time they were given this excuse, it was a ruse. And even the tone of voice was identical. They shared silent thoughts through their expressions, lowering their heads and stepping out of the monitoring room, pleased with their unexpected paid leave. Who could refuse such an offer? Once the room was cleared, only 3 remained: the director, the bald manager, and the director's guest. A formidable veteran battle king, Lu Qingyan. "Qingyan, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Xiao Yu, who followed me back in the military regiment. After I stepped down, he remained under my wing." The veteran battle king was none other than Lu Qingyan, who had come to the Eternal Core City to catch up with an old friend over tea. Of course, the most significant matter at hand was that Lu Sueki would likely participate in the warrior test today. Lu Qingyan had his eyes on the proceedings, keen to conceal the secret of his granddaughter's second awakening of talent. As a seasoned battle king, he understood the value of remaining discreet while accumulating wealth. Little did he expect to coincidentally witness at the combat strength test. "What exactly is this genius you speak of?" Lu Qingyan asked with confidence, not a hint of arrogance in his tone. "I've seen my share of remarkable individuals. Xuanmeng was in my cohort. During the entrance test, I even landed a punch on him." The director scoffed. Lu Qingyan's proudest moment was not ascending to Battle King, but having once struck Xuanmeng. Xuanmeng was a 9th-tier battle god, the pinnacle among battle gods. Even the strongest had sought him as an adopted son, illustrating his terrifying potential and power. Enough of the banter. Xuanmeng passed the 3rd-tier warrior test in just 3 days. Lu Qingyan's gaze pierced through the monitoring screen, landing on Yi Bai. This lad is nearing his 3rd day. Does he have confidence for the 2nd-tier warrior test? Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's words, the bald manager and the director exchanged peculiar glances. The director suppressed a laugh, saying, "Xiao Yu, enlighten our esteemed battle king Qingyan about what this genius accomplished yesterday." The bald manager earnestly recounted. He passed the neural reaction challenge of the 3rd-tier warrior test yesterday. "What?" Lu Qingyan sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Lao Wu, don't you dare deceive me." "Why would I lie? I submitted the report early this morning." Director Wu replied nonchalantly, "Xuanmeng is indeed formidable, but he surpasses Xuanmeng. I just bet with you that this individual's advancement speed will surely exceed that of Xuanmeng." Enough chatter. He is about to begin the test. Lu Qingyan observed the movements on the screen, casually asking, which tier warrior test did he choose? As a golden lone wolf, Yi Bai could opt for a crossed-eye test, and upon success, he would ascend several ranks in one go. "Let me see." Director Wu skillfully pressed a few buttons, and a number appeared on the screen. As the number materialized, the monitoring room fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the hum of the machinery. 5. This genius had chosen the 5th-tier warrior test. While they were momentarily dumbfounded, the test commenced. The 5th-tier warrior test appeared deceptively simple. Yi Bai effortlessly evaded a series of attacks. Even without the aid of the Eye of Insight, he could achieve such proficiency. By selecting the wind system, Yi Bai maximized his agility. Wind abilities are inherently nimble and swift, and with a 100 effect enhancement, he was like a tiger bolstered by wings. Even ordinary low-tier skills, in Yi Bai's hands, could unleash the effects of high-tier skills. Wind Slash. Yi Bai even had the leisure to attempt new techniques. Targeting a kitchen knife, he performed the Wind Slash, experimenting with rapid movement. His figure left trails of afterimages as he appeared beside the knife. Success. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. He realized he could utilize the Wind Slash in this manner. In future battles, he could throw flying projectiles or even employ flying techniques, leveraging his opponents for high-speed maneuvers. The neural reaction test, which had puzzled countless individuals, became a playground for Yi Bai to experiment with skill effects. More astonishingly, even with a mindset of experimentation, he could saunter leisurely, watching the clouds roll by, as if he were detached from the chaos. The 5th-tier warrior test posed no challenge for him. The 3 observers watching Yi Bai's test were increasingly astonished. The bald manager, trembling slightly, asked, "Is this something we're meant to witness, old leader?" Even a fool could surmise the identity of the lone wolf on the screen. In just 3 days, he had ascended to above the 5th-tier warrior, surpassing even the legendary Xuan Meng. It was worth noting that Xuan Meng was a class talent, already among the most elite. Thus, the true identity of this lone wolf became glaringly evident, as if the answer were being thrown at the 3 of them. Azura. It was indeed Azura. Da-da-da. Ypsilon. Li Qiu Ingyi hurriedly paid his respects and spoke. "It has been over 30 years since we last met. Yet your figure seems so familiar, as if we saw each other just yesterday." The visitor was none other than Wang Ji, a formidable shadow-level expert ranked 9th in strength. Upon seeing Li Qiu Ingyi present, Wang Ji could not help but shake his head and sigh. "Wang Ji run, why the sigh?" Li Qiu Ingyi inquired with confusion. He had yet to report their discovery of a suspected Shura's presence, which was nearly the most significant revelation. Wang Ji extended his bony hand to gently pat Li Qiu Ingyi's head, gazing at him with kindness akin to that of a benevolent elder, and said, "I lament for you." Li Qiu Ingyi grew even more perplexed. Had he done something wrong? Wang Ji continued, "Shaoli, do you know that repeatedly using memory-sealing curses on the same target will significantly impact their intelligence?" Before Li Qiu Ingyi could finish his words, darkness suddenly enveloped him, a shroud of black mist silently engulfing him, leaving even the most powerful of warriors with no strength to resist. What a fine child, Wang Ji sighed. If he is sealed a few more times, he may truly become a fool. Always entangled with this one, I wonder if your luck is fortunate or unfortunate. Regardless, may you endure. And the bald manager lay unconscious on the ground, while only Wang Ji remained, intently watching the surveillance footage. When alone, a rare fervor appeared on his gaunt face, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire as the terrifying energy within his frail body surged, life igniting. Come, let me witness what our human race's future supreme beings are capable of. With that, a surge of black mist erupted from beneath Wang Ji's feet, drilling into the control panel. Inside the testing chamber, YBI noticed the room flashing with red light, all tests abruptly halting. He scanned his surroundings warily. Lines of notes appeared before him. An unscrupulous old fellow has initiated the 9th-tier battle soldier test. Shura Custom Edition. Next to appear will be a projection left by the Supreme Being, possessing 1/10 of the original strength. You had best pray for a projection of the Supreme Being Nightmare. Seeing this note, YBI expressed mild surprise and asked, "Why Nightmare? Is it because he is the weakest among the Supreme Beings?" Among the 3 Supreme Beings, YBI had heard the most about Nightmare, seemingly overseeing the rear base on LNXing. The Eye of Insight swiftly provided an answer. In combat with Nightmare, death is the least painful way, even carrying a sweet scent. Before the battle could commence, the Eye of Insight had already pronounced YBI's death sentence. This wave is a 15-to-1 bet, initiated by me. The notes before YBI suddenly distorted, the text appearing exceedingly blurred, as if an ink painting had been thrown into a pool of water. This was the first time YBI had encountered such a situation. The Eye of Insight, despite its usual mischief, had never compromised its high-level talent display. Finally, the ink mass assembled a few barely discernible words. Has come. Chapter 051. The Supreme Being WHN. The words before YBI faded, the oppressive aura nearly suffocating. The entire test chamber began to warp. YBI noticed that the surrounding walls had vanished, and before he knew it, he had been transported to a new space. The area was shrouded in mist, obscuring vision. Ahead, a white figure gradually emerged, slowly approaching YBI. Though they were not far apart, the thin mist separated them, preventing a clear view of each other's features. A refined and amiable voice resonated. You arrived too early. Level 60, the second job change, is when you should be here. You are still too immature. This projection is left by a level 199 being, and even with only 1/10 of its strength, the gap is too great. YB, I pondered and nodded, countering. Then should I leave? Ha! The figure chuckled lightly, as if engaging in casual conversation. Since you are here, let us converse a bit longer. After all, this projection will dissipate soon. In your next challenge, you will encounter one of the other two. Since the projection of the Supreme Being had spoken, YB, I continued the dialogue. I have yet to inquire about WHN. The figure revealed his name. YB, I raised an eyebrow. The Supreme Being, WHN. It was rumored that WHN was a swordsman whose blade left no trace, vanquishing countless foes. There were numerous accounts of WHN in textbooks. At level 200, he had single-handedly wielded his sword on the front lines, slaying 13 demon war kings, with countless warriors and battle soldiers falling before him. With one man and one sword, he held the defense for 1,000 miles, repelling a 1,000,000-strong demon army. 1,000 troops and 10,000 steeds would avoid his white attire, and countless gods and demons feared WHN. From that moment, WHN's name spread far and wide, unstoppable in his path, slaying gods and demons alike, ultimately achieving the position of Supreme Being. In summary, he was a master swordsman. Reflecting on this, YBI's eyes lit up. With such a close combat expert before him, would it not be reasonable to seize an opportunity? Given YBI's character, he exclaimed, WHNDLO, my deskmate is your fan. Upon hearing this, the figure on the other side of the mist appeared momentarily stunned. Your deskmate is my fan. What does that have to do with you? What use is this line of approach to you? You brat, you are not playing by the rules. If you don't give me a few skill books, I'll teach my deskmate after I learn. WHN replied, then why don't I just give your deskmate to you? Are you trying to profit off me? Furthermore, as a mage, why would you want to learn close combat skills? WHN seemed to have guessed YBI's intentions. This fellow, could he be planning to dual train in magic and martial arts? Just to ambush his enemies in battle? One should not, at least not be so shameless. Regardless, YBI thought, since he had not engaged in a fight with WHN, he would seize the opportunity. If he could benefit, he would. After all, Supreme Beings are tough-skinned and well-off, unconcerned with trivial matters. One interesting lad, WHN raised his arm, and a circular disc flew from YBI's embrace, the anti-magic disc. This item bore the mark of the demon god. Even a god-level crafting master would be deceived by it. Carrying this item in LNX imposes no issue, but in the Abyssal Plane, it would not be a life-saving tool, but rather a death warrant. As he spoke, WHN pressed his palm downwards. Countless black lines emerged from the anti-magic disc, peeling away like layers of silk. The black lines coalesced, continuously morphing, as if giving birth to some terrifying creature. I have stripped away the demon god's mark, condensing it into a creature, likely possessing near-war king-level power. WHN indicated at the black mass before YBI. You have come too early. You're level too low. A confrontation between us will be detrimental to you. Instead, you should battle this creature. If you can defeat it within 5 minutes, I will gift you a skill book. A promise made. With the prospect of successfully reaping benefits, YBI's spirit soared as he brandished his staff, ready to strike. After a brief moment, the creature had yet to take form. Seizing the moment, WHN added, this creature is near war king level. With over 1 billion in health and exceptionally high magic resistance, likely over 10,000, with a 65 reduction to lightning damage. WHN elucidated the nature of the impending creature, inadvertently lowering YBI's difficulty. Since his promotion to Heavenly Fury Mage of Lightning, all demons in the Abyssal Plane had been frantically stacking their resistance to lightning. They were acutely aware that several unfortunate souls would meet their demise along the way in Shura's rise, becoming stepping stones for his renown. By enhancing their magic resistance, the misfortune would fall upon others. They can roll, to the utmost degree. Yibai possesses the eye of insight. He can clearly perceive the information conveyed by Wuhan. On another note, the output capacity of Yibai at present is truly inadequate for the quasi-warrior. Is having over 1 billion health points truly remarkable? Yibai can unleash a single bolt of heavenly thunder that inflicts nearly 5,000 damage. combined with 30 layers of accumulated energy and an 11 billion enhancement, resulting in an output capability surpassing 1 trillion. Even with a damage reduction of 65, it still amounts to output in the hundreds of billions. A billion health points are merely a triviality. Shouldn't Veyuhen hold it? The dark mass had transformed into a 6-armed monster, struggling to charge toward Ibai. There is no need for hesitation. One must exert full effort, for this place can thwart any prying eyes. Remember, resolve this within 5 minutes. The timer begins. Bang! The 6-armed monster lunged at Ibai, its 4 eyes radiating a terrifying crimson light. Heavenly thunder! Ibai thrust his staff forward, and a robust red lightning bolt descended from above, imbued with devastating power. Sweeping everything aside, he had already stacked the 30 layers of energy. Upon confrontation, he unleashed the heavenly thunder. Boom! After being engulfed by the electric onslaught, the monster could not survive even a single second, instantly disintegrating into ash. I have risen. One strike, and it is vanquished. What more is there to discuss? Where were we? Let us continue. Wu Hen. Damn it, this kid has put on quite a show. Even the mightiest Wu Hen could not have anticipated that a 26th level Azura could annihilate a quasi-warrior with a single strike. 5 minutes? It is utterly unnecessary. One strike suffices. Of course, Wu Hen's perspective is far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He immediately discerned that the Azura could unleash such high damage due to the accumulation of some form of enhancement. In other words, the Azura's burst damage is exceedingly high, yet its sustainability is comparatively average. However, it remains unclear how long it takes for the Azura to accumulate such power. The mist slightly parted, rendering Wu Hen's figure clearer. Ibai's expression turned serious, awaiting further remarks. Wu Hen's voice resonated once more, but this time it carried an unusual gravity as he solemnly declared, "You are now qualified to engage with me." Chapter 052. Terrifying indeed. The might of the Supreme, this proclamation from the Supreme Being, Wu Hen, is a mark of honor in itself. Had it been any other brash youth, they would likely be roused with fervor, eager to engage in combat. Yet Ibai remained composed, retorting, "Must we fight? A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. We are all comrades here. Fighting only breeds animosity. The crux of the matter is, you have already transitioned 3 times at level 199. What prowess is there in bullying a mere 26th level mage? Ibai strives to avoid conflict whenever possible." Oh, Wu Hen found this young man increasingly intriguing, inquiring, "Why not fight? The Supreme Being has always been my idol." Ibai asserted. Wu Hen interrupted, "Your tablemate's idol is also my idol." Ibai spoke earnestly, his words flowing as if truth itself. "How could I possibly strike against my own idol?" "Very well." Wu Hen gestured towards the remnants on the ground, stating, "I have severed the demon god's mark from you and completely lifted the bloodline restrictions of the anti-magic talisman. As per our previous agreement, I shall bestow upon you a melee skill book. Regardless of the outcome of our duel, I shall grant you another skill book." Ibai displayed a conflicted expression. It was not merely a matter of skill books, but rather, Wu Hen chuckled, "I can arrange for someone to craft a melee weapon for you, though you'll need to provide the materials." Ibai replied earnestly, "I have long wished to experience the swordsmanship of the Supreme Being. Please enlighten me." He was not merely seeking skill books and equipment. He genuinely desired to learn from the Supreme Being. To instruct you would be presumptuous. My projection is over 100 levels above you, and engaging directly would hardly be fair, Wu Hen mused. You may strike first, and I will allow you 1 blow. After that, we shall determine life or death. At this moment, Yi Bai's demeanor shifted from earlier. His expression turned grave. Should he truly face Wu Hen's projection, a difference of 160 levels would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Thus, such a duel would hold no significance. By permitting Yi Bai 1 strike, Wu Hen aimed to gauge the limits of Yi Bai's output capacity while also granting him an opportunity. 1 strike. If Yi Bai could vanquish Wu Hen's projection, it would signify his victory. Conversely, should Wu Hen's projection endure, the result would be self-evident. Very well, Yi Bai nodded in agreement, ready to commence. Yi Bai awaited this very statement. Fury of the wind, heavenly thunder. Without a moment's hesitation, He had already stacked the 30 layers of energy, initiating with Fury of the Wind, followed immediately by Heavenly Thunder. The previously terrifying Crimson Lightning descended once more, striking fiercely towards Wu Hen's head. The atmosphere within the space roiled. Time appeared to slow, everything unfolding like a scene from slow-motion film. In reality, the events transpired at lightning speed. Bang! Mere inches above Wu Hen's head, the red lightning erupted violently, its destructive force resembling a magnificent firework display, illuminating the sky with countless sparks. Yet Wu Hen remained stationary, not even casting a glance at the lightning. Hiss! Yi Bai drew in a sharp breath, unable to suppress his awe. The supreme being, Wu Hen, is indeed terrifying. He halted his subsequent thoughts. After one strike, Wu Hen remained unscathed. The disparity was clear. Yi Bai swiftly retreated, creating distance between them, buying time for his stacked energy. However, Wu Hen stood firm, his gaze toward Yi Bai subtly shifting. After nearly a decade, I have once again utilized my inherent ability. That recent strike must have exceeded 1 trillion damage, brushing against the realm of the war gods. Wu Hen had not anticipated that the output capacity of the Azura would surpass his expectations. At level 26, surpassing the peak of a war king's explosive power. Even in his prime, Wu Hen could not have achieved such a feat. Just as Wu Hen contemplated his next move, his figure abruptly became translucent, gradually fading away. The energy has been depleted. With only a few seconds remaining, should he choose to strike, Yi Bai would likely be unable to evade. Yet as a supreme being, even as a mere projection, he retains his dignity. In Wu Hen's heart, since Yi Bai compelled him to employ his inherent effects, this duel must be deemed a victory for Yi Bai. Before the projection dissipated entirely, Wu Hen remarked, "Azura, the things I promised you will be delivered to you. Thus far, you have performed admirably. This world is far more perilous than you can fathom. Conceal your identity as much as possible and enhance your strength. It is akin to a dream. Having awakened for quite some time, I still hesitate to move." Yi Bai warily surveyed his surroundings, aware that further changes could yet transpire. Simultaneously, in the battle power testing monitoring room, Jio stared intently at the monitor before him, which was obscured by static. In truth, once the projection of the Supreme Being appeared, the surveillance had been blocked. Jio could see nothing. He was merely awaiting the final outcome. Is the 9th tier battle test too arduous for the Azura? This young man has only entered the Eternal Tower for 3 days. It is hard to say. The nature of innate abilities cannot be measured by conventional means. Jio, as the strongest combat force within the Shadow Organization, ranked 9th, which speaks volumes. Even a 9th tier war god like Xue Meng would fall to Jio's assassination within 3 moves. There exists a disparity even among war gods. The starry rankings change annually, with lone wolves rising and falling in succession. However, the rankings within the Shadow Organization are a testament to the legacy of generations. For a century, no one has been able to unseat Jio from his position, and the Supreme Beings are entities that transcend war gods, comparable to deities, far beyond what Jio could ever aspire to. A century ago, Jio was a classmate of the formidable powerhouse, Nightmare. This secret is known to very few, even among the higher echelons of Ingzi. Having experienced the era of supreme strength, he understood better than anyone the terror that supreme beings could evoke. The surveillance footage flickered momentarily before returning to normal. Upon seeing Yi Bai lively and animated, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. How is this possible? The guardian angel on Azura had not vanished, which meant Azura was not dead. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Jio was taken aback. During the 9th class warrior test, the projection of a 199 level supreme being, even at merely a tenth of their strength, Azura could fight and survive. That in itself was a miracle. This individual possessed the demeanor of a supreme being. It was only at this moment that Jio was utterly convinced by Azura. He had witnessed the rise of the supreme being, Nightmare, and it was no exaggeration to say that everything Azura had accomplished surpassed even what Nightmare had achieved in his prime. Given enough time, Azura would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the Supreme. Jio's body was enveloped in swirling black mist, uncontrollably surging outward, a clear indication of his overwhelming excitement. Our human race is finally on the verge of giving birth to a fourth supreme being. The dawn is upon us. Just as Ingio was fervently ecstatic, a glimpse of scrolling text caught his eye. Ninth class warrior test passed. Like a thunderclap on a clear day, Ingio stood frozen, his expression blank, as if he were a lifeless tree, devoid of vitality. Azura had actually passed the ninth class warrior test. He had not merely survived under the projection of a supreme being, but had counterattacked instead. In that instant, Ingio felt his world had been irrevocably overturned. Chapter 053, Ninth Class Warrior, Golden Lone Wolf. Ingio was astounded by Azura's achievements. Although he was unaware of the specifics, his intuition told him that Azura was impressively powerful. Even Lu Qingyan on the ground had his eyelids twitching, emitting a soft grunt, indicating signs of awakening. What on earth had happened? Calm down. Calm down. As a person of considerable age, I have witnessed many scenes. The issue was that Ingio had never encountered a scene like this. He tossed the three individuals lying on the ground onto chairs, the black mist swirling around them. Ingio slightly altered their memories. In Lu Qingyan and the others' recollections, the talented individual had challenged the second-class warrior test and faced a dismal defeat. Yet, despite the defeat, there was still honor in failure. Thus, they were left with a commendable impression, particularly Lu Qingyan, who greatly admired this mage proficient in wind-based spells. Ingio nodded. Achieving this level was sufficient. After completing all this, the black mist retracted and Ingio vanished from his original spot, everything returning to normal. It was as if a paused film had resumed playing. Lu Qingyan, Director Wu, and the bald manager simultaneously opened their eyes, unaware of any abnormalities. Director Wu remarked with a hint of regret. Such a pity he failed. He was so close to passing the neural response test. The bald manager nodded in agreement, echoing the director's sentiment. Only Lu Qingyan, supporting his forehead, remained silent, his brow furrowed. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Director Wu turned to ask, "Old Lu, say something." Lu Qingyan spoke in confusion. "Why does my forehead hurt so much? As if someone struck me? Ahem, at this point, I can no longer hide it from you. Old Lu, I will come clean. I am the god of war." Director Wu stated earnestly. "I not only slapped your forehead, but also employed a forbidden spell to alter your memory. Get lost. I would rather believe that Azura lives next door to me than believe your nonsense." After a brief, comedic interlude, the three resumed their discussion about the previously mentioned talented mage. Not long after, Lu Qingyan suddenly stood up, fixated on the surveillance screen, unable to contain his excitement. "It's happening." On the monitor, a beautiful woman had just entered the combat testing chamber, challenging the first-class warrior. "Who is it?" "My granddaughter." "Old Wu, pay close attention to what unfolds next." Lu Qingyan cautioned, "I have no intention of boasting. You must keep my granddaughter's second awakening talent a secret." Director Wu, "This old man is becoming increasingly shameless." In the monitoring room, the trio's attention was once again drawn to the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, the last time he visited the wolf's nest was a while ago, compared to a few hours prior. The number of people in the wolf's nest had evidently increased. Yibai glanced at the time. Nearly 5 hours had passed. At 4:59 a.m., the time allotted for venturing into the Eternal Tower was strictly between midnight and 6 in the morning. Yibai had arranged his schedule accordingly. As he entered the wolf's nest, darkness enveloped him, and a small mountain loomed before him. With an expressionless face, Xuanmeng regarded Yibai, his heart in turmoil, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Xuanmeng was stunned. Once the shock subsided, Xuanmeng quickly grasped the nature of the being before him. If he couldn't deduce the identity of the individual, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. The answer was singular, Azura. Observing Xuanmeng's demeanor, Yibai understood precisely what had transpired. Given Xuanmeng's status, he likely recognized that this lone wolf was indeed Azura. Of course, Xuanmeng only knew Azura within the confines of the Eternal Tower. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that Azura's true identity was Yibai. As long as this remained a secret, Yibai was safe. "What are you staring at?" Yibai blurted out, nearly causing Xuanmeng to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Please, cough, cough, come, follow me inside." Following the same procedure as last time, Yibai trailed behind Xueming and ventured deeper into the wolf's nest. Take a seat. Let us have a proper discussion. Xueming proactively brought over a chair, seating himself opposite Yibai. Is the list confirmed? Absolutely confirmed. Xueming chuckled. Did Azura really need to provide himself with a fake list? Moreover, any matters related to Azura were not solely under Xueming's scrutiny. At least one level god of war was likely observing as well, if not someone of even higher status. The supreme being, Nightmare. So, has my bounty been confirmed? The moment Yibai mentioned this, Xueming's expression stiffened, stammering, "This. We will need to wait until the specific capture operation concludes before determining its ultimate value. It might take a little longer." Understood. Yibai was merely asking casually. At present, he was not in dire need of money. There were things that money could not buy. Based on his previous dealings with the supreme being, Wu Hen, he knew that the other party was a person of reason. Regarding Xueming and the wolf's nest, Yibai held sufficient trust. Their awkward conversation abruptly halted, leaving the air thick with tension. Xueming was at a loss for what to say to Azura. He knew that the other party was Azura. The other party knew that Xueming knew he was Azura. They were trapped in a circular understanding. "Have you eaten yet?" After a prolonged silence, Xueming finally blurted out, "I haven't eaten. Why do you ask? Are you planning to treat me?" Xueming, just a few hours ago, he had told the other party to eat whatever they liked. The jester turned out to be himself. Xueming had reason to believe that even if he perished, Azura would remain unscathed. "My treat. Just inform the front desk of the wolf's nest my name." The topic of casual familiarity ended there. Regaining his composure, Xueming stated seriously, "The list you submitted is of great importance to us. The capture operation has already been initiated in secret, and I will soon have a mission to execute. Also, be careful." Xueming emphasized those last words with utmost sincerity. Even with an exceptional talent, there remained the risk of downfall. Once a life was lost, nothing remained. Yibai promptly refuted. "Who said I have exceptional talent? Don't talk nonsense, or I might sue you for defamation. You're defaming me." Indeed, you are not. Xueming chuckled, shaking his head as he departed from the office. With such brazen audacity, this lad certainly did not seem like one who would meet a premature demise. After Xueming left, Yibai lingered for only a moment longer before making his way outside. Settling in a corner of the wolf's den, Yibai perused the task panel while casually assessing his current benefits. Yibai was now a 9th-tier warrior, a golden lone wolf, which corresponded to the treatment level of a 2nd-tier general. Each month, he was entitled to a stipend of 200,000 dragon coins, was exempt from responding to urgent matters rated below level 6, and could act freely on matters rated below level 4. Should he sustain injuries while executing official tasks, all medical expenses will be fully covered. In the event of disability, he could be transferred to the Planetary Defense Council, receiving lifetime benefits equivalent to a 2nd-tier general. Clearly, the Planetary Defense Council was generous with its benefits, ensuring no soldier was inadequately compensated. Additionally, Yibai could purchase items from the Wolf's Den at a 5 discount. Half an hour swiftly elapsed before a graceful figure adorned with a lone wolf mask entered the Wolf's Den. Another newcomer. Even without the insightful eye, Yibai instantly recognized her identity. Lu Sueki. Had she actually passed the 1st-tier warrior test? How intriguing. Yibai raised his goblet, his voice modulated by the mask, rendering his identity indistinguishable. "This round is on me," Yibai proclaimed with flamboyance. The Wolf's Den erupted into a sea of joy, and it was Lu Sueki's first encounter with such a welcoming ceremony, causing her momentary shyness. However, it wouldn't be long before she perfectly blended into this place, perhaps even falling in love with it. A robot presented the bill before Yibai, stating, "Sir, for this round of drinks, the total is 2,890,000 dragon coins after discount." 2,890,000 dragon coins equated to nearly 3,000 gold coins. Yibai felt no remorse in spending. Was he a miser? With a grand gesture, Yibai confidently declared, "Charge it to Xueming. This wine is delightful. Please bring another round," on his tab as well. Chapter 054. Tonight's expenditure is on young Master Zhao. This round's expenses will be covered by young Master Zhao. A deep voice resonated throughout the Wolf's Den, inciting another wave of cheers. Young Master Zhao? Yi Bai found it somewhat surprising, as he did not bear the Zhao surname. Could it be that Xuanmeng's surname was Zhao after all? At that moment, a charming young lady emerged from the front desk, her graceful movements exuding an enchanting allure as she approached Yi Bai. "Good sir, is this your first time ordering drinks here?" The young lady, donning a silver lone wolf mask that obscured her features, spoke in a melodious tone. "In the wolf's den, regardless of who treats. We always say it is on young Master Zhao. After all, the essence of the lone wolf was to provide everyone with a concealed identity, making it impossible to inquire about anyone's personal information." "Oh, I see." Yi Bai nodded, finding the rationale quite reasonable. Perhaps young Master Zhao never truly existed. Or perhaps everyone was young Master Zhao. The young lady continued, "Everyone here calls me Dai Meng. May I ask how to address you?" Yi Bai replied without hesitation. "Just call me Si Ge. Tonight's expenses are on my tab," she added, glancing at Yi Bai with a slight smile. "I hope you enjoy your time in the Wolf's Den." She clearly perceived Yi Bai as exceptional and sought to establish rapport, naturally elaborating in conversation. After all, Yi Bai's current status was that of a 9th-tier warrior golden lone wolf. One step forward, and he could ascend to general. The combat prowess of a lone wolf general was typically 30 to 40 greater than that of an ordinary general, with some exceptionally talented individuals capable of battling beyond their tier. Moreover, since Si Ge had achieved the status of golden lone wolf during his time as a warrior, his potential certainly exceeded the rank of general. There was a significant likelihood he would attain the title of war king. Thus, Dai Meng was keen to invest in this promising prospect. With the emergence of the Shura, we are all fortunate to be living in such a remarkable era. This drink is to you, wishing you a swift rise to the rank of general." With that, Dai Meng raised her cocktail and downed it in one gulp. After finishing her drink, she nodded slightly to Yi Bai and turned to leave. "Sister Meng, have you found a handsome fellow you fancy?" One of the bartenders jested, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "Not really. I just found a 9th-tier warrior a bit unfamiliar. And since he knows Xuanmeng, perhaps he's a genius from some war god family," Dai Meng casually replied. "What a pity. He couldn't be in the same cohort as Shura. This time during the strongest era, he can only watch others feast while he sips soup." "Ah, is that so?" Dai Meng's remarks drew puzzled glances from several at the bar, as they seemed unfamiliar with the concept. Indeed, the previous 3 strongest eras have validated a truth. Those who share a cohort with the strongest reap the greatest rewards. He is already a 9th-tier warrior, at least 20 years old, likely in his 2nd year at a top-tier warrior university, 2 years behind Shura. With that, Dai Meng dismissed the matter from her mind. Even if Si Ge became a war king, it was merely an inconsequential event for her. Her own family boasted more than one war god and had connections to the strongest, thus her perspective was naturally elevated. As the clock approached 6, Yi Bai stretched lazily and chose to exit the Eternal Tower. There were no suitable tasks for him in the Wolf's Den. Moreover, Yi Bai was currently facing a threat from the leader of the 4th demon sect, leaving him no time for other tasks. The demon sect leader was sworn to kill Yi Bai, which was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragically untimely end. After exiting the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai opened the curtains, allowing a sliver of sunlight to spill into the room, casting a long shadow beneath him. He gazed down at his shadow. "Elder, what did you have for breakfast?" Silence. Even if you didn't eat breakfast, you could at least come out for a chat. The shadow remained still. Yi Bai had no choice but to employ his trump card. "That esteemed war god mentioned to me that every lone wolf has a shadow for protection. Ingjiu, please do not hide." Upon hearing the term war god, the shadow beneath Yi Bai began to twist, a cloud of darkness rising to reveal a hunchbacked elder. His visage obscured in shadow. Upon speaking, Yi Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, that laugh was reminiscent of a villain. "Big brother, such laughter is not appropriate." Yi Bai had known of Ingjiu's existence since the first day he arrived, when Yi Bai chose the Lone Wolf faction. The insightful I had provided a hint, informing him of the existence of shadow. Every lone wolf would have a shadow to safeguard their growth on Blue Star, offering them a secure space. What Yi Bai had not anticipated was that a war god-level powerhouse had been assigned to him. The earlier lack of martial ethics in the combat power testing room was likely due to this elder. Ingjiu ceased his laughter and stated solemnly, A war god would not speak to you in such a manner, lad. You are still too green. The Shadow was an organization created by the war god Nightmare. The three war gods did not interfere with one another, and no one would disclose such information to Yi Bai. Indeed, I deceived you, my apologies. Yi Bai was forthright, wishing merely to converse with the war god Ing Jio regarding his personal safety. You are aware that a war god seeks to kill me. Indeed, could you perhaps eliminate the leader of the fourth demon sect first? Yi Bai adhered to the principle of striking first. If he were to engage in a duel, it was best to bulldoze over the opponent a day in advance to ensure victory. To kill Lian Can, one must first locate him. The demon god has concealed his whereabouts. The leader of the fourth demon sect is named Lian Can? What nonsensical name. Did you just pluck that from 4399? Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes at the casualness of that name. With the plan to assassinate Lian Can thwarted, Yi Bai sought an alternative. Could you perhaps summon a few more individuals to protect me? The more war gods, the better, ideally. 100,000 war gods could arrive in a grand procession on a green train. Ing Jio continued to shake his head, asserting that it was impossible. Due to the emergence of a certain Xiao Luo, the demon gods from the Abyss Plane seemed to have gone mad. The human race was currently under immense pressure, unable to spare any manpower. Most importantly, for every war god we could summon, the enemy would have a corresponding war god ready to counteract you. Ing Jio's words were quite reasonable, leaving Yi Bai with no counterargument. Higher-level contests resembled a tug-of-war, where both sides remained stalemated, waiting for an unexpected factor to break the deadlock. Despite facing repeated setbacks, Yi Bai remained undeterred, contemplating whether he should tidy up and move in with the powerful beings. Yet, the most formidable figures always found themselves in the most perilous situations. Even a war god could fall, and venturing there would be akin to courting death. I understood, then, that maintaining the status quo was most advantageous for me. Ing Jio nodded, displaying an expression of teachability. Since we have revealed ourselves, I shall share a few more words with you, to give you a clearer perspective. Within the shadows, there are strict rules regarding engagement. I shall not intervene against any enemies below the peak War King level, and you must rely on yourself to confront them. Thank you. I wish to reflect quietly. I increasingly feel insecure. Regarding a War King level opponent, while Yi Bai could manage a sneak attack, engaging in direct combat was out of the question. One last question. If that little game, the matching game were to appear, do you have confidence in winning? This was the matter of utmost concern for Yi Bai. Being targeted by a war god was no trifling matter. I can eliminate him with a single strike, leaving behind an air of dominance. Ing Jio's figure transformed in a black mist, merging into the shadows of the ground. In truth, he did not follow Yi Bai around 24 hours a day. Rather, he patrolled the vicinity, assessing everyone's combat strength and preventing potential threats. If a war god were to approach, even if Ing Jio could dispatch him instantly, the residual chaos from the battle could inflict a grievous toll on Yi Bai. Listening to the counsel of a wise individual is indeed enlightening. Yi Bai rubbed his temples, realizing that he would have to rely on himself against enemies below the peak War King level. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Bai's transaction realm pass resonated, signaling incoming information. Lu Qingyan? Ah, I remember I promised to help him assess his granddaughter. With this thought, Yi Bai produced the pass, activated the tower mark, and entered the transaction realm. Xueqi, I have arrived. Lu Qingyan had been waiting, and upon seeing the elemental energy, he immediately approached. Fourth Lord, I apologize for the intrusion. This is my granddaughter, Lu Xueqi. As he spoke, Lu Qingyan turned to his granddaughter, saying, "Call Fourth Master." Lu Xueqi nodded, her voice bright, greeting Fourth Master. Yi Bai thought, this lineage is rather chaotic. Chapter 055, Inventory of Gains, Extreme Tension. Upon meeting in the transaction realm, Lu Qingyan took the initiative to introduce Fourth Master. My granddaughter has just transitioned to her new profession, becoming a divinely favored beast tamer. Each summoned beast can receive an additional divine blessing, significantly increasing the likelihood of ancestral return. Listening to Lu Qingyan's introduction, Yi Bai was slightly astonished, turning his gaze towards Lu Xueqi. A professional template? It must be said that Lu Xueqi's ability to reach this level on her own was indeed beyond Yi Bai's expectations. Even if Lu Sueki had a second awakening of her talent to a top-tier level and unconditional support from a War King Elder, it would still be exceedingly difficult to obtain a top-tier professional template in the transition realm. This required an exploration rate of 95 and to battle until the very end, which was immensely challenging. Even possessing a top-tier talent does not guarantee success, yet Lu Sueki managed to achieve it. Given this accomplishment, Lu Sueki's future achievements would likely not be confined to that of a War King. This young girl is stronger than I had imagined. Yi Bai was surprised to find that a casual remark from him could potentially add another war god to the future of the human race. Although this possibility existed only in theory, the extent of Lu Sueki's journey remained undecided. Nonetheless, it was already sufficiently formidable. Is this the allure of the age of the strongest? Yi Bai bitterly smiled and shook his head, realizing that the source of all turmoil was precisely himself. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Bai looked at Lu Sueki and inquired, "I have understood the situation. What would you like me to assess?" Lu Sueki felt a bit anxious. The presence of Fourth Master weighed heavily upon her, as her grandfather had described him as not only possessing terrifying strength, but also as a rare master of assessment. "Fourth Master, I would like your help in determining what items this little bird needs to advance." As she spoke, a canary settled on her shoulder, standing calmly in her palm. Yi Bai glanced at it and softly remarked, "It possesses the bloodline of the golden-winged rock and has already undergone 2 divine awakenings. Quite impressive." With a casual comment, Yi Bai revealed the canary's secrets, leaving Lu Sueki utterly astonished. Is this the level of a master assessor? Truly terrifying. Since it has already enjoyed 2 divine blessings, nurturing it with care is a wise choice, and there are 3 options available. Through Eye of Insight, the canary's advancement methods were laid bare before Yi Bai. He ignored the lower-tier advancement methods, focusing solely on the most potent and promising ones. One could feed it 10,000 poisons powder. After feeding it 500 doses, it would succumb to poison, igniting itself in flames. And its remains could be interred among diamonds to summon the 10,000 poisons bone rock in collaboration with a necromancer. Hiss! The canary in Lu Sueki's palm trembled violently, looking at Fourth Master with eyes full of fear. "Are you a devil? Is this advancement method truly advisable?" The canary's heart raced, fearing that if Lu Sueki agreed, it would soon meet its demise. Of course, this method was rather malicious, and the summoned 10,000 poisons bone rock would be exceedingly difficult to control, prone to backlash. After Yi Bai concluded his explanation, Lu Qingyan decisively interjected, "Fourth Master, we shall forego this method. Sueki is quite fond of this little bird." Only then did the canary relax, yet it still dared not approach Fourth Master, for in its mind, Fourth Master had become synonymous with the devil. Subsequently, Yi Bai introduced 2 additional hidden advancement methods. One would enhance the canary's eyesight, allowing it to scout over a wide area and gather intelligence. The other would enable the canary to establish a deeper connection with its summoner, fostering greater synergy in combat. As for which advancement method to choose, the decision was left to Lu Sueki. "Thank you, Fourth Master." "Sueki, do not forget to thank Fourth Master." "Thank you, Fourth Master." "No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. I am compensated for my services." Yi Bai responded candidly, acknowledging that he was indeed being paid to assist. He then accompanied Lu Qingyan as they wandered leisurely through the transaction realm, as they still had matters to discuss. "Fourth Master, the 3 hidden advancement paths. Based on a market price for assessments, each one is valued at 250,000 gold coins, making a total of 1 million gold coins." Lu Qingyan, being a seasoned war king, was quite generous, immediately offering 1 million gold coins, equivalent to 10 billion dragon coins. At the War King level, producing 1 million gold coins was indeed not difficult, yet it was rare to find someone willing to pave the way for their descendants in such a manner. "Gold coins are not a necessity for us. Elder Qingyan, I would prefer to barter." Yi Bai replied slowly, seeking fire-related equipment, skill books, items, and materials, which could be valued at 800,000 gold coins. Yi Bai was now proficient in the elements of wind, fire, and thunder, and his demands exceeded 3-fold compared to other mages of the same tier. He had long established his procurement channels for training across all elements and was now gradually building them up. This is agreeable. However, Fourth Master, are you intending to cultivate a descendant? Lu Qingyan asked tentatively. Previously, Fourth Master had sought him out to imprint 2 forbidden spells, Burning Silence of the Four Seas and Unquenchable Flame, and Lu Qingyan surmised it was to provide protection for his descendants. Indeed, Yi Bai nodded. He was indeed cultivating a descendant, and that descendant was none other than himself. Thus, these items must be of high caliber, yet low in level, making them difficult to find in the market, and only Elder Qingyan could uncover some treasures. Agreed. Lu Qingyan was unbothered by Fourth Master's requests, fearing instead that Fourth Master would ask for nothing. If Sigu truly chooses to take away 1 million gold coins, then Lu Qingyan will be disappointed. CGE's appraisal skills far exceed those of anyone Lu Qingyan knows. Whether for Lu Sueki's future development or for Lu Qingyan himself, establishing a connection with Sigu and nurturing that relationship would yield countless benefits without any drawbacks. Initially, I had prepared a considerable amount of fire-related materials, thinking that Sueki could embark on the same path as I. Now that Sueki has found her own way, these items are merely gathering dust. It would be more prudent to trade them with Sigu. As he spoke, Lu Qingyan produced a list of materials and handed it to Yi Bai. The list clearly indicated the rank of each item and included the latest trading prices from Wanwu Pavilion, ensuring fairness in the transaction. Ultimately, Yi Bai selected a pair of Tier 2 fire boots and a high-tier fire elemental core, with a total value of 820,000. Lu Qingyan rounded down the total, and both parties agreed to the trade. Equipment: Yin Lu Dong, 25, tier attributes, agility 65 effects, flame leap, increases fire spell efficiency by 15 during high-speed movement, dancing with fire, instantly teleport to a flame within 1,000 meters. Cooldown time, 600 seconds, advanced effect. Freestyle parkour. Escape for 3,000 miles when pursued by eternal monsters significantly exceeding one's level upgrade attempts. 2 upgraded times. 1. What a peculiar advanced effect. It would be more sensible to throw me into the subway for parkour. As for the high-tier fire elemental core, it is one of the materials required for crafting weapons of the War King level. The unparalleled Ji Chong has agreed to connect Yi Bai with a master blacksmith, but the materials for forging must be provided by Yi Bai. What a fruitful night. Yi Bai quickly calculated the gains from this venture. 100 exploration points. Successfully cleared the second layer, transforming the Tian New Mage from a single attribute to a tri-attribute. Additionally, he passed the 9th tier warrior test and advanced to the Golden Lone Wolf, not to mention having enjoyed 2 bottles of wine courtesy of Xuanming. In Lu Dong, high-tier fire elemental core, Yi Bai's total gain for tonight can be measured in the millions of gold coins. Moreover, there are the rewards from the report list and the 2 skill books promised by Wuhan. These 2 items represent the most valuable gains of the night, albeit they have yet to be delivered into his hands. Even now, Yi Bai possesses the strength to defend himself against the pursuit of warlord-level adversaries without utilizing his latent powers. But those who have set their sights on me are not mere warlords, but war gods. Yi Bai chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Being targeted by war gods is no pleasant experience, and he must hasten to enhance his strength. He is too weak, devoid of power, having organized everything. Yi Bai opened the door, preparing to head to school. Good morning, young man. The door across from him swung open, revealing workers moving furniture, and a kindly old gentleman stood on the staircase, greeting Yi Bai. I just moved in. My surname is Lu. I used to be a teacher, so you can call me Teacher Lu. From now on, we shall be neighbors, and I hope we can look out for each other. Yi Bai thought, what a glitch. Not only do I know your surname is Lu, but I also know you are Lu Qingyan, who referred to me as Sigu just 15 minutes ago. Unfortunately, these words remained unspoken. This old fox has moved across from me, most likely due to Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki's talent has undergone a second awakening. Her vision is limited, and she cannot discern the essence. However, Lu Qingyan can see through at a glance. Yi Bai has undoubtedly aided Lu Sueki. For this reason, Lu Qingyan does not mind concealing his identity, moving opposite Yi Bai to observe this young man closely. Yi Bai smiled, greeting, good day, Teacher Lu. Youth, you seem quite spirited. You must have had a fruitful night at the Eternal Tower. Somewhat, thanks to Xiao Luo. Teacher Lu, Your fortune seems to be on the rise. I can see the redness in your aura. Oh, it's merely my granddaughter's cough. Let's not dwell on that. I bumped my head last night and now have a headache. You're heading to school, right? I'm just out for a stroll to revisit my old workplace. Take care on the stairs. They're steep. May I assist you? Thank you, young man. There are not many kind-hearted youths like you nowadays. The old man and the young man, two cunning foxes, each harboring their own schemes, gradually made their way toward the school. Chapter 056, come. Follow me into the Grove Nanjing number 3 middle school, principal's office. Qingyan War King, what brings you here? The principal stood before the sofa, a hint of panic in his demeanor, his hands flailing in the air, as chaotic as his emotions. Lu Qingyan sat calmly on the sofa, his demeanor shifting from prior amiability to a commanding presence, exuding an air of authority and unyielding might. Is it not permissible for me to come? After all, I am the lifelong honorary principal of Nanjing number 3 middle school. With just a few words, Lu Qingyan nearly caused the principal's legs to buckle. Of course. Principal Qingyan, regarding Sweki's matter. The principal's agitation stemmed entirely from Lu Sweki. He was deeply concerned that Lu Qingyan might express his displeasure toward the school. The wrath of a peak war king is no trivial matter. His heart was filled with trepidation, yet he heard Lu Qingyan's voice. Regarding Sweki, you have done remarkably well. Is it us who have not done well? The principal was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Had they truly done well with her awakening of tier talent? If these words did not come from Lu Qingyan's mouth, the principal would have certainly suggested that the man seek medical attention. Disregarding the principal's stupor, Lu Qingyan continued. I heard that the selection for the summer camp is to be held earlier this year? Yes. The principal nodded eagerly, explaining, due to the onset of the era of supremacy, the higher authorities have notified us that this year's candidates will experience a much faster improvement in strength than in previous years. The summer camp has been initiated early to sift through the talented candidates and provide them with more resources for development, facilitating competition among them. The college entrance examination summer camp is a collaborative effort of leading universities, gathering gifted individuals from various regions for centralized training and assessment. Those who perform exceptionally can earn extra points for the entrance examination or even receive early admission. In previous years, the summer camp would commence a month prior to the entrance examination. By that time, most talents had already begun to shine, often possessing warrior-level strength. This year's situation is unlike any other. It diverges significantly even from the prior era of supremacy. In the past, 3 supreme beings, even with tier breakthroughs in the Eternal Tower, primarily gathered rewards for themselves, having little impact on the human race as a whole. They relied more on their personal capabilities after their rise to fight for resources and expand their influence for humanity. However, Xiao Luo did not take the same path. Or rather, Xiao Luo displayed even more exceptional performance. The tier rating achieved by Xiao Luo is a historic milestone in the Eternal Tower that had never been seen before. The crucial point is that Xiao Luo, through sheer determination, has significantly bolstered the strength of humanity. Consequently, the strength and potential of all have been elevated a notch. Even Nanjing number 3 middle school can clearly feel this shift. The principal's documents indicate that over a dozen students have reached level 10, with Jiang Yun even completing his job transition and obtaining a level career template. And this is only after 3 days. Is the summer camp selection starting today? Yes. We are collecting the lists from each class in the morning, and the official proceedings will begin in the afternoon, starting with the basic tests. Final rankings will be based on the combat test results. Very well. I intend to observe this election. Is that acceptable? Having Qingyan War King as an observer is a privilege for our faculty and students. The principal's face brightened with joy. Today, Qingyan War King seemed somewhat peculiar, though he could not pinpoint the exact reason for the strangeness. Could it be? A sudden realization struck the principal. Perhaps it had something to do with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's tier talent, level career template, and fire attribute aligned perfectly with Lu Qingyan's expertise. If Lu Qingyan came for Jiang Yun, it would seem reasonable for him to assess and perhaps take the other as a disciple. Upon realizing this, the principal's countenance brightened with joy, and he exclaimed, Qingyan, this year's top scholar Nanjing City is likely to be from our Nanjing number 3 high school. I believe so too, Lu Qingyan replied confidently, fully aware of his granddaughter's capabilities. With extraordinary talent and an elite professional template, coupled with the unwavering dedication of a peak battle king in her training, it was inconceivable that she would not emerge as the top scholar of Nanjing City. Suddenly, a name sprang to Lu Qingyan's mind. Yi Bai. Could it be that lad, Yi Bai? Bai, are you signing up for the summer camp selection? Zhao Lin inquired. I've heard that the school is investing heavily this time. Anyone who makes it into the top 50 will receive a reward worth 100,000 dragon coins. Zhao Lin urged Yi Bai to join him, suggesting that two individuals with extraordinary talent should stick together and share the potential embarrassment. All right, that sounds like a plan, Yi Bai replied. He took the application form, and they filled it out together. As Zhao Lin wrote, he whispered to Bai, "Did you eat the roasted beef I gave you?" Mentioning the beef made Yi Bai think of brave Nyo, who had been charred by a lightning arrow. May there be no lightning in heaven. Yi Bai nodded. I did eat it. It had quite a chew to it. Is there any left? If there were, I would have finished it already. That stuff boosts your strength attribute. It's quite valuable. Zhao Lin swallowed hard and said mysteriously, you know, half of what you had was given to you by Lu Sweki. Oh, in response to Yi Bai's puzzled gaze, Zhao Lin briefly recounted the earlier event. Let me tell you, that warrior was simply too impressive. Wham, wham, wham. All the monsters on the road were taken down in an instant. Zhao Lin spoke with such vividness that it felt as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Yi Bai knew that the warrior Zhao Lin referred to was himself. Did you see that warrior in action? Yi Bai casually asked. Zhao Lin shook his head. No, but that doesn't stop him from being my idol. Yi Bai thought to himself that if Zhao Lin had seen him in action, he would have recognized him immediately. Isn't your idol the invincible Ji Chong? The invincible is too distant. I've decided to take this mysterious warrior as my idol. Once I save enough money, I will buy the skill book for treading wind slash. When Zhao Lin mentioned treading wind slash, he even picked up a book and mimicked the action of drawing a sword, exuberantly charging forward. Indeed, souls who revel in joy are always drawn to one another. Treading wind slash is not a low-level skill. It is highly sought after by warriors, and its price has skyrocketed. Yi Bai purchased it from the Goblin Brother for 7,000 gold coins, equivalent to 7 million dragon coins. For Zhao Lin's talent and level, he would need to save for many years to afford it. Yi Bai completed the form and tossed it to Zhao Lin. Submit this for me. I'm heading to the restroom. Bai, why have you been running to the restroom so often? My dad has a friend who frequently visits a urologist. Should I ask him for you? Get lost. Skillfully entering the restroom and locking the door, Yi Bai took out the passage permit for the trading secret realm and contacted the Goblin Brother. Another treading wind slash skill book, please. Fourth brother, this item has recently increased in price. Let's stick to the previous price of 7,000 gold coins. Don't forget about your little brother when you have more business. For Yi Bai, a single treading wind slash skill book was negligible. Gifting it to Zhao Lin was merely a trivial act. Zhao Lin, who risked his life to collect beef in Fenglei Valley, generously shared 2/3 with Yi Bai. It is essential to note that the beef genuinely enhances strength attributes, and Zhao Lin could have easily kept it all to himself. Even when sharing with Lu Sweki, there was no need to divide it with Yi Bai. Nevertheless, Zhao Lin willingly shared without a hint of reluctance. In his perspective, good things ought to be shared with brothers. It is only natural. This attitude alone speaks volumes. Perhaps others would mock Zhao Lin's actions as childish, but young men of 17 or 18 often retain such innocence, cherishing brotherly bonds. With the skill book in hand, Yi Bai faced a new dilemma: how to deliver this valuable item to Zhao Lin. As a mere student of modest means, suddenly producing an expensive skill book would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Who could he find to take the fall? Exiting the restroom, he was deep in thought when he unexpectedly encountered Lu Sweki. A light bulb moment struck him. Xiao Lu, Yi Bai called out. Huh? Are you calling me, Yi Bai? The term Xiao Lu caught Lu Sweki off guard. Ahem, I meant Lu classmate. Yi Bai gestured toward the small grove beside the teaching building. I need to discuss something with you. Without waiting for Lu Sweki's consent, he took the lead and walked toward the grove. Lu Sweki, in a moment of impulse, followed him without understanding why. Half a minute later, explosive news spread through the classes of Nanjing No. 3 High School. The school belle Lu Sweki had just entered the small grove with her classmate Yi Bai. Chapter 57. Choose the weakest opponent. Yi Bai stepped forward. In the small grove of Nanjing No. 3 High School, Yi Bai reassured, "Relax, I'm not here to rob you of your wealth or virtue." Opposite him, Lu Sweki tensed, looking flustered and uncertain. For some reason, encountering Yi Bai made her feel like a mouse faced with a cat, caught in an instinctual fear. "I have a favor to ask of you," Lu Sweki stammered nervously. You say, "You gave me a Treading Wind / skill book. Do you understand?" Treading Wind / It should be available at Wanwu Pavilion. I'll go buy one right now." As she spoke, Lu Sweki pulled out her passage permit for the Trading Secret Realm, preparing to shop. "You didn't quite understand my meaning. Yi Bai patiently explained it. I accidentally obtained this skill book in the Eternal Tower. I heard it is rather valuable, and I initially intended to sell it to improve my life. That guy Zhao Lin mentioned he really likes the skill Treading Wind / so I thought I might as well gift it to him." "Oh, then why do you need to say it was for me?" Lu Sweki was momentarily at a loss. Why was Yi Bai using her as a cover to gift Zhao Lin the skill book? "I only have level talent. If I suddenly produce an expensive skill book, it would easily lead to trouble, and I detest trouble. Besides, if I gift it directly, Zhao Lin might not even accept it." Yi Bai provided a reasonable explanation and decisively stated, "So, it's settled." He then walked toward the grove's exit, leaving behind a parting remark. "I heard from Zhao Lin about your trip to Fenglei Valley. Thanks for that. The beef was quite delicious." Upon exiting the grove, Yi Bai was unexpectedly met with a throng of students filling the corridor of the entire teaching building. A sea of heads leaned over the railing, craning their necks, their curiosity ablaze. All eyes were fixed on the direction of the grove, naturally landing on Yi Bai. "Don't you all have classes? Where's your sense of discipline?" Yi Bai shouted confidently, directing his reprimand toward the crowd on the first floor. Given his notorious reputation for dealing with thieves outside of school, his name alone was enough to instill fear in many. "How can any of you expect to join me in battling the abyss if you don't focus on your studies?" Just 3 seconds after sitting down, Zhao Lin sidled up to him. "Bai, tell me honestly, what were you two doing?" Yi Bai and Lu Sweki had only been in the grove for about 3 minutes. If something significant had occurred in that brief span, Yi Bai should consider visiting a urologist. "Nothing much. She thanked me for helping her with some problems and gave me a gift." With that, Yi Bai tossed the Treading Wind / skill book in front of Zhao Lin. "I initially said I didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to me as a tutoring fee." He hurriedly picked up the skill book. The 3 characters, TF English in, stirring his heart. "BBI, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious." Yi Bai had anticipated Zhao Lin's reaction and nonchalantly grasped the skill book. "If you don't want it, then I shall return it to Li Su Q." "You!" Zhao Lin exclaimed, panic rising as he seized Yi Bai's arm. "Can't you use it yourself?" "Zhao Lin, I am a mage. Have you ever seen a mage learn TF ZHN?" Yi Bai's retort left Zhao Lin speechless. Seizing the moment, Yi Bai added, "Even if it were Shura, he cannot possibly learn such a skill." Zhao Lin hesitated, nodding in agreement. "You do have a point. But even if you don't use it, selling it would fetch a handsome sum, wouldn't it? How could I sell a gift bestowed upon me by another? Yi Bai, am a person of integrity. I would never stoop to such acts." Yi Bai tossed the dilemma back to Zhao Lin, who pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth. "I will learn it." Cradling the TF English in skill book in his hands, Zhao Lin was enamored, unable to tear his gaze away. Soon, he recalled something and rummaged through the cluttered table for paper and pen, swiftly jotting down a few lines. In May 2046, Zhao Lin owes EB 10 million dragon coins. This serves as proof. If I cannot repay it, then it shall remain unpaid. If I can repay, I shall. Upon finishing, Zhao Lin signed his name and even prepared to use red ink for his thumbprint. Childish, Yi Bai snatched the IOU and stuffed it into his pocket. "All right, remember to repay me when you earn that 10 million. By the way, does this truly hold the value of 10 million? Zhao Lin, hand the skill book back. I'm having second thoughts. No way. I'm using it right now. It's too late for regrets." In the afternoon, the sports teacher stood at the forefront, his voice booming so that all could hear. "I will announce the rules for the combat test, to provide everyone with ample opportunity to showcase their abilities. Each participant is granted 3 chances before elimination. Opponents will be assigned randomly. After 2 failures, one may choose their opponent, but failure again results in elimination. Is that clear? Students whose names were called stepped forward, donned protective gear, and entered the specialized combat room, beginning their battles under the watchful eyes of referees and healers. Only weapons provided by the school may be utilized. Items such as props, scrolls, or puppets are strictly forbidden, though other methods remain unrestricted. Should 1's protective gear be breached, they are deemed defeated. Defeated participants exit the combat room and await the next roll call, while victors undergo treatment before commencing a new round. This round-robin format ensures that the last standing individual possesses the greatest overall prowess. Fortune may allow one to win a match or two, but it cannot secure an entire victory. Similarly, bad luck may result in a loss or two. In the third round, participants may select their opponents. Should they lose even then, no complaints can be made. Furthermore, in this format, when pushed to desperation, everyone will choose what they perceive to be the weakest opponent to ensure their own advancement. It is both real and ruthless. At NJI, SNZHing, many students filled the gymnasium with a significant portion of the space occupied. Yi and Zhao Lin's names, sorted alphabetically, were positioned towards the end. They waited for over 10 minutes without hearing their names called. Zhao Lin grew increasingly impatient. Some students had already finished 2 rounds, while Yi had yet to enter the arena. However, Yi remained unperturbed. He only needed a spot in the summer camp, not necessarily first place. A boy with natural curls emerged from the combat room, his expression grim as he tugged at his hair, muttering, "It's over, it's over. I've lost 2 matches already. I am a grade A talent. I cannot be eliminated with 3 losses." He had faced 2 fellow grade A talents, with the battles being fiercely contested. Victory hung by a thread, and luck had evidently not favored him, leading to 2 consecutive defeats. He had to seize his last chance. The boy resolved internally that he must select an opponent sufficiently weak. The sports teacher handed him a list indicating the respective professions and talent levels of potential challengers. Grade A talent? Li Su-Gui? No way. She is the granddaughter of the Battle King. He swiftly dismissed her from consideration. Others with grade A talents would not even participate in such tests. Their talents were too meager. Joining the test would only bring humiliation. He sought a grade A talent, preferably a mage. As a warrior with dispelling capabilities, I excel against mages. Scanning the list of names, he indeed found a target. I choose this one, the boy declared resolutely, pointing at a name, his eyes already gleaming with the light of victory. High School Year 3, Class 2, Yi stepped forward. The sports teacher called, "Prepare for combat." In the gymnasium of NJI SNZHing, when Yi's name was announced, he stepped out from the rear of the line to undergo the final preparations, cooperating with the protective gear check. In the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, the principal was accompanied by several teachers alongside the esteemed Qing Yin Battle King, observing the afternoon as combat tests. "Principal Qing Yin, our student Jiang Yun has long admired you," one teacher began. Silence. Qing Yin interrupted impatiently. "Who is Jiang Yun? I have never heard of him. Even if I had. He is merely a grade A talent, and I have seen thousands of them. Is it so remarkable?" Qing Yin set aside other matters to make time for watching a group of youngsters fight. A significant portion of his motivation was for Li Su-Q, while a small fraction was for the boy, Yi. Pointing at the screen displaying Yi, Qing Yin remarked, "This lad has a fraction of my youthful charm. He is rather pleasing to the eye. His name is Yi, and he is in the same class as Li Su-Q, though his talent is rather ordinary, only grade C." The principal casually handed over Yi's information to Qing Yin, who scarcely glanced at it before rising to head downstairs. "I must see how this lad performs in combat. Those with striking appearances are often mutually attractive. I dislike watching with others. I do not want referees or healers present. Yet in this combat, I shall judge the outcomes myself. Is that not acceptable?" Qing Yin slightly tilted his head, disdainfully snorting. "Or do you suspect I would allow him to cheat?" "Dare not, dare not." The principal quickly laughed nervously. "We shall proceed as you say, Battle King." The individual before him was a peak Battle King. Although his methods were somewhat domineering, over the years he had maintained a reputation for integrity and fairness. never favoring even his own kin in wrongdoing. By the way, if Su Q participates in the combat, notify me. I shall also attend. Calm. He is merely a grade A talent, a mage. My chances of victory are quite high. The boy with natural curls continued to take deep breaths, adjusting his mindset. Protective gear, check complete. Status, check complete. Identity verification. Please proceed to the arena promptly. As the doors to the combat room opened simultaneously, the boy and Yi I entered from opposite sides. Where are the teachers? He wondered aloud, scanning the empty combat room for the presence of referees or healers. Thud. The door shut automatically. From a ceiling speakers, an elderly voice echoed, "You may begin. I shall serve as both referee and healer for this match. Do not harbor any concerns." Though the process deviated from the norm, the boy forced himself to concentrate on his opponent. Recognizing Yi Bi, he exclaimed, "Are you the infamous person from Year 3, Class 2? Almost, mea almost." Yi Bi waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming himself to be a kind-hearted individual, someone who would feel remorse for stepping on an ant. The naturally curly-haired boy's expression shifted slightly. Kind-hearted? More like deceptive. How could a supposedly kind person break a thief's leg? This was not the definition of kindness. Alarm bells rang in the naturally curly-haired boy's mind. He had been too focused on assessing the opponent's profession and talent. Now he realized why the name Yi Bi sounded so familiar. It was this very person. To falter before the battle even began was hardly a favorable omen. He quickly composed himself, reminding himself not to panic. After all, he possessed superior physical attributes. Upon entering the Eternal Tower, he was already at level 9, boasting an impressive strength attribute of 45. Yi Bi's talent was inferior to his level lower, and his profession was countered by his own. In any case, in a duel between a warrior and a mage, the advantage was undoubtedly his. Yi Bi, oblivious to his opponent's thoughts, felt that their prolonged standoff was a waste of time. "Shall we commence?" he inquired. "Yes." The naturally curly-haired boy nodded resolutely, bracing himself for the confrontation. As a mage, he certainly intended to maintain his distance, and once the battle commenced, he would charge at him with utmost speed. Once in close quarters, victory would be assured. He swiftly concocted a battle strategy in his mind, and then they moved. Both combatants sprang into action simultaneously. Just as the naturally curly-haired boy took a step forward, Yi Bi surged ahead as well. Wait, what was he doing? The boy's pupils dilated in disbelief. A mage charging at a warrior? He barely had time to react before Yi Bi's figure suddenly appeared before him. So swift. Apologies. Yi Bi seized the boy's arm with one hand, sweeping his right leg low, executing a perfect shoulder throw. The naturally curly-haired boy hadn't even processed what was happening before he felt the world spin around him, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. With a thud, his face hit the floor. The impact was severe, leaving him dazed, his head spinning as if it were a mere mass of jelly, likely suffering from a concussion. An insistent, buzzing alarm blared as he struggled to rise, the scenery before him appearing exceedingly blurred. He glanced down at his protective gear, its screen flashing ominously in red, causing his face to drain of color. I lost. How could this be? He had been bested in close combat by a mage. It was utterly inconceivable. Everything had transpired far too swiftly. Yi Bi's charge, his strike, the shoulder throw, and the follow-up that shattered the protective gear, all executed with fluidity in under 5 seconds. There had been no time for his opponent to react. A burst of fire descended from above, healing the naturally curly-haired boy's injuries and restoring his clarity, though his face still reflected the shock of defeat, struggling to accept the outcome. Why had he, despite having such a significant advantage, ended up on the losing side? An elderly voice echoed once more. Yi Bi victory. A door opened, and the naturally curly-haired boy exited, dejected, while Yi Bi awaited his next challenger. During the wait, Yi Bi glanced at the announcer, Lu Qingyan. What was he doing here? The old man spoke as if he thought Yi Bi was oblivious to his presence. Yi Bi pondered briefly. With Lu Qingyan around, he would primarily employ wind-based spells. He reminded himself that in the next battle, he should refrain from engaging in close combat immediately. His base attributes were exceptionally high. A single punch could shatter protective gear, and those students who hadn't even reached level 10 were no match for him. Yi Bai swiftly concluded one battle. Meanwhile, in other combat rooms, fierce battles raged on. In the adjacent combat room, Zhao Lin executed a swift, treading wind slash. He appeared behind his opponent with lightning speed, his long knife striking unexpectedly. Capitalizing on the surprise from the treading wind slash, Zhao Lin unleashed a flurry of attacks, gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, he landed a treading wind slash followed by a heavy strike, successfully breaching his opponent's armor and claiming victory. Zhao Lin, victory! Cheers erupted in the combat room, celebrating Zhao Lin's triumph. In another combat room, a girl wore a despondent expression, muttering to herself, "I'm doomed. How can my luck be so abysmal?" Facing Jiang Yun. This match is certainly lost. Opposite her stood Jiang Yun from Class 2 of the senior year, renowned for his exceptional talent and rumored to be the strongest contender of this cohort, with aspirations of seizing the title of top student in Nanjiang City. Engaging Jiang Yun in battle left her with no hope of victory. Overwhelmed, she didn't even hear the referee announce the start of the match. "I concede." What? She could hardly believe her ears. Jiang Yun was surrendering? The referee, with a serious expression, looked at Jiang Yun, reminding him, "Jiang Yun, you've already conceded once. If you concede again, you will have only one opportunity left." "I understand," Jiang Yun insisted. "I concede." Observers, including the principal behind the glass, wore puzzled expressions. What was Jiang Yun thinking? With his abilities, there was no need for him to concede. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Yun spoke again. "According to the rules, after losing 2 matches, I have the right to choose my next opponent." The referee nodded, confirming this fact. Upon hearing his words, several teachers' expressions shifted. Realizing Jiang Yun's intent, the crowd stirred, whispers circulating. What an audacious young man. How arrogant. Arrogant? He had every right to be. A young man who isn't audacious is hardly youthful. Indeed, it was challenging to find anyone in Nanjiang Secondary School who could pose a threat to Jiang Yun. In the combat room, after conceding, Jiang Yun bore the air of a victor, his chin slightly raised. "I do not need 3 chances to lose. Once is sufficient for me. Henceforth, I shall not lose a single match until I emerge victorious." Even though the referee had witnessed many talents, few were as proud and audacious as Jiang Yun. "Choose your next opponent." Jiang Yun confidently declared the name he had long prepared, Yi Bai. From this point forward, Jiang Yun intended to demonstrate to Nanjiang Secondary School what true genius entailed. Chapter 059 Victor. Yi Bai Nanjiang Secondary School, Gymnasium. Jiang Yun, protective gear checked. Before entering the combat room, a teacher who had faith in Jiang Yun approached him, advising, "Jiang Yun, your upcoming battle will be observed by a battle king. This is your opportunity. Make it count." Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. A battle king was in attendance? Was it for him? Although he was unaware of which battle king it was, making a lasting impression could pave a smoother path for him in the future. His previous attempts to befriend Lu Sueki were motivated by her grandfather being a battle king. Now, another opportunity presented itself before Jiang Yun, and he was determined not to squander it. Jiang Yun, prepare to enter the combat room. The door swung open before closing automatically. The walls isolated the scene from the outside world, leaving no one aware of what would transpire within. Nonetheless, in the hearts of the majority, the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. Jiang Yun would prevail. Jiang Yun, possessing an exceptional talent level and at level 10, had transitioned to the mage class. Yi Bai, with a talent level that likely hadn't even reached 10, was scarcely worthy of consideration. Moreover, Jiang Yun was fighting with his back against the wall. Having lost twice in a row, he had no retreat left and was determined to claim victory. Inside the combat room, Yi Bai stretched languidly, appearing fatigued as he yawned. Why is this taking so long? After a few more minutes, his opponent finally entered the combat room. Jiang Yun? Yi Bai frowned slightly, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to defeat Jiang Yun here. After all, he still had 3 opportunities left. One match's outcome was not worth fretting over. While pondering how best to let his opponent shine, Jiang Yun suddenly spoke. Yi Bai, do you know Zhao Lin's secret? What? Zhao Lin, that chatterbox, possesses secrets? Yi Bai wore a puzzled expression. Even if Zhao Lin truly had them, he could never evade Yi Bai's keen perception. Furthermore, why would Jiang Yun bring this up? It seems you're unaware, Jiang Yun scoffed. I once saw Zhao Lin's name deep within Feng Lei Gu, etched upon the ground. A memorial, perhaps? Yi Bai slightly rubbed his forehead, pondering whether such an act was indeed within Zhao Lin's character. That fellow would likely inscribe something like Zhao Lin was here. Yi Bai attempted to rationalize, perhaps it was merely a case of sharing a name. There are countless individuals named Zhao Lin in this world. I investigated afterward. Zhao Lin was indeed present at Feng Lei Gu that day. Jiang Yin persisted. Moreover, it has recently come to light that Zhao Lin seems to have mastered formidable skills. How can you, his close friends, be oblivious to this? Yi Bai responded, this matter is quite difficult to elucidate. Never mind, let Zhao Lin bear this burden. Even if he harbors secrets, how does that pertain to our duel? Let us commence the battle, and I shall hold back a little. Everyone shall be satisfied. And after the match, he shall relish the outcome. Why would one enjoy working overtime here? Was he a competitive spirit in his past life? Must he continue competing in this one as well? Indeed, it bears no relevance. Jiang Yin raised his staff, directing it at Yi Bai. Once I defeat you, I shall challenge Zhao Lin. I am eager to uncover what secrets that rascal conceals. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yun's body froze momentarily. The temperature in the combat room seemed to plummet, laden with a chilling aura. Yi Bai's gaze shifted abruptly, shedding its previous languor to reveal an unmistakable danger, akin to a hunter fixated on its prey. I advise you not to cause unnecessary trouble, you rascal. With that, Yi Bai charged at Jiang Yun with surprising speed. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent, but he still managed to respond in time, lifting his staff defensively. Fire Shield. During his dash, Yi Bai too unleashed a spell, his casting speed commendable. Windblade. 3 wind blades howled forth, yet their accuracy proved lackluster. 2 were deflected outright, while the final blade struck Jiang Yun's fire shield, shattering it. This indicated Yi Bai intentionally suppressed the power. Otherwise, a single wind blade could have easily breached all of Jiang Yun's defenses and potentially ended him in an instant. Windbind. Several invisible ropes ensnared Jiang Yun's limbs, rendering him sluggish as if mired in mud. Sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Yun abandoned his incantation and opted for a displacement skill, striving to distance himself from Yi Bai. A foreboding intuition gnawed at him. Should Yi Bai close the gap, he would find himself in peril. Yet, this feeling seemed irrational. Both were mages, neither adept at close combat. Why should Yi Bai excel over him? Had he taken extra lessons? Instinct urged Jiang Yun to flee. From the outset, he had been on the defensive, unable to muster any effective offense. Flame Leap. His figure vanished, transforming into a flame that reappeared 3 meters away. Once I create distance, I shall be secure. Just as he prepared to regroup and showcase the prowess of his formidable talent, darkness suddenly enveloped him, a fist the size of a cauldron crashing down. Yi Bai had anticipated his movement, accelerating to intercept him. Summoning all his strength, Jiang Yun bellowed, Inferno Blast. Releasing a skill at such close range was undeniably a double-edged sword. He could inflict harm upon his foe, but at great cost to himself. If this were a true battle, even if he succeeded in taking down Yi Bai, he would surely perish as well. The perilous fireball coalesced at the tip of his staff, erupting uncontrollably. Boom! Smoke filled his nostrils, his breath stalling as he was sent flying, consciousness fading into darkness. The events that followed were a blur, and when he regained awareness, he found his protective gear glowing red, causing his expression to shift dramatically. I lost. To a mere talent? How could this be possible? Jiang Yun gazed around in bewilderment, spotting Yi Bai not far from him, still emitting wisps of smoke, remnants of ashes clinging to his shoulder. The condition of Yi Bai's protective gear displayed a 15 integrity. How infuriating, he was so close. Jiang Yun clenched his teeth, perplexed as to why he had succumbed to Yi Bai. Unbeknownst to him, what he perceived as a narrow margin was, in reality, an insurmountable gap. Had it not been for the spectators, fearing unnecessary complications, Yi Bai could have dispatched Jiang Yun in a single blow, leaving no room for discussion. Yi Bai not only had to manage the battle's progression, but also feign a close victory, pretending he had narrowly escaped defeat. Reflecting on this, Yi Bai cast a glance at the surveillance camera. Old Fox, I trust you're watching. He felt this performance would be insufficient to deceive such a cunning observer. Regardless, Yi Bai had accomplished what he set out to do. In the monitoring room, Lu Qingyin's eyes gleamed with excitement. This little fox must be concealing something. I guarantee that in a real fight, Jiang Yun would not withstand 5 strikes from him. No, 3. Since this little fox wished to hide something, I might as well assist him. It would also be a favor to Xueqi. With that thought, Lu Qingyin moved the mouse and clicked a few times. Delete the footage of this battle? Yes. After completion, he executed a thorough deletion. Yet, the renowned Battle King Qingyin was known for his audacity and meticulousness. He extended his hand, a flame engulfing the hardware, storing the footage, swiftly reducing all the hard drives to ash. Now it was truly deleted in every physical sense. Under Lu Qingyin's command, a door within the combat room opened automatically. In the gymnasium, numerous students had already been eliminated after 3 consecutive losses, standing aside as they awaited the final results. With the teacher's focus, more and more eyes turned toward the combat room where Yi Bai was. As the door swung open, someone immediately noticed, the door is open. Jiang Yun has won. Wait, isn't that the door through which Jiang Yun entered? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Yun emerged from the combat room, appearing almost like a zombie, quickly surrounded by teachers. Jiang Yun, what transpired? Why are you out? Where is Yi Bai? Why do you smell burnt? And what happened to your protective gear? Soon, a teacher noted that Jiang Yun's protective gear had been breached. He had truly lost. Amidst the teacher's intense questioning, Jiang Yun forced a bitter smile. Speaking in a hushed tone, I lost. Silence enveloped the space, rippling outward like a wave. The entire gymnasium fell into a deathly stillness as everyone grappled with the shocking revelation. Jiang Yun had been defeated by Yi Bai. A venerable voice resonated from within the combat room, clear and audible to all. The victor is Yi Bai. Chapter 060. In life's triumphs, one must indulge in skewers. Barbecue, beer, and garlic. Nanjiang, Sanzhong, Gymnasium. Once the outcome of the battle was publicly declared, a commotion erupted among the students, buzzing with discussions. As for Jiang Yun, he was escorted by the principal to an office on the 2nd floor. Only when he regained his composure did they delve into the details of the incident. Jiang Yun recounted the events in fragments, leaving the teachers in a state of profound silence. Thus, Yi Bai, as a wind mage, preferred close-quarters combat. You lost your advantage due to your unpreparedness, ultimately leading to your defeat. The principal reviewed the battle sequence, seeking the opinions of the teachers. Ahem, indeed, wind mages can adopt such combat styles. There are even god-level warriors renowned for this approach. A teacher, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, elucidated that due to the high mobility of wind mages, complemented by skills such as wind blade and wind binding, they indeed possess an advantage in close combat. Even if they encounter setbacks, they can swiftly distance themselves to seek further opportunities. However, this style of combat is not orthodox. Its potency is more pronounced in the early stages, but tends to wane rapidly in the mid to late phases, necessitating a transformation. Jiang Yun, your downfall lies in your lack of combat experience. You underestimated your opponent, and ultimately, you are the one who suffers. As the teacher's admonishment echoed in his ears, Jiang Yun's complexion paled further, and he lowered his head in contemplation. Yet a question arose. A vice principal interjected, Yi Bai is also a mage. How is it that he excels in close combat? Before entering the Eternal Tower, he possessed commendable physical attributes. Indeed, but that does not explain how he managed to break through the defensive gear with sheer brute force. I had inquired with classmates who previously sparred with Yi Bai, and they confirmed that he had triumphed in close quarters as well. The faculty nodded in agreement. After all, how powerful could a mage's physical attributes be? To penetrate defenses, one would require a strength attribute of at least 40 or 50. Anything less would be impossible. I may have an answer to this conundrum. Another vice principal, surnamed Zheng, stepped forward. He was in charge of teaching and had maintained a good rapport with the Liu family, having previously guided Liu Xueqi in her class transition. Zhao Lin, a friend of Yi Bai, had once ventured deep into the Feng Lei Valley and procured a batch of beef, which significantly enhanced his strength attributes after consumption. He had generously shared at least half with Yi Bai, a fact that Liu Xueqi could attest to. Vice Principal Zheng elaborated. Zhao Lin also possesses exceptional talent and is a warrior. After his strength boost, his performance in the recent combat test was commendable, even surpassing many of his peers. This revelation began to elucidate matters. Listening to the vice principal's explanation, Jiang Yun nodded slightly, aware that Zhao Lin had indeed visited the depths of Fenglei Valley. It appeared that Zhao Lin had reaped considerable benefits from that venture, including beef and skill books. However, once Jiang Yun departed, the assembled teachers quickly shifted their demeanor. Vice Principal Zhang was the first to voice his dissent, stating, "I do not believe that merely enhancing his strength attributes could allow Yi Bai to so easily defeat Jiang Yun. The previous analysis had merely served as a consolation for Jiang Yun, a mere child. The seasoned teachers were not so easily swayed." Vice Principal Zhang asserted confidently, "In terms of talent, level, and even profession, Yi Bai is inferior to Jiang Yun. His victory certainly involves some underhanded tactics." Vice Principal Zhang retorted with a cold snort. "What do you imply, Zhang? Are you suggesting that I favor Jiang Yun? I mean no offense. I merely advise certain individuals not to overthink matters that are already settled." The two vice principals began to argue heatedly, the tension palpable. "Enough. Silence." The principal's hand struck the table, and the office fell silent. Even the two vice principals ceased their bickering. The principal rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. This year he was set to retire, and the new principal would be chosen between vice principals Zheng and Zhang, with the selection criteria based on this year's college entrance exam results. The class Jiang Yun belonged to. The third year, 2 class, fell under Vice Principal Zheng's purview, but Jiang Yun had a closer rapport with Vice Principal Zhang, particularly with recent class transition matters. In simpler terms, if Jiang Yun topped the college entrance exams, the principal position would undoubtedly go to Zhang. Conversely, if Jiang Yun faltered, Zhang would ascend to the principalship. Even within the same high school, such internal conflicts were commonplace. To prevent an endless quarrel, the principal decisively stated, ultimately, the responsibility lies with Jiang Yun for not striving harder. If he had won, none of this would have transpired, or if he had not been so arrogant from the outset, we would not be in this predicament. One must possess the foundation to be proud, otherwise, one risks becoming a mere fool. Principal, I am not being unreasonable. I have a singular query. Vice Principal Zhang argued. Jiang Yun claimed that he released the fire explosion spell just before losing consciousness. At such a close range, the fire explosion would have surely obliterated both participants' defensive gear, resulting in a draw rather than a victory for Yi Bai. His assertion garnered considerable support from the faculty, as the potency of the fire explosion was well recognized. It was inconceivable for any protective gear to withstand its might. Even Vice Principal Zheng, known for his sardonic remarks, chose to remain silent at this moment. According to Vice Principal Zhang's reasoning, the only plausible explanation was that the observing Qing Yin Battle King intervened to shield Yi Bai from the fire explosion's damage. In other words, the Qing Yin Battle King had aided Yi Bai in cheating. Principal, resolving this issue is quite simple. We merely need to retrieve the footage, Vice Principal Zhang began, but was swiftly interrupted by the principal. The most troublesome aspect is precisely that. The principal sighed, producing his phone to share a message with the gathered faculty. 10 minutes ago, the Qing Yin Battle King expressed his intention to donate a batch of supplies to our school, including a complete set of new surveillance equipment. As for the old equipment, he accidentally burned it while lighting a cigarette and will compensate the school at double the original price. Once again, silence enveloped the room. This was undeniably too blatant. Even Vice Principal Zheng could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it. The others turned to him, puzzled by his intense reaction. With a grim expression, Vice Principal Zheng muttered, "That old fellow never smokes." The others were taken aback. Could the Qing Yin Battle King truly resort to such a flimsy excuse? He must either be out of his mind or have a distorted mindset. Clearly, it was the latter, as it was well known that the Battle King possessed a sharp intellect. Regardless, the matter would proceed as it stood. Jiang Yun indeed possessed talent, yet on the path of growth, how could a strong individual avoid trials and tribulations? If he could come to terms with this and rise stronger from embarrassment, it would be a fortunate outcome. If he could not comprehend this, then he would bear the consequences of his own life choices. The principal continued, "As for your concerns regarding the fairness of the combat, if it is deemed a draw, we shall amend the test results, publicly announce them, and publish them in the newspapers to restore Jiang Yun's honor. If in truth, Jiang Yun is simply outmatched, then there is nothing more to say. After surveying the faces of those present, he inquired, "Is there any dissent regarding this course of action?" The faculty shook their heads, recognizing that this was the most equitable resolution, even at the risk of offending the Qin Yin Battle King. It was precisely for this reason that the principal chose to act before his term ended, minimizing the repercussions. If there are no objections, let us proceed to publicly announce the summer camp recommendation list based on today's test results. Dismissed. Outside the gymnasium at the announcement board, Zhao Lin insisted on viewing the summer camp list with Yi Bai. Yi Bai, disinterested in the crowd, allowed Zhao Lin to approach and squeeze in to check the list. "We made it. Da Bai. We're in." "All right, calm down. Don't get overly excited." Yi Bai looked at Zhao Lin, eager to inquire if he had a relative with the surname Fan. On their way back, Zhao Lin spoke incessantly with excitement. "Da Bai. We are the only two with exceptional talent. The rest are merely of average talent. Oh, and Lu Sweki made it too. I heard from classmates that she has a canary as a summoned beast, capable of withstanding a level 10 warrior." "A canary? With that guy's attributes. If it entered full combat mode, it could roast half the students in the gym to medium well in one bite. Sprinkle some sesame seeds, chili powder, and cumin. And that flavor, let us celebrate with barbecue for dinner." "Absolutely, it's on me. Don't forget about the 100,000 dragon coins prize. When life is good, one must indulge in skewers, complemented by barbecued meat, beer, and garlic." As night fell, after finishing the barbecue, Yi Bai and Zhao Lin parted ways, heading towards their respective homes. At the foot of the apartment building, Yi Bai unexpectedly encountered the hunched figure of the elderly Mr. Liu. "Ah, young man, what a coincidence. We meet again," Mr. Liu exclaimed. "Mr. Liu, why are you still awake at this hour? Sneaking in some tutoring for the students?" Yi Bai cautioned, "The stairs are steep. Take care." "Ah, old age, insomnia, just taking a stroll," Mr. Liu replied. Yi Bai dismissed Lu Qingyin's nonsense without a second thought. "Young man, I heard our San Zhong is quite lively today." "Indeed, I could discreetly inform you that it seems a prominent figure of the Battle King level has been stirred." Yi Bai replied, "My classmate heard it from her aunt, who cleans the principal's office. 100 reliable. A Battle King level presence? How extraordinary. Such talents possess exceptional aptitude and resilient character, paving their way to becoming a Battle King. Young man, you must strive to emulate him." Mr. Liu encouraged. "I plan to lie low and seek peace. I aspire to be like you one day, becoming a teacher and nurturing future generations." "That won't do. We still rely on the youth." At that moment, a message from Xuan Meng arrived. Yi Bai opened the notification, and his expression shifted dramatically. "What? They've located Lian Can's whereabouts." Lian Can, the leader of the 4th demon sect, is active near Nanjiang City. In Chapter 061, titled "The Strongest One Entrusts Me to Deliver a Message," Yi Bai sat in the living room of his home, his demeanor solemn. The leader of the 4th demon sect had appeared 400 kilometers northwest of Nanjiang City, attempting to infiltrate it. This information was relayed by Xuan Meng, who was in charge of the interception operation. After an encounter between the two parties, a minor skirmish ensued, allowing the demon sect leader to escape, once again disappearing without a trace. The adversary had the protection of a demon god, making it possible for them to evade most forms of detection after creating distance. Even a battle god could only discern the opponent's identity upon close proximity. Could it be that this individual has truly come in Nanjiang City to kill me? Yi Bai pondered, furrowing his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. Just before I killed Lian Zheng, Lian Can had intended to sacrifice Lian Zheng to summon abyssal creatures. This indicates that Lian Can held little affection for this unfilial child. He was merely a pawn to be sacrificed for his own escape. If Lian Can was resolute in eliminating me, he too would fall victim to the battle god's pursuit, facing inevitable death, which contradicts his usual modus operandi. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Yi Bai. What if the leader of the 4th demon sect's objective was not to hunt Yi Bai, but to flee? He had indeed vowed to kill Yi Bai, but this oath hinged on Lian Can's survival. In other words, he had cleverly played with words. As long as he remained alive, he would eventually seek to kill Yi Bai. However, the timing of that was a separate matter. Should he perish, he would have paid the ultimate price for his vow, rendering Yi Bai's fate inconsequential to him. Remarkably, even a battle god level figure could don a fa ade of profound rage, issuing threats and creating diversions, thereby misleading Yi Bai and influencing the judgments of others. It was evident that such a formidable individual was no simple character. They were seasoned veterans. As Yi Bai contemplated, he began to weave together the various threads of his thoughts. Recalling the earlier scene of Lian Can and Lian Zhang's father-son relationship, the image of familial affection lingered in his mind, revealing much about their characters. With this in mind, Yi Bai outlined a coherent narrative. Lian Can, the leader of the Fourth Demon Sect, a battle god-level powerhouse, was now severely injured and being pursued by various factions within the human race on Blue Star. His greatest motivation for survival was to escape. Remaining on Blue Star would lead him to certain death. To survive, his only option was to flee to the Abyssal Realm. Thus, two possibilities emerged. 1. Lian Can was luring the tiger away from the mountain, feigning an intention to head to Nanjiang City while having another goal in mind. 2. The means to escape to the Abyssal Realm were located within Nanjiang City, necessitating his presence there despite the risk of exposure. Analyzing the information at hand, Yi Bai realized the difficulty of arriving at this conclusion. Once clarity dawned upon him, he glanced down at his shadow, offering a warm yet restrained smile. Lord Ingzio, have you had your late-night snack? Indeed, I just had some at the barbecue stall. Please charge it to your account. A hoarse voice emerged as a swirling black mist enveloped the area, revealing Ingzio. What scheme do you intend to concoct this time? How could you say such a thing? I, Yi Bai, am upright and never deceive others. Yi Bai briefly recounted his analysis. Ingzio nodded slightly, contemplating. It seems our insights align. I share your opinion. Your shamelessness rivals my own, Yi Bai remarked. Ingzio continued. It is highly likely to be the second scenario. The Abyssal Sacrificial Array was once activated near Nanjiang City. Although it ultimately failed, the influence of the Abyssal Sacrificial Array has weakened the spatial barriers, making it easier to breach, even permitting direct crossing of physical bodies. It is probable that this is the reason for their presence. As all clues converged into a singular narrative, the truth began to surface. He can now rest easy. After all, he is a battle god-level individual. As long as there is a chance for survival, he would not recklessly engage in a life-or-death struggle with you. It appears that the attempt on your life was merely a ruse, with the true objective being escape. After a moment of contemplation, Ingzio spoke again. I will message Xuanmeng to establish an ambush near the Abyssal Sacrificial Array. If he truly arrives, I will guarantee that Lian Can meets his demise. Yi Bai responded, You may guarantee it, but what does Xuanmeng's life matter to you? Please be reasonable. Yi Bai fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, That'll be best. A battle god-level adversary was far beyond Yi Bai's current capabilities. The prospect of eliminating the thorn in his side, Lian Can, significantly alleviated his burdens, leaving him feeling invigorated, even inclined to sing a tune. Young man, you intend to enter the Eternal Tower tonight, correct? Ingzio suddenly shifted the topic. Indeed, the strongest one, Nightmare, has entrusted me with a message for you. Wait, that introduction is rather poor. It resembles a cough. Please continue, Yi Bai chuckled, gesturing for Ingzio to proceed. Nightmare stated, if you reach the 100th level, upon entering, destroy the wall before you. Unexpected benefits will ensue. Ingzio's appearance was primarily to convey this message. Destroy the wall? What does that mean? Yi Bai furrowed his brow in confusion. I've delivered the message. The rest is up to you, Ingzio concluded as the black mist receded, blending back into the shadows. Tonight, with the decision made to ambush Lian Can, all available forces must be mobilized against this battle god-level threat. Such a perilous confrontation allowed no room for negligence or carelessness. Once Yi Bai entered the Eternal Tower, he could rest assured Ingzio would emerge to partake in the siege. With Xuanmeng in the open and Ingzio in the shadows, they would devise a plan to obliterate Lian Can. Without the looming threat of assassination from a battle god, Yi Bai began preparing for his journey to the Eternal Tower. He retrieved the map of the Eternal Tower, the one gifted to him by Lu Sueki, and studied it meticulously. The Eternal Tower, Level 3. Annotations floated before Yi Bai's eyes. Levels 3, 4, 5, and 6 are interconnected, with good fortune. one might clear them in a single breath. The best historical achievement of a human race. Exploration degree 99, jumping from level 3 directly to level 6. Are you prepared for a 100 exploration degree clearance, my Lord Azura? With a start, Yibai felt a jolt of unease. The Eye of Insight today seems unusually lively. Perhaps even a bit excited? Even the second to hound is howling. This is quite abnormal. Once Yibai comprehended the mechanisms of these levels, he understood why the Eye of Insight was in such a state of exuberance. The path from level 3 to level 6 was a lengthy tunnel requiring continuous excavation. Progressing by grid units, each movement forward yielded an exploration degree of 1, for a total of 100 grids. During the excavation process, one may choose various directions, each selection resulting in distinct consequences. Some squares yield rewards, while others may bestow unique bonuses or penalties. Certain squares, when excavated, could even diminish the exploration rate. The possibilities are endless and quite bizarre. Some squares harbor deadly traps. Stepping into them could lead to instant demise. With each step forward, 3 choices present themselves, and the further one ventures, the greater the danger of the squares. After absorbing this information, Yibai set down the map, chuckling softly. This level was tailor-made for DNGCHZHYN. For others, the unknown choices could be exceedingly vexing, inducing considerable distress. A single misstep might culminate in death. Once the exploration rate reaches 50, one may opt to settle for rewards and proceed to the next level. Many individuals choose to settle immediately after hitting 50, finding it far too torturous, as the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. Should one meet their end, they would have to retrace 10 squares, unaware of when they might reach their destination. However, for Yibai, he faced no such dilemma. Every choice lay bare before his discerning gaze, revealing their underlying truths with ease. In response, Yibai could only declare, Yibai, do not cheat. With the map stowed away, he eagerly anticipated his adventure within the Eternal Tower that night. Time slipped away moment by moment. At precisely midnight, Yibai entered the Eternal Tower. Ingzhou departed from Yibai's side, lurking near an abandoned factory, waiting for Lian Lian to stumble into a trap. The leader of the 4th demon sect was also set to initiate his abyssal escape plan, seeking to carve out a glimmer of hope for himself. Each harbored visions of a bright future. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Yibai wasted no time, charging directly towards his objective. Tonight's endeavor in the Eternal Tower required no additional preparations. A 100 exploration rate to clear, one merely needed to possess sight. Summoning the Eternal Core Crystal, Yibai pressed his palm against it, the white light enveloping him as the familiar prompt echoed in his ears. Wishing you a swift clearance of the Eternal Tower. The 3rd layer of the Eternal Tower has commenced. Chapter 062 V-be-be-be. V-be-be-be. A rumble echoed as the white light flickered, and Yibai found himself in a tunnel. As he landed, the ground began to tremble. In the dimly lit tunnel, stones cascaded down, raising a cloud of dust. A coarse male voice bellowed, "Run. The mine is collapsing." Another tremor shook the earth, and stones rolled, completely blocking Yibai's retreat. A woman's sobs echoed from behind him. "Please save my husband. He ventured deep into the mine to earn money for my medicine. Would you like to accept the quest? MDS's commission? Quest reward. Automatic level assessment upon task submission. Accept. Only by accepting the quest could Yibai advance within the tunnel and begin his challenge. Thank you, kind stranger." The weeping voice faded behind the pile of stones, and a chilling breeze swept past Yibai, leaving him alone in the tunnel. The level design even included a background story. How intriguing. When the Eternal Tower first emerged, it was regarded as an online game for a reason. The 3rd to 6th layers resembled traditional games, presenting a task under a glitch-deep backstory to enhance player enjoyment and motivation. Yibai surveyed the path ahead, refraining from hasty action. He had 6 hours in the aid of DNGCHHYN. Clearing the level was a certainty. However, the question of how to achieve a 100 clearance rate was what truly occupied Yibai's mind. Method to achieve 100 exploration rate. First reach 99 exploration rate, then obtain 1 exploration rate. A well-stated suggestion, yet it was as good as meaningless. The The prompt was adequate. He hoped not to receive such vague guidance again. Yi-Bai began to probe his surroundings, attempting to gather more information. This is an abandoned mine, rumored to be haunted by man-eating monsters. Miners who attempted to repel the creatures ultimately turned to dust. You are currently in the first square. Moving straight ahead, you may obtain 100 units of pure drinking water. To the left, a giant lizard guards a campfire. It is friendly and will not attack you unless you speak its complex language or happen to possess the exceptional talent of DNGCHCHYN. To the right, it is pitch black with nothing in sight. 3 choices lay before Yi-Bai. He promptly dismissed the last option. Pure water held little value for him. Yet based on his gaming experience, such items often prove beneficial later on. Otherwise, there would be no reason to place 100 units of pure water in his path. If he merely needed water, he could attempt a water-based spell. Although Yi-Bai was not a water mage, he carried relevant spell scrolls. Water Ball spell. Yi-Bai tore open a scroll, conjuring a water sphere that floated in his palm before descending. The moment the water touched Yi-Bai's skin, it evaporated instantly, vanishing without a trace. Tunnel rule. Magic cannot be used to create water for washing or drinking. There were indeed special rules. This revelation significantly elevated the value of the 100 units of pure water. However, the lizard's ability to communicate clearly indicated that it possessed unique clues. Compared to water, the lizard was evidently more precious. If others were to choose, they would undoubtedly opt for the pure water without hesitation. Alas, Yi-Bai remembered they had no choice but to gamble. The burdens of happiness. Choosing the lizard was the path forward. An audacious thought crossed Yi-Bai's mind. He wished to experiment. While movement within the squares only allowed progression forward, it did not mean the lizard could not navigate sideways. If the lizard could assist him in obtaining water, Yi-Bai would not only gain a clue, but also secure the water. Only children face dilemmas. Adults take it all. Yi-Bai advanced towards the left forward tunnel, heading into the next square. In the second square, an expansive cavern resonated with the crackling of the campfire, where a massive lizard rested nearby. Upon noticing Yi-Bai's arrival, it merely lifted its gaze before turning away, no longer paying attention. Indeed, it would not attack him. It was neutral or perhaps a benign creature. He needed to communicate with it using the lizard language to gather any clues. Characters of the lizard language appeared in Yi-Bai's mind, and he felt a wave of frustration. Sorry, I forgot you don't understand lizard language. Now converted to pinyin pronunciation mode. Following the subtitles prompts, Yi-Bai spoke. WIBBB? What on earth? This is lizard language. I have long suspected that Day from Plants vs. Zombies is actually a lizard person. V-bed-bed-bed. The lizard sprang to its feet, its gaze fervent as it looked at Yi-Bai, perhaps for the first time in ages encountering another capable of communication. BB. Yi-Bai conversed with the giant lizard in its tongue, translating the lizard's words with DNGCHHYN. Soon, Yi-Bai grasped the essence of the lizard's message. Run. Let me run quickly? There's a petrifying monster. It's beyond my ability to defeat? Really? I don't believe it. Yi-Bai, invigorated by his 30-layer potential, felt no fear. The term petrifying monster recurred in the giant lizard's description. Its left hind leg had even turned to stone, moving with great difficulty. This was the first time Yi-Bai had heard such a reference. Was it a female monster? If we're discussing this, I'm wide awake. Yi-Bai glanced at the giant lizard's hind leg and inquired, is there a way to treat that injury? Yi-Bai gathered ample information from the giant lizard, attempting to assist it. The giant lizard replied, once the monster is slain, all petrification will be lifted. There is no other method. Its intelligence seemed limited, reiterating the same phrases, urging Yi-Bai to flee. Continuing on, Yi-Bai expressed his desire for assistance in fetching water. Was there water in the nearby pit? Without Yi-Bai's prompting, the colossal lizard voluntarily burrowed into the ground to retrieve water. What a gamble that paid off. I am parched, the colossal lizard explained, stating that drinking water alleviates the agony of petrification and slows its spread. Water is the essence of life. Should I leave some for you? The colossal lizard shook its head, claiming to have consumed enough water for the next century. Remarkable, Yi-Bai exclaimed. After securing 50 units of water, he bid farewell to the colossal lizard and set off once more, heading towards the 11th square. Proceed straight ahead, and you shall encounter a meaningless battle. To the left ahead, with the aid of the Eye of Insight and his years of gaming experience, Yibai was nearly able to devise optimal solutions for each square. His exploration rate was rapidly increasing. 1,510. Yibai successfully traversed 9 squares and prepared to advance to the 11th, only to be met with an unexpected sight. A message board? Message board. A message board is placed every 10 squares to provide valuable information for future travelers. Leave a message here. All travelers passing by will see it. Each message board allows for only one message. The third layer of the Eternal Tower serves as a de facto single-player instance. Yet the message boards enable cross-server communication among players, making it a unique and popular feature across these layers. Upon opening the message board, Yibai discovered it even possessed a like feature. Messages with high likes will be displayed prominently for greater visibility. To his astonishment, the first message that caught Yibai's eye was from a formidable player. One nightmare. First, leave a name. Likes, 12, 454, 961, 679. Indeed, this is very nightmare-like. It is always exceedingly unreliable in dubious places. Yibai scrolled down. 2. No trace. Is 100 exploration difficult? Likes, 10, 486, 145, 710. Yibai nodded, silently acknowledging. Indeed, it is quite challenging, for you have not achieved it either. Before Yibai, the highest exploration rate among the human race was merely 99. Messages on this board allow only one chance to post, with no option for edits or deletions. It was a grand social faux pas for the mighty. Words spoken, but ultimately unfulfilled. Yibai perused 2 pages of messages and discerned some patterns. The initial players tended to claim the sofa and post trivial remarks, as the first 10 squares posed little challenge and required no particular caution. Later players even treated this space as a confessional wall or a complaint box. I love you. I hope no one notices me sneaking a bite of something. It can guide a dream for a day, supporting every dream, sending you upwards. How amusing, it was beginning to feel like a game. Yibai pondered, contemplating what he might inscribe on the message board. Having arrived, it would be rather embarrassing to leave it blank. Whatever he wrote would be displayed eternally. He felt compelled to pen something sophisticated, even if it were a bit pretentious. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer social demise in the future. With no trace's cautionary tale in mind, Yibai understood the necessity for prudence in his message. Otherwise, his words would remain here as a point of ridicule for eons. After a moment of contemplation, Yibai opened the message board, wore a serious expression, and wrote a single line. Azura, water is the essence of life. Done, he concluded. Yibai closed the message board and continued his journey through the Eternal Tower. Upon the appearance of Azura's name on the board, it immediately sparked a tempest of excitement. Azura was present in the 3rd layer of the Eternal Tower. He had left a message declaring that water is the essence of life. This was Azura's call for everyone to protect the environment and cherish water. Above, the Battle King proclaimed, with a great water spell, there is water aplenty. Awaken. Regardless, these 6 short words swiftly dominated trending topics across various platforms, maintaining a high level of interest. Chapter 063. Oh no, the coffin lid cannot be contained. After inscribing that phrase on the message board, Yibai paid no heed to the ensuing consequences and pressed on. Along the way, he consciously collected pure water. Aside from the colossal lizard, Yibai had also encountered a dying miner, half of whose body was pinned beneath a boulder, his legs crushed, with only a small portion remaining visible. The Eye of Insight alerted Yibai that the area's environment was protected by the eternal rules, rendering it unalterable. The miner pleaded for assistance, requesting some pure water. Yibai offered him a capful from a water bottle, which the miner cherished, drinking it eagerly. I am searching for Medusa's husband, the miner sighed. It is not my fault. Truly, I had no need to do this for everyone. It is far too perilous. Yibai squinted slightly, sensing a discrepancy with the version he had heard. According to Medusa, her husband had ventured deep into the mines to earn money for her medication. Yet, upon entering the mine, the Eye of Insight clearly indicated, this is an abandoned mine. Mining in a forsaken pit was inherently strange. Moreover, from the miner's tone, they did not seem to be mining, but rather fleeing. There must be some hidden truth. Perhaps the issue lies with Medusa, a woman weeping behind a pile of stones. Ultimately, the miner imparted a valuable piece of information to Yibai. Our companions are just ahead. I was trapped here, so I let them go first. They told me they would leave markers. A triangle signifies safety, a circle denotes the unknown, and a cross indicates extreme danger. They left not long ago. If you can find them, it may assist you. Bidding farewell to the miner, Yibai continued onward, swiftly arriving at the 19th square. Caution, giant python ahead. Beware of lightning. After a lengthy journey, he finally encountered another challenge. Yibai glanced at the time. 12:21. He had been in the Eternal Tower for 21 minutes. With a current exploration rate of 18. Compared to others, Yibai's progress was nothing short of remarkable. Had it not been for his quest to gather more clues and restore the truth of the story, his pace could have doubled. The giant python and petrification seemed to resonate with some mythological tale. Medusa, perhaps? Yibai thought little of it, having long since prepared himself. He boldly stepped into the next square. Thunder. The massive python did not have time to make an appearance before being struck by a bolt of crimson lightning. The electricity struck from the top of its head, coursed through its body, and exited through its tail, leaving no cell untouched. It was reduced to ash, disposed of without a trace. Defeated the mining cave python, 18, experience gained, 20. Yibai rolled his eyes. How stingy. The experience assessment in the Eternal Tower employs a flexible and intelligent compensation mechanism. Defeating a monster of the same level yields 100 experience points. If one defeats a creature of a higher level, they can receive bonus experience. Consequently, as Yibai was currently level 26, defeating an 18-level monster granted him only 20 experience points, barely worth noting. It was precisely due to this experience mechanism that players could not simply level up by annihilating weaker foes. The strength of monsters escalated exponentially, making advancement increasingly challenging. It was no wonder that previously, during the full server event, players had rushed into the Eternal Tower with fervor, relying on powerful monster farming to swiftly level up and surpass the thresholds. Yibai kicked at the dust on the ground, finding nothing of value, and sighed. What a miser! Not even a scrap remained. Suddenly, a prompt appeared from the ashes. The most valuable aspect of the python is its skin. As you can see, it has now turned to ash. Next time, give me a heads up about such matters. We must practice frugality and avoid wastefulness. Snake skin is not money. With that, Yibai stepped forward towards the next square. In the 20th grid, the familiar message board reappeared, and Yibai eagerly opened it to see what the seniors were boasting about this time. Meng Yin, 3-second kill, seeking to break the record. Not only did he leave a comment, but he also attached a verification of his achievement. Meng Yin had slain the cave python in 386 seconds. How shameless could one be? Yibai couldn't help but scoff, remarking, "Where's the 3 seconds in that? It's nearly 4 seconds." As he scrolled down, a familiar name emerged once again. Wu Hen. How could someone not even manage a 148-second kill? Surely not, surely not. Goodness, he wasted no time in showing his disdain. Yibai admired Wu Hen's audacity. According to historical records, Meng Yin was the first formidable powerhouse of the human race. Consequently, many dungeons and levels have been pioneered by Meng Yin, who also held the earliest records. Wu Hen, as a later ascendant powerhouse, frequently shattered records with ease. If that were all, it would suffice, but Wu Hen even took jabs at Meng Yin. It is known that during Wu Hen's rise, Meng Yin had already achieved the status of a powerhouse. In other words, when Wu Hen was still relatively weak, he could joke with Meng Yin, indicating that the heart of a true powerhouse is indeed expansive. Yibai pondered silently. If I post my score, will the seniors be upset? Looking at the scores of the two, he hesitated for a moment. Meng Yin, 386 seconds. Wu Hen, 148 seconds. Xiao Luo, 001 seconds. Wasn't this a bit too much of a slap in the face? The figure of 001 seconds would likely remain unmatched forever. After much contemplation, Yibai ultimately decided to post it. There was no intention of boasting. It was merely to fit in. Message board. Xiao Luo. Not in good form this time. Do better next time. Attached verification. 001 seconds kill of the cave python. After leaving the message, Yibai advanced further. He slipped away. What a thrill to boast and then vanish. His message once again triggered a sensation worldwide. All forums, QA platforms, headlines, and media outlets were ablaze with reports. Xiao Luo breaks through the 20th grid. How could it be so fast? It had only been a short time since the message at the 10th grid. Let us see what Xiao Luo said. How long did he take to kill? There had always been a speed leaderboard for slaying the cave python. 4 ordinary players. Defeating the cave python was already a daunting task, with many perishing repeatedly without success. However, for the prodigies and various geniuses, slaying was a trivial matter. They cared more about the time. The quicker they were, the stronger they proved to be, and the higher their potential. Generally speaking, a talent of the first tier could kill within 3 minutes, which was regarded as excellent for that tier. A second-tier talent had a 1-minute limit, while a third-tier talent had 30 seconds. In his prime, Xuemeng took only 216 seconds to slay the cave python, drawing the world attention. As for the fourth-tier talent, it was a realm beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Even Meng Yan, with the lowest record, required only 386 seconds to achieve a kill. However, a widely accepted view was Wu Hen's record of 148 seconds is considered the limit for a second-tier talent. Among the 3 powerhouses, Wu Hen was not the strongest in combat power, yet he certainly was the most formidable in terms of killing prowess. His rise was remarkably swift, far surpassing the other 2 powerhouses, as he effortlessly shattered records as if it were a mundane activity. If anyone were to achieve such feats, it would undoubtedly be a miracle, and miracles are termed as such precisely because they hold even a faint possibility of occurrence. The world was abuzz. A true miracle had been born. Today, at this very moment, across various leaderboards and headlines, a new entry appeared. Grandfather Wu Hen, your record has been shattered. The glory of Xiao Luo now stood upon the shoulders of Wu Hen, mirroring how Wu Hen once stood upon Meng Yan's. At this moment, it felt just like the past. In the imperial capital, countless fireworks erupted in the sky, crafting jubilant images. The inhabitants of Blue Star gazed up, their faces alight with hope and excitement. Even a warlord, in his exuberance, prepared to unleash a forbidden spell to create a grand firework display to celebrate. Fortunately, the city defense department intervened in time, preventing this reckless act. In the imperial capital, at the scenic spot rumored to be the burial site of the celestial war god, a man in black hurriedly approached. He swiftly took out 3 incense sticks, lit them, and bowed repeatedly before inserting them into the ground. The artificial mountain slowly split apart. The ominous black coffin, filled with boundless malice, once again rose from the depths. The elder's voice, weathered and tinged with anger, resonated. What is it that disturbs me again? My time of lucidity is limited. Do you wish for me to perish even more quickly? Just days prior, when Xiao Luo achieved a first-level clear, granting all players revival armor, the man in black had already awakened the elder once. The elder's condition was dire. He even needed the black coffin to enter a state of false death to maintain a fleeting clarity of mind. Old ancestor, I dare not. It was an unexpected occurrence. I must inform you. The man in black hastily replied. Yesterday, Xiao Luo achieved a second-level clear, granting tremendous power to all human beings. Today he wait. The elder in the black coffin interrupted urgently. You say again? Xiao Luo has completed 2 consecutive level clears. The man in black confirmed with a heavy nod. Yes. How long has it been since my last awakening? Less than 48 hours. The black coffin fell silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness. The man in black dared not breathe. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his calves tense, as he grew increasingly anxious. After an undetermined period, the black coffin erupted into a fit of wild laughter, so loud and intense that it caused blood to seep from the man in black's orifices, leaving him half kneeling on the ground. Even with the combat prowess of a war god, he found himself utterly powerless against this terrifying laughter, barely managing to preserve his life due to the elder's deliberate restraint. Accompanied by the laughter, the black coffin shook violently. With a soft thud, a heavy impact struck the heart of the man in black, causing him to wither. As he gazed forward in disbelief, he struggled to comprehend what he had just witnessed. The coffin lid sprang open. The coffin, sealed by the powerhouses, could hardly contain the elder's current excitement. This is bad. The coffin lid is about to burst. Chapter 064. I come, I see, I conquer in the imperial capital. At the artificial mountain scenic spot, the black coffin trembled more violently than ever before. Even the coffin lid seemed to bounce slightly. Atop the coffin, a subtle sword scar appeared, and as the coffin lid moved, it appeared to come to life. In an instant, sword energy enveloped the entire black coffin, suppressing the malevolence within. The coffin lid was firmly sealed, leaving no trace of a gap. Moments later, the voice of the elder within the black coffin sounded again. Filled with an overwhelming sense of weakness, I nearly lost control. If the elder within the coffin were to go berserk, it would bring immeasurable losses to humanity and even impact the front lines of the abyssal plains. This black coffin serves both as a life-sustaining artifact for the elder and as an indestructible seal. You still had unfinished words. Please continue. After being subdued by the sword energy, though weakened, the elder's mind became even clearer. "All right," the man in black hastily said. "Today, Xiao Luo ventured to challenge the 3rd level." The elder within the black coffin blurted out, "What? He has completed the level clear again?" "Not yet." The elder surprisingly let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Luo's extraordinary prowess had instead placed immense psychological pressure on him. This pressure stemmed from considerations of the greater situation. As a former deity of war, he stands as one of the pinnacle forces of the human race, second only to the most formidable beings. The elder's perspective on issues is far beyond the comprehension of others. The delicate balance between the human race and the abyssal plane is exceedingly fragile. In terms of overall strength, humanity is vastly inferior to the abyss, considerably weak. Yet, the various demons of the abyss are disunited, engaged in relentless conflict, crushing one another, and suffering from severe internal strife. It is akin to two individuals brawling. While humanity possesses a strength of 100, exhibiting remarkable unity, they can unleash an effect of 100, even 110. Conversely, the demon race boasts a strength of 1,000. Yet each limb harbors its own intentions, occasionally inflicting harm upon themselves, ultimately still yielding an effect of merely 100. It is precisely for this reason that both sides have reached the current stalemate, pulling against each other, unable to gain the upper hand. The emergence of Xiao undoubtedly represents a shift in this dynamic. In the long run, with Xiao in existence, the strength of humanity will surely see a steady increase, bringing more advantages than disadvantages. However, when analyzing the current situation, Xiao's appearance may alert the demons of the abyss, prompting them to unite against the perceived threat. Such occurrences have transpired numerous times throughout history. Whenever a seed of extraordinary power emerges within humanity, the demon's unity index skyrockets, until that seed achieves the pinnacle of power, at which point both sides fall into a new stalemate. If Xiao proves to be excessively formidable, the demons may very well set aside their past grievances and disputes, uniting like never before, which would not bode well for humanity, the elder remarked intermittently. In truth, signs of this have already begun to manifest. Xuanming and Jiao have repeatedly mentioned to Yi Bai that humanity is currently stretched thin across all fronts, with war god level powers struggling to respond everywhere. The elder's concerns are gradually transforming into reality. "You may continue," he permitted. The man in black resumed. "Today, Xiao breached the 3rd level, advancing to the 20th grid just 21 minutes ago. Xiao eliminated the cavernous serpent in a mere 0.01 seconds. This, indeed, was the most significant news the man in black brought forth. Yesterday, upon Xiao's successful completion, he did not awaken the being as instructed by the elder. As the elder stated, frequent awakenings would only hasten his demise. Yet the 0.01 second completion was a matter of grave importance that warranted immediate notification. To his surprise, the elder reacted with remarkable indifference upon hearing this news. This can only indicate that Xiao possesses extraordinary explosive damage potential, perhaps stemming from skills or even innate talent. Humanity already wields an invincible sword. Acquiring another will not sever this quagmire of a stalemate. The elder's analysis was astute as he continued. Regardless, let's initiate the Dawn Plan. The Dawn Plan. The man in black stiffened. Shouldn't this plan be activated only when Shioluo possesses at least warlord-level strength? Could it be that, in the Elder's mind, Shioluo is already comparable to a warlord? How is this possible? Shioluo has only just emerged into the world for 4 days. Daring not to dwell on this, a chill ran down the man's spine as he quickly nodded in acquiescence. As commanded, it is widely acknowledged that the darkest hour precedes dawn. Thus, the dawn plan is designed for the most obscure of times. In the short term, do not awaken me again. I wish to extend my years, and my remaining lifespan is scant, enduring daily turmoil. The black coffin slowly descended. This meeting has reached its conclusion. The man in black bowed once more, retreating silently. Ancestor, Shioluo has just surpassed the 80th grid and left a message. The black coffin trembled slightly, abruptly sinking deeper, causing the entire artificial mountain to sway, along with the imperial capital, reminiscent of a paper boat tossed in a storm. Once again, the elder's voice resonated from within the coffin. A prodigy. Following this, he sank back into an endless abyss of darkness and slumber. What should be inscribed on the message board for the 80th grid? Yi Bai pondered before the board, contemplating how to impress suitably. Shioluo, I came, I saw, I conquered. It remained a bold proclamation, and Yi Bai swiftly advanced to the 81st grid. The condition of these miners is poor. If provoked, an unnecessary conflict may erupt. Within the cavern, a group of dust-covered miners were resting. Each bore injuries, their wounds wrapped in darkened bandages, some missing limbs, relying on canes for support. None remained capable of fighting. Upon Yi Bai's entrance into the cavern, he immediately drew the miners' attention, many casting wary glances. Among them, an elder stood forth, evidently the leader of this group. The profession of mining is fraught with peril, and even if one does not perish underground, they are susceptible to various occupational ailments, leading to untimely deaths. Consequently, miners with extensive experience are exceedingly rare. Their rich expertise equips them to handle any unforeseen circumstances that may arise underground, earning them considerable esteem within the team, thus easily ascending to leadership roles. Stranger, you are not welcome here. Advance or depart, the miner leader conveyed, reflecting the sentiments of all present. Fear not. We share a common goal, my friends, Yi Bai reassured, producing a hard hat. This is a gift from the comrade I rescued. How do we know you did not slay him and seize his helmet? A young miner blurted out instinctively, his youthful face marking him as the least experienced among them. The miner leader turned sharply, bellowing at the young man, "You little brat, shut your mouth. Speak again, and I shall smash that foul mouth of yours. I swear I will." The miners in the tunnels were far from weaklings, and the leader did not wish to instigate unnecessary conflict. "I apologize. As you can see, my companions are somewhat anxious. None of us wish for unfortunate events to transpire, do we?" As he spoke, the miners behind their leader tightened their grips on their weapons. Yi Bai, undeterred by their wariness, continued. "The miner I rescued informed me of the markings you would leave behind. I followed his lead based on those markings. Upon revealing the significance of the markings, the tension among the miners dissipated, as if an invisible alarm had been deactivated. You have proven your friendship with the miners. I apologize for the prior offense and hope you can understand. After all, we are underground and anything can happen." The miner leader exchanged a few more words with Yi Bai, learning that their group had originally consisted of over 1,000 members. However, now they had suffered significant losses, and those remaining bore injuries, lacking the strength to continue onward. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai generously stated, "I will leave the same markings along my path. If you're able to rest sufficiently, you may follow. Your kindness is akin to that of Mother Earth caring for her children. I cannot adequately express my gratitude." The miner leader hesitated momentarily before deciding to inquire. "Perhaps this is an imposition, but do you have any water?" "Indeed, let me check. I still have 20 liters of water. How much do you require?" At the mention of water, the miners' faces lit up with a glimmer of hope, as if they had glimpsed life itself. "There are 32 of us. If you could provide us with 32 drops of water." The miner leader's expression turned somewhat awkward as he produced a pouch of ore, the most valuable item he could offer. "In exchange, this is the essence of what we mined earlier. We discarded most of the ore, retaining only the most valuable portion." "Deal." Yi-Bai readily agreed to the exchange of 32 drops of water for a pouch of precious ore. As he received the ore, he felt its weight pulling him down slightly, astonished at how heavy it was. The greater the density, the higher the quality of the ore. Bidding farewell to the miners, Yi-Bai continued on his journey. After he departed, under the leadership of the miner chief, each miner was given a drop of water. As soon as the water was in their hands, they eagerly drank it. A miraculous event unfolded. One miner tore off his bandages, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "I can see again." A man lying on a stretcher joyfully shouted, "I can feel my body. Oh no, it hurts. Someone punch me, so I can faint," cried a young man who had lost an arm, watching in astonishment as his severed limb regenerated, dancing with joy. Such occurrences were rampant. Everyone's injuries were miraculously healing, as if a divine miracle had descended. All of this stemmed from the 32 drops of water left by Yi-Bai. The miner chief, with tears glistening in his eyes, choked out, "The rumors are true. The rumors are true. Water is the source of life." Chapter 065. The moment of witnessing a miracle in the Eternal Tower. On the third level, in the 90th square, after collapsing at Yi-Bai's feet and experiencing the baptism of heavenly thunder, it felt deeply moved, transforming itself into ash. It was once again time for cheerful messages. Yi-Bai approached the message board. The number of individuals who could reach a 90 exploration degree was extremely scarce. Many with high talents were thwarted at various checkpoints, left to lament their scores. With fewer visitors, the messages on the board dwindled further. After all, not everyone would leave a message. For instance, the third strongest, Xiao Yao. Yi-Bai had heard that there were 3 supreme beings among the human race, namely Meng Yin, Wu Hen, and Xiao Yao. Each had their own unique role. Meng Yin stationed at Blue Star, Wu Hen battling in the Abyss Dimension, while Xiao Yao guarded the Eternal Tower, attempting to conquer it. This information was openly documented in textbooks. Even the Abyss Dimension was well aware of it. The existence of these supreme beings served as a deterrent, as ultimate weapons inherently instill fear. Only by wielding the sword can one intimidate those with ill intentions. Among the 3 supreme beings, the one with the least information and the most mystery was the last, Xiao Yao. Yi-Bai had traversed through 90 squares. Having checked 8 message boards, yet none bore Xiao Yao's message. This board, too, lacked any message from Xiao Yao. Yi-Bai opened the message board. Meng Yin, a 100 exploration degree is so plain and tedious. Wu Hen, you upstairs, you Haven T, achieved a 100 exploration clearance. Remember my name. The first to clear with 100 is me. Shui Meng, I am truly formidable. Suddenly, beneath the messages of the supreme beings, a message from Shui Meng sprang forth, and Yi-Bai felt momentarily out of place. It was akin to a group of top students engaged in intense study, suddenly interrupted by delinquents snapping selfies amidst their serious work. The scene was exceptionally jarring. At this juncture, the significance of boasting through messages had diminished considerably. Nonetheless, Yi-Bai was unwilling to miss any opportunity to leave a mark for posterity. Xiaoluo, next, is the moment to witness a miracle. After all, a magician is still a magician. Borrowing this notion is quite reasonable. Closing the message board, Yi-Bai glanced at the time. 101. At this pace, upon clearing, I can directly venture into the 7th level. Levels 3, 4, 5, and 6 are interconnected. If I achieve a 100 exploration degree on the 3rd level, I can skip the subsequent 3 levels and proceed straight to the 7th level. Guided by the Eye of Insight, Yi-Bai evaded deadly traps and obstacles, progressing smoothly. In fact, the challenge of the last 10 squares was not as daunting as Yi-Bai had anticipated. There was no exponential increase in difficulty. It was rather gentle. Ahead lay 100 squares. Exploration degree, 98. Observing the prompt before him, Yi-Bai furrowed his brows, realizing that matters were not as simple as they seemed. There were a total of 100 squares, and advancing 1 square increased exploration degree by 1. This meant that upon reaching 100 squares, the exploration degree would be 99, not 100. Like lightning piercing the night, illuminating the world, Yi-Bai glimpsed the truth of the matter. Upon entering this level, the Eye of Insight had already hinted. To achieve a 100 exploration degree, one must first reach 99 and then add 1. This was the meaning. Eye of Insight, so this is what I meant. I understand now. Yes, this is indeed my intention. Yi Bai gazed ahead into the dark, ominous cave entrance. The final step. 100 squares. Exploration degree 99. Upon making his choice, he entered a vast, empty cavern. Strange. Was there not supposed to be any trace of Medusa's husband? Why was there nothing? Yi Bai searched the cave, discovering it was entirely devoid of anything unusual, and no bizarre notes popped up. Something was amiss. Coupled with Yi Bai's experiences thus far, the general outline of the story emerged in his mind. A creature capable of petrifying individuals had suddenly descended, immensely powerful, wreaking havoc. The miners, encountering the monster, were forced to flee into the abandoned mine, seeking an alternate exit. The monster was likely connected to Medusa, Medusa's husband, attempting to rectify the destruction caused by his wife. Braved danger alone to scout ahead, leaving marks for those who followed. The miners, combining Medusa's marks, cautiously advanced through the perilous cave, yet still paid a heavy price. The source of all turmoil, all clues pointed to one person, Medusa. Medusa, also known as Medusa, easily conjures images of the snake monster from mythology. Having found nothing, Yi Bai directed his gaze to the wall. The supreme being, Meng Yin, had once entrusted a message, advising Yi Bai to strike the wall, promising unexpected benefits. On the wall, Yi Bai spotted the familiar message board, bearing a message from Meng Yin. Meng Yin, I understand now Medusa's husband is long dead, and the woman behind the stone pile is a wandering soul. This is a tragic tale of a loving couple. There are no traces or relics of Medusa's husband here, but the air still lingers with his affection. Love speaks silently. I shall awkwardly draw a heart for him. Beside the message, a grotesque heart was sketched. Yi Bai's expression darkened. What kind of comprehension ability did Meng Yin possess? The issue was evidently with Medusa. That creature could very well be the petrifying monster. Whether it be giant lizards or miners, all beings Yi Bai encountered in the tunnels, the source of all chaos was Medusa. Wait a moment. Meng Yin instructed me to strike the wall as soon as I entered. This fellow couldn't possibly want me to erase his dark history, could he? If Yi Bai followed Meng Yan's orders and struck the wall without a second thought, the message board would likely be destroyed, and Meng Yan's dark history would be wiped clean. With a snap, Yi Bai pulled out his phone and took hundreds of photos in quick succession. Then, he retrieved a DSLR and snapped hundreds more. He stored photos in every conceivable device, film, discs, hard drives. Bringing a DSLR on an adventure in the Eternal Tower is quite reasonable, isn't it? After completing all this, Yi Bai smiled as he stowed away his belongings and continued to look downwards. Using dark history to extort the Supreme Being? That seems inappropriate. However, leaving a backup plan for himself was undoubtedly wise. The irritable elder brother was online, ready to cut down foes. Yi Bai had not anticipated that the Supreme Being Wu Hen possessed such a side. Yi Bai's gaze shifted downwards, astonished to find even more. Besides Meng Yin and Wu Hen, someone else had left a message here. Xiao Yao, a dull story. The message from the third Supreme Being. Yi Bai once again took out his phone. The crisp sound echoed, a testament to the prowess of the strongest. After capturing the perfect photograph, Yi Bai faced a conundrum. How to achieve a complete exploration rating of 100. The previous 3 formidable beings had traversed this mine, lingering within its confines. Each of them, without exception, concluded their journey with a mere 99, unable to advance further. The same dilemma now loomed over Yi Bai. If this were a riddle to be deciphered, the 3 before him had failed for various reasons. Could Yi Bai solve it? He was capable of directly perceiving the answer. Ah, that alleviates my concerns. The method for acquiring the final exploration point. 1. Break down the wall before you, create an escape route for the miners, and rescue some of them to achieve a full exploration rating of 100. Upon reading the insight from the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai's brow furrowed once more. If that were the case, it meant that the formidable Nightmare had sent word to Yi Bai. It was a covert way of revealing the method to clear the challenge. Experience and wisdom truly define the strongest. Even without the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai could achieve a full rating guided by Nightmare's hint. 2. Retrace your steps. Confront the deceitful serpent woman, and after defeating her, all petrified beings will be restored, and the mine will no longer pose a threat. allowing for a full exploration rating of 100. Two choices lay before Yi Bai. One was easily attainable. By simply demolishing the wall, he could immediately achieve a full exploration rating. The other required retracing his steps, revisiting the path of the future, which would be even more troublesome. If you choose to retrace your steps, every mine must be thoroughly cleansed, and the monsters within will enter a berserk state, becoming even more formidable. The Eye of Insight reports 1:08 a.m. Remaining time in the Eternal Tower, 4 hours, 51 minutes, and 46 seconds. Yi Bai faced two choices: to let go of past grievances, shedding all burdens, and escaping this nightmare, which might offer a fleeting sense of safety and tranquility, only to be awakened by nightmares in the dead of night, tears streaming down his face. Or to push against the current, wielding his sword, severing the shackles, and personally ending this nightmare. This choice presented only one option for Yi Bai. He would choose to reverse course. Today, he was determined to see just how beautiful this demoness truly was. How would I know? I only know what she looks like. Once Yi Bai made his choice, the Eye of Insight proved to be most cooperative. Navigation by the Eye of Insight has commenced. Proceed 5 meters, turn around. Adjust direction. 100 grids, each containing 3 mines, all teeming with enraged monsters. 300 mines meant 300 battles, and Yi Bai was left with less than 5 hours, requiring him to resolve each battle in under a minute. Even Yi Bai felt the weighty pressure of racing against time. Like a gale, he charged into the first mine, swinging his staff with unrestrained ferocity. Wind Fury, Lightning Blessing, Heavenly Thunder, Ignite, Blue Star. Time, 1:20 a.m. It had been 19 minutes since anyone had heard from the Shura on the message board. The last time, Shura had left a message at the 90th grid. Next, witness the moment of miracles. The entire world was watching him, awaiting the arrival of a miracle. This wait stretched on for 20 minutes. What were you thinking? The message board could only be viewed by those who had reached it in the Eternal Core City. Throughout human history, many had reached the 90th grid. If not 100, then at least 80. Shura's message at the 90th grid was a proclamation from a war god. Yet, only 3 had truly reached the 100th grid: Nightmare, Wuhan, and Xiaoyao. Now, it seemed another might be added to that list. Shura. No one would be surprised if Shura reached the 100th grid. What everyone anticipated was whether a miracle would indeed be born. Could Shura achieve a full exploration rating? 20 minutes had passed, and no one knew the answer. Only time would tell. On this night, the world remained sleepless, fixated on Shura, awaiting an announcement from the Eternal Tower, awaiting a miracle. Chapter 066. A miracle truly occurred. In the Eternal Tower, on the 3rd floor. The Eye of Insight continues to guide you. Ahead, wind slash, and happiness shall be complete. Shura, wielding 2 watermelon knives, cut through the 3rd layer, killing without a blink. Do you ask if my eyes are dry? Dry. Yi Bai exhaled deeply, sitting upon a rock, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. Clearly exhausted, these monsters, once enraged, had significantly heightened their levels and attributes. Battling alone was manageable, but a single mine could contain anywhere from a dozen to several dozen foes. To resolve the conflict swiftly, Yi Bai needed to engage in efficient slaughter. Otherwise, he would fail to meet the time constraint. In such high-pressure combat, some would become flustered and disoriented, moving slower as their anxiety increased. Not everyone could withstand such intense environments. Conversely, some thrived, entering a state of extreme focus. The greater the external pressure, the more concentrated they became. Performing at their best, this was known as a pressure cooker personality. Yi Bai was evidently one of the latter. His innate composure was suited for grand spectacles. Amidst the frenzied slaughter and unending battles, Yi Bai's combat skills escalated at a terrifying pace. He utilized every facet to its utmost, seamlessly connecting wind, fire, and lightning skills, executing the wind, slash, and normal attacks perfectly, supplementing damage while achieving rapid displacement. Initially, Yi Bai required 1.5 to 2 minutes to eliminate the monsters in a mine. As his proficiency improved, his efficiency soared close to perfection, continually decreasing the time required. Now, Yi Bai could effortlessly clear a mine in under 40 seconds. He defeated Lan Ba Fu, recovering 15 health and gaining 2,596 experience. He leveled up to 28, enhancing his attributes and distributing free points as predetermined. He leveled up to 31, further enhancing his attributes. He leveled up to 42. As the battles raged on, Yi Bai's level continued to rise, his attributes skyrocketing, yet the difficulty of combat showed no signs of diminishing. Monsters in the mines will grow in strength alongside the intruder's level, perfectly aligned with his desires, while it was gratifying to crush weaklings. Not gaining experience would simply waste time. Yi Bai remained mindful that all he did was to grow stronger. Uncleared mines, 135, remaining time, 1 hour, 49 minutes. Let us continue the fight. The natural power felt somewhat heavy in his hands as Yi Bai propped open his eyelids and made his way to the next mine. This high-intensity combat had persisted for 3 hours, with over 100 mines yet to be cleared. Under such circumstances, anyone would feel fatigued. It was merely a matter of time. Yi Bai's ability to endure until now was truly remarkable. Blue Star. Time, 4:11 a.m. Tonight, people experienced the dichotomy of extremes. In the earlier hours of the night, various media platforms reveled in a frenzy. Shura shattered record after record at an incomprehensible pace. But since 1 a.m., no further news had emerged about him. The good news, Shura had not yet cleared the challenge. The bad news, Shura had still not cleared it. As long as no news of his clearance was reported, it could be considered acceptable news for the human race. After all, a glimmer of hope remained. However, more began to waver. Could Shura truly accomplish what the 3 strongest could not? When the formidable Wuhan rose to prominence, we also waited through the night, only to be disappointed in the end. Let us lend our vitality to Shura. Let those below the rank of battle soldiers lend their energy to the 3rd layer of the Eternal Tower. Thank you. As the hours dragged on, the crowd continued to wait, but with each passing moment, an increasing number of individuals began to waver, their silence growing palpable, and the light in their eyes gradually dimming. They waited to witness a miracle. This was the promise of Shiluo, who had never disappointed thus far. In matters of disappointment, Shiluo's performance had consistently been disheartening. In the Eternal Tower on the 3rd level, at 5:50 p.m., Yi Bai rolled his eyes and declared, "Cut the song, let us be more imposing. I stand before you. How much do I resemble the past? Is this what you call imposing?" His eyes felt parched. Only one challenge remained. Yi Bai gazed at the pile of stones ahead. With 10 minutes left, he could still spare time to change his attire. Preparing for the 30th layer? All set. All set. The prelude of the Dagger Society commenced. Accompanied by the prelude of the Dagger Society, Yi Bai lightly pressed forward, causing the stone pile to begin disintegrating. This sounds like the birth of Sun Wukong, and I have become the antagonist? As the stones crumbled, a woman's voice emerged, sobbing. "Are you saying he is dead? Guess again, if you were mistaken." From the haze, a monstrous serpent with 9 heads gradually took form. Yi Bai did not rush into combat. The hint from his insight eye indicated that the foe was currently in an invincible state, akin to a character still caught in a cutscene of a game. As the fog dissipated, the grotesque visage of Medusa appeared before Yi Bai. If one were to seek an example to illustrate such ugliness, it would be difficult to find. The 9 serpentine heads glinted dangerously, fixating on Yi Bai from every angle. Prepare to strike. Countdown, 321. Thunder. Petrifying gaze. 2 cunning entities seem to have timed their most potent skills for a simultaneous ambush, aiming for a single lethal blow. Medusa's 9 heads lunged forward. For this attack, she sacrificed 3 heads that would wither forever. Why? Why didn't you turn to stone? Medusa, witnessing Yi Bai unscathed, lost her sanity and writhed in fury, striking the stone walls and sending countless debris tumbling. Yi Bai smiled silently. He had no inclination to enlighten his adversary. "Are you dumbfounded? I possess the anti-magic disc." Yi Bai was always cautious about preserving his life. Even if the anti-magic disc were to fail, he could rely on the eternal flame of life and was cloaked in Guardian Angel. 3 lives. How could you contend with me? Do you possess the means to challenge me? Under the petrifying gaze, Yi Bai did indeed feel his speed slow. However, this did not hinder the outcome of his spellcasting. The terrifying red lightning coalesced at a leisurely pace, its overwhelming power sending chills through anyone who dared to glance. Medusa evidently anticipated a grim fate. Her strongest attack had proven futile, while the skill Yi Bai was about to unleash was more than capable of obliterating her. Have mercy and spare me. I am but a mere pawn. Boom! The thunder descended, engulfing Medusa and silencing her impending words. Confessions of regret? Let them go to hell. Yi Bai felt no compassion as he gazed upon the ashes of the Medusa serpent. Unable to bear such aesthetics, he took his leave. A lingering glance could lead one to the urology clinic, becoming a privileged client with benefits like expedited service and discounts. At the moment Yi Bai vanquished Medusa, the entire cavern began to tremble violently, and countless petrified beings awakened. A familiar notification echoed in Yi Bai's ears. Calculating completion scores for Blue Star. Time, 5:57 p.m. While most were drowsy, preparing to rest ahead of the new day's toil, only a scant few remained steadfast in their wait for the elusive miracle. Akin to waiting for a web author to update. They believed that if it were Xiaoluo, disappointment would be out of the question. Now came the moment to witness a miracle. This was your promise, Xiaoluo. If Xiaoluo were to create a miracle, I would not guide for a year. If Xiaoluo were to create a miracle, I would venture into the abyss for another 3 years. Only 3 minutes remained. Even the most devoted believers in Xiaoluo felt a twinge of doubt. Perhaps, indeed, there was no miracle to be found. Just as not every request for an update would yield results. Yet this time felt different. At 5:57, 48 p.m. in the capital of Blue Star, a message detonated into the drowsy world like a depth charge, sweeping across everything at breakneck speed, igniting a storm. Congratulations to player Xiaoluo for achieving a level score completion of the 3rd layer of the Eternal Tower. Congratulations to player Xiaoluo for achieving a level score completion of the 4th layer. 3, 4, 5, 6. With 4 level completions on the 4th layer, Xiaoluo flooded the screens at the last moment. Simultaneously, social media exploded, becoming the sole topic of discussion across Blue Star. In the Wolf's Nest, countless individuals raised their glasses in jubilation, their tables overflowing with fine wine. Tonight's expenses were to be covered by Xiaoluo, courtesy of young Master Zhao. Cheers erupted. Everyone raised their cups, exclaiming in unison, to Xiaoluo, to the age of supremacy, to the future of our kind. In the capital, at the scenic spot of the rockery, the black coffin bobbed rhythmically, as if dancing. While others partied atop graves, the elderly man in the black coffin performed a drift. Finally, he tossed out a remark. Awaken me only when Xiaoluo breaks the heavens. How much lifespan did the old man possess to squander? With that, the black coffin sank into the depths, sealing itself tightly. As the eastern light illuminated the land, the sun was astonished to find the revelers had risen earlier than he for their festivities. Don't you all have work? Every media platform displayed the same headline. The moment of witnessing a miracle. For indeed, a miracle had occurred. Chapter 067. Level Completion Rewards. 4. As the notifications flooded the server for the completion of the 3rd layer of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai was presented with a plethora of rewards. For completing the 3rd layer with a level score, he received the reward, Mysterious Mine. For completing the 4th layer, he received the reward, Mysterious Mine. For completing the 5th layer, he received the reward, Super Energy Furnace. For completing the 6th layer, he earned the reward, Nanha Miners Guild 1. These rewards belonged solely to Yi Bai. 2 Mysterious Mines, 1 Super Energy Furnace, and 1 Nanha Miners Guild. As the rewards were distributed, the surroundings of the mine began to transform. The battleground he had just fought upon now morphing into a space uniquely his own. Here, it would evolve into a realm akin to a trading sanctuary, accessible only to Yi Bai and those he permitted. Open 24 hours a day. Even when the Eternal Tower was not in operation, Yi Bai could enter the mine. Mysterious Mine. Miners can be dispatched, or one can personally descend to excavate raw ores, occasionally yielding mysterious chests and various special items. The excavated raw ores, 65 chance for level quality, 30 chance for level quality, 45 chance for level quality. Current reserves, 30 million tons. 2 mysterious mines, one with a reserve of 30 million tons and the other with 45 million tons. When calculated by tier, these 2 mines contain 75 tons of level raw ore. However, Most of these ores lie deep within the mine, posing the greatest challenges in extraction, requiring the most time. Additionally, the raw ores must be refined to remove impurities before they can be utilized for forging and other purposes. Regardless of the circumstances, both mines represent a tremendous wealth awaiting Yi Bai's excavation. At this moment, Yi Bai can proudly declare to the world, "My family owns a mine." Indeed, his family possesses a mine. Kind-hearted individuals, we meet again. Deep within the mine, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes as a group of tattered, dust-covered individuals approaches Yi Bai. Their numbers have significantly increased, with 200 to 300 people visible at a glance, creating a dark mass. Clearly, many miners had previously been petrified by Medusa, but now, everything has returned to normal, and they have regained their mobility. Once again, the middle-aged man, the leader of the miners, bows to Yi Bai in gratitude, thanking him for slaying that terrifying creature and all he has done for them. The Nanha Miners Guild is willing to serve him for all eternity. With nearly 300 miners simultaneously removing their helmets and placing them against their chests, they bow slightly and declare in unison, "We are at your service, my lord." There is no need for such formality. I have merely made a modest contribution. With 2 colossal mines at his disposal, it is indeed time for Yi Bai to employ manpower. To have a mine alone would take an eternity. The arrival of this group of miners has perfectly resolved Yi Bai's urgent dilemma. Although the Eternal Tower has bestowed the authority over the Miners Guild upon Yi Bai, he harbors no thoughts of exploitation. Rather, he generously states, "Everyone, as long as you follow me, your wages will be paid in full, and all benefits will remain the same as before. 3 hearty meals a day, and ample drinks and meat after work." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Bai notices a look of confusion on the faces of most miners, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Turning to the side, he inquires of the miner leader, "Did I say something wrong?" "My lord," the leader hesitates for a moment before revealing the truth. "We usually only have 2 meals a day." Yi Bai responds, "From now on, there will be 3. Such a simple statement brings tears to the eyes of many within the Miners Guild. Under the prompt of the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai perceives a marked increase in their affection towards him. Of course, his intention in doing so is not merely to win their hearts. "Tell me, what do you lack?" These miners have been fleeing, having just escaped Medusa's clutches, and some of them lacked even decent tools. Yi Bai instructs the miner leader to compile a list. 4 essential living supplies. He will procure them directly from the trading realm. As for specialized mining equipment, designs must be drafted and customized according to the conditions of the mines, which can be postponed for the time being. After 15 minutes, the miner leader presents a list to Yi Bai. "My lord, in addition to food and fresh water, we also require a substantial quantity of healing potions." Upon stating this, the leader feels somewhat embarrassed, as they have yet to generate any value for their employer while incurring considerable expenses. The miner leader adds, "I will organize the team to quickly assess the situation outside the mines and devise a mining plan to strive for early production. There is no rush for exploration. With the Eye of Insight, there is no need for such cumbersome tasks." Yi Bai, upon receiving the list, directly contacts his goblin assistant using the Trading Realm Pass. "Prepare party food and fresh water for 500 people, along with drinks." Yi Bai speculates that the outside world is likely celebrating, so his request is not unreasonable. The goblin assistant responds promptly, 150 gold coins. As soon as the payment is sent, Yi Bai receives the delivered food and water. Yi Bai hands the food over to the miner leader, instructing, "Please organize the distribution. Ensure everyone has enough, but do not let them drink the alcohol just yet." "Understood." The miner leader and his team begin to busy themselves. If rationed, the 500 servings of food could sustain them for a week. However, according to Yi Bai's standard of 3 meals a day, it would only last a day and a half. After a brief wait, Yi Bai sends another message to his goblin assistant. "A minor issue has arisen. I need 400 low-level healing scrolls purchased anonymously for 200 gold. You have a new email." The healing scrolls are distributed, and once again, the miner leader expresses his gratitude to Yi Bai. "My lord, we are merely miners. We can dig, but we are somewhat inexperienced in smelting and forging." The miner leader gestures towards the super furnace beside the mine, stating, "If you wish to smelt the raw ores we extract, you may need to hire a specialized workforce." "Understood." Once you have hired the new team, I can send a few individuals to learn from them, and soon enough, we can manage everything ourselves. You all should rest for now. Mining can wait. We have plenty of time ahead. After ensuring the miners are settled, Yibai finally takes a moment to assess his own situation. Mines, miners, furnaces. These rewards represent a steady stream of wealth for Yibai. With these mines and the hiring of additional smelting and forging personnel, Yibai can craft his own equipment and items, even sell them externally. Money is not omnipotent. Without it, one cannot achieve anything. Furthermore, Yibai's own strength has seen immense growth. Having battled through 300 mines and ultimately facing Medusa, Yibai has surged from level 26 to level 54. Upon summoning his attribute panel, Eternal, Shura Talent, Eye of Insight, level 54 Profession, Thunder Mage, Wind, Fire, Lightning 1, 640, 016, 400, 2, 150, 021, 500 Strength, 672, 100 Intelligence, 1, 469, 80, Spirit, 1, 357, 70, Agility, 634, 45, Constitution, 543, 100 Luck, 12 Equipment, Nature's Power, 2, Skills, Lightning Arrow, Thunder Blessing, Charge, Thunderstorm, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite, etc. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Specialization, Fire Specialization, Wind Specialization. All 5 basic attributes have surpassed 500, with the 2 most critical attributes for a mage, Intelligence and Spirit, approaching 500. Yibai has finally begun to resemble a true mage. Having individual attributes exceeding 1,000 is one of the rigid criteria for evaluating a war champion. Of course, this is merely a single criterion for the first-tier war champion. The evaluation of a war champion is primarily based on strength, combat prowess, and achievements. Having just become a 9th-tier warrior, Yibai does not yet plan to pursue the war champion assessment. In addition to the increase in attributes, Yibai has also gained 2 significant rewards. This battle lasted nearly 5 hours, during which he utilized over 10,000 thunder attacks. Now, the base damage of thunder has reached an impressive 655. Even without stacking charge, a single thunder strike can easily obliterate a low-tier warrior. Even high-tier warriors would lose half their health from a single strike. The high growth potential of thunder was anticipated by Yibai. Unfortunately, he had limited opportunities to unleash it. Such a prolonged battle is a rare occurrence. In addition to the increase in thunder damage, Nature's Power has also advanced. This represents one of Yibai's substantial gains from this endeavor. Nature's Power can advance a total of 12 times, which is why Yibai invested heavily in its acquisition. Equipment. Nature's Power, 25, tier, level attributes, Intelligence 80, Spirit 70. Affixes. Heaven's Wrath increases the lightning damage dealt by the staff wielder by 20 and reduces lightning damage taken by 1. Dual Born. When releasing lightning skills, there is a 5 chance to simultaneously release with skills and vice versa. Thunderstorm. When releasing lightning skills, there is a 0.1 chance to deal double damage. Defy Authority. Extra lightning damage of 10 against enemies of a higher level than the wielder. Advanced Entry. The contest of thunder and lightning. To slay a creature of the thunder system between levels 25 and 60 upon killing. The power of nature will advance in level and randomly grant a skill from a slain being. Total possible advancements, 10. Already advanced, 2. Remarkably, it has evolved into a formidable piece of equipment. Though it may be modest, it is undeniably a substantial piece of gear. The potential for the power of nature to advance has surpassed Yibai's expectations. Previous entries have received varying degrees of enhancement. Simultaneously, a new entry has emerged, Fearless of Authority, which allows one to inflict greater damage when confronting foes of higher levels. This entry proves advantageous, having remarkable effects in battle. Due to Yibai's unique identity, he frequently encounters adversaries of superior ranks. With a bonus from Fearless of Authority, his already overflowing explosive damage is further amplified. After concealing the attribute panel and equipment description, Yibai's personal gains from this journey are nearly accounted for. Coincidentally, the announcement from the Eternal Tower resonated once more, signaling the conclusion of evaluations and the official distribution of level rewards. Players who have conquered the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th layers at the Shura level will be rewarded with the Eternal Towers, Minor S Brigade. Limited time overall enhancement. Granting all attributes of the Eternal Towers human race an increase of 30 for 24 hours. Limited time, focused defense. Reducing damage taken by the Eternal Towers human race by 20 for 24 hours. Limited time, experience boost. Providing the Eternal Towers human race with an experience gain of 15 for 12 hours. Minor S Brigade. The next time a treasure chest, capsule, or jar is opened, it will be a grade 1. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of the Eternal Tower are being reset and will reopen in 18 hours. Minor S Brigade and Experience Boost are newly introduced. The other 3 seem to be standard for level ratings, having successfully cleared 4 layers. Their duration has been extended to 24 hours. Yibai speculates that if he maintains his efficiency in conquering levels, this so-called limited time might, in some sense, become permanent. Alas, being exceptionally talented sometimes presents its own challenges. The potency of Minor S Brigade is something any gamer can comprehend. The inherent randomness of rewards, forcibly set to grade 1, results in an immensely significant enhancement. It is akin to winning 2 yuan in the lottery, but with grade 1, it transforms into 5 yuan, more than doubling. Furthermore, when one simply receives a thank you note, with grade 1, they win 2 yuan, multiplying countless times, such as the terror. As for the experience boost, it is a boon for average players, alleviating the difficulty of leveling up. Regrettably, it only lasts for 12 hours, equivalent to 2 days of exploration in the Eternal Tower. Nevertheless, within 2 days, he can find a way to extend it. Yibai is confident. After all, isn't it merely a level rating? How difficult could it be? He has accumulated 6 ratings in 3 days. Is Yibai proud? Indeed, immensely so. After dismissing the announcement from the Eternal Tower, Yibai observed that the mining area was properly arranged and randomly exited the game. A flash of white light passed. The voice of Ing Geo resonated, albeit somewhat dispirited, yet his words still carried an uncontrollable excitement, delivering a surprise. At 3 a.m. tonight, Xuanmeng ambushed the 4th leader of the demon sect near the abandoned factory. I personally intervened and severed the miscreant's head, confirming his demise. Young one, you can rest easy and focus on your studies. Following this, Ing Geo fell into silence, seemingly tending to his injuries. Just as a smile began to grace Yibai's face, it abruptly froze. Before him appeared a line of prompts, deliberately emphasized in bold black font. Lian is not dead. Originally, this was indeed the surprise. Chapter 068. A majestic war god, a promise of honor. You can never anticipate which will come first, surprises or shocks. The phrase, Lian is not dead, is undoubtedly not good news for Yibai. When he relayed this to Ing Geo, the latter's reaction was equally intriguing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ing Geo, being a formidable soul-type expert, was certain that the leader of the demon sect's soul had been thoroughly purified, leaving no remnants. Yibai carefully chose his words and slowly articulated. Is there a possibility that he had previously separated a part of his soul, and upon his demise, utilized a prepared formation to sacrifice 3 of his warlord-level subordinates to restore the completeness of his soul and extend his life? Ing Geo, your conjecture is rather detailed. Ing Geo nearly inquired if Yibai had been an eyewitness to the event. After a moment of silence, Ing Geo was forced to concede that such a possibility does indeed exist, and if the demon god were willing to assist him, the likelihood of success would be significantly high. As an expert in matters of the soul, particularly at the war god level, Ing Geo had not considered this before, primarily due to the normal fluctuations of the opponent's soul, showing no signs of defect. Moreover, the method Yibai proposed does hold theoretical validity. However, it bears a considerable drawback. A restored Lian can, in a certain sense, would no longer be the same entity as before. It would be akin to a ship whose every component has been replaced, rendering it unrecognizable. Even so, a restored soul would still pose an exceedingly dangerous threat. The living room was suffused with a palpable aura of menace. Ing Geo's next statement nearly caused Yibai, who was sipping water, to choke. I shall procure Xuanmeng's head at once. Yibai, What does failing to kill Lian Lian can have anything to do with Xuan Ming? Yi Bai was perplexed by this illogical reasoning. How did Xuan Ming unwittingly become the scapegoat? Ying Jiu asserted with conviction, as a dignified war god. A promise is a promise. Since I have taken Xuan Ming's life as a guarantee, I must follow through. Oh, Yi Bai's response was rather nonchalant. Remember to take out the trash on your way out. Ying Jiu, aren't you going to persuade me otherwise? That would be inappropriate. Yi Bai had no desire to dissuade him. The old man's malice was well known. If you manage to kill Xuan Ming today, I shall not bear the surname Bai. Who would have known that Ying Jiu's audacity exceeded Yi Bai's imagination? Ying Jiu continued to elaborate. Since you deem it inappropriate, I shall grant you a favor. Otherwise, that young scoundrel Xuan Ming would not see the dawn. Yi Bai, such shamelessness. I humbly bow to you, Ying Jiu. The talent should indeed be bestowed upon you. We shall continue to pursue the whereabouts of Lian Lian Can, so do not fret too much. Severing and then restoring one's soul significantly diminishes strength. He would be at best at the warlord level. You also have a peak warlord bodyguard living next door, albeit not the sharpest tool in the shed. Yi Bai? It seems I have stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Yi Bai mused inwardly. Lu Qingyan is not the sharpest? Could it be that he suffers from some hidden ailment? Ying Jiu's tone turned grave. Now that Lian Lian Can has been resurrected, it is not impossible for him to sever ties with his past and live a life in obscurity. Regardless, even if he has any plans, he cannot trace them back to you, young one, so rest assured. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. Please refrain from planting flags for me. The more you say this, the higher the likelihood of him seeking me out. Along the way, Yi Bai also encountered Zhao Lin, who wore an exuberant expression. Bai, I successfully changed my class last night. I am now a Gale warrior. Excellent. That is indeed delightful. Zhao Lin was brimming with enthusiasm. His loquacious nature amplified as he spoke without pause. I was initially worried that the third layer would be too difficult and that I wouldn't be able to pass through. I heard that due to the Shura influence, the third to sixth layers will reset, creating a similar effect to purification. The difficulty will diminish, and the basic rewards will increase. From Zhao Lin, Yi Bai finally grasped the significance of the reset. In the previous 3 epochs of supremacy, similar occurrences had transpired, in certain exceptionally challenging special levels. Upon achieving 100 exploration points and clearing the level rating, a monumental transformation would occur. The difficulty has been reduced, the foundational rewards have been enhanced, and the barriers have been lowered. Of course, such adjustments come with a price. The upper limit of rewards will see a slight decrease. However, in comparison to the overall gains acquired by the human race, this adjustment is negligible. With a battle god-level seer stepping in, it is anticipated that following this reset of levels, the success rate for the new generation will soar, and the number of first-tier warriors will witness a significant surge. Zhao Lin's words brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Bai, do you understand what this means? We have a great chance of becoming warriors. That makes sense, thanks to Xiao Luo. Yi Bai responded with a more subdued demeanor, even somewhat apathetic. A warrior? He was already a 9th-tier warrior. Any further advancement would lead him to challenge the rank of a battle general. Zhao Lin's response was even more outrageous, exclaiming, If Xiao Luo were to appear before me now, I would bow to him twice. Yi Bai retorted, Really? You said that people from Longhua do not deceive each other. Do not bow to Xiao Luo. First, bow to your father. Get lost. In the outskirts of Nanjiang City, within a factory, a battle of godly proportions transpired quietly last night, only to conclude just as silently. Xuan Ming's figure re-emerged on the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Is this guy Cockroach? How can he still be alive? Numerous individuals were fiddling with instruments and arranging magical formations, attempting to uncover the opponent's true identity from the minutiae. Yet, it proved to be a formidable challenge. This individual had vanished without a trace. Although his strength had diminished, he had become even more perilous. 80 kilometers away from the abandoned factory, in a mid-range apartment located in the city center. There should be more safe houses like this, mused a young man with black hair, seated on a sofa, swirling a glass of red wine as he gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the world outside. His expression was cold and detached, starkly contrasting with the jubilant atmosphere around him. A sardonic smile etched upon his face. 3 battle kings had expended 2 favors from the demon god, ultimately trading them for this rebirth. That fool Xuemeng will probably think I am truly dead. As for that old fellow, Shadow, he may deceive him momentarily, but he will eventually realize the truth. For utmost caution, he resolved to venture into the Abyssal Realm sooner rather than later. The black-haired youth reminded himself that his safety was only temporary. Sooner or later, he would be pursued. Suddenly, a wavering voice echoed in his ear. "Do not forget our deal." The black-haired youth's expression darkened, and he replied curtly, "I will fulfill my promise. I will hunt down a lone wolf who killed my son." Upon uttering these words, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Why does the 4th demon god specifically want to battle king-level lone wolf dead? Is this a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of demonic nature? Regardless, to secure this rebirth, he had struck a deal with the 4th demon god. He must eliminate the target before he could escape to the Abyssal Realm. Once he arrived there, the 4th demon god would aid him in reclaiming his status as a battle god. Enough of these bygone matters. With the demise of the 4th demon sex leader, they should vanish into oblivion. With that, the black-haired youth rose and approached the window, sunlight cascading upon his face, casting shadows. "I am now a young teacher at Nanjiang No. 2 High School, accomplished and with a bright future, a backup identity I had long prepared. Let me review the recent work plan. Being assigned as a teaching assistant at the summer camp in Nanjiang City is splendid. Being with these naive youngsters, no one can threaten me, and there lies an opportunity to escape to the Abyssal Realm." The black-haired youth downed his wine in one gulp, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Lady Luck has finally smiled upon me." Chapter 69. Summer Camp Training Roster at Nanjiang No. 3 High School's Activity Hall. Typically a venue for school-wide gatherings, New Year's galas, and ceremonies for enrollment and graduation, the hall, capable of accommodating thousands, now had only about 20 students scattered throughout. They sat in small clusters, engaged in quiet conversations as they awaited the commencement of the meeting. Among them were Yi Bai and Zhao Lin, seated in the last row of the stands. "Bai, have you heard? This time, the list of 20 is not sorted by grades as before, but rather alphabetically by the first letter of their names." "Oh," Yi Bai feigned curiosity. "What difference does that make?" "There are some unfavorable rumors circulating outside." Zhao Lin hesitated, but decided to speak. "They say Vice Principal Zheng helped you cheat to win against Jiang Yun. The outcome of that fight is still in dispute, and the rankings have not been disclosed publicly for now." Upon finishing, Zhao Lin promptly patted Yi Bai on the shoulder. "I know you well enough. If you had the intention to cheat, you could win even without anyone's help. I have complete faith in you." Yi Bai felt a twinge of discomfort at Zhao Lin's words. Cheating on one's own does not make it any less of a transgression. Nevertheless, this minor commotion was merely a ripple in the vast sea of events for Yi Bai. Currently, as the participants had yet to enter the summer camp training, it was inconvenient for him to reveal his true strength. Zhao Lin had shouldered the blame thus far, but given his slight build, he could hardly bear such a burden. Once they entered the summer camp, Yi Bai could attribute his newfound strength directly to the training. "The training program is what made me stronger. Is that reasonable?" "It is entirely reasonable." With everyone present and the school officials arriving, a teacher began to organize the assembly. "Students, please move forward. There are plenty of seats available. Why are you sitting at the back? Move it. Those in the last row, come to the front." Yi Bai and Zhao Lin, along with the other students, were rearranged into the first 2 rows, awaiting the leader's address. Vice Principal Zhang hurriedly arrived at the podium, out of breath. "Principal, Jiang Yun is absent. That brat refuses to come no matter how much I persuade him. We cannot let his absence delay the entire summer camp training. This is Jiang Yun's own decision. He is an adult and must take responsibility for himself," the principal stated before stepping up to the podium to deliver his speech. The principal's monotonous address, even if laced with encouragement and exhortation, inevitably lulled many into drowsiness. "That is all I have to say. The students in the front row can wake up now." With a jest from the principal, several students chuckled, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Vice Principal Zheng, also serving as the academic director, stepped forward with a microphone, stating, "As the principal mentioned earlier, you will not have classes at school for the time being. The summer camp will operate under semi-closed management, and the training will follow a one-on-one elimination format. The emphasis on the elimination system drew particular attention as he casually glanced at the trio, Yi Bai, Zhao Lin, and Lu Sueki. Among the summer camp's roster, these three were deemed the weakest group, with one at Tier 2 and two at Tier 1. They had already secured their spots as the first to be eliminated. In other words, even before setting foot in the summer camp, Zhao Lin and the others were already teetering on the brink of elimination. Not only did Vice Principal Zheng perceive it this way, but other students also cast glances toward the trio upon hearing about the elimination system. The notion of someone else being at the bottom felt rather gratifying. Vice Principal Zheng continued, "Listen closely. Just because you enter the summer camp does not mean you can relax. The students who rank at the bottom of the weekly tests will engage in combat with the new arrivals. The loser will be eliminated. New students will continuously flow in, while the old ones will be constantly weeded out. Keep your wits about you. The resources allocated for this summer camp exceed your imagination. If you perform well, you could even secure a spot at a top university and perhaps have the opportunity to be classmates with Xiao Luo." At the mere mention of Xiao Luo, the atmosphere tensed, breaths held in anticipation. The youthful faces were illuminated with hope. To become future classmates with a formidable Xiao Luo, to enjoy the most significant dividends of the Jiqiang era, there lies an opportunity to ascend to even greater heights. Just contemplating such possibilities stirs one's heart with excitement. Yi Bai, feeling slightly bashful, touched his nose and mused internally, "Am I truly this popular?" However, an awkward question arose. You were already classmates with Shura. After painting an optimistic picture for everyone, Vice Principal Zheng did not forget to offer encouragement. This special training session also includes the faculty and students from Nanjing No. 2 High School. Last year's top scorer in the college entrance examination hailed from number 2 High School, and this year, let us strive to redeem ourselves. The meeting concluded amid sparse applause, marking a successful end to the Nanjing No. 3 High School 2046 summer camp departure ceremony. On the way home to gather his belongings, Zhao Lin spoke mysteriously to Bai. "I just found out that there are actually 21 slots on this grand list." "An extra slot?" Yi Bai immediately realized. "Are you referring to Jiang Yin?" During the combat test, Jiang Yin had conceded defeat in 2 matches and was subsequently defeated by Yi Bai. With 3 losses, Jiang Yin naturally did not qualify for the summer camp. Yes, according to the summer camp rules, those with exceptional talent can enter without testing. Zhao Lin sighed, but Jiang Yin voluntarily gave up that slot, insisting he wouldn't attend. He is likely waiting for the second batch of opportunities, planning to return to the summer camp after winning in the combat test, which would delay him by a week. Intriguing. Yi Bai had not anticipated Jiang Yin's decision to forego the summer camp. This young man indeed possesses a resilient spirit of defiance. Yet, is it truly shameful to lose to oneself? Perhaps if Jiang Yin knew the truth, that he lost to Shura, he might even feel a sense of pride. It seems he has also transferred classes, as he did not attend class this morning. I checked earlier. His desk has already been moved. The topic of Jiang Yin is merely a minor interlude. Just as Yi Bai was about to step out, he fortuitously encountered teacher Lu from next door opening his door. What a coincidence! Lu Qingyan smiled. Having observed Yi Bai over the past few days, he found this little fox quite likable. "Are you setting off on a long journey?" Lu Qingyan inquired, noticing the bulging backpack Yi Bai carried. Yi Bai's last statement was heartfelt. Having a peak battle king living next door allowed him to rest easy. Although this peak battle king might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, when it comes to fighting, those who are less cerebral tend to be more ferocious. We certainly did not have such favorable conditions back in our day. No worries. Fate will bring us together again. Go on, young man. I have high hope for you. The summer camps, special training? How interesting. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. It's me, Lu Qingyan. The person on the other end seemed quite anxious. Even the head of Nanjing City would not dare offend a call from a peak battle king. For this summer camp's special training, I will be listed as a participant, but arrange for me a low-profile identity. Who said I would accompany Lu Sueki? Place me beside Yi Bai instead. Remember this name. Yi Bai from Nanjing No. 3 High School, Class 2. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyan rubbed his temples, frowning. His head had been inexplicably aching lately. Strange. Could this be a sign of an impending breakthrough to the war god level? He had never heard of such a thing. Forget it. I'll deal with it after the summer camp training. Lu Qingyan shook his head, and the pain subsided. He felt it was nothing serious. Chapter 070. The car doors have been welded shut. No one is allowed to exit Nanjing No. 3 High School Activity Center. Outside the hall, the parking lot housed 4 or 5 military buses, painted in camouflage, their hefty bodies indicating they were reinforced with thick steel plates, inscribed with magical patterns. Dubai, hurry. Help me take a picture with the bus. Zhao Lin, seeing such a formidable vehicle for the first time, felt a surge of excitement. Of course, to outsiders, both Ibai and Zhao Lin appeared as mere ruffians. The two were likely headed to the summer camp for a week-long excursion, akin to autumn crabs taking a bath in Qingyang Lake. Classmate, these vehicles belong to the City Defense Department and are classified. No photography allowed. Before Zhao Lin could pose, a man clad in a black cloak kindly reminded him. Oh, my apologies. Zhao Lin couldn't help but steal another glance at the bus, which exuded a sense of security. Dubai, do you think such a grand display is necessary? It must be to guard against those from the demon sect who might attempt an ambush. Surely not. We're merely of exceptional talent. Zhao Lin replied with a wry smile. If they deployed battle kings to eliminate us, it would seem we are the fortunate ones. This expedition to the summer camp was heavily fortified with an alarming display of strength. Not only did it include powerful individuals from Nanjing No. 3 High School, but also summoned numerous personnel from the City Defense Department. Even 2 battle kings would accompany the younger generation for protection. Upon their arrival at the summer camp, these 2 battle kings would remain behind to guard against any attacks. As for the covert strength protecting them, no one could ascertain. Should the followers of the demon sect dare to act, death would be their only outcome. In other words, the followers of the demon sect were determined to die if they dared to assault the convoy. Following the teacher's instructions, they boarded one of the buses. 20 individuals were dispersed across 5 buses to prevent the entire group from being captured at once. As soon as they entered, the doors of the bus closed and were welded shut, the sound of welding guns audible. The doors had been sealed. No one was permitted to exit. Was this truly necessary? Zhao Lin gradually realized that the situation was far from simple. The doors, being the most vulnerable part of the vehicle, had been welded shut to enhance defense, a method of fortification. The question remained, was their environment truly so perilous? Ibai, Zhao Lin, and Lu Sueki, all present. A middle-aged man holding a list scanned the 3 and stated, "We have received intelligence that the 3rd and 6th demon sects are preparing to jointly ambush the convoy, and they may have battle kings stationed. Please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to depart." After speaking, the middle-aged man turned away and walked forward. Zhao Lin muttered under his breath, "Isn't it a waste for just a few people to occupy a whole bus? If it's just the 3 of us, we could easily switch to a small car. This is no ordinary bus. It's a city defense battle vehicle, latest model, an experimental version not yet mass-produced." Only then did Zhao Lin notice a stranger sitting beside Lu Sueki, clad in mechanical attire, her delicate features adorned with a gentle smile, her dimples particularly charming. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhuo Lingxia. Just call me Lingxia. I'm a sophomore in the mechanical engineering department at the Imperial Capital University." Zhuo Lingxia looked at the two, offering a friendly gesture. "Ibai, Zhao Lin, greetings, senior." After their introductions, Zhuo Lingxia continued, "This battle vehicle is a creation of my professor, and I am responsible for the debugging of this transport mission." As she spoke about the battle vehicle, her enthusiasm grew. The vehicle's exterior material can withstand attacks from 9th-tier battle kings, and when the protective array is activated, it can endure a full-force strike from a battle king. Should the vehicle detect catastrophic damage, the random teleportation array beneath the seats will automatically activate, transporting passengers to safety as much as possible. Hearing this, Yibai inquired, "Since such a high-spec battle vehicle has been deployed, it indicates that the ambushing enemies are formidable. Why not directly use the teleportation array to transport us? Compared to buses, a teleportation array is evidently a safer and more reliable option. The teleportation array would leave spatial traces, making it easy to track down the summer camp's location. This summer camp is not solely organized by Nanjing City, but involves the collaboration of 12 cities in the southeastern region, gathering a total of 31 high school prodigies, among whom there are no fewer than 10 with exceptional talent." "Thank you." Yibai turned his gaze back to the window, only to find that iron plates had descended, obscuring his view. The X-ray function is being activated. The teenager mode is activated. Yibai pondered, is there a young adult mode? He felt that would suit him better. The scenery outside reappeared in Yibai's view. In addition to its formidable defensive capabilities, the battle vehicle also possessed impressive offensive firepower. When paired with specific operators, it could effortlessly counter the ambush of a demon cult squad. The best historical record featured a single battle vehicle and 2 operators, who had eliminated 12 war generals and thousands of warriors. As Yibai and his companions listened to the beautiful senior's introduction, the bus they were on began to move slowly. The battle vehicle could reach speeds of up to 380 kilometers per hour during aerial navigation, and upon activating flight mode, it could perform small-scale spatial leaps. Intrigued by these powerful functionalities, Zhao Lin could not help but inquire, Senior Lingxia, if the battle vehicle is so powerful, why don't we use it in the Abyssal Dimension? Zhao, you probably haven't been to the front lines, have you? We have numerous mechanics assisting in fortifying defenses there, and there are even more formidable weapons and equipment. Left Lingxia replied patiently. However, cost is a significant issue. The machines created by mechanics not only consume their own resources, but also require special minerals to operate. The more powerful the machine, the more precious the minerals consumed. The finest minerals can currently only be mined in the Abyssal Dimension, and it is rumored that the Eternal Tower harbors mysterious mineral pits. Her eyes sparkled at the mention of the mysterious mineral pits. My greatest wish is to find such a pit. If that happens, my senior brothers. Upon hearing this, Yibai could not resist casting a glance at Left Lingxia. Mysterious mineral pits? I have too. Did I just boast about it? From Left Lingxia's tone, it seemed the value of the mysterious mineral pits exceeded Yibai's expectations. Yibai feigned great interest in the topic and continued to ask, what qualifies as high-quality minerals? According to the grading assessment of the Eternal Tower, minerals of Class A and above are considered high-quality, Yi classmate. After all, the combination on this battle vehicle has already spread before reaching the special training summer camp. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 had inadvertently become renowned figures. Thank you, Senior. Yibai suppressed his desire to ask further questions, committing these matters to memory to inquire with Xuan Meng at the Wolf's Nest when the opportunity arose. If Yibai recalled correctly, the worst minerals in those mysterious pits were Class A. This indicated that the 75 million tons of minerals in Yibai's possession far exceeded his expectations. As the group engaged in casual conversation, the bus steadily accelerated onto a road that would not appear on any map. The vehicle suddenly shook, prompting Left Lingxia to produce a tablet, her fingers tapping swiftly as it displayed various data about the battle vehicle. Senior, what happened? Nothing much. We were just hit by a rocket, causing slight damage to the exterior. I dispatched a squad of nanobots for repairs. They are currently locking onto the enemy's position, and I will deploy drones to bombard the target. All set. Left Lingxia put away the tablet, casually annihilating a squad of demon cult followers amidst their laughter. She turned to the astonished Zhao Lin and asked, what were we discussing? Zhao Lin replied, Nanjiang No. 2 High School, the summer camp convoy. Like Nanjiang No. 3 High School, the summer camp students from Nanjiang No. 2 are also escorted with the highest level of protection, prepared to prevent any unforeseen incidents. These talented individuals have been selected from high school, and if the demon cult followers were to capture them all at once, it would be quite the scandal. Teacher Xiao, hurry up and get on the bus. We are about to depart. A black-haired young teacher approached the bus leisurely, exhibiting an unusual calmness. Here he comes. Teacher Xiao boarded the bus, and the door was sealed shut from outside, with someone responsible for briefing him on the situation. The ambush from the 3rd and 6th demon cult factions? Gritting his teeth as he examined the information in his hands, Teacher Xiao seethed. These demon cult followers deserve death. Their souls should be torn apart and purified, and their bodies ground to dust without a trace. He hoped to see the son who had defected to the demon cult perish before his eyes in a lightning strike. Not yet satisfied, Teacher Xiao added, those who side with the demon god are all worthless scum. The fervor in his voice suggested he had a personal vendetta against these words. Old Xiao, you're being a bit extreme. There are students present. A colleague lowered their voice, shifting the conversation. However, I agree with you. Those demon cult followers deserve to die. The colleague was acutely aware of the tragic news that had reached them just days prior. This blood feud was enough to drive anyone insane. Teacher Xiao Li's profound hatred for the demon cult followers was understandable. Thus, the earlier outburst was merely an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Teacher Xiao nodded in agreement. Once this summer camp training concludes, I plan to resign and apply to fight in the Abyssal Dimension. Old Xiao, haven't you seen the training content? A colleague asked in astonishment. From the second week onward, there are already plans for combat in the Abyssal Dimension. If you wish to lead a team, I can help you register. Is that so? Then I want to sign up. Teacher Zhao's voice brimmed with suppressed excitement. I can hardly wait to charge into the Abyssal Dimension. In a corner where no one noticed, a faint smile of satisfaction crept onto Teacher Xiao Li's lips. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. Chapter 071, drawing a lucky one to take the blame Nanjiang No. 3 High School, Summer Camp Convoy. City Defense Battle Vehicle. Everyone, eat something. We'll arrive in about an hour. Left Ling Xie produced 4 rations for wartime use and distributed them among the 3. Upon tearing open the seal, a delightful aroma instantly filled the bus, tantalizingly inviting. How fragrant! Zhao Lin's eyes lit up. He had chosen a culinary profession as his secondary career. He thought that even if he could not become a warrior, he would still have a skill to rely on. These provisions were cultivated in a laboratory, utilizing various seeds from the Eternal Tower combined with special plant-related professions. Left Ling Xie raised the pouch in her hand. What you have is the standard version, hardly differing from ordinary food. If it were rations specifically for warriors, consuming them would allow you to go 3 days without eating and enhance wound healing. Wow, that's incredible. As they chatted, Yi Bai tilted his head, gazing out the window, his view obstructed by a metal panel. Throughout the journey, Yi Bai maintained this position and rarely interjected. Within the teenager mode, he was acutely aware of the external circumstances. With a stoic expression, he mused, "We have encountered numerous ambushes along the way. And while there were moments of tension, we managed to cope solely with the battle vehicle. It's strange. Didn't they say a war king would ambush us? Where could they be?" Yi Bai was continually searching for the war king responsible for the ambush. Since the city defense department had received intelligence, it surely was not baseless. Moreover, once these prodigies entered the special training summer camp, the level of defense there far surpassed that of the battle vehicle. It was said that a war god was stationed there. The longer they delayed, the lower the chances of a successful ambush became. If the demon cult followers wished to strike these talented individuals, this was their last opportunity. Patience is indeed a virtue. In the southeast, 217 kilometers ahead, 2 war kings await their demise. Please select a neutralization plan. Tianlei, Ying Jiu, Lu Qingyan. Here they come. Contrary to Yi Bai's expectations, the ambush consisted not of 1, but 2 war kings. They truly hold us in high regard. Yi Bai contemplated the scenario in his mind. If both war kings were to launch a simultaneous assault, focusing their full might on the convoy, they could inflict severe damage by concentrating their attacks on just 1 or 2 battle vehicles. After a successful strike, the war kings could easily retreat and blend back into the crowd. It was imperative to strike first. Yi Bai prepared to rally his allies. Would he take matters into his own hands? Engaging in combat with the Zhan Wang is utterly inconceivable. Throughout this lifetime, it is impossible for me to take action myself. The only means of survival lies in rallying support from others. Setting aside the risks of revealing one's identity, Yi Bai, even when fully charged and empowered by the blessing of thunder, possesses merely a fleeting window of extreme output lasting only seconds. Has Lao Lu arrived as well? After some contemplation, Yi Bai decided against summoning Lu Qingyan. Firstly, it would be challenging to establish contact with him. Secondly, Lu Qingyan, despite his valor, is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Should he recklessly charge into a 2-on-1 scenario, it would lead to an embarrassing demise. After much deliberation, Yi Bai resolved to call upon Ying Jiu. He retrieved his phone and typed a message. "There is a Zhan Wang ambush." The voice of Ying Jiu echoed in Yi Bai's ear. "I cannot intervene." According to the internal regulations of the Ying organization, any adversary of Zhan Wang caliber, as long as they do not pose a fatal threat to Yi Bai, is beyond Ying Jiu's purview. Yi Bai deleted the message and retyped, "What if it is Lian can?" Ying Jiu replied, "The rules of the Ying are absolute. This old man is rather inflexible." Yi Bai pondered, then typed another message. "I possess a message board with 100 squares." Ying Jiu responded, It contains black history on that individual. Yi Bai decided to take a risk. If this did not sway Ing Jiao, he would have to devise another strategy to rally support. Even without naming the individual, Ing Jiao would undoubtedly recognize who it was. The formidable Ji Chong, Zhiming Yan. Among the three supreme beings, Wu Hen is excessively aloof, and Xiao Yao is shrouded in mystery. As for Ming Yan, he is notoriously infamous. Ing Jiao could relate to this sentiment. Lian Liancan is quite treacherous and could very well disguise himself as a Zhan Wang. To ensure absolute certainty, I must take action to investigate. Ing Jiao declared with righteous fervor, "May I borrow the forbidden spell axis?" Yi Bai nodded slightly as the forbidden spell axis was extracted from his grasp, causing the shadow beneath him to twist subtly. Entrusting Ing Jiao with the task of addressing the Zhan Wang ambush was a decision made after thorough consideration. First, Yi Bai had meticulously scouted the surrounding environment and confirmed that no Zhan Wang or higher beings were lying in wait. Second, Yi Bai had accumulated 30 layers of charge, maximizing his combat readiness. A typical Zhan Wang would have no opportunity to eliminate Yi Bai in such a brief span. Finally, Yi Bai's gaze descended upon the shadow of Lu Sueki. Within his line of sight, a lowly with dark circles under her eyes was yawning incessantly. Concealed within Lu Sueki's shadow, Ing Jiao. After becoming a lone wolf, Lu Sueki was also assigned Aing. Yi Bai had not anticipated that a war god would be dispatched to covertly guard Lu Sueki. One of the minimum standards for Ing is war god-level combat prowess. Ing Jiao, while arguably the weakest of Ing, remains a war god. Thus, even if Ing Jiao were to temporarily withdraw, a war god would still be present to safeguard Yi Bai. Yi Bai has always been adept at ensuring his safety. On the highway, a convoy raced past. Two Zhan Wang of the demon sect lay dormant beneath the ground, their auras suppressed to the utmost degree. Only in this manner could they elude various searches and deceive the heavens. As the convoy approached, they would strike. The road trembled slightly as one Zhan Wang's eyelids twitched. He opened his thin eyelids, his gaze filled with murderous intent. It was time to act. The killing intent from beneath the earth thickened to near materiality. The temperature in the darkness plummeting. He was pleased with his partner's reaction, foreseeing a significant bounty from this ambush. Just then, the Zhan Wang from the third demon sect turned to look at his partner. "Huh, where's my partner? Looking for this?" An elderly hunchback held up a bloodied head, black mist swirling around him. "I searched, and he is not Lian. Are you?" The old man's voice rasped painfully, quite unpleasant to hear. Even for Zhan Wang of the demon sect, witnessing such a gruesome sight upon awakening momentarily left him dazed. "What Lian can? I do not comprehend your words. Who are you? Do not approach." With that, he turned to flee. "This cursed place? I cannot linger here for even a second. Be good, obey." The black mist surged forth, engulfing the Zhan Wang entirely, silencing his screams and eradicating all sounds. Moments later, the black mist receded. He is also not Lian, Kansas. Ing Jiao surveyed the two corpses before him. I must find someone to take the fall. With that, he produced the forbidden spell axis and unleashed the engraved incantation. Burning silence across the seas. Terrifying flames consumed the corpses, erupting with immense power that radiated outward. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul would be ensnared in this incident. I shall seal your memory once and grant you the credit for the two Zhan Wang. This transaction is quite advantageous. Ing Jiao awaited patiently. It would not be long before Zhan Wang arrived to investigate the situation. Within the summer camp convoy, the instant burning silence across the seas manifested. All combat vehicles received an alert. A Zhan Wang-level presence has struck. It is an enemy. The expression Onzua Lingxia shifted dramatically as his fingers flew across the tablet, inputting a flurry of commands. "Brace yourselves, we are accelerating." The steel plates surrounding the vehicles detached, shedding all unnecessary weight, the engines operating at full capacity, even overclocking. Boom! The combat vehicle surged forward, its speed more than doubling, weaving through spatial distortions. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Lin's face paled slightly as the tremendous thrust pressed him firmly against the seat. Lu Sueki fared somewhat better, but the Zhan Wang level only Yi Bai remained relatively calm, even taking time to gaze out the window. Ing Jiao had succeeded. "Huh, Why is Lao Lu rushing over to join the fray? In Yi Bai's view, a streak of blazing light shot toward Jiu was Lu Qingyan, following the predetermined plan. The entire convoy accelerated at full speed. At the moment the alarm sounded, all drivers received an elderly man's bellow through their earpieces. Lier, come with me to meet the enemy. The elder's presence instilled a sense of reassurance among all the guards. Unexpectedly, this journey was under his covert protection. The peak Zhan Wang, Lu Qingyan, the foremost Zhan Wang of Nanjiang City. Even within the southeast region, he is a top-tier entity. With him present, there would be no unexpected occurrences. Lu Qingyan, closer to the target, charged ahead. Is this burning silence across the seas? Lu Qingyan's body flickered with azure flames as he cautiously surveyed the scene. The power exhibited by this individual was only slightly inferior to that of the elder. A Zhan Wang well-versed in fire magic. Lu Qingyan's fighting spirit surged as he sought the enemy's trace. He found no enemy, but discovered 2 charred corpses and a swirling mass of black mist. Lord Jiu, after 30 years, your figure seems so familiar, as if I see you often in my dreams. Lu Qingyan was both astonished and elated. If Lord Jiu intervened, the convoy would undoubtedly be safe. The question remained, why would Lord Jiu be here? Was he guarding some prodigy? Lu Qingyan was filled with questions. Lord Jiu, what on earth transpired here? The black mist sighed, offering no explanations. Xiao Lu, let us proceed with the process. What process? As the black mist enveloped him, Lu Qingyan's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. 30 seconds later, Lier arrived at the battlefield. Old Lu, say something. Upon arrival, he was greeted by chaos, evident signs of burning silence across the seas having been unleashed. Has old Lu swiftly dealt with the enemy? Ouch! Lu Qingyan gasped as he opened his eyes to see Lier and the scene before him. Familiar memories flooded back. I incinerated 2 scoundrels. They never anticipated I would close and so quickly. Lu Qingyan succinctly recounted the battle's events. Lao Lu, how impressive. You actually managed to kill 2. When Lier uttered the word 2, Lu Qingyan inquired with astonishment, how did you know that my granddaughter has awakened her talent for the 2nd time? Lier replied, enough already. This old rascal has mentioned his granddaughter's 2nd talent, awakening hundreds of times. Presently, the opening line of the combat-hardened Qingyan War King is, have you heard the story of my granddaughter's talent awakening for the 2nd time? The battle scene is indeed fine, and there are traces of Lu Qingyan's intervention. Lier conducted a final scan of the area and casually asked, Lao Lu, you aren't injured, are you? Injured? Lu Qingyan scoffed, I have more than enough blood. How could I possibly be hurt? Suddenly, his expression froze as if a thought struck him, and he hurriedly raised his hand to his forehead. Oh dear, I must admit, my head is a bit sore. The enemy may possess soul-related abilities. They are quite cunning. Lier, you must testify for me. This counts as an occupational injury. Chapter 072. I protect the mountains and rivers with flesh and blood. Even as corpses, my soul cannot rest in the summer camp convoy of Nanjiang Xinzhong. Upon the emergence of a suspected war king-level enemy, the speed of the armored vehicles surged to its utmost. Initially, all was well, as the vehicle advanced smoothly under the guidance of Zhuoling Xie. However, after mere minutes of rapid acceleration, black smoke began to billow from the front of the vehicle. Senior, there's smoke. Zhao Lin grasped the overhead handle, looking ahead with a hint of panic. Don't panic. Zhuoling Xie replied calmly and collectedly, it's not a big deal. Maintain your composure. The smoke thickened, invading every inch of the space, the acrid smell assaulting their senses. Qing Feng Zhao. Yi Bai raised his hand, conjuring an invisible wind barrier to shield the group from the smoke. Zhuoling Xie cast a surprised glance at Yi Bai, praising, without incantation or a wand. Your affinity for the wind element must be extraordinarily high. After this, Zhuoling Xie turned her attention back to repairs, dispatching teams of nanobots to inspect the engine. Good news. The engine is only half damaged. Zhao Lin exclaimed, what sort of good news is this? I previously informed you that this is an experimental model. Minor mishaps are to be expected. Before Zhuoling Xie could finish her explanation, a series of explosions erupted from the front. What now? The engine is completely wrecked, but it's not a big deal. With that, Zhuoling Xie produced a toolbox, beginning to assemble a peculiar device. In a short while, She handed out 3 assembled spheres to Yi Bai and the others, instructing, "The engine is beyond repair, according to the predetermined program. The random teleportation array beneath your seats will activate. This sphere can absorb damage up to 10,000 points. Carry it for self-defense. Time is of the essence." This is all I can do. As her words fell, the teleportation array beneath the 3 seats activated. A flash of white light, and their figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Zwilingxia remained composed. How did the 3 fare? The bus's engine was intact, and the entire armored vehicle continued to race forward at high speed. As for the black smoke that Yi Bai and the others witnessed, it was fabricated from specially designed smoke bombs. Even the bumps and explosions were simulated. The final teleportation was also part of the plan. Clearly, Yi Bai and his companions had unwittingly entered an exercise, allowing for observation of the students' most genuine reactions in perilous situations, thus enhancing understanding of them. Zwilingxia mused. Zhao Lin is rather impulsive and lacks composure. Possibly due to his inferior talent, he does not harbor great desires for strength enhancement, yet he possesses ambition and his own ideas. Lu Sueki remained quiet throughout. Even in the face of danger, she quickly regained her composure. At this juncture, Zwilingxia paused. When the War King attack alarm sounded, I specifically glanced at Yi Bai. Given the circumstances, should an accident occur, she might even position herself in front of Yi Bai for protection. By the way, that canary perched on her shoulder gives me a somewhat dangerous impression. It could be a juvenile of a War King-level pet, gifted by the Qingyan War King? The middle-aged man shook his head. The summoned beast was Lu Sueki's own. Her talent had awakened for the 2nd time, at level B. What? There is no record of this in her file. Zwilingxia was somewhat astonished, not expecting Lu Sueki to have concealed it so deeply. Her true file had been encrypted at level A, and your access could not browse it. Then why tell me? Zwilingxia found it perplexing. Shouldn't such secrets be kept hidden? Thanks to her grandfather, now all the War Kings worldwide are aware of Lu Sueki's 2nd talent awakening. The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. What is so remarkable? My grandson Wang Zheng's 1st awakening was at level A. Did I flaunt it like that old fool Lu Qingyan? Zwilingxia retorted. You old codgers should know your limits. As if anyone isn't at level A talent. The middle-aged man accompanying the vehicle, discreet yet formidable, was indeed a War King. All right, you have yet to evaluate the most crucial individual. What are your thoughts on Yi Bai? Let me remind you, Lu Qingyan holds Yi Bai in high regard. Based on my understanding of that old coot, he likely thinks that Yi Bai's future achievements could surpass Lu Sueki. A talent at level A surpassing a talent at level B? Could it be that Yi Bai has also awakened for the 2nd time? Not everyone possesses the capability for a 2nd awakening. Even if Yi Bai were to help Zhao Lin, it would not facilitate his 2nd awakening. Zwilingxia contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot comprehend Yi Bai. He appears disinterested in everything, showing no signs of panic when danger approaches. The time is too brief for me to discern anything. He is an enigma that cannot be unraveled. If it were merely this, Lu Qingyan would not regard him so highly. The middle-aged man projected 3 images, depicting the trio with level C talents. No worries, this exercise has only just begun. We have ample time for observation. Isn't that a bit excessive? Zwilingxia cast a sympathetic glance at the projection. The 3 had been transported to a desolate wilderness, separated by dozens of kilometers, surrounded by treacherous terrain, potentially fraught with unknown risks. In past summer camps, even with exercises, such extremes were unheard of. If they cannot overcome this little challenge, there is no need to waste resources on specialized training. The middle-aged man's expression turned frosty. His gaze fixed coldly on the trio. From the moment they boarded that bus, the specialized training commenced. With this, his tone softened slightly. Lingxia, you 2 participated in specialized training during your summer camp and took part in similar exercises. Your future achievements will surely be at least that of a War King. Regardless of your growth, I hope you never forget the first lesson that exercise taught you. Zwilingxia straightened her back, her demeanor exceedingly serious as she declared. Lingxia will not forget. The first lesson that everyone must endure is also the one that leaves an indelible mark on the heart. With a flash, Yi Bai's figure materialized atop a dirt slope. You have been transported to a battlefield site. This is the safest location on the entire planet. There will be no threats here. A battlefield site? Safe? Yi Bai activated the protective shield gifted by Xuelingxia. If I am not mistaken, they are conducting an exercise? The black smoke was supposed to obscure their vision, yet it could not hinder his keen perception. Yi Bai was merely playing along with Xuelingxia and the others. Safety? If this is an exercise, then the previous transportation was merely bait? Currently, the human front is under considerable strain, and these cultists are causing trouble from the rear. Luring out a portion of them for elimination would be most beneficial, significantly alleviating the pressure faced by humanity. However, what should be done now? Yi Bai surveyed his surroundings. Detecting no immediate danger. The area around the dirt slope was enveloped by a forest, lush greenery thriving, the environment remarkably pristine without any signs of pollution. Since this is a drill, there should be a mission involved. Yi Bai, feigning nonchalance, cast a spell to enhance his agility and attempted to scale a tree. With his nimble attributes, he could easily leap to the top. Once atop the tree, the obstruction of foliage vanished, and Yi Bai's vision expanded dramatically. In the distance, a slender, pointed edifice rose majestically into the clouds, capturing Yi Bai's attention. A revelation dawned upon him, his countenance shifting to one of shock. The Eternal Tower. The location for the summer training camp was, astonishingly, near the Eternal Tower. Just as Yi Bai unraveled this truth, the orb in his arms began to levitate and emitted a mechanical voice. Attention all participants of the summer training camp. Please report to the designated location before 2100 tonight. Failure to arrive will be considered a forfeiture. Those who forfeit will not be allowed to re-enter the training camp roster for 3 weeks. Note, during the drill, you may encounter attacks from testing machinery. If defeated, you must remain in place for 15 minutes. The announcement repeated several times before finally falling silent. A new image materialized on the orb before Yi Bai. 6 o'clock direction, distance, 18,065 kilometers, time, 1724, countdown, 3 hours, 35 minutes, 46 seconds. Let's embark. Following the direction indicated, Yi Bai proceeded cautiously, glancing around as he moved. He seemed to grasp the true nature of this drill. The more he advanced, the more solemn his expression became, his pace slowing. This was the vicinity of the Eternal Tower, the onset of the Abyssal Plane invasion, the forefront of the Blue Star battlefield, the infernal battleground of 30 years of calamity, where countless predecessors fought valiantly. According to incomplete statistics, the casualties of the human race in this very land beneath Yi Bai's feet numbered in the hundreds of millions. 60 years had passed, and the world had transformed. This battlefield remained unchanged, undeveloped, and sealed off from the outside. It was once a battleground, now a resting place for countless heroic spirits. During the 30 years of devastation, there existed an unwritten iron law among the human race, to be buried where one fell in battle. Every inch of soil beneath his feet was home. It was a home where heroic spirits could be interred. I guard the rivers and mountains with flesh and blood, even if I become but bones. My soul will not find peace. The path was lined with graves, and Yi Bai paused at the roadside, bowing slightly, murmuring, "Junior Yi Bai, I apologize for disturbing you." Esteemed predecessors. Chapter 073. Shadows 4, 5, 6, 7 outside the Eternal Tower, over 100 kilometers away, Yi Bai advanced slowly along a woodland path, his footsteps light and nearly soundless. Upon reaching a certain fork in the road, the shadow beneath his feet began to twist. Ingjiu, surprisingly, chose to manifest. "Kid, I have something to remind you about." Ingjiu's tone was serious, devoid of its usual anger. "The area you are about to enter is quite different." Listening to Ingjiu's warning, Yi Bai gazed ahead. Ahead, Eternal Forest, the most brutal battlefield of the Blue Star, where countless heroic spirits rest in peace. The most formidable beings have paid a great price to alter the rules of this realm. The deceased human spirit's obsessions linger upon their relics. When a fated individual arrives, these obsessions awaken. By conquering the relics and gaining their recognition, one may take them away. Ingjiu reiterated this information to Yi Bai. "Esteemed predecessor, if I have understood correctly, each person can only take one item, correct?" "Typically, yes," Ingjiu patiently explained. "These relics are inherently ordinary, but due to the alterations by the most formidable beings, they have transformed into equipment of considerable quality. Each individual may only take one piece from here. Furthermore, Many of these obsessions stem from hatred towards the monsters. Thus, they tend to favor those of high talent and potential. As Yi Bai absorbed Ing Jiu's introduction, he nodded slowly. If this were the case, those with higher talents would face multiple formidable choices, while those lacking in talent might end up with nothing. Generally, such drills occur after the summer camp training concludes. Ing Jiu remarked, "It seems the Dawn Project has been initiated." Dawn Project? Yes, the Dawn Project. Often referred to as the darkest of plans. Detailed explanations will be provided by someone at the camp. What I wish to emphasize is that, given your circumstances, well, you are aware. Ing Jiu was fully cognizant of Yi Bai's true identity, a truth they had yet to openly acknowledge. Many pieces of equipment would actively choose you, or rather, none would reject you. The choice of what to take is entirely yours. Yi Bai inquired, "What about the two previous formidable beings?" Wu Hen took a sword, and Xiaoyao took a set of drums. Ing Jiu transformed in a black mist, merging into Yi Bai's shadow, leaving behind a final remark. "I will assist in concealing the movements of the equipment. You need not worry." "Thank you, esteemed predecessor. Once this is done, remember to send me a photo." Yi Bai mused, this old fellow still clings to the black history of the most formidable beings. Having grasped his situation, Yi Bai meticulously adjusted his attire, inhaled deeply, and took a step forward. As he crossed a certain threshold, the long, silent, eternal forest suddenly seemed to come alive. Countless birds took flight, swirling above the forest. A white cloud gently descended, covering the treetops as if to conceal something. Shadows lingered in the four cardinal directions. As the anomalies within the eternal forest manifested, the shadows immediately sensed the disturbance and stirred into action. Purple mist billowed forth, revealing a young man clad in dark purple attire, gazing toward Yi Bai's location. "He has arrived." The youth raised his hand, a number 7 emblazoned on his right glove. "Ing Chi." The blue shadows cast upon the water rippled, producing a melodious sound. "This time isn't a bit early?" "Ing Lu." The bamboo grove swayed, a green shadow emerging with a voice reminiscent of a child's innocence. "It is undoubtedly him." Only the seeds of the most formidable beings entering the eternal forest could provoke such a reaction. "Ing Wu." The shade beneath the trees shifted with the sunlight, a hint of sorrow in its voice. History perpetually repeats itself. "Ing Si." The shadows of the formidable beings, 4, 5, 6, and 7, emerged simultaneously. They shared a singular mission, to guard the eternal forest. This was once the front lines of battle, and if the Abyssal Plane sought to retaliate, this would be the prime location for their assault. Merely 4 individuals constituted the sole line of defense against the monsters that dared to intrude upon the Blue Star, highlighting the terrifying strength of these 4. Their simultaneous appearance signified either the human race had reached a perilous moment or the current circumstance. The seeds of the most formidable beings had entered the eternal forest. Ing Lu spoke first. "Beside the Azura, is it Laoba or Jiuge?" All eyes turned toward Ing Si, as they had not sought such information on their own. "Jiuge, Laoba has some matters to attend to and has gone to the Abyssal Plane." Ing Chi glanced in a particular direction, coldly stating, "Would you like to take a look? It will be fatal." Ing Wu let out a laugh reminiscent of a barbell's clanging sound. "Little 7, you're still too inexperienced. Jiuge is Jiuge because he wishes to remain as such, not to become the elder brother. Do you understand my explanation?" A glimmer of cold light flashed through the woods as Ing Chi unsheathed a short blade. "It has been quite some time since I last saw 5Ge. I wonder if I can elevate my ranking." Ing Chi coldly scoffed, reflecting on the fact that it had taken him less than a decade to attain the title of Ing Chi, a speed that left him somewhat dissatisfied. Ing Wu, seemingly amused by a joke, emitted that peculiar laughter once more. "Shao Qi, if you truly possessed the ability, you would not have become a shadow now." This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Ing Chi, causing him to unsheathe his short blade slightly more. The bamboo forest swayed incessantly, its verdant shadows scattering like fragments. "Enough." Ing Si, the highest ranked, most powerful, and experienced among them, growled, "The strongest seeds have arrived. You cannot possibly think we're the only ones who notice, can you?" The 4 of them turned their gazes skyward, where a solitary white cloud drifted leisurely. Apart from this cloud, the clear sky was devoid of any other clouds. In their hearts, they unanimously arrived at the answer. The ultimate warrior, Xiaoyao. Among the 3 supreme beings, Xiao Yao was tasked with guarding the Eternal Tower, which loomed over the Eternal Forest, easily visible to him with a mere glance downward. The arrival of Shura would naturally not escape his keen sight. This white cloud was, indeed, the manifestation of Xiao Yao's will. Disperse, he commanded, and with that, a wisp of green smoke dissipated as Ying Si took the lead in departing. Ying Lu moved with grace, leaving no trace as he vanished into the rippling water. Only Ying Wu remained behind. As the other three departed, the bamboo forest suddenly quaked. Bamboo leaves cascading as if it were raining, leaving behind only the bare bamboo stalks. Whispers echoed through the verdant shadows of the forest. Shaoqi has grown stronger once more. He truly deserves the title of the prodigy closest to the supreme warrior from 10 years ago. I eagerly anticipate the moment Shaoqi encounters Shura. Will they engage in battle? The bamboo forest fell silent once again, devoid of sound. Eternal Forest. As Yibai stepped into the forest, he immediately heard a familiar call. Yibai, over here, I'm right here. Zhao Lin stood beside a tree, waving at Yibai. Where did you get the fruit? Why are you just standing there? Yibai approached and discovered Zhao Lin gnawing on a green fruit. I was defeated by the testing machine and must remain here for 15 minutes. Zhao Lin pulled a fruit from his pocket and tossed it to Yibai, pointing to a nearby tree. This fruit is from that tree. Eating it will invigorate you. It's a great find. I'll help you pick more later. It's quite normal to find such rare fruits on the outskirts of the Eternal Forest. Yibai glanced at the tree and casually remarked, Oh, there's a burial site of Abyssal Demon Clan warlord beneath this tree, which is why the fruit can enhance one's spirit. What? Zhao Lin halted his chewing, spitting out the remnants in shock. Yibai, how do you know that? It says so right here. Where? I don't see anything. Zhao Lin scanned the tree, failing to find any explanation. Yibai exchanged a knowing glance with Ying Zi, but Ying Jiu remained unresponsive. Eventually, inscriptions appeared on one side of the tree, chronicling its tale. How true! Zhao Lin read the text, enraged, and flung the fruit to the ground, smashing it to bits. Bah, who would eat such a thing? Not even a dog. Zhao Lin rinsed his mouth with water, visibly upset. The warlord from the Abyssal Plain invaded Blue Star, first slaying 2 human warlords before being besieged and killed here, causing immense casualties among humans. Ultimately, his remains nourished the trees. Zhao Lin could not express his disdain for such an existence in words. After all this, Zhao Lin still felt unsatisfied. Ahem, Yibai, can you keep watch for me? Saying this, Zhao Lin began to unfasten his belt. Yibai. Turning away, Yibai heard the sound of running water behind him. In an instant, I'm done. Zhao Lin completed his task with precision and even extended an invitation to Yibai. Would you like to give it a try? It's quite liberating. No, that won't be necessary. I shall leave that for the demon god. Ying Jiu interjected. While you two converse, could you please move your shadows aside? Water is about to flow through. Such ingratitude, he mused. Chapter 074. The shadow guarding the path of the Supreme Being. Eternal Forest, outskirts. Zhao Lin remained behind, the countdown on the orb in his hand flashing incessantly. Countdown, 2 hours 58 minutes 36 seconds. Distance, 17,461 kilometers. Yibai, why didn't you head off first? Zhao Lin still needed to wait over 10 minutes to continue moving forward. Covering 180 kilometers in 3 hours was already a daunting task. If he encountered the testing machine again, it could ruin this special training opportunity. Having fought hard for this chance, it could not end before it even began. Zhao Lin pointed ahead and said earnestly, You go on ahead. I have the wind/technique, and I'm a warrior. I can surely outrun you. Once the penalty time is over, I will find you. Yibai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. All right. With that, he stepped forward, and his shadow moved in tandem, narrowly avoiding disaster. Zhao Lin reminded him, Be careful of the testing machine. I know, Yibai replied, and his figure vanished into the thicket. What Zhao Lin did not realize was that the rules of the Eternal Forest were quite peculiar. Here, if one could gain the recognition of their obsession and successfully acquire relics, those relics would carry you directly through the entire Eternal Forest. In other words, the 180-kilometer cross-country distance was not the final assessment for the students. The true test lay in the awakened obsessions that needed to be overcome. In this light, the appearance of the testing machines was, in fact, another form of selection. To complete the exercise, they must traverse the Eternal Forest. Within the forest, if an obsession awakens, the testing machines would appear, keeping the students in place to await the subsequent trials. However, the deeper one ventured into the Eternal Forest, the stronger the obsessions became. The higher the grade of the relics, the more challenging it was to gain recognition. The relationship between obsession and talented seeds was one of mutual selection. Obsessions sought to choose the more promising talented seeds, while the talented seeds yearned for more powerful relics. In essence, those with greater innate talent would advance further within the Eternal Forest. Zhao Lin possessed only a level of talent, and to awaken an obsession at the very outskirts was already an immense stroke of luck. Once, a warrior with level talent had spent 3 days and nights in the Eternal Forest without awakening any obsession. Hey, Zhao Lin is engaging with a long blade? Not bad. If he gains recognition, it could serve as a handy weapon. Behind him, several pieces of equipment hovered in midair, quietly trailing Yi Bai. With each additional piece of equipment, Yi Bai would slightly bow in gratitude and apology. Thank you for your recognition. I apologize, I must venture deeper. These pieces of equipment merely followed Yi Bai, maintaining a fixed distance, neither too far nor too close. Their presence was shrouded in shadow, rendering them indistinct to onlookers. On the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, not far from Yi Bai, Lu Sueki wore a serious expression as she gazed ahead. A golden canary perched on her shoulder, preening its feathers. Xiao Jin, my grandfather said that the Eternal Forest is an extraordinarily unique place. Once inside, if you dare to be disobedient, he said we lack other things at home, but 500 doses of one sand should suffice. The canary froze in place, trembling as fear coursed through its feathers. All right, I won't scare you anymore. Stay quiet. Nothing will happen. This is the safest place for all humanity. I never expected the exercise would bring us here. I wonder how Yi Bai and the others are faring. With that, Lu Sueki began to retrieve items from her storage space, neatly arranging them on the ground. Fruit platters, food, 2 bottles of liquor, a pack of old brand cigarettes, and more. Once everything was laid out, Lu Sueki took a few steps back, her expression solemn, then bowed and rose. Lu Sueki, a descendant of the Lu family from Nanjiang, has encountered the esteemed predecessors. Beneath her feet lies a forest that harbors the remains of 46 members of the Lu family, including 2 war kings, 7 generals, and 37 soldiers. The names of these 46 souls are inscribed upon the monument in the Lu Ancestral Hall. For the Lu family, the Eternal Forest holds profound significance. Lu Sueki's primary purpose in her journey is not to collect relics, but to pay homage to her ancestors. Qingyao grandfather. My grandfather sends his regards. He says he is nearing the threshold of becoming a war god, and the signs of his impending breakthrough have become increasingly apparent. He advises you to smoke less down there, as it is detrimental to your health. As Lu Sueki murmured these words, several buried objects deep within the Eternal Forest were awakened, emanating various hues of light. Lu Sueki, sensing a call from the depths of the forest, hesitated momentarily, pondering whether she should proceed. After paying her respects to the 46 ancestors of the Lu family, she bowed once more before setting forth with heavy steps into the forest's depths, in search of the relics that beckoned her. The canary, perched upon her shoulder, trembled, not from the earlier threats posed by Lu Sueki, but due to its instinctive awareness of a terrifying presence lurking nearby, one that instilled a primal fear, causing its very soul to shudder. In the heart of the Eternal Forest, Yi Bai inquired, "Jiu Yi, can you still hold on?" Behind him loomed a massive, shadowy presence, obscuring the sky. Thousands of pieces of equipment floated in midair, following Yi Bai with unwavering loyalty. Among these relics were numerous artifacts of war kings, and even remnants of war gods could be found. A half-buried arrow, rusted and corroded, radiated an exceptionally sharp glimmer. Even a war king would find their eyes stinging and tears welling from prolonged gazes upon it. A certain war king's advancement was interrupted, and in his dying moments, he unleashed a devastating arrow that claimed the lives of 2 demon race war gods. The relics, on the cusp of war god tier, were exceedingly challenging for Ingzio to conceal. These artifacts were imbued with the lingering will of the heroes in life, further augmented by the rules manipulated by Nightmare, enhancing their power significantly. The Eternal Forest was their domain, In other words, Ingzio's efforts to mask the presence of war god-level equipment were tantamount to concealing a war god's whereabouts. Remarkably, there were as many as 9 such pieces of equipment trailing after Yi Bai. "You are making quite a racket, young man," Ingzio remarked, somewhat strained. "The previous 2 powerful beings did not possess your level of prowess." "Oh," Yi Bai keenly discerned a clue. The 2 formidable individuals who entered the Eternal Forest were accompanied by Ingzio as well. What commotion had occurred then? Was this a moment for gossip? Ingzio yearned to shake Yi Bai out of his naivety. "Get a grip, you fool. With 9 pieces of war god-tier equipment, you have barely traversed 1/10 of the way. By the time you reach the innermost depths, the very essence of the entire forest may awaken." Ingzio was startled by his own speculation. If such a disturbance were to arise, he knew he could not sustain the concealment alone for long. The forest was the resting place of over 100 war gods. At that point, Yi Bai's identity would be at risk of exposure. Ingzio could not possibly seal the memories of every single soul in the forest. Moreover, in such a unique location as the Eternal Forest, the abyssal entities would keep one eye open, even in slumber, watching this place closely. As for the 4 war gods, Ingsi, Wu, Lu, and Qi, indeed, they were stationed within the Eternal Forest. However, before Xiao Luo attained war god-level strength, no one beyond the strongest should be aware of Yi Bai's true identity. The growth paths of the previous 2 powerful beings were similar. Lacking war god-level strength, any hint of exposure could spell disaster. When Wu Hen first appeared on the front lines, a demon from the Abyssal Realm descended in its true form, frenziedly attempting to obliterate Wu Hen. Previously, Ingqi had suggested taking a glimpse at Xiao Luo. To dare do so would be tantamount to courting death. One would be slain by an ancient monster concealed in the shadows for a century. No one among the 4 war gods present dared to refute Ing Wu's words. They all understood that Jiao Gu possessed the capability to execute such feats, and would indeed do so. Accompanying the rise of the formidable nightmare, Ingzio had shed more blood of the powerful than the combined total of the other 3. He was no mere neighborly old man, but a ruthless executioner, the nightmare of his enemies. Ingzio spoke once more. "If you wish to venture deeper, it is best to proceed at full speed. Even if all the war gods' wills awaken, I can only conceal you for 3 minutes at my utmost. 3 minutes would be sufficient for you to select one item." Upon hearing Ingzio's words, Yi Bai fell silent momentarily. There was no other option. If he delayed further, Ingzio's energy would only wane, and in the end, he might not even last a minute. It was better to take advantage of Ingzio's current reserves of strength and charge through decisively. Yi Bai took a deep breath, donned the lone wolf mask, clasped his fists in salute, and spoke solemnly, "I beg your pardon." In the next moment, he left a shadow in place and surged toward the heart of the Eternal Forest. With a whoosh, startled birds scattered in all directions, and countless wills were simultaneously awakened, joining Yi Bai's ranks, coalescing into a torrent of steel. Above, the azure sky bore witness, and the white clouds drifted lazily. It continued to watch. Chapter 075. The human race feared not death, yet was daunted by death itself in the Eternal Forest. A fierce wind swept through, leaving no trace upon the grass. As a master of the 3 elements, wind, fire, and thunder, Yi Bai's wind spells exhibited amplified effects. The wrath of the wind combined with the lightness technique, and the wind slash propelled him forward, leaving the scenery in his wake. Yi Bai pushed his speed to the utmost limit. Even so, the torrent of steel behind him continued to swell. As Yi Bai delved deeper, war god tier equipment emerged in succession, following closely behind him. From initial 9 pieces, the count surged to 36. Each artifact was extraordinary, a dazzling array that left onlookers in awe. They clashed against one another, much like guests vying for the spotlight on a flower boat. Indeed, Yi Bai sensed a peculiar competition among these relics, each vying to accompany him, their rivalry palpable. With a clang, the equipment behind him momentarily slowed, akin to a network lag. In a flash, a glimmering bronze sword shot forth, positioning itself at the forefront of all the equipment. Not more than half a meter from Yi Bai, the Tianwang sword, Ingzio exclaimed in astonishment. How could this be? His voice was laden with confusion, utterly perplexed by the unfolding scene. I too find this rather unsettling, Jiu continued. After all, I am a mage. Have you ever seen a mage charging into battle wielding a sword? Can a mage who uses a sword still be called a mage? Jiu snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he inquired, Young man, which formidable being did you encounter during the soldier assessment? What does that have to do with the sword? Precisely. Jiu sighed, hastily explaining. When Wu Hen entered the Eternal Forest, all sword-related artifacts within the forest awakened and manifested beside him. This Tianwang sword was once wielded by a transcendent war god, who perished and left it behind in the Eternal Forest, never to awaken. Until now. Why would the Tianwang sword awaken? Yi Bai seemed to have grasped something, countering. Did Wu Hen not choose the Tianwang sword? Indeed, Wu Hen merely picked up the nearest sword. He recounted, with an abundance of flying swords surrounding him. Wu Hen casually selected one and declared, I possess a single sword, sufficient to slay my foes. Subsequently, Wu Hen charged into battle, effortlessly cleaving through gods and demons. After hearing Wu Hen's tale, Yi Bai could not help but marvel. In terms of presence, my second brother truly masters the art of it. Jiu rolled his eyes and explained, the Tianwang sword has not been chosen, which likely stems from its lingering resentment. Since you have clashed with the Wu Hen projection, its emergence in the world is quite reasonable. The Tongtian war god is the pinnacle of all war gods, and the weapons they wield are far from ordinary. Without further ado, Jiu's words were interrupted by another resounding crash. A shadow surged forth, closely followed by a pitch-black stone slab, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, rivaling the Tianwang sword. This Tongtian war god has not actually perished. Keep it down. This secret is known to all the demon gods, exclaimed Yi Bai. He was astonished that the human race had a powerful individual feigning death. Was this akin to a grand imperial scheme, faking death to slay foes? Since the elder was not truly deceased, Yi Bai decided against pursuing the black stone slab. What if the elder suddenly emerged from the coffin and discovered that their rightful equipment had been taken by another? Such a spectacle would be inappropriate. Quickly, young one, Jiu urged as the third crash reverberated, signaling the unearthing of yet another relic of the Tongtian war god. Concealing the commotion from ordinary war gods had already proven arduous for Jiu, let alone with the Tongtian war god. He sensed an inexplicable calling from the depths of the Eternal Forest. Traversing the grasslands, crossing streams, and navigating thickets, Yi Bai hastened towards the source of that call. In the eastern part of the Eternal Forest, a mist of violet energy lingered. Amidst this ethereal haze, Qi stood atop a colossal boulder, gazing into the heart of the Eternal Forest. 10 years ago, upon awakening his exceptional talent, Qi rose like a meteor, only to vanish as swiftly. No one knew that the prodigious youth once heralded as the one closest to the Supreme Being had now become a member of the Shadows, ranked 7th among them. In a decade's time, even Xuemeng would not have reached such heights. With a cold snort, Qi's eyes brimmed with unfulfilled ambition. When I entered the Eternal Forest, 6 relics of the Tongtian war god awakened. Another tremendous crash resonated through the forest. That was the 7th. The 7th relic must certainly be the Shura. Qi glanced down at his short blade, a remnant he had retrieved from the Eternal Forest. Its previous owner, a Tongtian war god, had wielded this very blade to vanquish over 10 demon war gods, achieving remarkable feats. Regrettably, while traversing the Eternal Tower, he suffered severe injuries. And with no hope of recovery, he faced imminent death. Rejecting the offer of a Supreme Being's life extension, the blade's master charged into the Abyssal Plane alone, wounded and undeterred. When Wu Hen arrived, only this blade remained. An entire mid-tier Abyssal Plane had been slaughtered, devoid of any living creature. That grievously injured Tongtian war god's fate remained uncertain, his whereabouts unknown. Ultimately, it mattered not. Qi gently caressed the short blade, whispering, My blade and I are the strongest. I have tasted defeat once. I shall not succumb again. Shura, I await the day you ascend to godhood. In the deepest recesses of the Eternal Forest, Yi Bai finally came to a halt. Before him loomed a towering monument, draped in black cloth, obscuring its true form. Yi Bai was certain that this monument was the source of his summons. Behind him, the multitude of weapons ceased their advance. 9 of the most formidable relics halted at the forefront, all originating from the Tongtian War God, the highest tier and most valuable within the Eternal Forest. All present. 3 minutes, hurry, urged Ingjiu. Yet, Yi Bai appeared oblivious, muttering, I wish to see this monument. He disregarded the million divine weapons behind him and the 9 relics of the Tongtian War God, fixating his gaze upon the stone monument shrouded in black cloth. Without employing his insightful eye, Yi Bai sought to comprehend why this monument beckoned him. Sighing, Ingjiu emerged from the black mist. His form stooped as he approached. If you wish to see, then see. With that, Ingjiu extended his frail hand, pinching the black cloth between 2 fingers, and gently tugged it away. The true visage of the monument revealed itself before Yi Bai. On the immense stone, inscribed in crimson paint, were countless words and names. Left Jiantang sought death for the sake of countless lives. Before death, there was but one desire, to slay the enemy. Qingyan, this battle is perilous. With affairs at home entrusted to you, my brother's heart can rest easy. Do not worry, Lu Qingyao remains. I am weary. I wish to rest. Take care. As he scanned the lines of text, it was as if he beheld a multitude of faces. This is the monument of death wishes, or perhaps a farewell letter, Yi Bai murmured in a daze. Ingjiu sighed, stating, whenever humanity faces great war, there are those who wish for death. Charging into the fray, they obstruct foes and sacrifice themselves for righteousness. Gazing upon the monument of death wishes, Yi Bai felt as though the sounds of battle echoed in his ears. He envisioned clashing swords and armored steeds, witnessing waves of individuals charging forward, unyielding in the face of death. Once a demon god boasted, slay them. Once humanity knows fear, they will inevitably submit. Yet humanity does not fear death. How then can it be cowed by it? Chapter 076. Slaying the demonic shadows with a single sword, I shall not return until the abyss is broken. The monument of death wishes stands testament to resolve in death. Yi Bai had long been curious about what drew him forward. Upon seeing the monument, he felt he grasped the answer, yet he sensed an elusive truth slipping away. What is this? Yi Bai looked up at the upper left of the monument, where a poem was inscribed, encircled by surrounding messages. To be precise, it was 3/4 of a poem. I guard the mountains and rivers with flesh and blood. Even as corpses, the soul finds no peace. Demonic shadows shall be cleaved with a single sword. At the end, a space was left blank, clearly indicating a missing line. This poem was peculiar. The first 2 lines bore the handwriting of a single individual, written in a bold and powerful regular script. The 3rd line exhibited a sudden shift in style, transforming into a free-spirited cursive, exuberantly bold and unmistakably sharp. If I am not mistaken, these 3 lines of poetry were penned by 3 supreme beings? Yi Bai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Undoubtedly, the 3rd line should belong to Wuhan. Yet Wuhan was evidently the 2nd supreme being. It was Xiaoyao who should be the 3rd. Indeed, these inscriptions were left by supreme beings, but not by 3, rather, by 2. Ingjiu gazed at the monument, feeling a surge of emotion. Nightmare inscribed the first 2 lines, while Wuhan composed the 3rd. The 4th line was meant to be written by Xiaoyao. As he spoke, Ingjiu cast a sidelong glance at the white cloud above in the blue sky, remaining undisturbed. Yi Bai rubbed his hands together, filled with eagerness. You know, I have a bit of an obsession with perfection. Ingjiu replied, now I know. Look at this perfectly fine poem, yet it is missing a line. How uncomfortable. You wish to complete the poem? Ingjiu was taken aback by Yi Bai's notion and cautioned. When Nightmare inscribed the first 2 lines, he had just slain a demon god. After Wuhan left his line, he rushed to the front lines to break the enemy. Both supreme beings inscribed their verses on the monument of death wishes while placing themselves in perilous situations. To declare your resolve in death is to stand at the edge of life and death. It must be written, Yi Bai declared earnestly, perhaps once I finish. The connection will reveal itself. At a loss for words, Ingjiu could only relent, with just 1.5 minutes remaining. If you truly manage to complete the final line, I shall inscribe it for you. The monument of death wishes was composed of an exceptionally unique material. Even a strike from a war king could only leave a faint mark upon it. The individual who inscribed the epitaph must possess strength akin to that of a war god. Given Yi Bai's current prowess, he was incapable of leaving a mark. It would have to be done by Ingio. I've already thought of the final line, Yi Bai asserted, centering his energy, and slowly spoke. I shall not return until the abyss is broken. Ingio was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, You must have cheated. Given the brevity of time and Yi Bai's level of education, it was inconceivable that he could complete the final line. Ingio was incredulous. Everyone was well aware of each other's literary prowess, distinguishing between illiteracy and education. Yi Bai's performance could only be attributed to either diligent studying or deceit. Yi Bai nodded slightly, acknowledging, Well, I took a shortcut. You must be weary. Let us hasten to conclude this. It must be said. The final line struck a chord with Ingio. As dark mist surged forth, a bony finger pressed against the monument of resolve, beginning to inscribe words. In flowing script, with utmost seriousness, Ingio wrote, I vow not to return until the abyss is shattered. Standing on the ground, Yi Bai gazed upwards at the completed verse, nodding in satisfaction. With flesh and blood, I protect the mountains and rivers. Even if I become a corpse, my soul shall remain restless. With a single sword, I shall sever the malevolent spirits. I vow not to return until the abyss is shattered. Excellent, filled with spirit. Upon completing the final exclamation mark, Ingio did not cease his writing. Jiu Yi, time is running short. We must depart. Yi Bai shouted anxiously. What is the rush? I still need a sign. Ingio leisurely added several names at the end of the poem. Meng Yin, Wu Hen, Xiu Luo, Ingio Lu. Ah, it seems something strange has mingled in. Yi Bai thought to himself, feeling he had much to learn about shamelessness. Just as Ingio inscribed the final character, the black cloth that had fallen to the ground suddenly soared into the air, shrinking until it transformed into a tattered black cloak, which gracefully settled upon Yi Bai's shoulders, billowing in the wind. After the black cloak chose Yi Bai, the brilliance of the 9 relics of the celestial war god dimmed considerably. Not only them, but all equipment imbued with obsessions began to retreat, unwilling to contend with the black cloak. Oddly enough, the uglier the equipment, the mightier its power. Yi Bai glanced at the cloak. Aside from its ragged appearance, it was quite commendable. Donning the cloak, he finally bore a semblance of a mage, silently reminding himself to embody the demeanor of a mage and refrain from recklessly wielding his staff to strike others. Damaged version of the cloak of the Supreme Being. Meng Yin, upon seeing the newly displayed note, Yi Bai's eyelid twitched. No wonder the relics of the celestial war god retreated upon seeing the cloak. Even towards the Supreme Being, one must maintain absolute reverence. Let us depart. At that moment, Ingio joined Yi Bai, merging into a shadow. The cloak lifted Yi Bai's form, guiding him away from the monument of resolve, traversing the eternal forest. The figure had vanished, yet the white clouds remained. The clouds hovered over the monument of resolve, only descending slowly after Yi Bai and Ingio had departed. A plain-dressed Taoist stood before the monument of resolve, similarly gazing upwards as Yi Bai had. Behind him, 4 shadows emerged sequentially: green, cyan, blue, and purple. 4, 5, 6, 7. Ing Chi rested his hand on his dagger, whispering, Xiu Luo has just left. Little 7, silence. Ing Si interjected, positioning himself in front of Ing Chi, slightly bowing to the Taoist's back. My subordinate is ignorant of the rules and has caused offense. The Supreme Being's domain is sovereign. You need not show such deference to me. Since you are indeed a Supreme Being, we must naturally exhibit proper etiquette. As you wish. The Taoist merely gazed at the 4 lines of poetry, standing silently. After a long while, he spoke again, sent a message to my master. I have agreed to what he wishes to accomplish. Thank you, esteemed one. As the white clouds descended, the Taoist's figure vanished within them, and the clouds soared towards the eternal tower, disappearing from sight. Huff! Ing Si gasped, spreading his palm, which was slick with sweat. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Ing Chi and then said, Everyone disperse. I will notify Zhuge. A fierce battle is imminent. Perhaps by the next encounter, someone's name will be inscribed upon this monument. Ing Si patted Ing Chi's shoulder, offering no further words, and departed first. Ing Wu, a corpulent figure, approached Ingqi while twirling 2 iron spheres in his left hand, saying, "Little 7, to live longer, some individuals are best left undisturbed. For instance, Jiugu and the one residing in the Eternal Tower." Saying this, Ingwu erupted into a laugh reminiscent of a barbell's clang. His laughter was peculiar, with his ears pressed back against his head and his nose slightly upturned, emanating from deep within his belly. "Brother Wu, I eagerly await the day you become the elder brother," Ingqi retorted, determined not to be outdone. "That day will surely come. I look forward to it." Both parties, finding each other disagreeable, simultaneously snorted before departing. "I vow not to return until the abyss is shattered." Xiao Luo, intriguing, the Taoist murmured to himself. Observing the eternal forest below, he raised his hand and gently tapped a small bell. Dong! The sound of the bell resonated throughout the realm, unending, outside the eternal forest. As Yibai landed, a resounding chime reverberated behind him. Dong! Startled, Yibai became wary, questioning, "Is it an incursion from the abyssal plane?" The bell sound arrived abruptly, without warning. "No, it is he who has made his move." He? Yibai looked up, gazing at the eternal tower before him. The supreme being Xiao Yao? What is his intent? The bell's tone spread across the entire eternal forest, causing all relics to tremble slightly. Soon, Yibai comprehended the intentions of the supreme being Xiao Yao. Above the eternal forest, countless pieces of equipment floated into the air. These were the relics that had previously accompanied Yibai, awakened by the seeds of the supreme beings. They hovered momentarily before transforming into streams of light, scattering in all directions, with the majority reinterring themselves in the earth, awaiting the arrival of the next fated individual. A small portion, however, surged towards the many students undergoing trials. Zhao Lin, who had just subdued a longsword, found another sword descending before him, directly thrusting into his palm. Zhao Lin was momentarily stunned, staring at the 2 long swords in his hands. "But I only wield a single sword. Could 2 swords bring double the joy?" Overwhelmed with happiness, Zhao Lin became utterly flustered. Lu Sueki had initially chosen a ring. Yet, upon the tolling of the bell, a golden feathered pen fell before her, its meaning unmistakable. "Could this allow me to take 2 relics?" Lu Sueki stood frozen, having never heard of such occurrences in the eternal forest. A name flashed through her mind. Xiao Luo. It must be related to Xiao Luo. All students participating in the trials, like the 2, were granted the opportunity to select a second relic. Yibai was no exception. Having already exited the eternal forest, he beheld a golden light streak across the sky, landing in his embrace. This was. Yibai looked down to find a bronze sword quietly resting in his arms, quite familiar to him. The Tianwang sword. Chapter 077. Damaged version of the equipment outside the eternal forest. Yibai donned the black cloak and cradled the Tianwang sword. The unexpected fortune left him momentarily speechless. Tianwang sword, upon fulfilling its obsession, can restore to a higher tier. Once the sword of the celestial war god, the tier and power of the Tianwang sword were unquestionable. However, if it were the complete Tianwang sword, Yibai's current strength would be insufficient to wield it. Meng Yin, in designing the eternal forest, had certainly taken this into account. All equipment came with seals upon their creation, automatically matching their levels to that of their user. The information regarding the Tianwang sword lay before Yibai, clear and concise. Equipment: Tianwang sword, 54, tier, level attributes, strength 540. Constitution 300 physical attack, 1260 enchantment. Armor break. Inflicts physical damage on the enemy for the first time, ignoring physical defense. The same target will only endure armor break damage once within 12 hours. The durability remains eternally at 100, impervious to damage. Upon wielding this sword, it influences enemies within a 300-meter radius, enhancing all attributes by 5. Its wielder's attributes increase by 115. The more enemies affected, the greater the attribute enhancement, peaking at 15 when 150 foes are influenced. Slaying a warlord-level monster with this sword fulfills the obsession, 9, with 0 completed. Truly, it is the equipment of the once legendary battle god. Even in its sealed state, its power is formidable. Yibai could not help but exclaim. As someone who has seen the world, he knew that his own natural powers were commendable, yet they paled in comparison to the Tian Wang sword. In terms of basic attributes, the Tian Wang sword boosts strength by 540 and constitution by 300, causing Yi Bai's strength and constitution to surpass 1,000. Moreover, the sword possesses remarkably powerful attributes, eliminates the hassle of weapon repairs for Yi Bai, as the initial physical attack disregards physical defenses, capable of generating immense explosive damage. The fact that Yi Bai, a mage, could draw a sword from his pocket was quite absurd. Yet, with a single strike that ignored physical defenses, he dealt astronomical damage, achieving a one-hit kill. From his brief career as a mage, Yi Bai learned that a mage's abilities have limits. One must transcend the role of a mage. I shall no longer be a mage, Ing Jiao, he declared. As for, this attribute is well suited for team battles, augmenting his own attributes while reducing those of his enemies when besieged. According to the Eternal Tower relativity, when others' attributes are diminished, Yi Bai's attributes increase. It equates to Yi Bai winning twice, a true win-win, given that it is a divine weapon of the erstwhile battle god. Its recognition must be exceedingly high. Once it appears in the world, it will undoubtedly draw attention from all quarters. Considering Yi Bai's current circumstances, there is no need to utilize the Tian Wang sword in ordinary combat. As a trump card, it is most effective to catch the opponent off guard with a sudden thrust. Safeguarding the Tian Wang sword, Yi Bai's gaze shifted to his shoulder. Due to severe damage, this cloak was discarded at the Death Monument. Did not anticipate that someone would carry it away from the Eternal Forest. Wouldn't you agree, a wise one? Upon seeing this note, Yi Bai's expression changed slightly. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Equipment: Nightmare's Wind, 1 grade. Level Durability, 0001 attributes. Agility 1 magic and physical defense, 1 attribute. I am broken. Please repair me. I truly miss my pristine form. Yi Bai, I do not accept trash here. Laughter erupted from the shadows, loud and unrestrained. Clearly, Ing Jiao was well aware of the condition of the cloak on Yi Bai's shoulder. How on earth can this be repaired? Yi Bai looked at it. Invest level materials for the cloak to consume, which can restore durability. Level materials, each one worth a fortune. Yi Bai indeed possessed one, the skull of a hellhound. Jiao Yi, is it safe nearby? Not safe. What do you intend to do? Save it for the Eternal Tower. Ing Jiao, having somewhat guessed Yi Bai's intentions, inquired. You received a part of the hellhound skeleton when you cleared the novice dungeon, right? Yes, the skull. As a comrade, Yi Bai was quite candid, striving to keep his honesty with Ing Jiao. I understand about the skull. Ing Jiao fell silent, ceasing further conversation. Today, in the Eternal Forest, the circumstances were unique, and Ing Jiao had spoken more than usual. Typically, he remained silent, following Yi Bai closely. In the Eternal Forest, the 4 guardians of the realm. Ing Qi encountered an unexpected visitor, Ing Si. Brother, Jiao has a mission for you. Ing Si's expression was indifferent. Within a single day, they had met 3 times, more than the past year combined. Ing Qi raised an eyebrow, retorting, what mission? The adult Hellhound King is a battle god-level entity. If all 3 heads are present, it equates to 3 battle gods. And if they reach a consensus, they're even more formidable than 3 battle gods. Ing Qi's voice trembled slightly. This task, if assigned to another battle god, would undoubtedly elicit curses. It is tantamount to sending someone to their demise. If you're afraid, I can take your place. Afraid? Ing Qi's voice escalated to a piercing pitch, his fervor palpable. I've been trapped here for 3 years. I'm about to go mad. Had I known that becoming Ing Qi meant guarding the Eternal Forest, I might as well have stayed with Ing Shi to continue raising children. At this point, Ing Qi's agitation was evident, reflecting his considerable resentment. At least I still had someone to slay for me. Taking a few deep breaths, Ing Qi calmed his frenzied emotions. What about my guarding task? Under normal circumstances, I cannot leave without permission. Even with Ing Jiao's decree, I must ensure someone is here to take over. Ingesi Kaoshund, you only have 3 days. Understood. When do we depart? Now. Before Ing Si's words fell, Ziyin surged forth, exuding a murderous aura akin to a famished beast, filled with a thirst for slaughter. Ing Si watched Ing Qi's retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh. This fellow is nearly 30 and still so naive. This number is doomed. At the foot of the Eternal Tower, there lay a sizable town. Following the sphere's guidance, Yi Bai located the assembly point, a vast square. At the center of the square stood a towering stone monument, reminiscent of something familiar. "Bai, over here." Before Yi Bai could approach the square, he heard Zhao Lin calling him. Lu Sueki and Zhuo Lingxia were also present, leaving only Yi Bai missing. Before Yi Bai could come closer, Zhao Lin hastily reminded him, "Be sure not to mention your gains from the Eternal Forest. It must remain confidential." "Yi Bai, I had no intention of bringing it up. Even if I did, with just a Tian Wang sword and a damaged cloak, who would believe me? Surely no one would voluntarily disclose it." Just as Yi Bai finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Zhao Lin. The intelligence lowland has appeared. Despite Zhao Lin lowering the average intelligence of the group, he had elevated their average age. "Very well, that's very Zhao Lin," Lu Sueki added. "Now everyone knows that Zhao Lin obtained 2 knives in the Eternal Forest. Impressive." Yi Bai chuckled and shook his head, yet it mattered little. The summer camp training is elimination-based. To ensure he is not eliminated, he must exert himself in every test. In other words, our hidden cards cannot be concealed, and whether others know or not, it makes no difference. Hearing Yi Bai's words, Lu Sueki blinked and smiled without a reply. Hidden cards? It seemed she could conceal a little. Unbeknownst to Lu Sueki, she could indeed hide a bit, while Yi Bai could conceal a vast multitude. After being consoled by Yi Bai, Zhao Lin's previously gloomy mood deepened at the thought of his imminent elimination. In terms of despair, he had been thoroughly comprehended by Yi Bai. After a brief conversation, the countdown on the sphere reached its conclusion. "Time is up." Zhuo Lingxia gazed toward the far end of the square, her posture erect, an expression exceedingly serious. "What time has arrived?" "Shoo." Lu Sueki made a gesture for silence, whispering. Just as her words fell, a massive portal suddenly opened at the square's end. A shadow leapt forth from the portal. "Safe." The shadow declared this before darting eastward toward the Eternal Forest with astounding speed, showing no signs of stopping. Hud, hud, hud. The ground began to tremble. From the portal, rows of soldiers emerged, marching in unison, entering the square. Bang, bang. With each step they took, it felt as though they were treading upon the very hearts of men, causing a sudden tightening in one's chest. Every face was as calm as a placid lake, yet the atmosphere was grand and filled with a potent stench of blood, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Their movements were synchronized and orderly, as if bound by an unyielding command. Many young men gazed in rapt attention, with Zhao Lin particularly entranced, overwhelmed by the spectacle he had never witnessed before. Yi Bai looked ahead as rows of warriors strode past him, his eyes shimmering with awe at the sight of such a formidable army, a truly magnificent force of battle-hardened soldiers. Chapter 078, War, never ending in the Assembly Square. Rows of warriors marched forward, their presence suffused with an air of solemnity that sent shivers down the spine. Their movements were uniform, yet their pace was remarkably swift. Within mere minutes, they emerged from the portal. Following closely behind them were the generals. As soon as they stepped through the portal, they immediately sought their subordinates, swiftly organizing and restructuring the once massive formation into dozens of smaller battalions with precise efficiency. Compared to the warriors, the number of generals was significantly less. In just 30 seconds, all the generals had exited the portal, having arranged their troops with seamless fluency, not a moment of hesitation in their actions. After the generals came the kings of war. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, emerged from the portal, bearing 3 severed heads upon his shoulders. Among the heads, 2 belonged to abyssal creatures, their faces smeared with blood, lifeless and unblinking, slung over the giant's shoulder. Upon his appearance, an eruption of cheers reverberated through the ranks of warriors. The giant strode forward, each step causing a subtle tremor across the square. With a mighty leap, he arrived at the central monument and forcefully slammed the 2 severed heads onto the ground. In a voice that echoed like thunder, he proclaimed, "I have slain the 2 vice-commanders of the 4th demon goddess subordinate, the Mad Demon Legion, as an offering to our ancestors." At these words, the onlookers, including Yi Bai, gasped in astonishment, their pupils contracting. A vice-commander was at least a formidable warrior of the king class. To have been slain so easily? The giant's declaration ignited the warriors' fervor, prompting another thunderous cheer to erupt. Who? 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 After discarding the heads, the giant stepped aside. Behind him, a strikingly beautiful female war king emerged from the teleportation array, holding a lantern. Inside the lantern flickered 3 faint flames, seemingly vulnerable to being extinguished by a mere breeze. The female war king cast the lantern beside the severed heads, her voice icy as she declared, "I have slain the 3 vice-commanders of the 4th demon god's angry legion, capturing their souls as an offering to our ancestors." Her actions not only resulted in the deaths of 3 war kings, but also extracted the enemy's souls, imprisoning them within the lantern, where the small flames flickered ominously. The ranks of warriors roared once more, "Who? Who? Who?" Following the 2 war kings, a majestic figure stepped forth from the portal. His armor was battered and disheveled, clinging to him like remnants of a torn fishing net, with a helmet obscuring his features and a broken sword clutched in his hand. As this imposing figure emerged, the portal swiftly closed, severing the connection to the Abyssal Realm. Under the gaze of all, the grand figure advanced slowly toward the monument, prompting a collective gasp from the students. The wounds on his back were grievously severe, flesh torn and battered, with dark miasma seeping forth. It was hard to fathom the horror of the battle he had endured. Standing before the monument, the man bent slightly, each motion seemingly draining him of his remaining strength, causing pain to radiate through his injuries. "I have severed the hand of the commander of the 4th demon god's angry legion, as an offering to our ancestors. Commander." Although they had anticipated this, the mere mention of those words caused the crowd to collectively hold their breath. That was an existence of the god class. To survive an encounter with such a being, and yet manage to sever an arm? The might of the human race was indeed formidable. The gazes within the ranks turned toward him, filled with fervor and adoration. The man spoke slowly, his voice resonating clearly, rich and imbued with a touch of elegance. "In this battle, the Jinghu Legion has triumphed over the Mad Demon Legion, subsequently defeating the Angry Legion, slaying 12,000 enemies and inflicting countless injuries upon them. This battle is a resounding victory for us." As his words echoed, the members of the Jinghu Legion roared in unison, "Victory! Victory! Who? Who? Who?" With a raised hand, he silenced the cacophony, and the square fell into a tranquil hush. "Left Vice Commander, tally our gains from this battle and record our merits. Right Vice Commander, assess the damage and attend to the wounded." The 2 previous war kings acknowledged his commands. "The names of the fallen shall be inscribed upon the memorial stone." Dismissed. With that, the man soared into the air, flying toward the depths of the eternal forest. This battle had yielded commendable results for the Jinghu Legion, albeit at a significant cost. 3,000 comrades would forever rest in the Abyssal Realm, and the memorial stone would bear 3,000 more names. After his departure, many warriors of the Jinghu Legion, led by their generals, surged toward a nearby town. The once bustling square was left only with the students participating in the summer training camp, still immersed in the shock of the earlier events, unable to shake off the overwhelming experience. "Ahem, can you hear me?" A man with a microphone appeared before the monument. "Students, please gather closer." Hundreds of individuals assembled around the monument, their curiosity piqued as they wondered what was to come. "My surname is Lin. I am the chief instructor of this summer camp. You may call me Instructor Lin. Firstly, I extend my congratulations to you all for passing the first assessment of the summer camp. The number of participants in this session was 672, with 466 successfully passing. This gives us a passing rate close to 70%, exceeding our expectations." Hearing this figure, Zhao Lin's complexion paled slightly as he glanced at Yi Bai and Lu Sueki beside him. To think that 30% had been eliminated, Zhao Lin had not anticipated that their group, which should have been at the bottom among all the talented seeds, could achieve a 100% pass rate. It must be sheer luck. Dismissing the thought, Zhao Lin refocused his attention on Instructor Lin's speech. "What you witnessed earlier was our human Jinghu Legion's triumphant return from the Abyssal Realm," Instructor Lin said with a smile. "I trust you noticed that upon the portal's opening, the warriors exited first, followed by the generals, and then the war kings, with the god class bringing up the rear." The students nodded, confirming this observation. However, during retreats, It is the god class that leads, followed by the war kings, then the generals, and finally the warriors. Instructor Lin's remark caused many students to widen their eyes in disbelief. This is the reality of our human race, which has fought for a century. The strongest lead the charge. He articulated each word with gravitas. In times of great conflict, the mightiest must enter the memorial for the fallen, and the god class must be at the forefront. Anyone who shows cowardice in battle shall be dismissed on the spot, never to serve again. Students, the forest you traversed earlier is the resting place of countless heroic spirits of our race. The equipment you wield is the legacy of these valiant souls. The burdens you carry are their aspirations. In the future, the homeland you protect is their homeland, and ours as well. Remember, 90 years ago, on the day the Abyssal Realm invaded Blue Star, our human race entered a state of war. To this day, we remain in that state. Instructor Lin's gaze swept over each face, lingering for a few moments. His eyes seemed to shimmer with starlight as he spoke in a near growl. You exist amid a time of war, merely enjoying fleeting moments of peace protected by our ancestors. Do not mistake the false tranquility for lasting serenity, nor treat the cradle of an infant as your permanent abode. This world is exceptionally cruel and cold. The dark creatures lurking in the shadows will seize any opportunity to invade Blue Star. Instructor Lin's words struck deeply into the hearts of every listener, leaving them profoundly shaken. As the ancients said, in times of peace, prepare for war. Since 90 years ago, humanity has never known tranquility, struggling on the brink of life and death every moment. The war between humanity and the abyssal plane has not yet ceased. It will continue until one side is utterly subdued or annihilated, and the bloody battles will only come to an end then. Chapter 079. The entrance ticket to being classmates with Shura. In the assembly square, each student is assigned a corresponding senior for one-on-one guidance. Additionally, every 4 students will be allocated a teaching assistant, with the specifics explained by the guiding seniors. Just as Instructor Lin finished his speech, Zhao Lin began to look around, searching for his target. Zhuoling Xie turned to Lu Sueki and smiled. I hope to trouble you, senior. Not a bother at all. After the summer camp concludes, you might consider applying to DD University. Professor Hu from the summoning department is exceptionally kind and is among the top summoners in Longhua, particularly adept at nurturing avian summoning beasts. Zhuoling Xie earnestly introduced, starting to recruit talent for her alma mater. Since learning about Lu Sueki's remarkable talent, Zhuoling Xie was confident that this young lady's future achievements would rival her own. With an extraordinary talent and the devoted training of a battle king, combined with Lu Sueki's innate character, as long as she survives, the battle king will not escape her grasp. I will consider it. At this point, Lu Sueki glanced at Yi Bai, clearly indicating her inclination to follow wherever Yi Bai applied. Zhuoling Xie noticed this and refrained from further persuasion, instead beckoning the 3. Let us proceed. I will take you to the dormitory area. Your seniors are waiting for you over there. NJI, Ing SNZH, Ing is divided into districts. Within NJI, Ing RZH Ing, located in the same city, in another district. Movement between districts is generally restricted, and the internal regulations of the summer camp are quite stringent. Violating the rules may lead to disqualification or even being sent to the enforcement team. Zhuoling Xie first admonished them, then added, however, you need not worry. During regular classes and daily life, with the seniors keeping an eye on you, you will not violate any prohibited regulations. By the way, there will be a fixed exchange meeting with RZH in every week, and the bottom 10 in rankings will be eliminated. Under Zhuoling Xie's guidance, the 3 arrived at the designated district. Yi Bai met his assigned senior, Feng Dong, a lean man with bright, piercing eyes. Upon seeing Yi Bai for the first time, he was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly extending his hand for a warm handshake. Yi Jr., I have missed you dearly. Yi Bai appeared bewildered. Senior Feng, do we know each other? Not yet. Feng Dong shook his head vigorously, sincerity written all over his face. But I know that meeting you, Junior, is the luckiest thing in my life. Yi Bai. Ninth Master, wake up, we have a soothsayer here. Give him a knife. Feng Dong's antics left Yi Bai utterly perplexed. Feng Dong, don't go overboard. Zhuoling Xie, unable to bear it any longer, coldly reprimanded. Is this how you treat your junior? Apologies, apologies, I'm just too thrilled. Feng Dong raised his hands and repeated apologies. Yi Junior, I mean no offense. Zhuo Lingxie briefly explained to Yi Bai why Feng Dong was so overjoyed. Yi Bai attempted to comprehend and untangle the logic behind it. Are you saying that Senior Feng's credits are linked to my final ranking in the summer camp? Exactly. The worse I perform, the lower his credits. Then why is he so happy? Yi Bai was even more baffled. Feng Dong hailed from MD University, one of the top 2 universities in Longhua. Logically, he should be among the fiercest of competitors. If his credits are low, why the exuberance? Not ashamed, but rather proud. Could it be that the ultimate competitor has evolved into a slacker? Feng Dong cleared his throat. Junior, you may not know, but I am merely a freshman, hoping to extend my university years. I have already failed 4 courses this semester, and if I fail the summer camp internship course as well, I can repeat a year. Zhao Lin and Yi Bai. Wait, are you saying that repeating a year is 4? Yi Bai's expression shifted slightly as he grasped the underlying reason. Zhuo Lingxie, standing beside, mercilessly exposed, he wishes to be classmates with Shura during the same academic year, to catch the greatest wave of benefits from the emergence of the Supreme Beings. The arrival of Shura is common knowledge among all. While the true identity of Shura remains unknown, based on the previous trajectories of the 3 Supreme Beings, it is highly likely that Shura will also enter university, and indeed, a top tier 1. Only there can one access the finest resources to assist in Shura's rapid growth. Being a classmate of a Supreme Being is an immense honor and, of course, will bring unforeseen advantages. Fen Zhongsai, Zhu Niu, you cannot fathom the chaos that ensued in MD University and DD University from the very first day Shura appeared. Students in their first and second years began frantically requesting leave, taking breaks from their studies, and even some were contemplating dropping out to retake exams. Their intentions were crystal clear: to employ every means possible to be classmates with Shura. Those who were once the fiercest competitors instantly transformed into slackers. Even the act of slacking off began to intensify. Assignments were done as half-heartedly as possible. Tardiness became the norm, and attendance was optional. They practically lined up to offer gifts to professors, hoping to lower their grades just enough to repeat the year and become classmates with Shura. There was even an elderly professor who was so enraged by this that he ended up hospitalized. Boosting GPAs? That will never happen. The only path forward is to exhaust every effort to lower one's credits, seeking to repeat a year. Feng Dong was among those caught in this frenzy. Before attending the summer camp, Feng Dong had already flunked 4 courses, and with one more failure, he could indeed repeat a year. Thus, when Feng Dong drew Yi Bai, who possessed an extraordinary talent, it felt as if he had secured an entrance ticket to being classmates with Shura, causing him immense excitement. Looking around the summer camp, who else could possibly have a talent inferior to the extraordinary level? Oh, there is indeed another extraordinary talent. Well then, no worries. Feng Dong, I must advise you not to celebrate prematurely. Zhuo Lingxie, clearly displeased with Feng Dong's attitude, spoke coldly. Yi Bai must endure until the conclusion of the summer camp training for you to earn credits. If Yi Bai is eliminated early, you will be assigned a new junior. Good luck failing. Feng Dong nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. He gazed at Yi Bai with fervent eyes. So, junior, for the sake of allowing your senior to become Shura's classmate, you must strive, and strive again to last until the end of the summer camp. Yi Bai replied, I will do my utmost. Do not worry. For my own future, I will also do my utmost to support you. Feng Dong promised with a thump on his chest. If Yi Bai were to leave, where else could he find a junior with extraordinary talent? If luck were to turn against him, and he were assigned a junior of lesser talent, Feng Dong's plans would be utterly ruined. Just as the 4 were conversing, a robust figure approached, a typical Western visage. The brawny man fixed his gaze on Zhao Lin and spoke in a deep voice. Feet, MD University, sophomore. Heavy Armor Warrior Department. Hello, Senior Feet. I am Zhao Lin. Observing the scrawny Zhao Lin, Feet frowned in dissatisfaction. You are far too thin. I feel as though I could send you flying with a stomp. How can a warrior be so frail? With that, Feet produced a meat steak as tall as a person from his storage space and handed it to Zhao Lin. Your task for today is to eat this. If you cannot finish it, you are not allowed to enter the Eternal Tower. Zhao Lin gasped, beginning to doubt his life choices. How could he possibly consume such a massive piece of meat? Would every meal henceforth require such a quantity? Meal? Who told you this is a meal? This is a midnight snack. Zhao Lin was taken aback. In this first encounter, Feet imparted a lesson to Zhao Lin on how a good warrior is nurtured, beginning with the art of eating. Feet arrived last, yet he was the first to acclimate, having already commenced training Zhao Lin. Zuolingxia took Lu Sueki away, while Feng Dong led Yi by his side. Junior, your task for this week is quite challenging. You must be mentally prepared. Feng Dong had already elucidated the rules of the summer camp. Each week, there would be designated tasks. The better the tasks were executed, the higher the score received. This score would determine the final ranking in the combat test. Those with high scores had the privilege to choose their opponents, while those with low scores could not refuse. The final elimination list would be produced by combining the combat results and this week's task scores. In other words, to avoid elimination, one must excel in this week's tasks. Feng Dong earnestly analyzed. This way, you can elevate your overall score and gain the initiative in the final combat assessment. Indeed, Yi Bai found himself intrigued, asking, "What is the task?" Regarding the exceedingly difficult task mentioned by Feng Dong, Yi Bai was genuinely curious. Feng Dong replied with utmost seriousness, "You must conquer levels 3, 4, and 5 of the Eternal Tower, while simultaneously obtaining a piece of raw, or with a minimum grade of level 10. Yi Bai mused, levels 3, 4, 5, and 6. I cleared them all in one go last night. However, procuring raw, or is indeed a hassle. In a mysterious mind, the lowest grade is level 10. Where can I find level 10 raw, or? After a moment of silence, Yi Bai remarked, I truly did not expect this week's task to be so arduous. Do not be afraid, Junior. Feng Dong patted Yi Bai's shoulder, offering reassurance. I am here for you. Focus on your task. If you encounter any trouble, just seek me out. Thank you, Senior. No problem, we're like brothers. If I become classmates with Xiao Luo, I will certainly not forget your contributions. Gulme, let me treat you to a late-night snack. Chapter 080. Tonight's expense is covered by Xuan Ming in the summer camp district. Feng Dong handed Yi Bai a complete strategy guide for levels 3, 4, 5, 6, cautioning, Junior, this guide is somewhat outdated. Due to Xiao Luo, these 4 levels have been reset, and the difficulty should be significantly reduced. Tomorrow, I will bring you a new guide. For today, you can try level 3. All right. Yi Bai accepted the guide and sincerely said, Senior Feng, it feels a bit awkward to address each other this way. You can just call me by Ge. Feng Dong. This young man is rather interesting. Fine, Bai Jie. My future as a classmate of Xiao Luo depends on you. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. After Feng Dong left, Yi Bai was alone in the dormitory. The summer camp's facilities were luxurious, with single dormitories, a 24-hour cafeteria, trained doctors, and instructors drawn from various military legions. Yi Bai had been busy all day, having not a moment's respite since the afternoon. Nevertheless, this journey had proven fruitful. Besides inscribing poetry on the death tablet, Yi Bai had also acquired a Tian Wang sword. Well, that's all I have gathered, nothing more. With this thought, Yi Bai's peripheral vision caught sight of a tattered cloak, prompting him to rub his forehead. As for level materials, Yi Bai possessed only a skull, lacking anything else. He could only think of ways to procure materials from the wolf's nest. Ordinary channels would certainly not yield results. Yi Bai had not forgotten that Xuan Ming still owed him a substantial bounty. Reporting the names of mid-level members of the 4th Demon Sect and the continuous reports would amount to a staggering sum. Yi Bai had risked his life to obtain this intelligence. It was rightfully his without a single coin less. Yi Bai began tallying up his debts, recalling that Wu Hen still owed him 2 skill books and 1 equipment forging opportunity. Regarding the forging of equipment, Yi Bai now had a new idea. Since he had acquired the Tian Wang sword and the Nature's Force weapons, what he lacked most at present was armor. However, compared to weapons, armor required even more resources. Particularly considering Yi Bai's cautious nature, he yearned to forge a set of level 10 armor. After taking stock, Yi Bai reviewed the supplies at hand. The most urgent need was to explore 2 mysterious mines. With this thought, Yi Bai looked down at his shadow. Ninth Master, is it safe to enter the Eternal Tower now? You intend to go to the trading secret realm? Wait, have you obtained a personal space? Ing Jiao immediately reacted. his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Could it possibly be the legendary mysterious mine?" Old Jiang is still as shrewd as ever. Ingzhou instantly deduced the truth. Yibai nodded, countering, "Is this something rare?" "It is not a matter of rarity. It is indeed a significant discovery." Ingzhou sighed, continuing, "Prior to you, no one has ever harvested from the mysterious mine. Whatever you need, do not hesitate to ask. The most professional mining equipment and experts will assist you in exploration." "That might not be appropriate." Yibai hesitated, as there were already miners from the Nanha mine in his personal space, so production capacity would not pose a significant problem. The top-tier mining equipment was classified as strategic resources across various channels on Blue Star, strictly controlled by the Defense General. Not a single component could leak. Humanity required these mining devices to extract ores in the abyssal plane for military supplies. Should these devices fall into the hands of the demons, they could exploit the ores to inflict harm upon humanity. Without leveraging his identity as Xiao Luo, Yibai could not purchase such equipment on his own, all for free. Yibai had initially intended to rebuke Ingzhou loudly. However, the offerings from Ingzhou were simply too generous. "Ninth Master, we agreed that there would be no trickery, right? I would never deceive you." Ingzhou replied slowly. "The forthcoming details are my official negotiation with you on behalf of Shadow and Wolf's Nest. You may choose to cooperate or refuse. It is entirely your freedom. Our side is willing to provide mining equipment at no cost, cover the miners' wages, hire specific miners, and even take responsibility for subsequent smelting work. In exchange, we request priority purchasing rights for your output, ensuring that the purchase price does not fall below the recent market average. You may keep high-grade ores for personal use, provided you guarantee a minimum daily output of 3,000 tons of raw ore. The contract would be signed in the trading's secret realm, witnessed by the spirit of the realm. We accept a 7-day short-term contract, which can be automatically renewed for another 7 days without dispute upon expiration." Yibai did not deliberate for long before nodding. "I can accept this condition, no matter how one viewed it." Ingzhou's proposal was advantageous for Yibai. Even if he changed his mind halfway through the cooperation, he could terminate the agreement after 7 days. As for Ingzhou, his perspective on the situation was entirely different from Yibai's. Before the emergence of the mysterious mine, humanity had to extract high-quality ores from the abyssal plane, necessitating at least 2 legions to be stationed for protection, all while facing immense defensive pressure. It was not merely a matter of resource expenditure. It also involved the bloodshed of countless lives. In contrast, by procuring from Yibai, humanity only needed to spend money. Over the years, the Defense General has lacked many things, but never a shortage of funds. If necessary, they could even print money for Yibai. Whatever quantity he required would be available. Even the gold coins from the Eternal Tower had been mastered by humanity for forging. Printing money, as a trivial matter, could be done indefinitely as long as it did not lead to death. Yibai could exchange raw ores for money and then convert it into the resources he needed. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, satisfying both parties' needs. Here are the parameters for the most advanced mining equipment. You can take this to study first. A document appeared before Yibai. "All right, I will take it to the mysterious mine. It is essential for a mature man to bring something good while waiting. By the way, how large is the scale of the mysterious mine you discovered?" Ingzhou finally realized that he had forgotten to ask the most crucial question. It was not a large amount, merely 75 million tons. After speaking, Yibai's figure vanished, leaving Ingzhou alone in solitude. Adhering to his admirable habit of showing off and then retreating, Ingzhou murmured to himself that 75 million tons, if comprised entirely of high-grade ores, would equate to the total output of 10 medium-level abyss planes. Alas, he had forgotten to request a photograph from that young man. In the mysterious mine, Yibai appeared in his exclusive space, where the mining chief immediately approached him. "Boss, we are ready to start working at any time." "Norus, first examine this equipment and estimate its productivity," Yibai replied, handing over the relevant parameters. Several miners quickly gathered around to analyze the information. A few minutes later, the mining chief returned with the results of their discussion. "Boss, if everything written here is accurate, we estimate that initial daily output could reach 10,000 tons. Once production stabilizes, it could maintain between 30,000 to 50,000 tons. A daily output of 50,000 tons would mean that in 500 days, they could completely excavate 2 mysterious mines, taking nearly 5 years. Excellent. The equipment will arrive shortly. A sharp tool does not hinder the work of the craftsman. We shall commence when the time is right. Yi Bai instructed the miners to set aside their work and inquired about their living conditions. Is there sufficient food and water? Water is adequate. But as for food, the mining chief's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. There is only enough for 1 meal left. If we stretch it, it may last a few days. Yi Bai frowned and asked, I remember procuring food for 500 people. Boss, the issue is that they eat a lot. Since escaping from a mine, we did not intend to drive them away. The mining chief led Yi Bai toward the back, unveiling the mystery. A gigantic lizard lounged beside the cave, basking lazily in the moonlight. Upon seeing Yi Bai, it became quite excited. Laibi bubble, vaibi bubble. Reuniting with the lizard brother brought Yi Bai much joy. All right, you shall reside here from now on. Although the lizard brother had a hearty appetite, it was friendly towards humans and could communicate with Yi Bai. The lizard possessed considerable strength. Once freed from its petrification, it was comparable to a warrior. Should any mishap occur during mining, the giant lizard could promptly rescue someone. As a being of earth attributes, the underground was its paradise. Otherwise, it would not have resided in an abandoned mine, ultimately encountering Medusa. With the aid of his insightful eye, Yi Bai communicated normally with the giant lizard. Brother, keep an eye on this place. It's ours. The giant lizard responded with an enthusiastic ABA. Having resolved the giant lizard's concerns, Yi Bai reminded it before departing. I will resolve the food issue promptly. Ensure to have 3 meals a day at regular intervals. If you perform well in the future, we shall add midnight snacks. At midnight, the Eternal Tower opened. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Upon entering the Eternal Core City, Yi Bai headed straight for the wolf's nest. Indeed, Shuemeng was at the wolf's nest, along with a young lady named Daimeng. You've arrived? Shuemeng was also waiting for Yi Bai and recognized him immediately upon seeing the familiar mask. Come, follow me. Wait. Yi Bai interrupted, Shuemeng sipedkastin. I heard that all expenses at the wolf's nest were waived last night. Shuemeng was taken aback. Why do you ask that? As the embodiment of Shura, he had not enjoyed the benefits of a Shura's complimentary service. This left Yi Bai feeling quite unbalanced. It was akin to achieving second place in the Mimic Shura competition. What kind of situation is this? Adhering to the principle of not losing out on anything, Yi Bai boldly inquired, Did you place the order for the 5,000 individual meals I requested last night? Shuemeng replied, Did you ask me to order? Didn't I? Think again. Shuemeng took a deep breath, turned to Daimeng, and instructed, Prepare 5,000 individual meals for him. And the payment? Daimeng pragmatically queried, We can provide 5,000 individual meals, but who will cover the cost? We cannot use yesterday's waivers to pay for today's meals. Shuemeng lowered his voice so that Yi Bai could not hear. Charge it to my father's account. Chapter 081. Reaping the benefits of the strongest in the depths of the Eternal Core City, within the wolf's nest. Before Yi Bai could sit down, he spoke directly. Let us expedite this. I still need to challenge the Eternal Tower. Today's task, level rating 01. Let us address matters step by step. Shuemeng closed the door securely. We have thoroughly confirmed the list you provided earlier, and we have also calculated the corresponding values. As he spoke, Shuemeng handed over a list. Each name was accompanied by its respective bounty amount. You reported a total of 64 individuals. Among them, 25 have already been apprehended or eliminated for various reasons. 6 are actually our undercover agents, and there are another 9 under our monitoring. This means the effective number of your reports is 24 individuals. The total bounty amount is 19 million gold coins. Seeing this figure, Yi Bai's eyelids twitched. Furthermore, this contribution helped elevate your lone wolf rank from gold directly to stellar. The silver sheen adorned it, and the wolf head's appearance had changed slightly. It no longer bore its previous ferocity, but had instead become more restrained, with a glimmer of wisdom in its eyes. Congratulations, you have now become the first on the Warrior Stellar rankings. Yi Bai curiously asked, How many people are on the Warrior Stellar rankings? 1. Yi Bai replied, The first place is him. and the last place is also M. Many individuals do not even have the opportunity to accumulate merits and directly become warriors. Yibai's situation was indeed an exception among exceptions. What about the bounty on the leader of the fourth demon sect? Yibai quickly transitioned to the next question. 19 million gold coins is indeed an astronomical figure. However, for what Yibai currently requires, even 19 million seems trivial. Repairing the Nightmare Wind requires high-level materials. Crafting top-tier armor also necessitates high-quality materials, preferably above level. Just these two tasks alone would require an incalculable sum of money. Xuanming solemnly stated, "You are aware that the leader of the demon sect is still alive. The full rewards that should have been issued to you can now only be discounted." Yibai éclamet in disbelief. How careless of me. Had I known this would be the case, I would have claimed the rewards first before reporting again, maximizing the value of the reports. This situation could be termed one person, multiple benefits. While one cannot step into the same river twice, Yibai could report repeatedly. Fine, I shall remember this account. Yibai spoke as if he were lamenting a financial loss. Had I known, I would not have stopped Jiuyi. I would have let him fulfill his promise. Seated opposite Yibai, Xuanming suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if some ominous presence had descended. Ingjiu, I was thinking you didn't stop him either. Let us not dwell on these joyous matters. Let us get straight to it. How much? Yibai asked calmly. He was keenly aware that his relationship with Xuanming was merely one of financial negotiations. I'll convert your war god merits to 12 points. But I believe you might need this more. As he spoke, Xuanming pulled out a 3-meter-long bone rod from his pocket. What is this? The stark white bone rod lay before Yibai, still adorned with remnants of flesh and radiating warmth. The marrow had yet to cool, boasting a freshness of 100. Clearly, the bone had been delivered to Xuanming immediately upon being severed. The right leg bone of the hell, 3-headed hound. Yes, a level material, which you should require. I do need it, Yibai replied, momentarily rendered speechless by the steaming bone. This must be freshly harvested, right? The hell, 3-headed hound, once matured, is undeniably a war god-level existence. Although the 3 heads often quarrel and have their own ideas, even resorting to infighting, they remain war gods. How did one descend to such a woeful state, akin to the Qingji Ingwai at a grilled fish restaurant, where one can be slaughtered at a whim? Without a transaction, there cannot be a slaying. I shall have it, Yibai ordered without a moment's hesitation. To hell with the killing. I simply wish to engage in trade. Look here. Xuanming unexpectedly produced a dissection diagram and earnestly explained to Yibai that aside from cartilage, the infernal Cerberus possesses a total of 72 usable bones in adulthood.